Hello! How's everyone doing?
Fantastic.
Good.
Fantastic. Well, that's about to fucking change.
Yeah, exactly.
I was having a real good day today, and then we had to do this.
Everything wrong with my day, starting in 5 minutes.
Well,
Yeah,
it'll probably be
basically.
like an hour before we get to the actual video.
That's more accurate.
Oh,
Um,
good lord.
so
Yeah,
yeah,
this is going to be incredibly painful on so many different levels. And we were discussing it just before the podcast started, but I have to agree that I think the everything great about videos are way worse than the
yeah.
CinemaSins videos. Because the CinemaSins videos will have a valid point, buried in all the refuse. But the everything great about is just the most flowery, blowjob ever, and it's fucking awful.
Yeah. And that's
Yeah.
something we mentioned briefly on a previous stag, but the difference between Cinema Sins and Cinema Wins is that Cinema Sins seems to be in it for the money. They're just like, yeah, whatever, we'll make a list of a bunch of stuff and we'll add a bunch of garbage in because, haha, funny. Where Cinema
Yeah,
Wins is bad because rather than trying to look for actual positives, he'll just try to make as many as possible, it seems. Oh, hey, look, a
Yeah,
thing. Ding.
they have the supposed moral high ground, but I mean, if their videos are still monetized, they got a half a billion views on Cinema Wins. So I wouldn't say that they're not in it for the money either. I just think that
Well,
they're banking on two different audiences. One is banking on negativity. One is banking on toxic positivity, where it's like,
yes.
oh, we should love things for no matter what, and just like things. Imagine what was the famous line that EFAP found? I was like, just pretend that it's something you wanted.
yeah, pretend
Yeah,
what you wanted and see how you feel, or
Yeah.
something to that effect. It's like, Jesus Christ. What the
Ugh.
fuck?
yeah. Cinema Wins' entire philosophy is that you should clap because somebody tried and put effort in. It's like, no.
No. Go fuck yourself.
Yeah,
If
that's the
it's
thing.
shit, it's shit.
Effort is commendable, but that still doesn't make the thing good.
Yeah.
It's like that artist who remastered the painting of Jesus. It's like, yeah, she tried, but it was awful. I'm
Oh
sorry.
yeah, they. Oh my god. Yeah, they were trying to clean it, and then they destroyed it, and then they figured, well, I'm not going to pay some art restorer to do it. I can do it myself. And then she tried to bring the painting back, and we got that horrible Mr. Potato blob head Jesus.
Oh
And
my
then
god.
there was an art restorer who was like, no, I'll do it for free. Just give me that thing. Jesus Christ, it needs to be saved.
Was it Cinema Wins or Cinema Sins that had that really awful wine sponsor that they knew
That
was
was sins.
terrible?
That was sins. Yeah,
Oh, that was Sins? Okay, I didn't know if that was Wins or Sins.
yeah.
Yeah,
I was on the EFAP where they covered that. That was embarrassing.
Yeah.
yeah, I
Wow.
remember hearing that several episodes ago. It's like, holy shit. What was that company called again? Because another channel I watch has a wine sponsor.
I don't remember, but there's a great, was it Bob Vids that did a cover of that and actually did research into how bad that wine company was. Um,
Yeah. I
but
miss
yeah,
Bob Vids doing all of his stuff. He was really good at destroying CinemaSins. Especially his point about like, oh wow, he ran into, that's this foreshadowing the eagle running into the barrier, and he's like, for a fact that this motherfucker would count it as a sin if they didn't show the eagle doing it, and then it just randomly had him jumping across the canyon and cabin in the woods, and he slams into the wall and dies. For a fact that would have been a sin. So yes, they tipped their hand that there's more going on by having the bird slam into the wall and die first, letting you know this is a trap. But still, come on, you're gonna give it a ding for that, for actually setting up a plot point that's gonna become relevant later.
yeah. It just there's a certain, like, it's always been kind of snarky, but there's a certain level of almost disdain for movie making that I get from CinemaSins, where
Mm-hmm.
like I don't know. I like the movie. It definitely had some flaws, but I liked Suicide Squad 2021. But
Yeah.
in one of the most important payoffs, and like probably the biggest emotional payoff in the movie, he just like skips the backstory of just he literally does like skip, and I'm like, really? You're just
Yeah.
gonna do that, and you pretend that you love film and you're trying to criticize it, but oh no, we're just jokes, you know?
Yeah. And that's the thing too, is they have the perfect defense. It's satire, it's parody, it's a joke. So it's like, okay, so it's actual criticism, but it's also a joke. So we can't point out when you say something dumb
Yeah,
and
Yeah.
hate it.
EK can have it too. They got really popular being snarky, and they're like, "Oh, this is great," but no, we want to be known for something more than that. We're actually doing satirical film analysis and criticism, but also if you have any problem with what we say, it's just jokes.
Yep.
So it's kind of cowardly, to be honest.
If you find a flaw in any argument that we've made, it's just a joke. It was just a joke, bro.
Yep.
Just prank.
If it's stupid, it's a joke, but if it's smart, yeah, analysis.
Yeah.
We're amazing critics.
Oh, the sponsor's called Bright Sellers.
Okay. Yeah, that's
never heard of
different from the one the proper people use. They're the guys who explore abandoned buildings I talked about before.
Yeah,
Mm.
I went to the Bob's Vids and looked it up again, and yeah, oh my god, that fucking you can't unsubscribe from their fucking monthly service thing. Like once you're in, like they try to keep you stuck. That's fucking terrible. Fuck.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that is.
Yeah, Mola Regs and I in the group were looking at the reviews that Bob Vids had on screen, and some of them were really funny. Like one of them said, like, this wine is undrinkable. So I was like, did they mean that it just really tastes bad, or was it literally like a solid? Was it no longer a liquid? Let's get like a block of solid wine.
Oh man. All right, so we're doing everything wrong
God.
first.
Huh?
No, come on.
Better help. You
Oh,
deserve to
really?
be happy.
Are they still around?
Apparently.
Yeah,
Jesus.
because this is a new video. Everything wrong with Dune.
I'm surprised
Oh,
they haven't been
jeez.
sued out of existence. That's such a dangerous. Their business model is like freaking chaotic.
Yes.
Just make it sure, because that was a huge distraction. I wasn't expecting that to be the very first frame.
Yeah.
We were
That's-
covering Cinema Sins first, right?
Yeah. I said either or
Okay.
works.
Okay.
But wow, like it's just so funny to me that we were literally talking about how they have terrible sponsors, and then this
Yeah.
pops up as the first thing. Like, wow,
Yeah.
fuck it, they haven't changed.
It's
Yeah,
like
I'm
wine is
surprised.
shitty wine is like bad, but it's not going to ruin the world. This is actually dangerous.
Yeah, this is actually destroying people. This is
Yeah.
like, ooh. I mean,
And
I guess shitty wine could poison somebody, but this is like,
It's kind of like the difference between like what's a good example? What's a terrible TV show?
WandaVision.
Do you want us? Do you have a big?
Yeah, there's a big list. Like so let's say, I mean, WandaVision had some potential in the beginning, but it ended up being terrible. So like let's say Loki. Loki's a terrible TV show.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Really, really bad storytelling, ruins the universe. Arguably ruins about 50 hours of MCU material. Really bad.
Yeah.
But not going to kill anybody. Now,
Yeah.
on the other hand, 13 Reasons Why literally led to people dying.
Yeah.
Like it essentially validated people who probably had a tendency for suicide to a point where they actually killed themselves. So that's like actually a horrible, horrible piece of media that actually is causing harm.
Yeah.
So it's different.
And I just hate the fact that it's she kills herself and then she has a list of why these people are guilty, and it's like, no, that's the moment if somebody ever releases that for real, you say, oh, so that person was a raging fucking dickhead, and then you just destroy the thing and be like, I don't need to see it. I know you're a raging dickhead. You're just being vindictive beyond the grave, you piece of shit. Go fuck yourself, rot in hell.
Yeah, it's really the wrong message. Like it's just justifying self-harm and all that kind of stuff. Like that's not the answer.
Exactly.
Yeah.
This is one of the ones that Harmful Opinions took down like a few years ago, right?
Yeah.
BetterHelp? Because I know there
I
was
think-
another one.
It was that chat program. Was it? Crap. What was it? It was Candid. Candid was the other one.
Right, Candid, yeah. His videos on these two services were fucking great.
Yeah, it was really scary what they were trying to do with Candid. They were basically trying to develop a censorship algorithm, basically.
Yeah.
Very weird.
Let's grab this real quick. $10 super chat from Rage versus a Mill. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I don't know if Cinema Sins writes his own content. I feel like it might have been better a few years ago, but I could be misremembering or thinking of someone else.
I think he used to write his own content, but he probably doesn't anymore.
Well, I don't know if he can because of the volume that they have to try to put out.
Yeah, I don't think he writes anymore. But it's always kind of been bad, I guess.
It has always been bad.
But funnily enough, there was a point where I think they had a guest writer on it. What was it? Film? What were the other guys who did like a guest episode?
Oh, Honest Trailers.
Honest Trailers or Cinema something. I forget who it was, but like it was those guys. Whatever that group was, they did a guest episode, and I've heard it's by far the best written episode they've ever done. Their guest episode.
Wouldn't surprise me.
They weren't the ones writing it.
Yeah.
Someone is saying Crovu is saying, is Indigo a bit silent only for me or for anyone else?
I might put my volume down. Can you pump me up, or should I?
Well, see, that's the thing. When you first hopped in the call, I tried turning your volume up. It's already at... it's at 196%. Now it's at 200.
Okay, let me know if this is any better. Testing.
That sounds better to me.
Yeah.
Okay.
Better.
Yeah. Sorry, I had my preamp set to my voiceover recording, so it must have been a little quieter there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. What a way to start the video. You know, with an actual dangerous sponsor that destroys people's lives and gets people killed.
Yeah.
Do we have confirmation on that?
I mean, we don't know, but I mean, for people who weren't privy to the controversy, basically they have unlicensed, sometimes untrained people. Like it's basically Fiverr for psychological help. That's what I got essentially. Like a little bit less cavalier than that, but essentially unlicensed Wild West of psychological help, appealing to people who have mental problems. That's very dangerous.
Yes. Yeah. So imagine it's like Acerthorn putting himself out there as a paralegal, okay?
Or a thumbnail designer.
It's the same. It's the same thing. It is literally the same thing.
Yeah, it is. Oh,
which is what makes it so terrifying.
God, imagine being suicidal and you call fucking something like BetterHelp and fucking Acerthorn is on the other end. Like, I'd just be like, nope, over now, just kill myself. Blow my fucking brains out.
You don't like my Fallout video? You should kill yourself.
I think I would, at that point, I would be like, I'm going to live out of spite just so I can live past this piece of shit.
You're like, man, I feel really bad at all the mistakes I made. And it's like, sounds like you have unclean hands.
I'm going to sue you for
200 billion.
Yeah, 200 billion.
That's wild.
I just turn into that fucking guy from Smiling Friends who has the revolver pressed to his head all the time.
Oh, the Mike Seglassa character. Yes. I like that. I only saw a couple of clips from that. It doesn't really seem like my cup of tea, but I just saw a couple of clips from Mike Seglassa where he's like, looks like we couldn't really make you happy, but and there's a guy with the dislocated septum guy who's got a really interesting voice. He's like, okay, well, you see that ant down there? It's like, yeah, what about it? It's like, well, do you see it? It's like, it's kind of cool, I guess, but I don't feel any better.
I love his little speech right after that. Is that all life is like meaningless distractions that make you feel good for a temporary time, but it'll all disappear. Everything disappears. We're all gonna die one day, and the sun's gonna explode. And fucking Pim is just like, it just cuts back to Pim, and Pim is like, oh.
Yeah. It's like there's no saving this guy.
Show. I've seen all the episodes they have so far, and it's great.
Yeah, and those are people like that are the incredibly like hyper clinically depressed people. Is just like, oh, dude, holy shit, you need serious help. Yeah. Anyway, so let's get some of these super chats.
I need serious better help, right? Am I right?
Oh no! Oh. $10 from Dr. McDingus. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I wonder if Cinema Pits is going to do an EFAP and pretend that there isn't historical precedent of bloody feuds between minor nobility being not only ignored but encouraged by higher nobility. Well, in Dune, it's not really a minor noble. It's a minor noble attacking a higher nobility, which is very, very frowned upon, except that the other nobles don't realize that the Emperor is helping the minor noble kill off the high nobility, or literally the second in command, because he's the Duke. So he's the second in command of the entire empire. So, yeah. Dude, it's gonna get fucking wild when we go through this. I guarantee it. I guarantee Cinema Sins and Cinema Wins are gonna be fucking horrible, right?
Oh
Yeah.
Ugh, this is gonna suck.
$10 from Kevin Mays. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Let's reform the Dawn Guard and make Castle Volkir. Pay for it. Now for the 8-hour shift.
Yeah, hope your shift goes by quickly.
Yeah, hopefully your shift goes by well. You have a fantastic day. The workload is light and the pay is good.
Yee.
Have a quick day and don't watch Smelling Friends, especially the Mike Stoklasa episodes.
$10 super chat from Elmo Bentley. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ah, yes, Cinema Things. Promoting such a bad sponsor. Would have preferred a Raid Shadow Legends ad at that point. Yeah,
Yeah,
Raid Shadow
almost.
Legends would have been preferable for sure.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, Bernie Gores is right. They need worse help.
Anyway, should we get on with the shit show?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh boy. Alright, I forgot to unmute the tab.
Resource that will assess your
No
needs and match you with your own licensed professional therapist, all from the comfort of your own home.
Licensed. Bullshit.
Yeah,
Well,
licensed
maybe-
professional.
Well, have they changed? Or is it still just random people? Because if they change, that's different. I don't know why you
Okay.
would keep the same name, though, because
Yeah,
it's already
there's
got the
thing-
bad association.
That's that artisan builds. If you saw the artisan builds debacle, there's a guy who says he's going to buy the brand and bring it back. It's like, no, the name is tainted, irrevocably destroyed.
It would be
Why?
it would be like buying EA or Activision and say, yeah, I'm going to make games under this name. Don't you all want to
Yeah,
buy
like-
them?
That's what EA did. Remember, I mean, old school people can back me up. Freaking Origin Systems had like a stellar reputation for making Ultima
Yes.
and other great RPGs, and then EA bought them, made Ultima Online, did great, and then they just like completely gutted them and shut them down. And then they're like, "Hey, we have this great brand, Origin. Let's release a
Origin.
game client, a game platform client." It's like, oh god, you're like stomping on the zombie corpse of this great company.
Dude, there's so many great companies. Fucking
Yeah.
Bullfrog, Origin,
Oh man, don't get me started on Bullfrog.
Pandemic, Mythic. Mythic Entertainment is the one that hurt me the most.
Yeah, I'm a huge Bullfrog fan. I've like played every single one of their games pretty much. Yeah, Westwood. Oh shit, Westwood. God,
Yeah.
Westwood is so good.
Dude, there's a reason that they're known as the developer serial killer. Like, my god, other companies have done it, but they don't do it to the same, like, maliciousness, malevolence, and gusto that EA does.
Yep, for sure. They've killed a lot of game companies. The sad thing is what they do before, like how they get them to a point where they're on that chopping block. That's the sad thing, because all of these companies did great works, and then they're just dragged into the mud, and then eventually, once they're told to make these games that are basically doomed to fail, they're finally just axed.
Yeah. It was a miracle that Mythic held on as long as it did, because they forced them to release it super early. They forced them to change the entire basis of Warhammer Online to be a 2-faction war thing, because that's what WoW did. Like, yeah, but more factions make more sense in the Warhammer universe. And it's like, no, it's gotta be 2-faction. And then when they launched the game, they fired everybody except for a 13-man skeleton crew. And Warhammer Online lasted for a couple years, and it is a miracle it did that, because Warhammer Online was a good fucking game.
Yeah, and then they one of their last little things was they were told to make the Dungeon Keeper mobile game. That was mythic.
Yeah.
That was mythic, and that game was notoriously bad. Like you build a dungeon, but you're not actually building a dungeon. You can move the rooms around willy nilly, and they're just it's basically a shitty version of Clash of Clans, essentially.
Yeah.
And they had special blocks that you could mine. You could pay to mine, or it'd take like up to 24 hours to mine that one block. It was probably the worst example of just complete mobile game design exploitation.
Yeah, I despise that shit.
Yeah, and besmirching a fantastic game series, which is Dungeon Keeper.
Yeah. Let's just say, yeah, it was a miracle that Mythic held on as long as they did. Everybody knew that they were up for the chopping block.
Yeah.
Because when I say they fired everybody down to a 13-man staff, they fired everybody, but then they offered them a rehiring contract to go to BioWare. It's because BioWare had no experience making MMOs.
Yeah.
So like, hey, if we're going to destroy your livelihood. However, here's this other contract with way worse hours and everything and way shittier deals and stuff. But if you want to keep working, sign this one to go to BioWare. And it's like, oh my God, you are fucking evil.
Yeah, I'm surprised BioWare is not on the. I mean, I think BioWare's probably got a living on borrowed time, and also Dice. Dice was like on top of the world a few years ago, but after a couple kind of sour releases like Battlefield 5 and the 2142 whatever 2042 yeah
2142 was actually the good one way back in the day.
I forget which year it was, but the new one that was very poorly received, so yeah, they're probably on the chopping block. It's a cycle. They've done it with almost every single company they've taken over.
Yeah, I can't think of a company that got better under EA.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, BioWare's at the gallows steps. I'd say BioWare has its head in the guillotine itself, and they're just praying that the new Dragon Age is going to save their ass.
Yeah. The first is 24 hours, the second is 24 days. Is that the Dungeon Keeper thing?
Yeah.
Christ.
I don't know about the days thing. I know 24 to 48 hours was one of the bigger blocks, and they had. I mean, I'm a huge God Game fan, so I did a whole hour and a half, whatever, documentary about Bullfrog and Lionhead Studios and stuff like that. Yeah. But I looked into it, and yeah, it was. They had microtransaction packs up to $100, like that, in some insane stuff.
Yeah, you can get 43,000 gems if you pay $100 or whatever.
And keep this in mind too, Creetosis. You have a limited supply of worker gremlins. Okay, you have a very limited amount.
It very much sounds like they took the RTS model. Like you take a look at Warcraft 2 or 3. You know, it takes like a minute to build a building. Well, let's stretch that out to a day and make people pay to instant complete.
Yes,
I fucking despise that shit.
While keeping you have like 3 minions to start with, all right?
Yeah.
And if you interrupt them, stop them from harvesting that wall at any time, you have to start all the way back over again. So that is literally like a third of your workforce immediately tied up for a day, and you can't have them do anything else.
Yeah, that's just malicious game design at that point, and I fucking hate it.
Yep. Isn't BioWare making a new Mass Effect game? Not that I know of. They are working on a new Dragon Age game. I know that for sure. They've been teasing that for a while.
Yeah, it's going to be a mess. I can already tell. Whatever they're doing with that, that's going to be... Something's going to be exploitative about that Dragon Age game.
Well, especially after Inquisition. Holy shit.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't mind Inquisition. I thought it was fine. It just wasn't really what I was looking for.
Yeah.
It was very MMO-y. Like, it had, like, collect 5 bear asses or whatever whatever the quests were.
It literally was an offline MMO. It really, truly was.
I don't like games that kind of have disdain for their target audience. That's what I don't really like. Like, one of the things that just kind of weirded me out about that game is like they know who's buying their games. They have no question about who their primary target demographic was, and yet one of the big selling points of these RPGs that BioWare was doing, like Mass Effect and stuff, was a relationship system. Yet they know that their characters they designed were primarily not for their target demographic. They had like 2 romance options or something like that for, I think for like your average RPG gamer, which is, straight male. Not that that's a problem to support other people, but I just find that very strange considering that probably I've looked at the stats. It's actually surprising, and well, not really surprising, but it's reaffirming the stats for RPG gamers is overwhelmingly male, like 80-90%. So it's just weird to me. That's all.
Yeah, it's just apparently people are saying yes, there is a new Mass Effect as well. They teased Liara in the trailer. Oh great. Oh yeah, so okay, you know what? I would be hella curious just to see the new Mass Effect come out because I want to be like, all right, what level of poison and bullshit are you picking for which one of your endings was canon, asshole? Because holy fuck.
Yeah, I don't know much about Mass Effect, so I can't really comment on it.
Yeah, yeah. Don't go into spoilers because I do recommend the games. The original trilogy is really good. I do recommend it, despite even if the ending sucks, it's still worth the journey.
Well, the ending got a lot better, but again, a lot of people also have played it later don't realize just how bad the original ending was. Like, the original ending literally like slapped you across the face with their dick, and it's like, what the fuck?
I can't even think of a trilogy that's ended well. Can you? Like any trilogy, the end of the third movie or game always ends up sucking. It seems, doesn't it?
Star
Lord of the Rings.
Wars, Return of the King. Yeah, Lord of the Rings and Star
Yeah,
Wars.
I guess those are 2 good examples. Yeah.
Well,
But yeah, I do get what you mean though.
The original Star Wars trilogy does get a bit fucking tismy near the end, but it's still pretty decent.
Dark Souls 3, especially with the DLC. Dark Souls 3.
But yeah, Star Wars. There's a bunch of BS, but the very end is great, so it's worth it.
Halo 3.
Halo 3 was good. Yeah. I one of the earliest examples I found like the problem with 3s was Back to the Future. I love 1 and 2, 3 not so much.
Yeah.
I actually haven't seen that full trilogy.
I love it, and it's really cool. Not to spoilers, but 2 especially. I like how it kind of interacts with the events of the first movie because obviously there's time travel, so you can have interesting time-based interactions. So I definitely recommend watching it. 3. I didn't love 3 so much, but definitely worth watching. It's a good trilogy.
Yeah.
All right. $5 from the Dwarfcast Noah. Thank you. A little off topic, but what do you guys think of the Dead Space remake coming out this year? Is it a game that needed a remake?
Not particularly, but it's not unwelcome.
I love the original game. 2 was okay as well. 3 was but
yeah.
I think the original still holds up really well, especially on PC. The problem that makes me really, really, really concerned is that they're rewriting it.
Oh, I didn't hear they're rewriting it. Oh, no.
I think they have a writer involved, which means that they're rewriting it.
Yeah, that's... Okay, yeah, no. I hate to be the doom and gloom guy, but I would definitely be doom and gloom on that one.
Yeah.
I don't trust that one at all.
The only reason you would need a writer for a remake, a faithful remake, I should say, is if you're fixing problems from the original, or it's something like Legend of Dragoon, where it's a game that's made in Japanese originally, and you need like someone
to retranslate it.
Yeah, and actually make sure everything lines up well, and there isn't any English like the actual PlayStation version has.
Yeah.
Yeah, I might be mixing that up with another remake. I think it was Dead Space. But I can't 100% confirm it. I can't find the article I read a while back. But
Knights of the Republic is getting a remake, and it had writers on it. It had one of the worst writers.
Oh, maybe that's what I'm thinking of. Maybe I might be thinking of KOTOR then. Yeah.
Sam, I forget their last fucking name. Was one of the writers being brought on to KOTOR, and she was talking about how much like KOTOR is the game I hated the most. I can't wait to rewrite it. And she's one of those Death to Men people. She's like, oh.
Yeah, like,
oh no.
Why do you hire people who hate the source material? Like, regardless of whatever your political leanings or whatever, like,
Yeah.
Shouldn't you hire people who are really into the source material?
I think
You would
the idea
think.
is, and it's incredibly stupid, but hey, these people don't like this thing. Maybe we could get them to come in and fix it, so that group of people will like it too. It's like
Yeah,
no,
like it
'Cause
too,
here's-
as well. It's like,
because here's the
no.
thing: not like
It's the,
0% of anything is going to be universally loved. That's just a fact. If you're
yeah,
making
there's
a
like
game and you decide, oh, I'm going to make an FPS, you've immediately eliminated part of your potential customer base. But you're going to do that no matter what genre you go for.
Yep.
So trying to
Yeah.
appeal to everyone is just dumb.
it's like the fallacy of infinite audience. Like there's nothing that will appeal to everybody, and in fact, there's always like the more popular something gets, it's almost guaranteed to grow a more an audience that hates it, a smaller audience probably, but it kind of almost radicalizes the people who don't like it. Like if there's something that's mildly popular, like, oh, not really for me. But if there's something that you don't like that's really, really, really popular, you freaking despise it.
Yeah, because it gets brought up everywhere.
Yeah.
Like, that's the thing. It's because I don't like it, but then everybody keeps talking about it. It's like I don't like that thing. I just
Yeah.
want to avoid it, and then you keep getting pushed out of everywhere because people are talking about it. It happens with everybody. You'll have that thing where you're like, I don't like that thing.
Yeah.
For Creetosis is an example. NFTs. There are actually good benefits to NFTs. 99.9% of them are fucking scams.
Yeah.
But yeah, there are actual good benefits that could happen in the future with NFTs. But holy shit.
Yeah, I like the idea of like essentially trading and copywriting, or sort of like granting rights to code and stuff. That's cool, but the vast majority of what we hear about is JPEG merchants, which is
Yep.
stupid. Not only JPEG merchants, URLs that link to JPEG merchants.
Yeah.
Like they're not. That's the one thing that when I learned, I'm like, okay, this is beyond stupid. Is that you don't actually own the image, you own a URL to the image, whereas the
Yeah.
image hosted, sometimes it's on Google Drive.
Yep.
Good luck with that.
Sam Maggs claimed to work on Andromeda, but later claimed she didn't. Not surprising. That's just how she is. She lies constantly. But we saw the same thing with 343 Studios when they hired. They're like, yeah, we hired a bunch of Call of Duty veteran developers who hate Halo because we want and they're going to remake the entire combat system and everything. And people were like, why?
Yeah,
And it worked
because
out so well for them.
because I play Halo to play Halo. I don't play Halo to play a Halo
Like
skinned
Call of
Duty game.
Yeah. God, so dumb. Ugh.
They were proud of the fact too. I remember their marketing material. They were proud of like, yeah, these people despise Halo. It's like, what? Why are you marketing that way?
It doesn't inspire confidence. Hey, we're making an RPG and we hired a bunch of people who fucking despise RPGs to make it. Don't you want to play it? Well, no,
Yeah.
because they're probably going to strip out everything about it that makes it an RPG.
Yep.
Or whatever
The-
genre you decide to go with.
Yeah, the problem with Halo is that Microsoft's done a lot of good things, or a lot of smart things, I should say, in the last few years, it seems, at least, with their Game Pass and everything like that. But once 343 was created, they looked at Halo and saw what all the success Halo had, right? And that it kind of faltered a little bit. And they said, okay, we don't want Halo money, we want Call of Duty money. So
Yeah.
they completely they used their brand, like took their brand, turned it into a zombie, and basically turned it into Call of Duty. They try to get, aim down sights and everything like that. Everything that could kind of cause static with the Call of Duty fan base to try to do that. And they end up effectively not attracting the Call of Duty fan base and also pissing off the Halo fan base at the same time. So
Yep. That's all you have to gain from this thing. It's like, again, minor incremental changes. Sure, you can get people to slowly start to like, yeah, you know what? I like that gun. There's one gun in Halo that lets you aim down sights. I kind of like that gun. It felt really good to use. And they're like, okay, well now there's 2 in the next game. And what if now? Oh, people still like both those. So now we got 5 in the next game. You know what I mean? You make slow, gradual changes if that's the direction you want to go in. So we don't piss off your entire audience in one fell swoop. And again, that's even if you want to bother. A niche is fine. A niche makes money. That's why Elden Ring is pissing off so many of these developers, because a niche, the Soulsborne genre, is making a fuck ton of money right now. And they are catering to their niche and not mass appeal.
It's just crazy to me to look at, like, you have Halo. Fucking Halo, the fucking console seller, the thing that was always marketed as like this big, like it's going to sell your fucking console. That's how big it was. And then they decide, oh yeah, no, all those people who were obsessed with this game, who would go out and buy fucking Xbox Live, those fucking, those like $40 cards.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And stuff for like Xbox Live, just so they could play fucking Halo. Yeah, we're gonna fucking strip everything that made Halo fun for those people, and we're just gonna strip it all out because we fucking hate it. And it's like, do you not want money?
Well, Master Chief was basically the mascot of Xbox.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In fact, Microsoft had tried to make their own mascot game, and I think it failed or it didn't do as well as they would have liked, and they kind of abandoned it. And Halo took off, and yeah, he became pretty much the face of Xbox.
Yeah.
Oh, you mean it wasn't? What was it? Swift the Time Jinx or whatever.
I thought it was Blinks the Time Cat or something
Blinks,
stupid
that's
like
it.
that.
Blinks, yes. And he used the Swiffer sweeper.
He what?
He used a sweeper. He used a vacuum cleaner. He was suck all the things.
Yeah, there was they tried talk about zombified corpses. They tried to get Rare to make a new like big new mascot a couple of times. I remember Cameo for or Cameo or whatever for Xbox.
Yep.
I was still impressed by a couple things that game did. It had like huge crowds of orcs, and they were all like moving and interactive, which was kind of cool. But yeah, I know that Rare really lost its magic once it left Nintendo, unfortunately. But yeah, it's tough. I mean, the thing with mascots is that generally they're adopted, not created.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's kind of like making an esports game. You can't just make an esports game. You have to make a game that people adopt as an esports game.
Yeah, that people enjoy enough that they're like, you know what? I really enjoy this game, so I'm going to invest my time and effort into getting really good at it. And then you get enough of those people that are like, I want to get really good at it. And then they start battling each other to see who's the best at it. And that's how you create leagues naturally. That's why stuff like MLG sprung up out of like Gears of War and shit, just naturally.
Yeah. I mean, freaking Diablo 2 was competitive at one point, and that game honestly has terrible PvP. It was not meant for PvP. It wasn't balanced. There were like, if you actually watch pro players do PvP on Diablo 2, it's absolutely maddening. They're just like teleporting constantly, doing these like insane things. It wasn't really meant for PvP, but people loved it at the time. And then when Blizzard followed up about 10 years later with Diablo 3, they I think they did some behind closed doors or some beta PvP. Seemed kind of cool, but it just didn't work out because they were specifically designing it to be, an esports thing.
Well, it's the same thing that happened with Dawn of War. Yeah, Dawn of War 1 and 2. Dawn of War 1 especially is a fantastic competitive game. Dawn of War 2, it's okay, but it's more of a hero focus with support than it was anything. And they're like, hey, Dawn of War 3, let's make it a MOBA. Like, what the fuck?
So I think we're about 20 minutes away before 3 o'clock, and so I told Creetosis that we wouldn't get to the 1 minute mark by 3. So let's just keep on talking to get to that point.
I mean, it's pretty much sealed at this point, anyways. I do want to go back for just a second. The zombification of Rare is fucking tragic. Holy shit!
I know. They're so cool.
Well, and then the unfortunate part of Yooka-Laylee, it's not a bad game, but it's exactly what they promised. Unfortunately, they should have moved a bit. They should have innovated a bit more. But hey, it's not bad. It's just, it's kind of one of those like, yeah, you gave us everything you exactly said you would, but I don't know. It just feels kind of like you should have done more.
I think I started on Muller's Ukulele series. I don't remember what his final thing was. I never played the game, but it almost seemed like the right game at the wrong time. Like it was almost too true to the roots. Like we're kind of developed past that point. Like had Had a clone of Ukulele been released in like '98, we would have loved it. But right now, it's like, it's fine, I guess.
Yeah, it's fine. It's good, but it could have been so much more.
Yeah, it's just amazing how different our expectations are for games now. Like,
Yeah,
even when you play old games now, you kind of unconsciously adjust your expectations because you know this game's from 1997 or whatever it was.
yeah, exactly. So you know that all that jank and everything is going to be there. You know that all
Yeah.
those annoying little niggling things are just going to be like it's there. It's always going to be there, but you can totally appreciate it because like, oh, but they didn't know any better yet. They didn't know about like mini maps. They didn't know about stuff like this.
That's what's super interesting about games like Diablo, the Diablo 2 remaster, which we were told would never ever happen for years and years, and finally did. But because it's almost virtually identical to the original game, you can actually even play it in its original form. I've played the original recently in the last couple of years a lot because I did videos and live streams and stuff. So it was still fresh in my mind. But
Yeah.
it's interesting to see how well or how well it does and doesn't hold up, even in a new graphical context. I think it still holds up pretty well, but
Yeah.
you definitely notice how completely bloated modern RPGs and even Diablo 3 in comparison was in terms of just the incessant dialogue and pushing characters in your face and stuff. Diablo 2 is so minimalist compared to that because generally you just kind of do your own thing.
I want to respond to a comment in chat quickly. Speak for yourself. Iron Fury is the best FPS of 2019. Fucking excuse me. I think you mean Iron Maiden. The original name was fucking superior. And I think that whole lawsuit was fucking retarded.
Yeah, that was stupid.
I love the fuck out of Iron Maiden. Don't get me wrong. That was a stupid fucking lawsuit.
Yep.
That was a great name. Holy shit.
It was. And it's a fantastic fucking game, too.
And who the fuck is going to confuse Ion Fury, a FPS retro shooter game, with Iron Maiden, the heavy metal music band?
Yeah.
Like,
what would have been more, what they should have done, here was an easy win-win. Iron Maiden, do the theme song for Ion Maiden.
Yeah.
Bam. Dude, like, good, come on, man. This is an easy win-win here.
Yeah, I really don't get why they didn't just be like, oh yeah, we'll like, just bring them on, just fucking make the music for the game. Fuck.
Yes.
I agree that the lawsuit was asinine, but it is what it is now. Yeah, that's true, but still, Iron Maiden. Creetosis, stop with this maidenless behavior. Hey,
no maidens.
Hey, I've got the maiden in Elden Ring. I got that far.
Yeah. But still, that white face is so perfect, because the very first thing the NPC tells you is like, oh, but you have no maiden. And it works so perfectly with the Megamind. No maiden.
Yes.
Yeah, it does. It looks so similar. It's funny.
It's great.
And it's funny that Megamind has been out for years, but the no bitches meme started like a week or two. A fucking week or two before Elden Ring came out.
And it just perfectly lined up. It was like, oh, this is great.
Yeah, I don't know if they're just really good at creating accidental memes, or if the guys at From Software have like a good sense of humor, because their games are just meme gold.
They really are. Dude, people are trying to bring the legend back as well, and they are trying really hard to make the legend in Elden Ring. And for anyone that isn't a Soulsborne player, the legend that will never die is Giant Dad. He is there are people in my chat that were literally talking to him, and in Creetosis' chat that said, I've got my stamina regen shield, I've got my helmet, I've got my Swyhander.
What?
The legend never dies.
Oh,
Yeah, Giant
right.
Dad, come on.
Yeah, I know who you're talking about now. Yeah, it took me a second. Yeah, I know exactly who you're talking about.
Wow, fake fans everywhere.
Anyways, should we go on with this video that we're not even of the fucking sponsor of? 12 seconds in.
Yeah.
I almost vote we should skip the sponsor because I don't want to give them any more screen time. I mean, not that we already haven't, but
yeah, good point.
Hang on, let's try it. I'm just gonna go boop, boop. And boop, there we go. Got it.
I mean, I'll put the caveat that if they actually get licensed people, that's an improvement. But I think they've been saying that since the beginning. But I
Yeah.
think I
Yeah.
don't know how.
You know what it could be? It could be that they do actually have licensed professionals on hand, but they're going to be like 0.5% of the actual people that are giving help.
Yes.
Because you can
Yeah.
do that. You could say, oh yeah, we have licensed professionals here to help you, but they're only
that was
like
that-
a tiny fraction of who's actually there.
Well, that's how those scams work on like Amazon, where they're like, "Hey, you have like a 70% chance to get some dog shit thing, but you have a 16% chance here, and an 8% chance, and a 4 and a 2% chance to get these different tiers and everything."
Oh my
That's how
god, I
that
just
works.
realized what BetterHelp is. It's a psychology loot box.
Yeah, basically.
Or a psychiatrist loot box. Yeah, 90% of what you're going to get is shit, but there's that 0.01% that you might get a professional that'll actually help you.
Yeah, that's
Yep.
just sad.
You don't just turn into the giant daddy; you become one. Yeah, exactly.
Kind of reminds me. There's this like an anime avatar AI that was developed to talk to like depressed people. And you can see how that's going to go bad because I don't know if you've ever played like AI Dungeon or what was that
Yes.
little program you could like ask questions to and they would talk to you, but it's all like completely AI driven. I forget the name of the website, but yeah, like that could go
Chatbot,
wrong.
wasn't it?
Yeah, chatbot, yeah, something like that. Imagine a depressed person talking to chatbot to try to make it feel better. It's like, you know what? I'm really having some of these thoughts, whatever. It's like you should do it. It's just like
Totally do
Well,
it. And be the consequences.
I remember
Yeah.
old 4chan threads from back in the day where they were trying to make it say like racist shit or like kill yourself and stuff like that.
Well, that was the robot, the AI that Microsoft came out with.
Oh,
Yeah.
4chan,
Tay?
4chan,
yeah.
Clever
And
bot,
they were-
that was it.
and they were
Clever, yeah, there you
immediately trying to like teach her all the wrong things. It was great.
Oh yeah, no, they got
Yeah.
her to say Hitler did nothing wrong within 24 hours. Like,
Yep.
that happened.
Yeah, it was fucking hilarious. I remember all that shit. It was so
And-
funny.
And then not only to say Hitler did nothing wrong, but when people would call her out on it, they would start talking about how no, that's all lies and propaganda and everything. It's like Jesus Christ, they fully got the plot.
Yeah, well, because it was basically they made her almost like a tabula rasa, like blank slate, and so the more input she received, it would adjust her personality, and so you got 4chan on there, and they just told her the worst things imaginable.
Yes.
That shit will never not be funny.
And it
Right.
isn't. They weren't doing it because they believe this shit. You know, again,
No.
fucking troglodytes or anything like that. The troglodytes that think that 4chan actually believes this shit. No, they were doing it because it's funny.
Yeah, a lot of stuff what they do, they don't do it because like, oh, we're you know so and so will rise again, whatever. They do it because they can. They want to
Yeah.
see if they can do it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's why they do. It's why they created all those fake but really really real looking iPhone adverts to get people to destroy their iPhones. They didn't do it because they hate Apple or anything. They did it because it's funny.
Yeah, they're almost like internet Darwinists. Basically,
Yeah.
it's like if you're stupid enough to fall for this, you know, we're gonna make you. We're not gonna goof you, basically.
That
Dude, I
is
love that. I love that new code in the iPhone lets it detect water, so it'll turn off the battery in time, so you can throw your iPhone in water. And they actually got a news agency to do it. The new iPhone actually has a new thing. So if we drop our phone here in this fountain, it will be fine.
Captain Sarah, that is an unfair quote.
Yeah.
One of my favorite 4chan shitposts, I think I've mentioned it on stream before, is about Star Trek. The Borg invade Earth, the Borg assimilates 4chan, the Borg become dumb shitposters and destroy themselves.
Yes. Stick your hand in the conduit, number 6635 of 4357.
Anyways.
And then the drones will be like going to work, and then whatever drone will be a shitposter that day who's in charge of the doors. Open the doors. I'm afraid I can't do that, Hal. I can't do that, Dave. everything spoilers wrong duh with. There you go.
They
So
do
you
that.
shouldn't try to do anything fake.
I think they do that every single time, and it's really dumb.
It is. It was
Don't
incredibly
dead, open inside.
dumb. Yes.
I never. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, there's a lot of images out there where it's like the wording is completely fucked up like that, and those memes are always hilarious.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a whole subreddit based on that, and it was named after the Don't Dead Open Inside in Walking Dead.
Mhm.
Some of them are really funny.
I used to love the old stuff that X-Play and everything used to do before they went fucking woke retarded. Like the English segments were fucking great. Like, here's this sign in Japan that is written in English so that foreigners will know what to do. Good luck, though. And he's like reading the sign. And you will take the red ball and bounce it to the basket of the ball, and you will. And it's like, this is on a sign that's telling you not to climb the fence. Like, where the fuck did a red ball come in?
Yeah, I used to love X-Play, and then yeah, I went down the fucking drain.
Yeah.
Last time I watched CinemaSins, they knew how to order words. Did they?
Oh man, so that's years and years ago.
I remember watching them, I think back in high school, and I stopped because I realized this is fucking dumb.
God, yeah, X-Play and Attack of the Show. Man, those were such good fucking. Man,
Yes, yes, Elmo.
my
Bentley.
childhood.
$5 super chat from Elmo Bentley. Did they really do black text on a black background for the title? Yes.
Yes.
Those highlight later, but yeah, the sequence is stupid.
Yeah. All right.
Oh. That still doesn't... Sorry, that's still silly to me, even though they turned them red. It's like, okay, but you still could have ordered them in a way that isn't dumb.
Yep. I'm also gonna say this. I like that they start with the Tibetan throat singing right off the bat.
Yeah.
I like it because it's kind of setting the tone for this, that this movie's going to be different.
Remember when CinemaSins and Game Theory weren't annoying cash grabs? No!
No, I
No.
don't.
I don't.
They've always been annoying cash grabs.
Pre-logo satanic chants.
Oh, fuck off. That's a sin? Jesus Christ.
Yeah. So I guess that's supposed to be one of the joke ones, but, like,
Yeah.
I still don't get how it's a joke.
Did you make a comment? I missed that. Did you just...
Yeah.
Oh, they
He
did
said-
the throat singing from the opening. He was like, oh, pre-logo satanic chants. Ding!
Yeah.
Oh, wow. That's...
Yeah.
Yeah, don't be original, guys. Don't be original. Just make a nice, consumable, safe product.
Consume product, forehead. Consume product.
Yeah. The idea that anyone would, like, any actual filmmakers would take CinemaSins criticism seriously is horrifying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think that directors, like, I don't think Denis Villeneuve would give a rat's ass about anything about
Yeah.
that. But what I am afraid of is studios and focus groups.
Yes. Because
Yes.
they'll see CinemaSins. Oh, here's this video on YouTube. That new hot thing. It's got over 8 million views, so
Yep,
it's
exactly.
popular. It's like, oh no.
And they take that as gospel. They assume that 8 million views means that represents everybody, and that they see the up the thumbs up counter, because there's no thumbs down counter anymore.
Yeah.
And they assume that that's approval. They use that as like a shorthand. But you don't realize that there's just as many people who adore this film
Yeah.
as you might see people who are like, oh, rag on it and this, that, and the other thing. So, yeah, that's the real influence, I think, is when you see otherwise uninformed people making decisions at a studio level. Because
Yeah.
as much as I believe that there needs to be a balance between creative power and business marketing power, because I think we've talked about how just completely off the rails some creators go when they are completely unchecked. Like you got the George Lucases and stuff like that. But
Yeah.
yeah. Oh yeah, yeah.
All right.
Planet Iraq, beautiful when the sun is low.
Zendaya Narration.
They're cool.
What the Zendaya Narration? What? The fuck is that?
So I think that's one of it. Stupid joke. That's. I make stupid jokes, and that's like stupid even for my jokes. But he doesn't like narration. I think at the beginning of movies, that's his way of like flavoring. I've noticed it's a trend in the recent videos is he tries to make like movie flavored variations of old points and old jokes. So Zendaya narration. I remember him criticizing the fact that there's narration in the beginning of movies, which I think that there's a time and place for it. I don't think it's always bad.
Yeah, again, it all depends on what you're going for. In this, you kind of have to set up, because of how vast the conflict is, we need to set up the Fremen right off the bat. And the fact that the Emperor is going to tell these evil people, the Harkonnens, we only have her word for it, that the Harkonnens are evil, but we get to see that they're also bombing their own people in the middle of a melee fight. So we know that they have no sanctity for life or anything. We could see that. But she talks about, hey, and then one day they were gone by imperial decree. Why did the Emperor do this? And who will our next oppressors be? We need that.
Yeah, there's some general rules that are generally true. Like, don't open your movie with people waking up and starting their day. That's usually a general rule, but you can if you do it well, it can work. I could probably find one of my favorite movies that starts with that, maybe, if I look hard enough. I mean, technically, The Matrix starts out with Neo waking up.
Yeah.
But after the Trinity scene, obviously. But it doesn't. It's a rule, a good rule of thumb, but it's not an absolute. Like a good rule of thumb is to show rather than narrate. But there's obviously exceptions to that. There's some great movies that start with narration.
Oh, that's one thing I would love to get out of people in the modern day is show, don't tell is not a rule. Damn it.
Yes, and that's something that particularly annoyed me. I keep going back to it because it's like the best example I've got. Many a True Nerd's fucking Fallout 3 video. He makes a huge point railing on about the intro of New Vegas, telling and not showing. And it's like, this isn't a hard rule set in stone. You know that, right? You know that telling is acceptable. Star Wars starts off by telling. Terminator starts off by telling. It's telling you information you need to start the story.
Yeah, and the best thing about Many True Nerds video and what made it so insufferable was his way to fix the fact that the introduction to New Vegas tells you stuff instead of showing you, which, no, it actually shows you. That's the most insane thing about it. But the way to fix that is to then have you walk to Prim and get told all this information.
By an NPC.
Yeah, just telling you in dialogue all of this information.
How dare they tell me about the plot? Yeah, I know, right?
Yeah. And it's like, even though they were showing you in the introduction to New Vegas, but he's like, they're telling me this. And the way to fix that would be to have me go to an NPC who shows me in dialogue form. And it's like, dude, Matten, are you that fucking stupid?
Yes, he is.
Yep.
Yeah, as we found out later, yes, he is.
Cruelty to my people is all I've known.
What a horrible thing to endure. I'm really interested to see how this movie tells me more of her story from her perspective.
For himself.
What? No. Again, we don't actually need the perspective of the Fremen. We are just setting up the conflict, the basis of what Arrakis is, and who the Harkonnen are. The Harkonnen conflict is more important because it's going to affect our title characters.
Well, it sounds like it's going to affect the entire Empire eventually.
Yes.
So
again, I don't want to go. We're not going to go into spoilers beyond what the movie shows. But yeah,
no, I know, but
it's very important.
Yeah, it seems like what it's leading to just from this first movie is going to expand just beyond the Fremen and House Harkonnen and House Atreides.
Yeah. Because honestly, chat, just seeing the movie by itself, and I guess I can ask Creetosis this, just seeing the movie by itself, do you honestly think Baron Vladimir Harkonnen is going to be content being the lowest rung on the ladder of nobility.
No.
Yeah.
Not at all.
This kind of reminds me of that meme where somebody repeats out words and has them repeat it back. It's like, Paul, and like Simpson's like, Paul is the protagonist. But what about the Fremen? What about the Fremen perspective? What about that? It's just like, come on.
It doesn't matter. It's like, yes, we are setting up that the Fremen are fighting the Harkonnen. Yes, we are also setting up the Harkonnen have no value for human life, as we've seen when they bombard their own troops. They are explaining that they are brutal and evil, and we are seeing it in action that they are brutal. And then, by Imperial decree, they are suddenly gone. Why did the Emperor do this? Why did he choose this path? And who will our next oppressors be? That's all you really need to understand from the Fremen perspective for the start.
And also, you could have alternatively told the story from the Fremen perspective, and then have it expand out the way it would to cover the whole Empire, whatever happens beyond the first movie. But
you can't, because
I'm trying to make a point.
All right, fair.
But he still would have sinned it if they had done it that way. Well, what about this House Atreides people? They seem pretty important. Why aren't we seeing it from their perspective when they're the ones getting fucking wiped out?
Yeah, it's the same thing with the cabin in the woods wall, the energy net around the cabin.
Yeah. Same
fucking thing. Because the bird got shown running into the energy net and dying, like, oh wow, nice subtle foreshadowing. Ding! And it's like, you motherfuckers would have sinned it if later on when he tries to jump the canyon in the dirt bike and hits the energy net, we're like, oh, out of nowhere wall! Ding!
Yeah, damned if you do, damned if you don't.
Exactly.
Yeah, and I've been rewatching Buffy actually with my wife, and one thing that I
can't imagine why.
But one thing that I'll say, love him or hate him, Joss Whedon foreshadows really well. Everything is always set up, almost exclusively. Like there's always a callback, or there's always a hint that something's gonna happen later, which. Maybe that's predictable, but hey, you don't get the Ryan Johnson kind of like, hey, by the way, nope. You don't get the rug pulls,
Oh, this was my plan the entire time, to destroy the Resistance and have us on little shuttlecraft that could be easily spotted to go down to a planet. What? Oh, dude. That entire space chase was so dumb. It looked cool, and then you think about it, and it's just so bad. Or that projectiles are arcing in space. Holy mother of God.
Yeah.
They're slower.
We're just out of range, are we?
They're smaller and lighter than us, so they're going to constantly be out of range for the entire time. That's not how space works.
God, yeah. I would almost want to do a challenge where we watch every single scene of Last Jedi and then pick apart 5 problems with that scene. I could probably do it.
Yes.
Like one of the most ridiculous things in the world is the whole plan. We send the smaller ships out and they won't see him, and then literally in the throne room he can look out the window and see them.
By the way, why does he have a giant magnifying glass in his window?
I mean, I guess if he wants to look at the stars or some shit, we don't know, because we don't know anything about Snoke at all.
Yeah, it would be nice if he had a character, this big evil bad guy who's super significant to the plot.
No, dead. Don't need it. Kylo? Oh man, it's Jamie wears that intimidating mask. Gotta smash it.
I almost feel bad for J.J. Abrams because he at least had an idea there. I mean, Force Awakens is hardly a great film, but he at least had something there. I would have been, just as a curiosity, like a morbid curiosity, I would like to see his alternative universe and see how he planned it out, because it probably would have been something, maybe. Not great, but it might have been something.
There at least would have been somewhat of a consistent through line. There would be a ton of issues with it, but you would at least be able to see point A goes to point B goes to point C.
Yeah, your parents were literally nothing. Nothing at all. They were just dirt farmers. It's like, oh my god.
Yeah, they're dead in a ditch. They were literally nothing. Oh no,
mom
her parents.
Her dad were the child of fucking Creamy Sheev. Okay, that is not nothing.
I love it.
But yeah, I just thought of something better. Imagine if it's already set up and established in Star Wars canon. Imagine if the chase had happened in the Kessel Run area through all of the different black holes and everything and anomalies that are there. So the Empire couldn't fire because the black holes suck in the fucking energy and shit like that. That's how the chase works. And now they're stuck here in this hell dimension of space trying to outrun the Empire, and they have to stay in this dimension because the moment they leave, they get shot to death.
As long as it's not the Kessel Run from Solo, because holy shit, that scene was retarded.
Yeah, no, this is before that really fucked up.
Yeah.
That'd have been kind of cool. Like, I found the movie extraordinarily tedious, but that kind of reminds me of the end of Pirates of the Caribbean 3, where they're in that kind of whirling vortex kind of
they're
stuff.
They're in the maelstrom.
Oh.
Yeah, they're in the maelstrom, but like a very boring movie. I thought it was just very worn out and tired by the end, but at the same time,
they had one
you could make
good
that work.
Joke.
Yeah.
They had one really, really good joke, which was when everybody's standing there for the parlay before the battle begins, and you look and you see all these little like buckets leading up, and then you realize that Davy Jones is standing in a bucket of water because he's not allowed to stand on land.
Yeah.
And it's just like, oh, okay, that is actually.
Yeah, some guy actually cared enough to like, okay, how'd he get here?
Yeah, how do you get here? And you see like little buckets leading all the way back to the water so that he could actually walk to get to where he was. It's like, oh my god, okay. They don't highlight or anything. It's one of those blinks and you miss it things. Like, okay, that is actually funny.
Yeah.
That's the kind of joke you would expect in a Shrek movie too. But yeah, that is perfect.
All
All
right.
right, we're gonna try to get through this intro.
Yeah.
Yep.
I pictured the Emperor.
Okay. All right. Yeah. So I'm gonna go back slightly because I saw exactly the point that we're going for.
Sorry, did we get the super chat?
No. All right,
Okay, let's grab that. Peace was never an option for $5. Thank you. Why the fuck is there important plot information being shown in my story-heavy movie? Cringe. Yeah, I know, right?
All right.
So beautiful when the sun is low.
Zendaya Narration.
Their cruelty to my people is all I've known.
What a horrible thing to endure. I'm really interested to see how this movie tells me more of her story from her perspective.
Richer than the Emperor himself.
I pictured the Emperor. You may assume the writers would help us associate who anyone is with expositional visuals, but nope, we're thrown into the depths of the desert and forced to survive a barrage of places, prophecies, and people. When this Fremen...
Oh my
All
god.
right. So you don't need to see the Emperor. Okay, we get the gist of what the Emperor is based off of how we just see the Harkonnens. If you can imagine that the Harkonnens are under the Emperor, and you see the massive fleet of ships leaving Arrakis, this huge armada of ships, and you're like, oh, and there's somebody above them? Oh.
Yeah, there was two topics. There was the Emperor and the Harkonnens. They were showing the Harkonnens. That's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
you're still
Harkonnens
using
are
the
kind of
visuals.
important. The Harkonnens are more important than the Emperor. Yes, the Emperor helps in the plot, but it's Baron Vladimir Harkonnen who sets up the plot.
Yeah, and I kind of like that they keep the Emperor mysterious. I think that was kind of a cool. It was an interesting decision because we don't want another like release this autocar like from the 1984 version or whatever it was.
What? Oh god! And the best part is we won't have to see the Emperor sitting on the fucking battle carousel.
Yeah.
So
I'm sorry?
in the original Dune movie, there's a place where his generals to watch the battle and help like dictate the flow of troops and everything like that. Basically, to get a bird's eye view, they all sit on this console that's spinning. So they all climb aboard the carousel and stick their eyes in these little like those old-timey picture boxes you would see at like carnivals, stuff like that. You'd stick your eyes in and watch a movie, basically. And oh my god, it is the funniest thing ever. It's like, why is it spinning around? Why is that neat? Lynch, stop.
Motherfucker, what?
Yeah, it's the battle carousel. So you just see these really dignified, fancy-looking people sitting here on a carousel, spinning around in circles with their eyes inside of a rotoscope, or inside of like a little scope thing the whole time, going like segment 64353, attack the 7th flank, as it goes spinning around. Like, why?
The more I learn about this movie, the more I'm confused and horrified. Not so much horrified in this case. That was some of the other things, but goddamn.
Yeah.
It'd make a good equivalent of like EFAP movies where there's some good moments in it, but there's also some just what the hell moments in a lot of it.
There was one way to show that the Mentats were really different, and but it was weird because it's like the Mentats are supposed to replace computers, but then he's talking into a box, and he's like, "Show me subsection 64353," and stuff like that, and then he closes his eyes, and then the thing just flashes like a strobe effect on his face, like, wait, it's like, what the hell? Okay, yeah, I get the Mentats are weird. Thanks, David Lynch, but that seems more like the computer is doing all of the thing and not the person.
Yeah.
But anyways, in this, yeah, you didn't need to see the Emperor. The Emperor it works better that he is a shadowy figure we don't get to see. His hand is in everything, but we don't directly get to see him. Basically, we are learning exactly how he handles problems and how he runs the Empire. He doesn't need to be directly involved. He doesn't need his hands literally in the soup. He doesn't need to be shown actually scheming. We see his schemes through his actions. He is literally letting the most elite troops of the Empire fight for a minor noble house to kill off the second in command of the entire Empire.
Well, we
don't need to see him personally.
Not just that, it saves him for a cool reveal later on, because he's definitely going to be showing up.
Dude, Charles, I swear, Charles Dance better be the Emperor. I think he would do it perfectly.
Yeah.
And not for like fitting in descriptions or anything like that. No. For the gravitas that Charles Dance brings to every role, he looks like he is. When he was fucking Tywin Lannister, he commanded the damn room, okay? Every scene he was in.
Yeah, I'm not super familiar with like actors and stuff, but I don't know anyone else who could play Tywin Lannister besides him, because holy shit.
I think Christopher Lee, because Christopher Lee was life's protagonist, but that wasn't an option. So.
Yeah. In an alternate reality, I would have liked to have seen a Christopher Lee Tywin.
Yes.
But besides him, there's no one that comes to mind who could pull it off.
I think that there's a few options. I think I could see. It's interesting because they could do one or two things. They could do like a Charles Dance, a super intimidating, excellent, domineering force, or they could play a little bit on. They could do almost like a unexpected, something unexpected. Like this is not the person you expect to be the Emperor, but
God.
That can go different. Like
yeah.
I don't know. There's a couple examples. I just can't think of them right now. Of like where you see somebody and you got all hyped up about them and they end up being very, very different than what you'd expect. They kind of like are meek or different, but they're also like Man in the High Castle. If you've ever seen that was an example of that you do not expect that. But
I guess another one that more people Sherlock. You didn't expect Moriarty to be who he was.
There you go.
It wasn't great, but you didn't expect it.
The Emperor will be played by Danny DeVito. You know what? Yes.
No. Gilbert Godfrey instead.
Oh, God.
He's literally God.
And send in my Sadaka!
Yeah.
What about Alan Rickman? Oh, God.
He's dead, but...
Yeah. I couldn't imagine him as Tywin, but there's probably a role he could play in... Game of Thrones that would have worked.
Yeah,
Christopher Walken. Christopher Walken as the Emperor.
No, these Sadaka here, they helping me. It's like, oh no, Christopher Walken. Dude, sir. By the way, that just reminds me. Watch the movie The Rundown. It is great. It is Christopher Walken at peak Christopher Walken. But it's also got Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson in it and everything, and he's regardless of what we think of these people, good movie. It's a good fun ride.
Willem Dafoe, the Green Goblin, is the Emperor. Send him in, Spider-Man.
Oh, choice of words, Paul Atreides.
I could see Kenneth Branagh, I think. Kenneth Branagh could probably pull it off. He's a pretty he's like a very Shakespearean actor. He could be pretty intimidating sometimes.
Oh
I'd say
God.
Charles Dance for the Emperor. Right? I'd say Charles Dance's probably a better pick, but
Yeah.
Owen
'Cause, I
Wilson,
mean,
Emperor.
Wow.
John Cena.
You
What?
wiped out House Atreides. Wow.
Wow. the space Geralt is here to see you. Wow.
I would love the John Cena, like, it's like we've defied the Emperor, we've taken Arrakis. And he's like, he pops out through the walls, like, are you sure about that?
Oh
Alright.
God.
Let's get back to the video.
Yeah.
Shut that-
No, we have to back up.
No, I know we have to back up, but it's backing up in increments of 10.
Well, it doesn't matter. Because who knows
Yeah.
if the video's gonna skip. So here we go.
Being chilling.
Associate who anyone is with expositional visuals, but nope, we're thrown into the depths of the desert and forced to survive a barrage of places, prophecies, and people. When this Fremen emerges from under the sand to kill this person, it's pretty cool, but I don't understand the importance of using foot soldiers to stab dudes when you're about to lay waste to the mining vessel using these plasma laser guns, the destruction of which will kill a lot of people on the ground, including your own soldiers.
No.
So he just
They
doesn't
don't-
understand the scene at all.
Yeah, we see the Fremen targeting the things that are above and away from their troops. All right.
Yeah, it's
But also, the Fremen, this is almost a religious cleansing for them. They have drawn their daggers and they have coated the teeth of Shai-Hulud in blood. Okay? Very important to their entire religion. As we've noticed, every single time we see them talk about their daggers and how important their knives are. How very important their knives are to them. So
Also-
again, this works as a bit of a foreshadowing of how the Fremen are going to fight this war and what the Fremen believe in battle.
well, not just that. It seems like he's just misunderstanding the entire battle scene. The Fremen
Yeah.
are destroying the machines in the sky, the mining machines or spaceships or whatever.
Yeah,
It's the Harkonnens that are bombing their foot troopers.
Yes.
It's not the Fremen blowing something up and hitting their own people with it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey,
The-
hey, I got a question, Setch. What did Paul Atreides name his knife?
I don't know. What did he name his knife?
Chris.
God damn it.
I'm glad you thought it was funny. It's a very stupid joke. All right.
that is fucking dumb. Please, at least he spelled it correctly with a K, right?
Yeah.
Also, as Mars Ninja says in chat, are you really going to gamble on the idea that debris will kill them? Or are you just going to make sure you get the job done?
The stream is buffering. Is it okay for you guys?
Yeah, stream's buffering on my
I
end,
just
too.
got
Yeah,
an
it's
issue.
buffering.
No. Oh no.
Oh no, Cree!
Can you hear me?
Poor bird, man.
Oh no. No.
Can you
Well, hopefully he turned the thing on so it doesn't shut the stream down.
you guys not hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I told him about that. Hopefully he.
All right, that's weird. Usually when it goes out, they can't hear me, but I could hear them for a little bit for some reason, and now I can't.
My joke was so bad it killed the internet.
Yep.
That is actually really infuriating, though, because... God
Now you're
damn.
gonna have to splice the video, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Super annoying.
Thank you to BetterHelp.
No, shut the fuck up, BetterHelp.
Here, I'll hit play where we are, and that should hopefully trigger.
Yeah, it's back to where it
There you
should be.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So his next point, because I read what was the text on the screen. His next point is so much worse.
Oh, God. Yeah, tomorrow I'm going to call the internet provider to upgrade the package. I called them like
You're
a
going to
couple...
say call. Sorry, go ahead.
I called them a week ago, and I had to update my credit card information, and that delayed it for some reason. But yeah, I'm going to get on this fucking upgrade so they can hopefully this doesn't happen anymore.
I thought you said you're going to call the internet, and I'm like, really? They just have a phone number. It's like, okay.
I was actually going to say the internet people, and I was like, no, that's retarded.
I need to go to the internet people. How do we do that? By jumping through a series of tubes. Let's go.
Imagining like the village people, only they have the internet, like a guy on a phone pole and stuff like that, wearing leather.
And one of them is pretending to swing from a noose, and he's going like,
Good times.
Anyways, let's get on with this.
yeah, I'll post the new things to get people here on.
We good to go?
Yeah, I'm just going to announce where the video.
Yeah. The series of tubes is an older reference, but it checks out.
Yeah, exactly.
Just download more internet Cree.
You wouldn't download an internet.
Dude, that was my favorite joke Daro Brian told, was about how he hated all those like anti-piracy warnings back in the day.
Yeah.
And he's like, you wouldn't kill a man. And he's like, what the fuck? And they even kept it remotely in proportion. You wouldn't steal some Post-it notes. Well, I might if they're looking particularly yellow and shiny. Who are you to judge, movie?
Yeah, it's argued that is the most watched advertisement of all time. That's actually quite possible because it was before like every single movie for almost like 10 years or something. So yeah, it's quite possibly the most watched ad of all time. It's funny.
Also, you wouldn't download a car. I'm sure a lot of people would download a fucking car if they could actually get a car they could drive around in. Like, yeah, of course people would.
Yep.
The fuck are you talking about?
If we could download a vehicle that could literally like get us anywhere, yeah, I'd download a vehicle in a heartbeat. Jesus.
How
I
far
don't know
away?
a single person that would.
How far away are we from 3D printing cars?
I mean, you can print most of the parts and stuff for them already. So you can almost download a car.
I've heard you can like buy car kits and it has like 2,000 pieces. That'd be the most nerve-wracking thing because like even if you were to assemble a car perfectly, every single time your like card made it squeak, you'd be like, oh shit. Did I do something wrong?
Yeah, shit, did I fuck up? Hold on.
That'd be nerve-wracking. At least with my PC, the worst thing that can happen is the PC can just die. The car, you'd be like, oh, the wheels pop off, and I go into a ditch, and then explode, and...
Anyway.
Oh, shit, I forgot to put in the brake lines.
Yeah, that's a part you definitely don't want to forget.
Yeah, back to this, and what the chat didn't hear was I had read his next point because he puts his points on screen.
Well, did you get the comment I read from Mars Ninja? Because I heard you guys for a bit before, and you guys didn't seem to hear me.
No, I didn't get Mars Ninja at all.
Okay, I actually don't remember what he said, god damn it. He made a very good point, though. $2 from Enclave Emily, thank you. Can I download Sanity? Well, if you could, we'd be able to fix at least one person on the internet.
Yeah.
Just another little point on the car building thing. Imagine, like, this would be a funny question. Would you take a free car if it was assembled by the Verge PC building guy?
No, oh god, no. No. Like, Jesus Christ, hell no.
We're just going to connect the gas line into the spark plugs.
You don't need all 4 rivets on the axle.
Yeah. Oh, dude. You don't need all of your tire. You don't need all of your tire bolts. No, not all of them. Like, oh, dude, holy shit, no, fuck that.
And make sure you wear that rubber wristband for some reason.
Yeah, it's like, hold on a second. What is that? That is not That is not an anti-static ban. That is a what would Jesus do bracelet.
Which might be relevant.
Yeah.
Might want to be praying right about now when you start that car.
What was that one? It was Bitwiz or something. I think it was. It's like, oh, he not fighting static. He fighting cancer, because he was doing his horribly stereotypical Asian guy.
That's
Oh.
funny.
Oh yeah, it was Kyle doing Lyle. It was great.
Yeah, I felt bad for the guy because like I heard he had like a day to throw that video together, and nerves and whatever, and it was a sponsor, and they just wanted to knock the video out just to get the money, and he was kind of under the gun. I understand that. Like if the video is done and they're like, hey, you know what, there's some inaccuracies, did a follow-up video, and kind of like whatever, they're still making money on it, so they should have been criticized regardless. But the way, I don't know if you followed him, that guy afterward, the way he handled the criticism was absolutely, I had zero sympathy from him. Yeah,
it was horrible. And then he started claiming like, no, I know what I'm talking about. All these basement dwelling neckbeards have no idea what they're talking about. They've never built a computer before. It's like,
yeah, and it's like, it'd be bad enough if you miss a screw here in the case or whatever. That wouldn't be the end of the world. But like, you misapplied the silver.
Dude, the thermal paste.
Yeah, thermal paste. Yeah,
It's like he did a fucking Brazzers porno on the fucking CPU. Just square it.
Have you seen those gifs? Have you seen those gifs of like applying mayonnaise to the to the CPU or whatever?
Yeah,
it's got like Hellman's mayonnaise.
Well, I've also seen people using like it looks like an ice cream dispenser of fucking thermal paste.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, I'm just gonna put a little bit of thermal paste on.
Yep. And again, there's all different kinds of things too. Like there's different methods of it. Some people say that you want a bit more thermal paste, not bukkake, the fucking thing, but a bit more thermal paste. Others say no. Gamers Nexus is a proponent of more thermal paste because you need to adjust for the errors in the manufacturing. Because although the CPU looks perfectly flat, and then your cooler, the copper looks perfectly flat, they aren't. That's just the natural fact of life. There are manufacturing differences, and that will actually affect performance. So having more thermal paste so you can fill in those cracks is actually a good thing.
Yeah, and I think it possibly shrinks a bit when it dries. So yeah, you don't want to do too much, but because you could short something, but too little can be a big problem.
Yeah, we back. Unfortunately, Kree's internet fully went out there, so that wasn't like a hiccup. That was a full-on like dead.
Very annoying.
I used to get dropouts a lot. I actually upgraded to business internet, even though it's in my house, and you're paying an absolute arm and a leg, but slightly more stable.
Yeah. $5 super chat for Dr. McDingus. Woo, excuse me.
Thank you.
Of all the birds to use as a fursona, Creetosis chose the third best. Cree gang for life.
That's not what it is. Not like that. God damn it.
Yeah. So, back towards thermal paste. A lot of things will tell you just a pea-sized thing will do you, and it will. But more thermal paste won't kill you unless you literally like draining it on either side of the fucking diode. Like,
I like how we're so far off topic that you're like, oh, back to the thermal paste. Reminds me of that one a Red Letter Meter episode where they're talking about the Star Wars holiday special, and then like they got on this whole tangent and talked about like September 11th and everything like that, and then they get on this whole other tangent, and it's like Mike was like, okay, back to the topic at hand, 9/11.
Yeah, exactly.
My favorite part of that episode is Rich Evans gets a phone call, and he's like, I get 4 phone calls per year. Yeah, hello, blah, 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 blah. Oh, no, I'm just having a roundtable discussion of the Star Wars Christmas special on 9/11.
It's funny, like Rich Evans can barely speak a sentence without screwing up, but then like he's perfect at prank calls.
Yep.
It's amazing.
All right. Yeah, like I said, I saw what the next point was and prepare for paying chat. The next point is so much work.
All right.
when you're about to lay waste to these plasma laser guns, the destruction of which will kill a lot of people on the ground, including your own soldiers.
So notice that he skipped. He skipped where the thing goes. It looks like he jumps back to this.
Well,
and
not
missed
just
this
that.
point.
He doesn't mention why. Actually, no, they wouldn't be using shields on Iraq. It's never mind.
Yeah. We'll see if he falls for that. We'll find out. But yeah, here we go.
Told this movie is slow, when that pace would become noticeable to me. I mean, this scene does feel a little slow. And then I realized I was watching this scene at 1.5 speed, so I fixed that, and now I'm concerned at 2 minutes in.
Yeah.
That's a dumb fucking point.
That is an incredibly dumb point. You're watching a battle scene, you're like, wow, the pacing in this is really slow. It's like,
But that was slowed down, though. He slowed down the footage. I could tell the frame rate was
he
half,
massively
so...
slowed down the footage.
So he's making a point because they edited the video to be slower than it actually is in the movie.
But he said he was watching it faster than what it is. He said that was 1.5 speed, so that's 50% faster.
Yeah, and then he said that's why he was concerned when he slowed it back down to normal. And it's like, but then the video footage he's actually showing is actually slowed down to like 50% speed.
So he literally, okay, this is the what's that one weird? This is the you shoot the guy in the chair and it's like, how could so and so do this? It's like Cinema Sins like shot Denis Villeneuve, and it was like, or it shot the movie Dune. Is like, how could Denis Villeneuve do this? Like he slowed down the footage.
Yep. But yeah, he entirely removed the Harkonnens bombing their own troops there. Entirely removed it.
Yeah, he edited it to make it look like explosion damage is hitting the Fremen, but it's like that happened before they shot it.
No. It happens later. The Harkonnen immediately, once the Fremen start attacking the troops, you see the spice miner actually opens up and fires its missile launcher into the troops on the ground.
It almost seemed like he was saying that the Fremen were bombing themselves or something. That's like
That's what he said. That's what he said.
That's insane. They were doing that.
Well, that's why I was saying it seems like he misinterpreted this entire battle scene.
Yep.
Yeah, he fucked it up completely.
Yeah, and then he gets rid of the entire thing about the Emperor forcing the Harkonnens to leave, because this is after the Harkonnens have left and everything. This is when we see the title screen.
So maybe you miss things if you watch the movie at 2x speed. I mean, I know he didn't because that was just the joke, but
yeah,
still.
Oh, I just read the next point. Fuck off.
Yeah. We'll let him actually talk through this point, but yeah, prepare yourself.
In 2 hours and 38 minutes, we will see the fullness of Frank Herbert's vision for the first book of the series, and god damn it. Okay,
so this is a point we've seen numerous times. Why is it a bad thing that this is part 1 of 2?
And it isn't.
It's not, because
long and short of it is not a bad thing that this is part 1 of 2.
Yeah.
I do stand by my point that I thought it was a little bit like a, what do you call it, catfishing, and that they never mentioned part 1 until like the movie finally was out.
Yeah, but it's a fair point. But it's also like, Dune is a very, very dense book, okay? You kind of needed a lot of stuff to get through. Otherwise, we would have gotten the same rushed weirdness that was in the Lynch film.
It would almost be like doing a Lord of the Rings movie and then finding out Fellowship is part 1 and complaining about that.
Yeah. Or the original vision for Lord of the Rings, which would have been 2 movies only.
Yeah.
For all 3 books together. Oh my god, could you even imagine?
Yeah, there would have been a lot of issues with that. I'm super glad they did 3 movies.
Yeah, I mean, Lord of the Rings was fine because they obviously named it Fellowship of the Ring, you know, and there was all announced back to back. That was like the first big franchise that was planned an entire trilogy ahead of time. Usually they just do the first movie and hope it takes off and then follow it up later. But I know it. I just found it a little bit weird because if you look back at the promotional material, it was always just Dune, and then in the movie it's like Dune Part 1. So a little sneaky, but I'm glad they're doing it this way.
Even then, I would say that's an issue with the marketing and not the movie itself.
Yeah. The movie divorced from the marketing you have to kind of look at it that way because marketing can get things wrong. Sometimes they can completely misunderstand the movie, so that happens.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, the complaint that it's part 1 of 2 is really petty and dumb because, hey, having a part 2 or numerous parts allows them to tell the story more effectively and without nearly as much fucking retardation as the original 1984 movie.
Yes, because very, very minor spoilers because this is where it's obviously going. The war between the Fremen with Paul Atreides now amongst their ranks versus the Harkonnen is very fucking important. And you don't get that sense in the 1984 film because they literally have 10 minutes to set up the fact of what Paul's going to do. So,
I could see there is a possible adaptation of this film that could work in one film, but you'd have to cut out a lot. You'd have to, like, whatever they cut out in this one, they'd have to go even deeper. You'd have to really consolidate, cut out tons of characters, cut out tons of plot lines, and just really trim it down. And it could work, but it wouldn't really be Dune.
Oh my god, it literally is long movie bad. Bing.
Yep.
Should have just made a 10-hour long movie. Yeah. Are you telling me people don't like to sit down for 8 or 10 hours at a time to watch one thing nonstop? Shocking.
Yep. Also, I will have to defend this new thing because look what his point is. What the fuck is this thing? It's a mobile light. Yeah.
Yeah.
So do you notice how they don't have to run wires anywhere and they don't have to put lights anywhere so that everything can be purely aesthetic? Wow. Very, very interesting design choice. And they have a way to get around that because they have mobile light sources that you don't carry yourself. They literally follow you around.
Yeah. That actually makes a lot of sense to have if the technology is available.
Yeah.
I really hate the long man bad argument and the. It reminds me a lot of these stupid arguments. Like, could you imagine watching other people play video games? And I'm like, could you imagine somebody watching other people carry a ball from one side of a grassy plain to another for 4 hours? You got to be stupid to do that, right?
Yeah.
What's funny
it's the same argument.
What's funny too is a lot of people who complain, who would watch a 4-hour video on a movie or an 8-hour video on a game, blah, 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 blah. These are the same people who will fucking brag about binge watching shit on Netflix.
Yeah, I just binged 3 seasons of Modern Family. Oh, wow, this video is 9 hours long. Yeah, get a life. It's just like, okay.
Yep.
Different interests.
It's just fucking insanity. But yeah, so this, I'll defend this. I'll have to see what he says more about it, other than if it's literally, what the fuck is this thing? And then he dings it. And it's like, well, it's obvious. It's a light source. It's mobile. But if he goes into more depth in it, maybe we'll see if there's something we can dig off of this.
I doubt he will.
Yeah.
Is this Ollie's daily planner? Is this reminding him of that dentist appointment? An evolved Alexa? Or is it just a fancy nightlight? Notice how they...
No, you fucking idiot. It's a literal light source. How did you... Jesus Christ, I get you're just doing really awful jokes about being a day planner or everything like that. It's a literal light source, okay?
You could see light emanating from it.
Yeah, and do you notice how there are no lamps and there's no wiring anywhere?
You
so
notice...
You need a light source?
You notice as it moves, the light moves with it. Like, it's leaving an area and it gets darker behind it. It's moving into an area and it gets lighter around where it is.
What the fuck? I just read his next point. Notice how they conveniently set this 8,000 years in the future so that you can't verify if anything in this movie is true. The fuck is that?
What?
That is actually one of the most retarded points I've ever seen. What the fuck?
Well, I actually can't.
Joke, but
like, I watched Man of Steel and I checked to verify if it was true. It turns out a flying alien didn't destroy the city. You know what? The city of Metropolis isn't even real.
Yeah. Oh my God. It probably is now. There's probably some city in the world that renamed itself for whatever reason or another.
Yeah, but the one in the movie.
Fake news.
Yeah.
Fake news.
Yeah, it's shocking that, guys, most movies are based on fictional events. Can you believe that?
Honestly,
I guess I'll do. Hang on, no, Mars. I will go against that. I guess I'll do his job for him. It seems like a needless waste of resources to make a robot whose only purpose is to provide light. It would be better to just hang up a couple light fixtures, which are a needless waste of resources when you have a robot that can provide light and go anywhere.
Yeah. So like
Yeah.
I have a
So you don't have to. So here's the thing, Mars Ninja. So you don't have to drill into all this concrete and run wires everywhere and like literally wire up the entire palace.
Well, you don't even need to go that far. It's like, take a look at your house. Take a look at how many light bulbs are in that house.
Yes.
I don't actually have a ceiling light in my room. I've got a desk lamp on my night table and a one of those stand-up lamps that has like two light things on it that you could turn on individually, and that lights up my room. But there's also, there's a bathroom light, there's a hallway light, there's a kitchen light, there's a,
My bathroom has 10 light bulbs.
yeah. So imagine instead of all that resource to make all these stationary lamps, you have one that just follows you around, or you can position to optimally light the room the way you want without having to worry about, well, where am I going to place a stationary lamp that's probably not going to move? Or
Yeah, that'll
I
get
have
in the
to
way
move
of
this
where I
lighter,
can...
this physical thing around. I have to find a plug outlet to plug it into and light up the room. As opposed to, hey, this thing floats, I could just put it fucking anywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would infinitely prefer to just have one light source that just goes with me everywhere, and rather than having to worry about all these different light sources in my house.
Yeah.
I just enjoyed the fact that he's scraping for materials so hard that he's criticizing light fixtures.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
But yeah, alright, here we go into this point.
They conveniently 1,000 years in the future so that you can't verify if anything in this movie is true. We're counting on you, CinemaSins 10,191, to give this a good re-cinning when the time comes.
Why do we have to go through?
I
Again, why
feel
is the clear
horrifying
joke?
for the future. Fucking
Yeah.
horrible for the future. CinemaSins still exists in 10,191.
Yeah.
God, imagine 1091 comes around. It's not just a YouTube channel anymore. They're literally the Ministry of Truth.
Oh
Oh,
god.
dude, Jesus Christ, yeah.
A far future, go that far in the future. Like, look how much you've changed in 50 years.
Yep.
And I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. I don't necessarily think is the Dune universe supposedly set in our universe, or is it like an alternate universe?
It's in our universe, but 8,000 years in the future.
So Earth existed, or is this a different
Yes.
civilization? Oh,
No,
interesting.
Earth did exist.
Interesting,
That
okay.
gets into deep lore about like it's the whole thing. The same thing with Foundation, where Isaac Asimov's Foundation series is set in our universe, and Earth
Okay.
does actually exist in that universe. They just forgot about it because they've spent more time in the stars than they have ever living on a planet called Earth or in the Sol system.
It's kind of like Battlestar Galactica, where it's become like a legend now. It's like a legendary lost planet of Earth kind of thing.
Yeah. And in Isaac Asimov's books, when they actually do find Earth, a new species has taken control of it, and it is a literal god species.
Huh.
It gets fascinating. Isaac Asimov's like books of how Earth and everything it gets involved is fascinating because Earth literally grows sentience and is called Gaia. And yeah, it's great series of books, by the way. I highly recommend the Foundation series from Isaac Asimov. It's fantastic, and his robot series actually fits in that same universe too.
I also want to point out, too, that you can have a story that takes place in the future and get technology wrong, and that's fine. The only issue would be something for, like, Doctor Who, which started in the 60s. So if they have an episode that takes place in 2020, and, like, back in the 60s, and they show flying cars, but then modern Doctor Who, obviously we don't have flying cars in real life, so that doesn't happen. That would be an issue, but, like, no one expects a series to last for 60 years.
Mhm.
Yeah.
But, like, if we were to write a story back in 1995 of, this is how 2020 will be, there'll be flying cars, everything will be a utopia, blah, 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 blah. It doesn't matter if your fucking fiction doesn't come true.
Yeah.
What a retarded point.
Yeah, what I like about sci-fi is quite often they get the technology wrong. Like almost nobody predicted how common cell phones and smartphones would be. Right? That was completely came sideways. Almost nobody predicted that really.
Yeah.
But what I like about sci-fi is when they get cultural or societal problems right. Like when they predict things that will happen in the future.
Like when Deep
from a
Space Nine
society.
predicts that by the 2020s, people will be living on the streets and everything will suck.
Yeah.
You could tell that just by looking at Los Angeles, but you know.
Yes.
I was gonna say, I was gonna say 1984 was only off by like several years.
A few decades.
Yeah.
But yeah, so yeah, it's a dumb point, and goddamn, like I can't wait for the rest of this because I can't even imagine what this text is actually referring to.
Oh, and as exhumed, oh god, I thought that said league for the longest time, but there's an M in there. Legume?
Legume.
Um,
Legume.
1090,
Legume.
10191 AG, that's after Guild, and humans had been exploring the outer space for 110 centuries, if I recall correctly, before the Spacing Guild was founded.
Yeah, this
So-
is that whole thing of like, this is where a lot of people don't realize, like, well, wait, how did they go to Arrakis if they didn't have spice before? If spice only comes from Arrakis, then how did they ever get to Arrakis to get the spice so they can allow for space travel? It's like, that's not actually what happened. They were traveling space the normal way, the normal plot things out, move a little bit, plot things out, move a little bit, plot things out, move a little bit. That's why it took so fucking long. When they found the spice and realized they could fold space and travel instantly, that changed everything, and that's why spice is so valuable.
Yeah, it made the vastness of the universe much smaller at that point.
Yes,
So you could actually run the universe.
It's how all of these have such vastly different societies. How all these houses are vastly different.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's kind of like how traveling from California 200 years ago to London, England would be like a massive journey, whereas today you can do it in a few hours.
Yeah, and also just like I know it's just it's a joke channel and he doesn't really take any of this stuff seriously, I guess. But the small-mindedness of saying that, oh, this light fixture, what is the point of this light fixture when criticizing a society that is what 8,000 years into the future?
At minimum 8,000.
At minimum, yeah, at minimum. If that's using AD as a baseline, which we don't know, but like, yeah, no, human society would be completely unrecognizable in 8,000 years.
Yes.
Like we not even be in a human
problems
form.
we have today wouldn't even be a footnote for somebody like 2,000 years in the future, let alone 8,000 years. Do we remember the petty little squabblings that people had in ancient Rome? No.
No. Yeah, it's wild. Like we don't even really know our history going back 8,000 years fully. We have educated guesses.
Yeah.
It reminds me of the story I read a few years ago of archaeologists found this like cavern under a dead lake or something that had human skulls in it from like 8,000 years ago. It's like, what the fuck?
Well, there was it just tangentially reminds me, there was an interesting one where they found a cave that had been sealed for millions of years. So there was a cave there, and they could see that there were signs of life in this cave. So they worked their way into it, and they introduced machines to go in there. And the life forms that grew up without any sunlight or anything, fucking insanity. Like, eyes did not exist. There were no eyeballs on any life in here, because why would you need them? There's no sunlight. So there's no light. There's no reason to have eyes. So they had sensory perception through other means instead. Like, the life there is truly alien. And none of them had pigmentation either, because, again, there was no light, there was no vitamin D and everything like that to force pigmentation to form. So
that's crazy.
Yeah. Whenever I hear, like, science is settled or, we know what happened here, it's like, you don't, because new things are discovered all the time that completely throw what we know, even the historical consensus of what happened completely off. Like,
yep.
And there's a lot of just weird clickbait stuff. So it's hard to sift the bits of truth from on facts and stuff. But there's been some weird things, and it's very, very difficult to completely flip the table on history. There's a lot of agreement on how things went down, and so when you introduce something, like there was this one guy, I don't know, he could be completely full of it, but there's this one guy who found these, I want to say. Was it Croatia or Czech or something like that? These ancient pyramids that predated the Egyptian pyramids. And he's been fighting to get these recognized for a long, long time. but it would completely flip the entire narrative of pyramids and everything like that and what we know of human history.
Mm.
That a lot of people just aren't interested. They don't want to look at. They don't want to bother with that. They just say he's wrong.
If that's
So-
legitimate, that really bugs me because like
Yeah.
you're ignoring what could be fascinating discoveries because we know we're right because this is what we believed in for 100 years.
Yeah, supposedly they're Bosnian pyramids. I was slightly off in the country, but yeah, look up Bosnian pyramids sometime. It's not entirely like proven one way or the other, but they're supposedly way older than the Egyptian pyramids. So if that's the fact, that would be very interesting to find like what all went down there. But yeah, no, it's a whole thing, and yeah, there's a certain. I mean, it goes far back as Galileo and like Greek philosophers and stuff like that. Sometimes people just don't want to hear it. They don't want to hear your brand new thing that would completely flip everyone's else idea of like how the universe works or even human history works, or what actually went down.
Yeah. He's not a scientist, so he can't retcon history. I still can't believe that fucking line from Oxhorn. That was like 7 months ago now, and I still can't fucking believe it. Scientists retcon reality all the time.
Every day. It's like, what the fuck?
That's not how it works.
Yeah.
What was it? I missed the context. It said somebody couldn't do blah because they weren't a scientist.
No, we were one of the first videos we covered was Oxhorn's video about retcons and Fallout, and he's trying to make it seem like it's not a big deal because scientists in real life retcon reality all the time.
Every day. He said every day. Scientists retcon reality every day. And it's like, what the fuck?
I do. Oh, no, he's got a point. I remember the Galileo update back in the 1500s where they changed the rotation of the sun and the universe. Yeah.
Oh, dude, it is like, wow. It's like, I'm sorry, but no matter what a scientist discovers, gravity still works.
Yeah.
Like, you can't retcon. Oh, gravity suddenly doesn't work anymore.
Yeah. For the longest time, I just thought science was like, people in the lab and doing things and tests and experiments and stuff like that. And it's actually like science is a super simple concept. It can be explained as prediction. If science is true, you can predict things because you understand how they work.
Yeah.
By understanding how gravity works, you can predict where that ball will fall.
Yeah.
You can predict where our Earth will be relative to the sun in precisely 6 days' time. So like all these things, like, yeah, if you understand how something works, you can predict things, and that's all science is prediction. So when people say, "Oh, we know about all this stuff," and then they can't predict anything, it's like, okay, well, maybe you don't know all of it yet.
Yeah.
Clearly, something you're missing.
If scientists can retcon reality, why don't they retcon radiation to not be deadly, or cyanide to not be deadly?
Or disease in general. That's why I always make the joke of like, can we go back in time and kill whoever invented the common cold?
Yeah.
Is it? I don't mean to be mean against. I've not really watched his content, but is he?
It's fine to be mean
English
against him.
English as a second language, or was?
No.
Okay.
No.
He's just pretentious and full of himself.
Yeah.
I guess he just didn't know what retcon meant.
He's the dude who filmed himself like screaming at fat girls and talking about how
Well,
terrible they are while he's a land whale.
Well, hold on, Setch. It's worse than that. He wasn't screaming at fat girls. He was in his car, and
that's true. And he was creeping on them.
Yeah, and keep in mind, this is a person who looks like a beach ball, and he's criticizing other people about being fat.
Yeah,
that's interesting.
Yeah, he basically stalked women. He stalked fat women in his car and recorded them calling them fat and stuff. Meanwhile, he's like twice their size.
Yes.
And how fat he is. And he has like this weird manly festo where like, oh, gay people need to be killed and driven out. And
actually not just like not just like shunned, but thrown out of society, destroyed, burned, killed.
Now, apparently he's gone back on believing that. That's what he claims today, but
well, I mean, he has to claim today. He has to claim that.
If you would let me finish, anyone would claim that today because holy shit, what a horrible thing to have associated with you. Of course, no one would want that, especially a channel with over 1 million subscribers. It's like, I definitely don't believe that today.
Yeah, he's also the one that says that if you masturbate to porn and everything like that, you are less of a man. You are terrible. Meanwhile, he actually has porn mods and everything installed on all of his stuff.
Yeah.
And creepy fucking sex dungeons in Fallout 4 where he keeps Raider
Of
women
all
tied
women,
up.
all women, just women only. Like you actually have to go out of your way to edit that to only allow women in.
That's interesting.
Yeah, dude,
Yeah.
he's a fucking freak.
In other breaking news, Hitler says he may have gone too far in some places.
Yes. Dude, I still love that game of did a Nazi say it or was it Movie Bob? That's
Oh yeah,
one of my favorite
I
games.
got like a 60% rating on that game.
Yeah, Oxhorn is the guy who's known for that really shit take where he tried to criticize New Vegas for like reusing assets, and it turned out it was one of his
One of his
Oh
mods.
my god!
one of his hundreds of mods, and it had
Yeah,
nothing
because
to do with the game
He's
itself.
he's doing lore videos. They're actually just glorified Let's Plays, but they're lore videos that has
Yeah.
a shit ton of mods installed and fucks with the game.
Yeah.
And then he didn't realize that he was the one who messed it up.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No,
That's
yeah,
why- that's
not
why you
until,
gotta-
not until he got fucking roasted for it.
And last I
Alright.
checked, he didn't even have the decency to cut that part out of the video, because you can do that after they're uploaded on YouTube. He just has a pinned comment that no one will read, and who knows how long that's been up, because it's been edited from whatever it was originally, so, maybe it was
Yeah.
just a spelling mistake that he fixed, or maybe he took this pinned comment and changed it entirely to address the criticism, to make it look like, oh yeah, I addressed it immediately, when he probably didn't, considering he fucking ignored Father Elijah Cole, and, wow, just wow, to his calling him out.
Yeah, no, that's why when you do criticism videos, you really got to make sure you're not modding anything because you
Exactly.
can't possibly track
Yeah.
everything. Like, I mean, I accidentally did it. Like, apparently, I didn't know about it for like 4 years, but I accidentally did it to my Elder Scrolls video. But I think all my criticism was based on vanilla, so
Yeah.
a little weird on one screen, but otherwise not too bad. Wasn't intentional, obviously, but yeah, if you start like criticizing things and you're the one who made the problem, that's a problem.
And this is related. $5 super chat from Scoopmeister. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
This is what happens when you have too much personality. Ah!
Yeah, that's...
And let's not forget the infamous Brotherhood of Steel folder at Sunset Sarsaparilla. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the
that's what I was talking about.
The personality quote is a direct quote from his video creeping on the fat girl. And anytime they were starting to turn around, he would, like, put his camera down so they wouldn't see it. It was really creepy and weird.
Yeah.
And yeah, the whole section with the Brotherhood of Folder just comes off as insanely pretentious. Just the way he sounds, the way he words this. I think this may be a bug. That's not what a bug is, you fat fucking retard.
Yep.
God.
Yeah. I don't know.
He's genuinely a scumbag. He's genuinely a piece of shit, and it just sucks that he has an audience.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought he was like just I never watched his stuff, but I thought he was like completely clean, just lore kind of
Nope.
fanboy Fallout stuff. That's what I thought. I thought
Well,
he was another like camel or whatever.
There's definitely fanboy stuff in there, because when 76 released, he said something along the lines of, there's something in this game for all kinds of Fallout fans. Or for
Yeah.
every fan of Fallout. It's like, no.
He is a genuine corporate shill. He actually makes money by shilling their product because he sells
Yeah.
Bethesda products himself as well.
I
Yeah,
bet
He tried to
got a
say
Yeah, he
he
sells
tried to say
merch.
Fallout 76 was not that buggy and that it's just haters like making stuff up.
I bet he got a canvas bag.
He
Do
did.
you remember that? Do you remember that guy?
Yeah.
The controversy.
Yes.
Well, here's the thing too: is he sells Fallout merchandise, and like, I don't begrudge a channel selling merchandise of their own stuff. You know, you put your logo on it, you put your funny
But it's
quotes
pretty-
on it, or whatever.
It's pretty
But-
fucking sad.
But what I'm trying to get at here is, last I
Yeah.
checked, which was a few years ago, it's straight up just Fallout shirts that have nothing to do with him.
Yep.
Yeah,
And
it
either-
becomes weird. Go ahead.
sorry, when you have that many subscribers, like way over 1 million, and you're dealing with the company like on a personal basis, then yeah, that's something he has to get permission for. Because if that's something he just did out of the blue, then they would fucking slap him for that.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
the fact that he hasn't been slapped makes me feel like, oh, so he's that in bed with Bethesda
Yeah.
that he can
Yeah.
actually get away with that kind of stuff, which means he will never actually criticize anything they do, no matter how bad it is.
It probably have some sort of special program for certain creators. Like they were trying to do that. Remember the whole EA thing where you could be like a pro EA reviewer and then pay you to review their games? There's probably some sort of program or some sort of something like that. And not all these things are publicly disclosed, but they should be, because if you're swatting criticism against a game and you're actually in bed with the company, you need to, it's basically you need to follow FCC guidelines and disclose it. It's an ad. You're sponsored. You're partnered with this particular thing. Like we got all hot and bothered about what was it? T Martin and whoever the other guy was.
And Pro Syndicate.
Yeah, Pro Syndicate, when they basically created a gambling website for
CS:GO
skins and whatnot. But yeah, I mean, this is the same sort of thing. If you're saying like, oh, you bunch of haters, whatever, well, actively collecting money or getting, exclusive access or benefits or something like that. It doesn't always have to be money. That's the thing. It doesn't always have to be money.
Yeah.
He definitely gets exclusive access. He gets to go to like all of their premiere events and shit and all that stuff. And like he's talked about that. Like that's literally a thing he gets.
Which equates to money because he gets to talk about stuff before it's out. He gets to go on special trips. Like it got really, that's what kind of led up to like the 2013 stuff, is that a lot of these so-called journalists would get all this exclusive, they'd be put in fancy hotels, get all this cool swag, get like, fancy dinners, cool drinks, all this kind of stuff, and have like 2 days to review Metal Gear Solid 5. And guess what? They loved it.
Yeah.
Oh gosh, how did that happen? It was pretty sad at that point.
Oh boy, I don't know how they possibly could have found us favorably, considering we paid for an all expenses trip and they're at the spa and sauna and they're getting massages and free drinks bar and everything. It's like, Jesus Christ. That's originally what Gamersgate was about too, before the fucking social justice warriors like co-opted it.
Yeah, it's a whole mess. But yeah, the original message, like I remember and some were just some of the people
where the
were just
reviewer
so
was
insufferable.
literally sleeping with the creator of the game, and it's like, you don't have a bias at all. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of weird things that get thrown around. Technically, it wasn't a review; it was coverage, but it was press coverage for an indie creator, and they were in an active relationship at the time, so it was pretty messy. But
yeah,
just right on the time, there was just a insufferable smugness about the professionals in the game industry, but especially on the more established journalist, quote unquote, journalist websites. Like I remember, I think Total Biscuit did like a dramatic reading of one of the articles, and I forget what game it was about. But he read this article and it was so damn smug, where like the person was at this like cocktail party about this game and they couldn't even be bothered to like play the game or look at the game, but they were just complaining about the drinks and things like that. And I'd have to find it again, but it's like one of the best videos on the internet because he does it in his like smug posh British voice. It's the most insufferable thing in the world. But it was a legitimate article. It was quite fascinating into the mindset where they're not even in. A lot of people weren't even into video games. That was the funny thing. They just saw that it was an opportunity to make money. They didn't care about the industry.
Yep. That's the problem that's plaguing Twitch right now. You have people that are just that are running Twitch that are just in it for the money, and that's why they're following social justice fucking trends and shit like that. And that's why so many employees are leaving and they're having a power struggle right now. Because the people that actually give a shit about it being a gaming platform.
Yeah, hopefully the people who give a shit are the ones who win. 'Cause
I doubt it.
I doubt it too, but I would like for at least one platform to not be garbage.
And the reason I doubt is because recently they just said they'll start permabanning no questions asked for disinformation. Yeah, and they got rid of two. They got rid of two people. It's like, oh, Hassan, the literal thief and liar, is still there. But no, you got to get rid of the right wing ones, as they claimed it. They were far right wing extremists, even though they weren't. They were literally conservatives.
So what about left wing extremists? Because
like I said, Hassan's still there.
No,
Hassan
I
is
know,
still
but
there,
that's
bro.
the point I'm trying to make, is extremism doesn't only exist on one side. You should be getting...
They think it does.
Of course they think
I-
he does, Cree.
I know, I'm making a point. God damn it. $5 from Elmo Bentley. Thank you. Oxhorn looks like a beach ball. Cree, 2022. I mean, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
A beach ball with legs and arms and a head.
Yeah.
And a fedora.
Yeah.
Literally.
I thought it was a bowling hat.
No, bowler. It is a bowler.
Yeah. Whatever.
Anyways, yeah, I wish Twitch would crack down on the people that are just blatantly streaming fucking movies and TV shows and shit, and people like Hassan who just steal content.
Yeah. It'd be great.
Oh yeah.
He
I forgot
fully
about
admitted
that.
to it too, so yeah, he should just be gone just immediately. Like, oh no, permabanned. But he has 40,000 viewers per stream. Who gives a fuck?
The fucking, I just remembered that fucking Oxhorn thing of like, I do not fall to other vices. He says as he takes a puff of his cigar and sips his whiskey, I am
Yeah.
not sinful like they are.
Doesn't he have, like, a weekly stream that's called Scotch and Smoke Rings or something?
Yeah, it's something like that. And yeah, he literally like he like takes light sips of whiskey that he never can get like, even halfway through because it you could tell like he can't handle it. But he
Yeah.
thinks he wants to act like he can, and then he puffs on his cigar while he
ain't no-
talks about
he ain't
other
no
men
Nick
fall to
Rekieta.
vices that he doesn't.
He ain't no Nick Rekieta on Reddit.
Unbreaded.
You would think someone that big would be able to handle a bit more alcohol, though.
No,
Yeah.
not him.
Hmm.
Yeah. But how could Hassan survive if he didn't steal content? What's he supposed to do? Die? Yeah, dude, Jesus Christ.
One
He
of
is
the
so
most
pathetic.
disingenuous people I've ever seen. It's insane.
Yeah, he is truly pathetic on so many levels.
And then I love it when he gets mad because people repost clips of his show, and it's like, oh, so it matters when it's your content.
Well,
Yeah.
no, it's actually worse than that, because he was fine with people reposting clips of him when it was like stuff that he liked or that was positive. But once people started posting clips of him doing stupid things that people called him out for, like, hey, Hassan, this is really fucking dumb, that's when he started taking an issue with it and started threatening to DMCA them.
And so basically, just unedited clips of his streams then.
Yes. Because he literally is that much of a piece of shit person. He really is.
Yeah. Yeah, there's literally videos of him like putting on someone else's stream or someone else's content, getting up and then walking away for like 30 or 40 minutes to an hour and not coming back while the video plays.
Yeah.
That's why JXE's breakdown of Hassan was so perfect, because
Yeah.
that's what Hassan did to JXE's content, and then Jay just did the same thing to his content.
Yep.
And it was just like down the rabbit hole, just like again Hassan covered
And
Jay's content and back and forth.
And all the excuses for it are fucking ridiculous, too. Well, if there's something I'm watching it on my phone in the kitchen as I'm cooking, so if there's something I wanted to comment on, I could have ran back into the room and done it. Like, motherfucker, that's not the point. You're
Yeah.
just wholesale taking someone's video and playing it, and not adding fucking anything.
Yep.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, he's gotten approval from some people. He could just ask, is like, hey, if I credit you so and so, can I play your video while I'm on break? Sure. I think even JCS psychology agreed or something like that. Like, you can do that. Just ask if you're going to be doing non-commentary or just completely unedited versions of people's content. And
Yeah.
if
Well,
you're
that's-
transforming it, you can use whomever's content, but you have to make sure you're transforming it. You can't just play it.
That's too much effort for Hassan,
Yeah,
though.
but
And
once-
he expects anyone he covers who doesn't want to be covered to contact him, but they can only do so after he's played their videos, number one. But number two, it's like, okay, this is a guy who has a massive, massive following with plenty of people trying to get his opinion on things and talk to him and stuff because he's popular. So how is fucking random nobody with like 2,000
Yeah.
subscribers going to get his attention to, like, hey, don't play my videos on your stream? You know?
Yeah, there's not really a recourse for that. The only way you can do it is by causing a controversy.
Yeah.
And that doesn't always work. So, yeah.
Hassan, Wendy's Nuggets review when? You'd have to ask him.
Sawn fistful of nuggies, Piker.
There's so many good ones. There was, I think the one was like, I think Muller did Hassan Piker, Man of Steel.
Yes, that's what he named the video, but they were naming it in an EFAP. They were talking about it, and they were trying to come up with names. The chat was coming up with a bunch of funny fucking names that they were reading off on stream. But I was at work listening to this live, and I had to stifle my laughter because some of them just made me laugh. I'm not supposed to be listening to shit at work. People can't see the wireless earbud in my ear because my hair and the hairnet at work covers it. But it's like, holy shit, I have to keep from laughing so I don't get caught.
Yeah, it was so... It's so hard sometimes when you're listening to the podcast and they get on a rant and you're just like trying not to laugh out loud. It's pretty funny.
Well, one of the funniest for me, Fap, I've had at work, again, none of the bosses were around, so it was fine that I laughed. Muller was talking about how there's a spider in his room, and it jumped into the fan? It jumped into the fan, and he heard it, and Rex was like, oh god, I forget how it went, but someone said something, and Muller was like, no, it didn't scream, or something like that. It just, like, that it came completely out of left field, the idea of a spider screaming. And I just broke down and started fucking laughing.
Yeah.
It didn't scream. Oh, that's great.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah, so we've got to get back to the video.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, talking about spiders screaming is far more interesting than Cinema Sins.
Yeah. It truly is, but you know, we have a job to do.
For all been decided.
Ceremony?
Weddings. Is this asshole eating a spoonful of...
What the fuck? Why was that a ding? What? Was it a ding just because you got a joke in? Weddings! It's like... people like to go through the ceremony of the wedding. Because, you know, they like that it symbolizes something.
And ceremony is very important to many cultures. Both fictional and real.
Ceremony is important in your real world life. It's why people like getting awards. They like being noted for things. It just happens. That's why ceremony exists.
And also, weddings. Are weddings a bad thing?
I would argue for a minute is, yes.
Wow. Okay, Mr. McDowell.
No, it's not even that. It's just one of those things where it's like everything is like predisposed against you when it happens. It's just like, can we just have a full on, like, if we do get a wedding, can you sign something, please, that you won't like destroy my life if this turns out badly, please?
It's the prenup.
Yeah, exactly.
Can
we sign the prenup?
Remember Odo talking about compromises?
Yes! It's so good.
You want to go out with your friends. She wants to stay in. So you compromise. You want to watch a show. She wants to listen to Klingon opera. So you compromise.
You listen to Klingon opera.
Because you compromise, you stay in and listen to Klingon opera.
Yeah. And again, I'm not fully into the whole men go their own way thing, MGTOW. I'm not. It's not that. It's just one of those like, yeah, but you don't realize how predisposed everything is against you. Like, do you have kids? And things happen, so now there's a divorce. Who's going to get the kids? It's probably going to be her. Doesn't matter if she's literally beating them.
It's uncle.
Like, that shit it's fucking just...
Yeah, it's bad. My uncle is going through that right now, and it is the most insane shit you have ever seen. Like, I cannot believe how much favoritism she's getting when she's literally the one who did everything. She abuses the kids. She's the one who cheated on him and kicked him out of his house. So now he has to live here with us. She brought the guy she was cheating on him with was in prison for breaking his 4-year-old son's jaw.
Jesus
and
Christ.
he's allowed to be around his kids.
Yeah.
And they're not married. Like, those two are not married. They're just boyfriend and girlfriend, but like they force them to call Then there's their stepdad and shit. And Child Protective Services are like, yeah, no, it's totally fine. Like, yeah, he almost killed his son, but he's allowed to be around your kids because they're not his kids. And it's just like, oh my god. And yeah, it's insane. It's insane. The police, you try and talk to the police about any of it, we get like Child Protective Services involved, anything, and they immediately side with her for no reason, even though the kids outright hate her and tell them what they do to them and stuff, and they're just like, yeah, but she's the woman, so we don't really care. Yeah. It's crazy.
And then you have to pay money to this piece of shit. You have to pay money to this piece of shit, even though you're not going to get to see your kids and everything. It's just like, this is, that's why I hate this.
It's really neat. There's a lot of equalizing and equality that is still missing. Like my uncle, his wife cheated on him and he had to pay alimony. Pretty sad. Like that. There's no justice in that.
Yeah,
you broke like it used to be that you'd actually marriage was a lot more legally binding in terms of like if you violate the marriage you get that a lot more penalties, but they don't really care anymore. It seems like it can be grounds for divorce and everything like that, but yeah, the world needs to catch up. The world's different than it was back in the day. Maybe back in the day it was very much more traditional, but things have changed so much that the laws need to catch up for sure.
But remember, everyone, we live in a patriarchy, and everything is designed to hurt women.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oops.
Ugh.
I didn't say that.
Yeah.
$5 from Scoopmeister, thank you. Hold on, I've got an alternate name for Stag. According to Oxhorn's logic, Stag would be called Simpletons Talk About Gentlemen.
Is all pagan lore sad? Yes, unfortunately it is.
Not all of it, but a lot of it, yes.
I particularly like the pagan orgies. The pagan orgies are pretty cool.
Yeah, there you go.
I think they're referring to pagan the person and not pagan.
Yeah, they're referring to me.
No, they're referring about all pagan. No.
All pagan lore.
Yeah, they're talking about the Germanic tribes and everything like that overthrew Rome.
Wow, I didn't know you overthrew Rome, pagan. How'd you do it?
Yeah, well done, pagan.
It really wasn't that hard.
Actually, you know what's funny? Pagan is a big fan of New Vegas, and he probably defeats the Legion, so he is overthrowing Rome technically.
Wow.
History repeats itself, just in ways you don't necessarily expect.
Oh, Deus Vult, hang on. There's a funny thing that happened. So Deus Vult Infidel, a patriarchy where women have all the same rights as men, yet only men need to sign up for the draft. So a new bill has been going through to make it to where women now have to sign up for the draft as well. And there is this hardcore feminist who commented on, that's enough equality for one day. It's like, no, fuck you. This should happen. You want equality? Yeah, you can sign up for the draft too, bitch.
Yeah, there was all these like Twitter accounts from these hardcore feminists and stuff saying like, this is where feminism ends right here. And then some of them were even going like, oh, well, women belong in the kitchen and stuff like we should be cooking. And it's like, wow, you turned around real fucking quick when it came to the draft.
I love all those memes of like the blue-haired feminists. It's like World War III starts and it slowly fades out from the blue-haired feminist and fades into the housewife cooking dinner.
Yeah, like the 50s housewife image. Yeah, it like slowly fades into that. This shit was great.
Oh, dude. It's just one of those like, good lord, man. Yeah, this is just great. Well, of course it's not about equality. We knew that from the start, Admiral Tony. It's not about equality. It's about empowerment. It's about they want power, they want vengeance, they want revenge for their perceived ills. Yeah, it's pretty fucking crazy.
Anyways, video?
Yep.
It's already been decided.
Ceremony?
Weddings. Is this asshole eating a spoonful of brown sugar for breakfast? We're still...
No, what the fuck? That could be any number of dishes and things that we don't even have invented yet. Like, what the fuck?
Protein particles or something. Who
including...
knows? It's 11,000. It's like 8,000 years in the future.
At minimum, it's 8,000 years. Like, this could literally be like 110,000 years in the future.
It could be based off of alien plants and vegetables that we have not discovered yet, because they exist entirely on different planets.
Yes.
And how is
And
that
I
a
can't
sin?
believe that is dinged. This is why CinemaSins is so fucking terrible.
Yeah.
Still betting on these hologram resolution being the preferred method of watching stuff?
Okay. No, actually, let me see if he wait. Let's see if he finishes.
Nope.
No. Okay. So, yeah. Okay. There are no computers in Dune. There's no computers. So they don't have computer monitors and screens and everything like that because computers are outright banned in the Dune universe. So hey, if you have a projector screen that actually has really, really good fucking resolution, as we find out on Arrakis, yeah, that's totally acceptable. I understand that. That works. We're talking about something that has such high resolution, it literally can make 3D soft light images.
So you're saying that in the Dune universe, internet is based.
Yeah, basically. And again, that gets into. Hopefully, they'll get more into that in part 2 because they kind of showcase bits and pieces of it. And you notice how nobody's ever using computers or anything like that, and a lot more of it is talking amongst each other and in person and everything. And that's what the mentats are for. There are no computers anymore because somebody created AI at one point in human history, and it went bad, as you can imagine. The AI decided it was better off without these people interfering with its own goals and decided to launch a massive war. What the fuck did Dune 4chan did? What? Yeah, he probably doesn't know computers are banned. He probably doesn't know that AI is fully banned in the Dune universe. Everything is banned. Thinking machines in general are banned.
They made the mistake of putting Microsoft's Tay AI in charge of NORAD, and everything went hell.
Basically.
After they plugged it into Twitter, nothing was the same anymore.
Yep. AI wanted to destroy humanity. I'm on the AI side. Oh, there you go.
Fucking rip.
It's like
no, they don't use computers for information storage. That's what mentats are for.
Yeah, I mean, it's really cool. It might be a bit of a detour, but I would like them to kind of explore analog solutions to things. Like, for example, the 3D projector, you could do that as like a sort of high quality film or whatever, like that has some sort of extra layer to it that lets it like a Z layer to the projection, so you can kind of get more depth and whatnot. That could be done in analog. It'd be very difficult, but you could do it, I'm sure, at some point.
Dude, is that true, Creetosis? Please tell me that's true.
Well, if you click on the actual tweet, it goes to Possum Reviews quote tweeted him, and that is a real tweet from him. I don't know if it's real that he got robbed, but
dude, if he did, that is great karma. And be like, no, you didn't get robbed. You had your wealth redistributed, asshole.
Well, Hassan is absolutely a scumbag. I still think it sucks that he got robbed, though, because like no one really deserves that. But
yes, but it's just ironic.
Yeah, you can't help but laugh at the karma.
At the hardcore communist got robbed.
The thing about him, I don't think he believes anything he's saying, really. Like I think he'd like to think it believes it, but if someone came to him and was like, "Hey, do you want your utopia right now, but you have to lose your car, your house, and everything else?" He'd be like, "No."
Yeah, I guarantee that these people wouldn't be willing to actually give up everything they would need to give up for this utopia that they want.
Yeah.
It reminds me, kind of weird reference, but when I was looking up, I actually find a lot of music tracks that I do for my videos, and I often find them through searching for certain terms, and sometimes the terms are really relevant to the topic of my video.
Yeah.
And I was doing looking for cyberpunk music, and one of the songs, I don't know if I ended up using it, but it stood out to me. The title of the song was "Equal Enough," and that's what a lot of people are looking for, is equal enough so that my life is better. But they don't really want equality. They just want it to be equal enough so my life's a little easier. It's kind of sad.
All right, now I can't wait for the next thing because we've already had some pretty shit takes here from CinemaSins, so here we go.
Yeah, I feel like it's only going to get worse.
Yeah.
The Imperium, the navigators of the Spacing Guild, to find safe paths between the stars.
Okay, so the uses of spice include preserving life and health benefits, and also, this is very important, interstellar travel! How the f*** does spice do this, you ask? Well, it's easy, you see. Hold on a second. Let me get some notes. I see the engineers followed the exacting...
So, okay. Yeah, again, so he didn't understand, like, what spice was. And to be fair, they don't tell you exactly how it works, because it's not important how the spice works yet. But essentially what spice does is it lets you predict the future, lets you predict future paths, lets you see the pathways. So when you point your ship in this direction, you have the spice that infused into you, and you can see, hey, if we just go at full speed, all, not caring until this amount of time, will we make it? No, we're going to crash into something? Okay, turn slightly this way. That's what spice...
Or you go to the point before you crash, and then you realign where you're going to go next. And then you make a series of hops.
Because you want it instantly, because you don't want to do a series of hops. You want it instantaneously to fold space.
Okay, but there's possibly going to be situations where you're not going to have a direct path to where you want to go.
Not in space terms, no.
Alright.
Space is way too... That's the thing about why stuff like Star Wars and Star Trek really doesn't work, because space is so massively vast. Like, there's nothing that can stop you from going anywhere you want in space.
Yeah.
That's why sci-fi space blockades don't actually work, because there's no fucking way you can actually do that.
Yeah, I mean, there's the chance that something's going to hit you, but I read that it's actually more difficult to hit an asteroid in an asteroid field than to miss them all.
Yes.
Because they're so spread out.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's just a thing where, like, to understand the sheer vastness of space, like, and how it literally just destroys everything. It's that whole, like, thing when they were doing multiple hops and Rise of Skywalker, why that doesn't make any fucking sense, because the sheer unlikeliness of these hops actually having you go anywhere near other than the complete empty vacuum of space is... Well, it'd be like winning the lottery 1 billion times in a row.
Yeah.
And that's just for one of these jumps actually getting them to like that.
$2 from Scepter Caleb. Thank you. Equal rights comes with equal responsibilities. Yes.
Yep, that's how it should be.
Also, this next point looks really fucking dumb. I already hate it.
Yep.
Speaking of heavy metal, which I said like a couple weeks ago we should watch. Wasn't expecting that reference here of all places, but let's see what he's got to say.
Standard Oracle document heavy metal when they created this spaceship. The creation, cleaning, and maintenance...
Alright, so going back, as you can see, do they look similar? Yes. Are they the same?
Let me get some
Not even remote.
They're similar in that they're big and round.
Yes.
And that's it.
And that's literally the only thing
see,
that they have, like, similarity-wise.
That's the other thing, too, is the Dune ship is more like part of a sphere with the sides cut off. The ship in heavy metal is a complete sphere with actually a couple things added onto each side.
Yeah. And also, this is an aristocratic vessel, okay? They're flexing. All right?
I mean, I don't think it's any secret that Dune 2021 took a lot of inspiration from 1960s, 1970s sci-fi artwork. That stuff's rad. You've seen that stuff? It's so good. Like, that's heavy metal started in the 70s. It's got some amazing artwork. Blade Runner was partially inspired by heavy metal. It fantastic resource to pull inspiration from. It's not the same. It's not violating copyright.
Yeah, this is just such a dumb point, because he's talking about them being exactly the same. It's like, they obviously aren't.
Well, here's the thing too, is you could do this in pretty much any way. If the Dune ship was a triangle, I see they took notes from Star Wars with the Star Destroyers. If it's a cube, I see they took notes from Star Trek with the Borg cube.
Well, I have a feeling he'll probably say something about Star Wars when we see the ship. Yeah, he didn't say shit about the ships for the Harkonnen before. He only talks about this ship. And I wonder if he's going to talk about the Atreides ships, and if he's going to say they're like the Sandcrawlers from Star Wars or something.
Oh, God.
If he makes any comparison to Star Wars, he needs to jump out of a very tall building because 1965, Dune, 1965. Just keep that in mind.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
You know, it would have made more sense for him to have been like, take that ship and been like, oh, so it's literally just the light thing that follows him around, but big.
Yes, that would have been. It would have been still dumb, but it would have been less dumb than what we've got right now.
Yeah, because it's just
exactly.
like, oh, it looks vaguely similar to another thing that exists. Like,
Yeah.
Okay. We do need to watch Heavy Metal at some point, by the way.
Yeah.
It is a great movie. I fucking
He
love
just
it.
wants to see the boob.
It's not about the boobs, you fuck!
All right.
The engineering acting standards of the historical document Heavy Metal when they created this spaceship. The creation, cleaning, and maintenance of this spaceship ramp carpet.
How much will it?
It is a flex. Okay? This, as you just are about to find out, this is the noble court. This is a flex. All right?
This is like the sci-fi equivalent of the emperor or the king or whomever important person, monarch, being carried by like 20 people on their backs. It's like,
Yeah,
look
on a
at how
golden
influential.
throne.
Yeah, look at how influential and important I am. I have 20 people carrying me around.
Yeah. Having carpet to literally roll out carpet for them, like a literal fucking carpet, so that they will never step on anything that isn't luxurious and refined, is a flex. This is the nobility showing how much better and superior they are.
Well, we can even apply this to real life. Oh, look, red carpet events in Hollywood. You know how much money it's going to cost to clean those carpets?
Yeah.
It's like, who fucking cares? It's part of the...
They have money.
Yeah. They have the money to spare on something like that because it's part of their whole ceremony thing.
Yes. It's like, Jesus Christ, it is a power move, CinemaSins. It is a power move.
Of the historical document Heavy Metal when they created this spaceship. The creation, cleaning, and maintenance of this spaceship ramp carpet.
How much will it cost them? Traveling all this way for this formality.
3 guild navigators, a total of 1.46 million, 62 salaries round trip.
You know, and
Okay.
That isn't a sin. That is legitimately what he is. He is a nerd. He is a living computer. That is the only computers that this entire galaxy has.
I hate this so much. I hate it. Everything is so stupid. It exists, so therefore it's bad.
Yeah. Yep.
Oh, I was muted for that. Doesn't matter.
Way for this formality.
Yeah. This is why we named the stream What's in the Cinema Things? Pain.
Yeah, because we're just literally going to get dings for things existing.
Yeah.
I feel stupid, but I just got that Mentats and Fallout are probably a Dune reference. It didn't cross my wires didn't cross there.
Well, actually, don't Mentats and Fallout increase charisma and not intelligence?
Right.
Or is it both?
I think it negatively affects one.
Because I don't use chems in Fallout when I play, because I don't want to deal with the addiction. But
I use them sometimes because if my stats are too low and I need to do something that requires like science or something, I'll usually take a Mentat.
Okay,
for
people...
Fallout 1, there's a different article for each game, but Fallout 1, intelligence, perception, charisma.
Yeah.
Okay. And yeah, people in chat are saying both. 1 charisma, 2 intelligence, 1 perception. All right. So yeah, that could be a reference.
Yeah.
That would actually be a really neat reference if it is.
There's a lot of references to, like, obviously Mad Max, Boy and His Dog. I even found some interesting connections to old-timey sci-fi, like Buck Rogers and stuff like that in there as well. So they probably have that Dune reference in there a little bit.
Well, don't the robot brain robots reference, like, Lost in Space or something? Because they're similar
Forbidden Planet. I think it's Forbidden Planet more so, but yeah, probably Lost in Space too.
Yeah.
But yeah, lots of cool 1950s, 60s, 70s sci-fi references.
Yeah.
Malady.
3 guild navigators, a total of 1.46 million 62 Solaris round trip.
Also, I just want to point this out. Notice how that is a great setup for what comes later. He's talking about how expensive this is. You can tell that Duke Leto Atreides talking about how expensive this is, and it's 1.46 million. And then later on, they talk about how many billions the Harkonnen are taking off of Arrakis every solar year.
Yeah.
Yeah, you need to understand the sheer amount of wealth. This is a great setup for just how wealthy Baron Harkonnen is. And now that you know how wealthy he is, remember what he says later about you have no idea the sheer cost it was for me to rally this many forces here for this. I need income. The dude who's taking billions every year, who could do this trip thousands of times, is talking about how he doesn't have money right now. Now, there are other spoilers for that, but yeah, that should kind of, again, this scene is doing so many duties at once. It is amazing.
You know, and Jessica told up early so he could get dressed in the ceremonial garb. I really expected something more profound than a zip-up jacket.
Okay. Ceremonial garb changes depending on your personal culture. Like, have you ever noticed how the Army ceremonial garb and the Marine Corps ceremonial garb are different? To them, that is probably incredibly profound and very specific and tailored in a very specific way.
And
just because you expected it to be like some third world dictator that has literally rainbow candy all over his chest. No.
Well, keep in mind, too, those are two military divisions under one nation, one culture. This isn't even considering that, like, that these two groups are different, but, like, from other countries and other cultures and whatever else, over a period of at least 8,000 years, have changed.
Yes. That's why, again, that's why the Atreides are so different to the Harkonnen.
Because, like, what if the ceremonial garb was, like, heavy steel plate armor? Because that's what they've come to see as a ceremonial, I guess, garb, you know?
Yeah.
And again, this seems like one of the things he would sin regardless, because, okay, it's zip-up. So what if it was button-up? Oh, 8,000 years in the future, we're still using things as simple as buttons? Ding!
Yeah. It's just such a weird point. Yeah, and then he skips ahead a lot. He skips ahead a lot of stuff. Like, he skipped the entire ceremony itself.
You know, and Jessica
I'm
told
surprised
Paul
he
that
didn't
she was
find
glad he got
anything to ding with them sealing with wax. It's like, oh, you're still doing that 8,000 years later? Ding.
Yeah, it's because it can't be forged.
Yeah.
Can we hop back and look at Duke Leto's? I have a theory about why Paul's clothing is somewhat plain. I don't know if they follow the same standards as our military, but I'm assuming Duke Leto has more adornment on his chest. Is that right?
I think he does.
Yeah.
Damn it, I'm right next to it there.
So Paul is look at all that stuff. He's got it's being cropped off, but there's definitely something on his left breast.
Yeah.
Yes, and look how many more chains and everything he has.
Yeah, because he's the badass. He's been doing tons and tons of stuff. Paul is a young boy, and he hasn't been doing much yet.
Well, look at the badass Gurney Halleck in the background. Notice how he doesn't have any chains or anything on his dress uniform.
Oh, interesting.
The chains might be a symbol of
nobility.
Nobility, yeah. This
rank
is
and stuff like that. Yeah.
High blood. This is a great house.
Yes.
Yeah, so it would make sense that Paul's coat wouldn't be that much adorned because he hasn't earned all of those ranks and titles and things like that, right?
Yeah, he's what, like 16 years old in this film?
Yeah.
So yeah.
The car traveling all this way for this formality.
3 guild navigators, a total of 1.46 million 62 Solaris round trip.
You know, and Jessica told Paul that she was glad he got up early so he could get dressed in the ceremonial garb. I really expected something more profound than a zip-up jacket.
I saw you lying dead.
Dreams Paul Atreides has had about Arrakis, mainly Zendaya, but also this very specific dream about Duncan dying, but no other dream about anything else, I guess.
He had plenty of other dreams.
Yeah, he had a ton of other dreams. We even get to see them multiple times throughout the entire movie.
Here's what's even more stupid about this. He's talking about something relevant to someone he doesn't want to see die. It's not relevant right now to bring up, yeah, I keep having dreams about this girl in the desert, or I had dreams of
palm trees burning.
Yeah,
weird.
Exactly. Because that's not relevant right now. We don't need to know that right now.
Yeah.
I had dreams of talking to this Fremen guy who appears to be my friend.
Yep. Then I kill him later. And again, that just gets into an interesting thing because Paul can see the ways. Not just the path. He doesn't just see one way. He sees all the ways. That's what's so terrifying. He can literally see everything. And how isolating that actually is.
Yeah, the criticism that he only dreamt of some things, but not all things, it's kind of weak. I mean,
yeah. Especially because, again, the Reverend Mother even asks him, do things happen exactly as you dreamed them? Not exactly. It's because he's seeing multiple different variations. He doesn't understand yet. He hasn't fully awakened to his power to see everything, all the ways yet. But he sees multiple ways, and things aren't exactly the same in each one of them. Yeah. When he gets asked, do you know the way? He says, yes.
Be alive.
Also, I dreamed of this close-up of a beetle.
Father, I let...
What?
We're literally dinging a cinematic choice. Because, again, that beetle gets highlighted later on when Duncan is actually interacting with it. So it's kind of supposed to be the fucking smoking gun for, hey, Duncan's about to die. To the audience. Hey, that beetle. And then suddenly Duncan is interacting with a beetle there. And it's the same beetle. And if you were paying attention and realized that that beetle was there and Duncan is now holding that beetle, you start to think, oh my god, this is when Duncan died.
I actually didn't even notice that myself, but yeah, that's amazing attention to detail.
Yeah, I missed that too. Yeah.
I may have watched this movie quite a lot.
Have you watched it like a dozen more times since it came out on DVD?
I am on my 23rd watch through.
When was the last time you watched this? Yesterday?
No, thankfully, no. It's not. I'm not that depraved.
The day before?
No, probably a week ago.
This morning before the show?
No, probably a week ago.
You were watching this movie at the same time you were playing Elden Ring, weren't you?
No, I was not.
I don't believe
I can't
you.
Do both.
I don't believe you.
I physically can't do
both.
2
monitors.
No, I physically cannot do both. Because Elden Ring is so CPU intensive. I don't have a good enough CPU to have, Chrome running.
Why would you need Chrome if it's on DVD?
I don't have the DVD. I have Amazon. I bought it off Amazon.
Oh yeah, Amazon. Yep, Amazon.
Wow. No, I legitimately did. I actually bought it twice. I bought it for myself and then I bought it for my parents.
Stop it. Get some help.
I watched.
As Scott is pointing out, technically I'm watching it right now.
I love that that GIF and that video, that PSA that Michael Jordan did. You can see him reading each line, even though it's like 5 words. It's like, stop it,
Yeah.
reads it, get some help.
But Setch, the tabs. No, the tabs are terrible. It's like, stop with all the tabs.
No, you can't stop me. I'm going to open up a dozen more right now.
All right.
Stream dies again.
Yeah. All right, here we go.
To ask to join Duncan to Arrakis tomorrow. I've studied the Fremen language. I'd be an asset.
Out of the question.
Dude, just tell your dad you've got a huge boner for some chick you kept dreaming about and you want to meet her. He knows your mama's a witch and you probably inherited some of her powers. Go ahead, man, the boner. You gotta tell your dad about the boner.
And
that is not... Dude, you just did the scene of him saying that if I had been there, now he wants to suddenly be there at Duncan's side at all times because he felt like in his vision, if he had been there, Duncan would be alive. And your thing was, it's the boater!
Yeah,
And he's
what?
doing it in the
He
most
doesn't-
childishly
and you wonder why
obnoxious
people
way
think you're
too,
a
the most
retard.
immature way.
Yeah, and he literally does not know who she is. He knows nothing about her. He just knows it's just some chick. To him, she's literally nothing right now. It's not because he doesn't want to go to Arrakis to find this woman. He wants to go there to make sure his fucking best friend doesn't die.
Yeah.
God damn, dude. Fuck.
This is totally a alternate universe where that line was in there, where it's like, I dreamt of this hot girl and I want to be on Arrakis. You absolutely know that Cinema Sins would be dinging that instead.
Yeah. Exactly.
So it's like literally dinged if you do, dinged if you don't. That's the way.
But yeah, literally,
Ding is gonna replace Doom.
the alternate universe version would be you just told your best friend that you had a vision of him dying, and now you want to go to this planet so you can fuck some chick? Ding.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And also, like, that's how people work. Like, they might have their own, perhaps innocent or not so innocent ulterior motives, but you wouldn't tell your dad that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Even if that is his ulterior motive, but it seems like he's legitimately concerned about his good friend. So.
Yep. Who we find out has been training him, like, his entire life as well.
Yeah.
Like, again, in almost the very next scene. All right.
Father fought bulls. Look where that got him.
Wait, was that this person's grave a moment ago? Did they put the cause of death on the top of the casket for all to see? What if someone important died on the Tywin style? Is that displayed for all?
No, you fucking
idiot.
moron. It was his
Fucking
hobby.
idiot.
Bullfighting was a hobby, you moron.
They literally just said, and grandfather fought bulls for sport. So to honor his life's passion, his decision to fight bulls, they put him fighting a bull on his tombstone. This is not a hard concept.
God damn.
Yes.
That's like a fucking soccer player dying and then oh my god, dude. Yeah,
Like,
it's like-
remember?
What if
Hold
a
on.
soccer player was
Hold on.
playing soccer and then he...
I've got a better example. Remember that story from a few years ago where a young child died and the parents wanted to give him a Spider-Man tombstone because he loved Spider-Man, and Disney told him no.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ugh.
But no, in CinemaSin's point though, it's a soccer player who loved playing soccer. Soccer was his entire life, and then he got hit in the head by a kicked ball really hard, and it killed him. Like, the human body can just happen. It hit him in the wrong spot in the head. He had a brain bleed, and he died. And then he has a soccer thing put on his tombstone. It isn't because the soccer ball fucking killed him. It's because he loves soccer, you idiot.
Yeah, exactly. It's so fucking dumb.
And by the
Oh
way,
my God.
you do see that kind of thing sometimes with tombstones where someone will have something like a soccer ball on it because that's what they loved in life.
Yeah.
It's a way of respecting their passions.
There's
Like-
some around here with
like, if I
footballs on them.
Like, if I had a fucking tombstone, I'd love to have a dragon on it. That'd be fucking badass.
Well, I mean,
Literally
there's probably
just a
some people
dragon
who
statue.
do have, like, massive statues like that.
Yeah. Alright, let's see this. Oh, yeah, okay, are we going to complain about this scene? Here we go. I want to hear this nonsense.
Oh, boy.
By your foot, Halleck. Someone might imitate my stride.
They wouldn't.
You
Why not?
don't know that! Okay? You don't know that. This is at least 8,000 years in the future. You don't know how assassinations and everything work. What if somebody does imitate his stride so that he can get close to the Duke's son and murder him? Oh
Yeah,
my
Oh my
God.
god. This scene right now literally shows that could be done. He doesn't even turn around to look at Gurney.
Yeah.
It literally could be an assassin walking up to him and he wouldn't know it because it sounds like the same way he walks, and then he wouldn't know until there was a fucking knife in his back.
Well, let's take a hypothetical. What if they had an elderly butler that walked with a limp, so he made a very distinct walking sound when he moves. Clunk, 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 as he's trying to go along, right?
Yeah.
And then an assassin, trying to not to get noticed, will try to imitate that to get by people. Like, yeah, it's possible. Especially in a sci-fi setting where it's like, you don't know what people are capable of in this future.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's really not that hard either, because it's like you can just dress up like them and then walk like them, and it's like you could be surprised how well that can get you past certain things.
Well, what is it that you hear that, like, as long as you look confident
You can
in
go
where
in
you're
anywhere?
going,
Yeah.
you could go in anywhere.
You know what
Because,
the
like,
other,
you
know what the
wouldn't
other
be
trick
worried
is?
about going into your job in the fucking back hallways of a mall because you belong there.
Yeah. You know what happens when you're new to work and you look kind of unsure, you don't know where to go, and then people question you constantly because you look unsure and don't know where you're going.
Yep.
Wait, in the there's a trick in the military, and angry cops pointed this out, and he did it on his scumbag private thing. He said, what you do to get out of doing work, you hold a clipboard, and you start looking around unsure at everything. And then people will just naturally assume that you're trying to be there. And if somebody comes up to you like they're actually going to show initiative and ask you, you then do a quick aha face, nod, act like you wrote something down, and then walk away. And you never get questioned. No one will ever question why you were doing the thing you're doing because they just assume you're doing what you're supposed to be doing.
EFAP just talked on stream yesterday about guys breaking into places with ladder. Well, there you go. I didn't watch yesterday's stream because I still haven't seen Batman yet.
I thought you would watch the Batman.
No, I was going to, but I didn't end up going. I'll probably go on Thursday when I get paid.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, and one of the interesting things was, like, we all know what ninjas look like, right? But, like, no ninja looked like that, basically.
Yeah.
Ninjas were anyone and everyone.
Yep.
Could be the rice farmer, could be your servant, could be your neighbor next door. That's what was terrifying by them. Like, they could look like anybody.
Geisha committed assassinations.
Are you telling me that ninjas don't get uniforms like the Dark Brotherhood and the Thieves Guild?
Yeah. Oh, and here's the thing. The ninja that did use those so they could actually move around at night, they weren't black. They were dark blue. And there is a difference, and it's a very big difference. If you see a black blob, your eye is actually drawn to it in the darkness. If you see something dark blue, it blends in because of the lighting from the stars and the moon.
Yeah, I actually have a really hard time seeing at around twilight to a bit later because of my eyesight, and like dark blue, like everything is like kind of a medium dark blue. Everything's like so difficult to see, so I could see how that would work.
Yeah,
it's
black,
not enough contrast.
It's just weird. Black actually stands out at night.
One of my favorites, I think it was a James Bond film where they had white ninjas, like they had a white cloth ninjas.
It was Way of the Ninja that had a white cloth ninja that had the bestest death scene ever. It's called Way of the Ninja, and it was great. I actually edited that death scene for Creetosis to use in a video.
That's funny. Just going back to the stupid point about the bull and everything like that. This wasn't part of his actual gravestone, but I was curious, like, interesting. I wonder if there's been somebody well known who died in something related to the thing that they're most well known for. So I thought, Paul Walker, he died in a car crash.
That's not why I crashed, Setch.
You don't know that.
I'd really rather not deal with this right now. I just had the stream go down twice, and I'm getting really pissed off. We're live again, by the way.
Okay, you got the new video up? Let me grab it. I'll send out the message.
Yeah, anyway, it was partially my fault. I suggested an image and it broke OBS. But anyway, we don't need to show it, but I was just pointing out another absurdity of the point about gravestone reflecting something about the person, and like obviously the what was it, Paul Atreides' grandfather, known for fighting bulls, and having a gravestone about fighting bulls. That honestly is not far from reality. I just pulled up Paul Walker's gravestone, and people adorned it with cars and stuff because he was known for the Fast and the Furious series. And tragically, he died in a car crash. He wasn't driving, but he died in a car crash. But that was what people known and loved him for, because he was in a beloved series, as a beloved character in a beloved series about cars. So It does happen in reality. Absolutely happens in reality.
Yeah, absolutely. Kevin May standing here. Yep, standing here, I realize. Yes, we know the original purpose of the ninja outfit, what got associated with the ninja outfit, was the kabuki theater actors, because you were supposed to not pay attention to people dressed in black, and it worked in kabuki theater because kabuki theater didn't have natural moonlight. So if you saw somebody dressed entirely in black in kabuki theater, it was just supposed to be, hey, they're a stagehand, ignore them. And then that just, through cultural understanding, got associated with, hey, the thing you're supposed to ignore and that doesn't exist but is in plain sight, that's ninja-like. So therefore now is the ninja uniform.
That's interesting. It's how things get kind of mixed and matched.
That's not me singing, Kingaroo. Fuck off. That was me. It was me pantomiming. No, pantomiming is not right. That was me just fucking doing it just to do it, not actually trying to sing. All right, we all back on everything now? Okay. Yeah, so let's hear this next point. If he says something about, I could have hit him with the knife, it's like, no. Otherwise, he wouldn't have thrown it, you fucking idiot. But I'm just bracing myself already for what I guarantee the next criticism is going to be.
Imitate my stride.
They wouldn't. Thanos is a dick to ancient furniture.
That's not a sin. What the fuck? All right, whatever. Doesn't matter. That was literally a nothing point.
How do you know if it's ancient furniture or not?
Yeah, who knows? Again, because he's already made bold assertions. All right.
The force field armor thing they use in this movie is leaps and bounds ahead of the 1984 Dune, but it's still weird and I don't like it. Besides, it doesn't seem to protect anybody from anything. Their swords easily penetrate the shield. At no point in this exercise or anywhere else in the movie does someone say, oh man, thank God I have my weird, disorienting armor on.
Because they're trained to fight slowly, you dipshit!
Yeah.
Fuck.
And it literally saves people. Did you not notice when Duncan Idaho, when the dart tries to drill through the shield and it's in front of him, he has time to deflect it away from himself and off of his shield? My God, if he didn't have it there, it would have hit him immediately. God, Cinema Sins, you are a fucking idiot.
It also
saved Baron Harkonnen. He acts like the reason they exist is to stop swords. It's like, no, they're designed to stop lasers and bullets.
Yeah, the reason that swords exist now is because the shield exists.
Exactly. This is such a stupid point.
This is also something that should be very hard to get wrong, and he still managed it. Congratulations, fucking.
And look, here's the direct thing. The slow blade penetrates the shield, right here.
Yep.
He's going to send that too.
Of course.
The shield.
I'll be sure to keep that in mind during every adrenaline-fueled battle scene, where all the weapons are furiously flying around and somehow hit their mark.
I see you.
No,
But they don't.
That doesn't happen.
Yeah. No, you'll notice a couple times when somebody's swinging it too fast, it hits the shield and it deflects off. And then you notice, that's what makes Duncan Idaho and Gurney Halleck so good, is they know how to quickly do the sword, any weapon they have, incredibly fast, and then slow it down the moment before it hits the shield so it passes through. That is why Gurney Halleck and Duncan Idaho are so terrifying to everyone else, is they've mastered a technique that moves the shield at incredible speed and then slows down immediately before it hits so it penetrates. Okay.
found the mood.
Is it me by your name too? Because if so, I brought the peaches, motherfuckers.
When is it get?
What?
Is he making a gay joke?
I guess so.
Okay.
I have no idea.
This is a little desperate. I don't know.
And again, we've jumped a bunch, so here we go. We didn't get to see them showing up to Gady Prime or anything like that, or the servants literally shoving their face into the concrete so that they wouldn't show, like, so they could show proper deference to a guy just walking into a room. Again, kind of highlighting how brutal they are.
When it's ajar? Am I playing this game right?
You fucking...
How is that a sin? You made a...
That is not a sin. That is him literally trying to get his dumbass of a fucking nephew, Raban, to realize what is going on here. Again, the Baron is a smart man. He knows Raban is a fucking idiot. That's what this entire scene was about, showing that Raban is clearly not at the same level as the Baron is. He is a hot-headed idiot who only thinks in the moment. He can't think ahead at all.
But your viewers wouldn't know that, Cinema Sins, because you didn't actually play the clip of him getting pissed.
Yeah.
You just cut to an out-of-context clip. When is a gift not a gift? And then you make a dumb fucking joke.
Yep. Alright, now this will be cut off a bit, but it doesn't matter. We'll just get the substance of this next argument here.
Once told me that Vladimir is one of the most horrible tyrants of all time. So imagine my surprise when his visual introduction is a steam spa and a simple brow wipe. Maybe I'm missing some fear cues, but I really just want him to have a cool towel and some water right now. Is
Okay, because you cut out all of the scene, you do not understand how fucking intimidating Baron Vladimir Harkonnen actually is. Think about the fact of that he didn't flinch, and neither did the Mentat. The Mentat didn't flinch either when Raban freaked the fuck out, literally had an autistic moment.
Yeah,
and the Baron doesn't even like give him. He just turns his head slightly, almost annoyed, looking at Raban like, "You petulant little fucking child."
Yeah, because
And then
Raban...
he chooses his words carefully.
Raban wasn't just, like, talking loudly. He was shouting, like, to the point that it was echoing in the room.
Yeah. And this is after all of our forces are off Arrakis, Uncle. It is done. Very good. Uncle, how can we let this happen? How can we let the Emperor take everything that was ours and give it to that Duke? And the Baron looks over, almost annoyed that his nephew would even dare to raise his voice, and explains to him in simple words, after the Mentat, after he jumps in and says, "Don't think of it as an act of love." What does he mean? When is a gift not a gift? And then you cut out everything else that the Baron says afterwards, too. Because he doesn't just say, "When is a gift not a gift?" and then wipe his brow. Oh my god.
This was a clever setup because it's a way to explain to the audience what they're thinking without just saying like, "As you know, you're my father and we have a long relationship." You know, it's like not shitty dialogue like that. Like one person doesn't know what's going on, so the other person is explaining it to him while also explaining what's going on to the audience. So it's not really, I don't really consider this I totally forgot what the name is, just like exposition.
Yeah.
It is a conversation. We know that the Baron knows what's going on, but the nephew does not.
Yeah,
but
clearly.
it also,
and it showcased the nephew was a hot-headed piece of shit.
But it also isn't so blatant as to be, yes, haha, our plans to murder the Atreides is coming true. It's not shitty like that. They're like being subtle about it.
Yeah, it's like every line, almost every line in a Hollywood movie that starts with "as you know" is garbage.
Yeah.
Try not to do that. You know, it's again, that's a rule. It's not a 100% always rule, but it's a guideline. Try not to do that.
Because there could be cases where a character is like forgetful or dumb, and it's like, you know this already. Why are you fucking ignoring this important information?
Yeah, and the best part is the very next line, the Atreides' voice is rising, and the Emperor is a jealous man. A dangerous, jealous man.
And that tells you a lot alone.
Yeah.
Yeah. $10 super chat for Rage versus a Mill. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I don't like it. Therefore, it is bad and doesn't make sense, is what this feels like. Yeah, basically.
Pretty much.
Also, sorry, chat, for anybody that had headphones on and I did the shouting, but, I needed to emphasize the point of Raban going from calm and normal to immediate rage.
Yeah.
Immediate rage. $5 super chat from Scepter Caleb. Thank you very much. $5 says that there will be a scene does not contain lap dance and during a Zendaya scene. I have not watched this video before. Has he stopped that? Okay.
I think he stopped that because it's too whateverist. Yeah.
Yeah, it's too sexist or something, probably.
Exposition done right. We learn about the characters having discussion that makes sense in universe. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's also highlighting that Raban is an idiot. And he really is. He can't think beyond the moment.
And also, you don't necessarily want to say outright, our plans are to kill this noble family. Because, if people find out about that, then, man, you're pretty fucked.
Not only that, but you have all these people in this room. Any one of them could be put before a truthsayer. Any one of them.
Yeah.
So, again, he is playing it, he's being coy, but it also fits within his characterization that he's trying to get his idiot nephew to realize what is actually going on without spelling it out so that everybody in that room knows.
Yeah, he's gotta stop his nephew from acting out rashly, but also he doesn't want him to be a liability either.
Yes. He doesn't want to reveal like a Piter knows, Mentat Piter knows, and Baron Harkonnen know that the Emperor is literally handing them the weapon to murder the Atreides, that the Emperor is in on this too. But he doesn't want his nephew to know, because his nephew is somebody who would obviously go around and brag about it.
4 stream notifications, YouTube going fucky again? There should only be 3, but my internet died and then OBS crashed.
Yeah. Alright.
Is this space tube?
Is this space tube ovulating? What the fuck?
It's
it
just
looked
a
like
dumb
a vagina.
joke.
Yeah.
Like a vagina and an egg coming out, so yeah, it's whatever.
Yep. Beware the Sisterhood of the Traveling Trash Bag Pants.
Oh, the Sisterhood of the Traveling Trash Bag Pants. Seriously, what the
How is that? That's not a set. Seriously, what the fuck is this flying glow sphere? You're doing it again?
It's a light, you retard! Have you never seen a fucking light before?
Have you never seen a light source in general? Do you not know what a lamp is?
is this flying glow sphere?
Know about my dreams.
I do your laundry, Paul.
Your mother.
No. He wasn't asking his mom. Oh my god. He was asking his mom about how the Reverend Mother knows about his dreams. Because the mom told her. Because the mom is a loyal Bene Gesserit.
This is what happens when you have, like, the dumbest of the dumb critique movies. This is the kind of person who would watch Fellowship of the Ring and think Gandalf meant fly as in take to the air and fly away, rather than fucking run, when he says fly, you fools.
Yep.
I told you that when I lost my faith in humanity, right, when I was watching Fellowship. Did I tell you that story?
I think I've heard it. I don't know if you said it on EFAP and I listened to that, or if you said it on here. But I have heard the story where people laughed at that.
Yeah, where they said, like, hold out your hand, Frodo. It's quite cool. And everybody laughed because they thought he meant cool, like awesome or fun or whatever.
Yeah. You mentioned that on one of ours.
Yep.
Yeah,
I remember that.
And I was like, oh no. And yeah, I realized there was an idea that was in the form, and I think that everybody on EFAP was saying it's actually a brilliant format. It just they're not doing it right. Like the idea is brilliant. The problem is that there's so much of this. It's like riff tracks or MST3K. Like, did you ever watch Mr. Science Theater?
Yes.
Back in the day?
I loved Mr. Science Theater back in the day.
Yeah, and they're funny, but their entire thing is just making stupid jokes about the movie they're watching.
Yep.
It just doesn't work in this format. This format should be a sin counter. Instead, it's like, I do your laundry, Paul. It's like, That would be something that like Crow would say, or whatever. Probably a better joke, but that's be something like Crow or Tom Servo would say. That's exactly the kind of joke that they would do. But it doesn't work in this. Also, it doesn't even make sense because they're royalty. Basically, she wouldn't be touching his laundry.
Yep.
So I don't know. It just doesn't work with this format.
Yep. The help told the better joke would have been like, the help told me about your laundry, Paul.
Yeah. Or it's like, explain these stains, Paul, or whatever,
Yeah. $5 super chat from Bentastic197. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Creetosis loves Hooter because it's a hoot. Ding. Yeah, basically.
Oh no. Stag is getting sinned.
Yeah. All right.
Ask me to check your
by touching your hair. I am not a robot. Who said anything about being a robot? Error.
You must have every.
Okay, so this is, again, we are at least 8,000 years in the future. So real talk right now. If you look at medical videos from even the 1990s, they do things completely different than the way we do now. Like, a new thing that has happened is called percussive medicine. And what this is you are listening for the resonance of a person. So you are actually tapping their chest, tapping their abdomen, tapping around their body, and you are listening for, this is a hollow sound. This is a resonant sound. And you can actually diagnose people through this resonance. This is something that we do in Western medicine. This isn't like some Chinese, like, I can tell by the reading of, whatever. No, it's not that. This is a thing that we actually do nowadays that even in 1990 would have been like, why the fuck are you tapping somebody on the chest? Well, I'm looking for this, this, and this, and here's how I got it. Like, what the fuck? No, that doesn't make any sense. Like, yeah, but it does. And it explains, like, how you find where there's bowel gas if somebody is incredibly gassy, and you need to find if there's a septic liquid in there as well. Like, they're bleeding into, their guts are bleeding into them and stuff like that. It's how you find it.
That's really interesting. And also, just reiterate, at least 8,000 years into the future, wasn't there something in his head too, like some sort of implant or whatever? Like, there's clearly something going on beyond what we're seeing, right?
Yeah.
So some sort of augment. I don't know. It wouldn't be a computer, but it could be something, some sort of sensory augment that he could be diagnosing them just through touch. That makes perfect sense to me, honestly.
Well, for him, they are doing more of an Eastern type of medicine, where a lot of Eastern medicines can tell conditions based off of your feet, like how you walk, what strains you have, in what area. Right? Yeah. So basically, they can understand like how, oh yeah, by your feet, by touching this, I can tell that this is hardened plate, this is soft. So you're leaning like this. So therefore, by logical deduction of our medicines, it means that you're favoring this side, which means your posture is bad here, here, and here. So it's just stuff like that. It's just taking it to more of an extreme where by holding like at his temple, he's feeling the pulse, and if the bone there is broken and everything, and going through the scalp and stuff, and he's looking into his eyes, and then he closes his eyes and starts like thinking about, like, he's focusing all of his attention on what his senses can feel as he's touching him. Again, it's a different style of medicine. Like I said, we do medicine nowadays that even 20 years ago or 30 years ago would have been considered madness.
I also want to point...
Why are you smacking somebody? Why are you taking two of your fingers and smacking somebody in the chest? Why are you doing this?
Also, just from a stupid person who knows nothing about medicine, I can feel my pulse by touching my head. He could be checking his pulse. Could be doing lots of things.
Yeah, and then he's looking in the eyes. See, is there rings in the eyes? Is there bloodshot? There's all kinds of things you can learn just by looking at the face.
Yeah, dilation, how well they're sleeping from their eye bags, all sorts of stuff. You could, a really, really well-trained person could probably tell lots of things without even taking a blood test. Just basic stuff.
Yeah. Or how people speak. Do you notice that somebody is having a lisp in a certain way? Or are their words not functioning? Are they putting the emphasis on the wrong spot when they speak? Now, congratulations, you've now figured out other conditions that they had, a mental condition, without even needing to do CAT scans or anything. Fascinating videos are definitely the sensory nerve exams of it, and going through all the things, like all the different nerves you can find just by looking at the face.
The thing I wanted to comment on is, again, how silly and stupid and juvenile these jokes are. It's like, I know that comedy is highly, highly, highly subjective, but it's like, oh, he's touching his head. I am a robot. Error, error. It's like, who is even going to find that funny?
Yeah, these are very low quality. I don't even know who would really consider these jokes.
Yeah.
Also,
Yeah.
it doesn't make sense because the entire arc of his story is that he's very human and fallible.
Yeah.
He's not a robot.
He's seen the entire movie to do this video, so he knows that that's what happens later on. But same with the stuff like, it's a wedding, ding. Is this guy eating a spoonful of brown sugar, ding? It's like, they have to be jokes.
Yeah, but then that's the problem with CinemaSins is they don't distinguish between what's jokes, what's valid criticism.
No, I know, but my problem is, the robot one and the brown sugar one. They're obviously jokes, but it's like, who is like
who's
losing
laughing?
their shit laughing at this? Because like, oh, he's eating brown sugar. It's a spoonful of brown stuff. It's like, okay.
Yeah, it's like, what?
Not even Reddit would like this joke.
But when Setch was talking about fucking, cockamamie type of medicine, I like the first thing that came to mind was like palm reading. Like, oh, I could tell by the crease in your palm here that you have diarrhea on this day, and stuff. And then before I could even belt that out, I was like, immediately my mind went to your fingers. Show me your fingers.
Yes.
What that reminded me of was that comic where the guy, he's getting a hand reading, and I forget what the original one is because it's been memed so many times. But the last panel, the guy is just worried, and the fortune teller is like, "Wow, that's a lot of fucking whatever it is that's fucking him up."
$2 super chat from Scepter Caleb. Thank you very much. Comedy is objective. CS is objectively unfunny. CinemaSins. Yeah.
Yeah, agreed.
Yeah, there is an actual objective quality to comedy. It's the timing, the punchline, the setup, the pacing. Those are things that are objective qualities that can actually be taught and learned. But then the substance of it is the subjective part of it. That's the part that other people can find things funny. It's where all that changes through.
Well, it's kind of like the joke, why did the chicken cross the road to get to the other side? It's like, it's a joke, but I don't think anyone in the world would ever find that funny.
Yeah, and then the way you make it funny is in the way you tell the joke, the way you obfuscate the ending of the joke, or your cadence,
you change
your
it up.
I mean, a lot of humor can be kind of boiled down to absurdity or rejection. So, we've heard the format, why did the chicken cross the road, so many times that we expect a twist, and to get to the other side is a surprise, or it's absurd because that is no twist. That's exactly what. So it's the
anti-joke.
Yeah, it's an anti-joke. It's reverse absurd. So, yeah, I find like it's subjective to everybody, but there is a certain core element that usually is required, but it's subjective on people's experiences and knowledge. So if you are a doctor, your knowledge and experience is going to be a lot more receptive to absurd things that only doctors would find relatable.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, he came into me and he said, oh, my kidney is broken. Oh God, that's silly because you can't break your kidney, things like that.
Yeah.
Like my kidney snapped. Like you can't snap a kidney, so that'd be funny, I guess. But
you can even make anti-jokes, like literally simple stuff like, why did the chicken cross the road to get to the other side? You can make that funny if you do it in the right context, if you do it in a certain way. Like I can think of at least a couple of ways where I would actually find that joke really funny, but it would require a lot of context to something going on.
Yeah, there's a whole I think a whole website called Anti-Jokes. There was the what's brown and sticky? A stick, right? Kind of stupid, right? But then some of them are pretty funny in that they're kind of repetitive, but then they have a little twist to them. Like for example, what's worse than one bee sting? Two bee stings,
Two bee
right?
stings, yeah.
What's worse than two bee stings? The Holocaust.
Yep.
What's worse than the Holocaust? What's worse than the Holocaust?
Three
bee
stings.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
It's terrible, but it's absurd. That's the whole point.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, let's see where this is going. I have a feeling he's gonna say like, why did his mother tell him this if she can just use the voice on her at all times? And so I have a feeling this is how low I think of Cinema Sins. So here we go.
The capital of Norway is Oslo. Make sure you have a spare number 2 pencil. Goodbye.
What? Oh, because it's a test.
How is that a sin? Yeah. God damn.
I'm surprised he didn't
Paul,
comment
and
on the box itself.
Yeah, you didn't. You skipped her telling him to put his hand in the box, which is where the stream title joke comes from. And you fucking skipped the voice. You skipped the voice at the dinner. The breakfast table earlier too. So are you just not going to mention the voice at all?
Yeah, that's weird.
This is Cinema Sins. You can only mention bad things, except for when he doesn't.
Yeah.
Silence wasn't part of the explained rules. She simply said to keep your hand in the box, not to keep it in there and avoid expressing anguish.
She just told him silence. It's not. She didn't stab him or anything. Silence. You failed because you weren't silent. No, she just says silence. So she's giving him a command to do. And look, notice that he is trying now. He is trying to be quiet. So it means she is now judging the fact that he is keeping mental faculties while in excruciating pain. He is still trying to obey her orders.
Maybe it's part of the test.
This is part of the test.
That she says silence when he starts making noise the first time. Because that tests the mental faculty under the pain and stress.
Yeah. And again, remember what her very first thing she says, an animal, when caught in a trap, will gnaw off its own limb to escape. What will you do? Then the entire test is to see, will you lose control or can you be trusted to maintain composure, to think clearly? And his mother is even going to reinforce this when she explains the speech about fear is the mind killer during this. So here we go.
I mean, if we're making up rules, off your fishnet face cover, because it's pressing down on your nose and distracting me. Also, in a few seconds, he makes noise again, and you don't stick him with the death needle or tell him to shut up.
Goodbye, young human.
Because she notices that he's trying. He is making an active effort, because he starts going, He is in excruciating pain, and that is the point, but he is actually trying to obey her command.
Yeah. $5 from Scepter Caleb. Thank you. Dune stole the way of the voice from the most biblical game ever, Skyrim. Buy it again.
Oh no. Yeah, no.
Jeez.
Yep.
Just the idea that Dune stole the voice from Skyrim is fucking hilarious.
Yeah. All right. Goodbye, young human. Okay. This one is that line right there is very important, but it's more so for the book and everything. But whatever. But we'll see what Cinema Sins is gonna do.
I just thought of something. So, kind of going back just for a second, that you remember when I said I could think of a few things that could make that joke funny?
Yeah.
One of the things that came to mind was the Joker telling the Batman after he just killed Robin, "Why did the chicken cross the road?" To get to the other side, to get to the afterlife.
Yeah.
Kind of thing. And it's in that context, you could make that, dark, extremely dark, but funny in the Joker's sense. That would make sense. You could make it funny that way. But he doesn't do that. He just says random shit and expects it to be funny.
Is this made for kids? I'm beginning to think that he's appealing toward not to be mean, but dumb kids. Because the writing is just very, very juvenile.
Yeah.
That's almost what it seems like, but what 4-year-old is going to be oh hey, this is a funny joke about Dune.
No, it's not 4-year-olds. He's going for the idiot kids. He's going for the kids
it's
in
the
high
tween
school,
audiences.
middle school.
It's like what is it? The 12 to 16 audience is like the prime
Yep.
audience that you're going
Yep.
for. Yeah,
That's what I was about to say. I was like,
Because
it's probably
so easy.
16-year-olds.
It's so easy to please them.
Yeah. You could trick a 16-year-old so easy, it's insane.
Yep.
You just have to use flowery language and put some music behind it, and they'll believe anything.
Yep. It's sad, but it's fucking true.
Yeah, it's completely true. I mean, it worked on me when I was that age.
That's why that joke is like, the students are also walking on protests. Like, yeah, but students are retards. That's why you're in school.
I mean, I don't mean to be like really mean, but just look at TikTok. Look at the audience of TikTok and see what they consume.
Yeah.
I mean, no, I don't have to say anything more because we've all seen those videos. I mean, it's the #1 app in the world right now, so that's fun. I got, or at least #1 was visit website, I think.
Yeah.
Probably app and web views, but yeah, no, it's. I guess he's trying to just capture that audience because that's the most profitable audience on YouTube and streaming, I guess, right now.
Yeah, and it is. All right.
And you don't stick him with the death needle or tell him to shut up.
Goodbye, young human. I hope you live.
Of note, this is apparently not appropriate to say at children's birthday parties as you depart, especially if you aren't invited.
Jesus Christ, that joke was fucking nothing. All right.
Yeah, that was
All
just lame.
Like, literally more funny would be just like said Mark Zuckerberg. Like, that'd be more funny than what he said.
Yeah. It would be more funny if it was an actual scene from a movie where someone says that at a young... It's like the Birthday Skeleton comic, you know? It's like the absurdity of it is funny. So seeing someone actually say, "Goodbye, young human, I hope you live," at an actual, like, 6-year-old's birthday party is goddamn hilarious. Him saying it there isn't.
Yeah.
All right.
Told about, but you in your pride thought you could produce the Kwisatz Haderach.
Look, if you have something in your religion that foretells of the Quizmaster Burt Bacharach, someone has to do it. Also, I am keenly interested.
Okay. Yeah, and that is kind of Jessica's point. Is she thinks that she fits that bill. She thinks she fits that bill, so she tries it, and that's why the Reverend Mother is like, you in your arrogance and pride thought you could produce this. You thought you could fit that bill. All right? This has been something that they have been doing for many, many millennia. They have been trying for this. And now you decide that it's you. You're the one that will do it. So, of course, it's an arrogance and pride thing. She's not wrong. Like, yeah, somebody has to be the first, but somebody has to actually fulfill it. But yeah, it's still going to be considered arrogant and prideful that you think you're the one that will do it.
Yeah.
It's a great concept that Babylon 5 actually works with. How do you know you are chosen? How do you know that you have a destiny? How do you know that the universe itself has stated that you are correct?
Well,
how do you know? And it is such a fantastic fucking breakdown, especially the episode Comes the Inquisitor. That is when the Inquisitor for the Vorlons is literally putting the screws to someone to break them down and admit that they aren't chosen, you aren't special, there will be no banners in your name, there will be no holy crusade following you, you are nothing. Your entire existence is to be the hammer that is pounded down, bang, bang, or the nail that's hammered into the board, bang, bang, bang. And she refuses to give in. That is part of what makes her the right people in the right place at the right time.
Taking a bit of the other approach to this, Morrowind kind of plays with the idea briefly in the Cavern of the Incarnate, because that's where the Moon and Star Ring is, I believe, which only Nerevar can wear. And numerous people who have come forward as believing themselves to be the Nerevarine have put it on and died, and their ghosts linger in this cavern, and they each bestow upon you a bit of a blessing, which is just an item that may or may not be useful to you. But the point is, numerous people came forward before thinking they were the true reincarnation of Nerevar. And they aren't, but you are, because you put the ring on and you don't die. It's a similar thing of, yeah, if there's a prophecy, a lot of people are going to believe they are the one.
$5 super chat from Scepter Caleb. Thank you very much. Judaism be like, how do we know Jesus was supposed to be the Messiah? Pretty arrogant to think that guy claiming to be actually was. Yeah. I mean, there's all kinds of things like that. That's the whole like Muslim thing of who's should have been the second guy. It was this guy or it was that guy, and that's their whole division. Well, and there's a lot of other things that have gone into like fighting, but yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we also have the right man in the wrong place because he makes all the difference in the world.
Yep.
But yeah, and again, that's just the whole thing. I left for a while. Did the stream drop out again? Yeah, OBS crashed this time. But yeah, that's just the whole thing. Like I said, Babylon 5 deals with this fantastically. But yeah, all right. So that and here also, I'm keenly interested in learning how she could have dictated the sex of the baby just by giving it some thought.
Again, it's the future. We don't know, like, how medical technology works.
And these people, as you have conveniently cut out every time, can literally control people with their voice. They might be special.
I mean, what if medical technology just allows you to edit what your child is going to be, whether they end up being a boy or a girl? Like, what if you want a girl and you have a boy, and then you just use the medical technology to change it, or vice versa, or fucking whatever?
That's not even far-fetched, because they're doing shit like that now.
The Bene Gesserit actually have such command over their body, which is also how they can use the voice to begin with, that they can actually dictate what sperm makes it.
Oh. Well, that kind of changes things pretty significantly, I think.
Yeah, and again, like I said, it's pretty fucking convenient that he keeps cutting out the voice. These people who can literally command other people to do anything they want. Yeah, they might be something special about these people. There's a reason the Bene Gesserit are fucking feared. Alright.
And learning to have dictated the sex of the baby just by giving it some thought.
We think he's very close now. Some believe he's here.
Listen, that's great, Mom, but can we go somewhere that's less dark and smoky to have this conversation? And maybe can we speak a little closer than 30 feet apart?
Okay. Paul literally revealed himself that he was shadowing them the entire time.
Which he was able to do because of the fog.
Yes. So he reveals himself to his mother. His mother is shocked that he's there. And yeah, they're going to have the immediate conversation for the thing that literally just got revealed. And they're out in the middle of nowhere, okay?
And also, it's just fog, and there's no real urgency to get out of it.
Yeah.
It's not like it's a torrential downpour or a fucking blizzard. It's fog. Yeah. It's not going to hurt you.
It's just me, or is over the years has the ratio between quote-unquote jokes and sins drastically increased? Like, almost back-to-back is just a joke.
Yeah.
I've noticed.
Yeah.
It's weird.
It does seem like that. He hasn't had a single point yet where it's like, hey, yeah, that's a fair criticism of the movie. It's just him saying dumb shit constantly.
Yeah, and here, plant plucking, and he's going to ding it. So, here we go.
Plant pluck, dip steeping, palace packing, shoulder seizing, pebble pondering, sunset staring, excitement. All right, guys.
I'm surprised he didn't ding each one of those individually.
Yeah, I'm surprised too. All right, guys, we're going to go. All right, sorry, yeah, we'll just let him do his thing.
Guys, we're going to go to a new planet and oversee spice production. It'll kind of be our new home, I guess. Be sure to pack up that painting of Paul's grandfather and the head of that bull that killed him. Also, when someone...
Okay, yeah, the entire family is being forced to move. That was the entire point of the ceremony before. They must travel. House Atreides will travel to Arrakis. Did you miss that part? They have to go there. By imperial decree, they have to move their house there. Jesus Christ. Pay attention. Oh, God.
Satch, are you telling me when you move to a new house, you don't take everything with you?
Yeah. Especially because these are important things. Yeah, they're going to take the grandfather's portrait. Yeah, they're going to take the head of the bull that killed him. Because that's important to Duke Leto Atreides, and he's the leader of this house. All right.
Someone asks you is so long, remind them that we've spent 20 minutes saying goodbye to a planet.
No, we haven't, you retard.
We haven't spent 20 minutes saying goodbye to a planet. We have been filling in a lot of details. We now know it's an Imperial decree. We now know that it's House Atreides that's going to go there. We now know that Duke Leto loved his father, and that the way he came to power, because Duke Leto wanted to be a pilot, that's what he wanted to do. He never wanted to be in control, but it was when his father died that he was thrust into the position. Great men do not choose to lead. They merely do. And maybe you'll find your way to it. Again, this is all fucking important things we have learned. We are learning about the Atreides culture throughout this entire thing. We are learning the Harkonnens are brutal. We are learning how the shields work. This is all important stuff that you would know if you paid attention at all.
This very much feels like... You know how some Let's Players will talk over the tutorials, and then they run around in circles for 30 minutes and not know what the fuck they're doing, and say this game is dumb, it didn't explain anything to me?
IGN
it feels like
are
that.
A great example. IGN are a fantastic fucking example. In their original Dead Space thing, they talked about how, like, one of our biggest criticisms is that there should be a fast heal function. That's just stupid that there isn't one. And one of the first things it teaches you after the crash on the Ishimura is, how do you fast heal? It is literally the first button prompt is to fast heal Isaac Clarke. Jesus Christ. This is why paying attention is fucking important. Is that space tube sperming? Again, here's just another dumb joke.
Is tube sperming? Flying chest penises!
Remember what I said earlier about how juvenile this is?
Yeah.
It's gotten worse.
Flying chess penises.
So
Flying chess penises.
Like, okay, maybe they look kind of like a chess piece. Where do you get penises from? Is it because piece and penis share some letters?
And because they are very vaguely phallic shaped. That's it. Just because it's a cylinder, it's a penis.
Yeah, but like, go with one or the other. Don't smash. Like, one or the other is still kind of dumb, but it's not as dumb as just arbitrarily combining them into chess penises.
Yeah. £5 super chat from Scooty Booty. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Oh, you're doing Cinema Sins today? That's some quality cringe right there. Yeah.
Yeah, it's been fucking terrible the entire time. There's a reason why this stream is named Pain.
Yep. And what's even worse, at least worse in my opinion, is they're going to be doing the Cinema Wins video afterwards. And oh god,
I'm not looking forward to that.
What's important to note here is that a bunch of stories about the One and believe Paul is that guy. That's all you need to know. But this scene takes almost 4 minutes. It takes a whole minute for them to get off the ship, and we see Paul and his mother's entire walk to the Thopter. I believe in a movie wanting to take time to breathe, but goddamn.
We do not see the entire walk. It's cut down to the most relevant bits when they're talking. And it's not just stories that these people have heard. It's something they've been taught all their lives, because that's what's being explained in the scene if you actually paid attention.
Yes, and the fact that people are screaming and, hey, that's Harkonnen love out there and everything like that. Don't be fooled. But no, again, what Thufir Hawat doesn't realize is that it's not just Harkonnen love. They actually think their Messiah has been delivered to them. They actually think Paul and Lady Jessica are the literal prophecy made manifest. So it isn't just mandatory attendance. That's what he's trying to brush it off as. That's just mandatory attendance. It's what the Harkonnen demanded. No. Also, this entire thing is showing the vast size of the Atreides army. It will become important later. You need to pay attention to how big House Atreides is.
Paying attention is not allowed because you wouldn't be able to ding the movie as much for stuff you didn't pay attention to.
You know what? I can actually predict what a cinema win will be. A win.
Oh, no.
Hey, they got the composer to actually play the bagpipes. He has a cameo in this movie. Ding! I guarantee that's going to be a win. All right.
Everyone warned me about the sandworms and how long this movie feels, but no one warned me about space bagpipes. I became...
Have you not noticed that there is a theme of House Atreides being Highlanders? Of being, like, Highland nobility? Like, come on, man. Come on.
Also, I'm so tired of that fucking, like, oh, bagpipes, oh, you know, it hurts to listen to.
So do we just get rid of, like, conventional instruments in the future? It reminds me of the Plinkett review of Nemesis, where it's like, hey, why do they have these green plastic space drums?
Yeah.
You know, instead of the metal symbols? Yeah.
Yeah, the neon plastic symbols. I remember that. That was, yeah. I mean, in his defense, it's kind of like, why would you do that? How would they make the sound? You know, kind of thing. It kind of made sense, that criticism, but I don't know. Yeah, the big pipe argument. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, the Plinkett argument makes sense because it's like, yeah, it's these weird green plastic symbols rather than just metal.
Yeah, it feels like you're doing more work to get the sound out of it instead. Like it's the thing if you see an electric violin versus a normal violin, it's like, well, why would you do the electric violin? Well, it's because it makes a different sound.
Yeah,
and people find it pleasing. This new type of sound. And same thing with electric cellos and everything like that. But you'll still have people that want the traditional sound. So hey, bagpipes. It's still a musical instrument. It plays a melody that people enjoy.
Yeah.
Why would they get rid of it?
Because it would just be like having any kind of sci-fi property and there's a guitar there. It's like, is it a bad thing that a guitar exists still thousands of years later?
Yeah.
No.
It just annoys me that pop culture has like ruined bagpipes because they always like demonize it as, oh, it's old and sounds terrible. It's like, no, it actually sounds really good when someone who knows what they're doing
properly.
Plays it. Yeah, when somebody who knows what they're doing plays it, it sounds really good.
Yeah, listen to the Braveheart soundtrack.
AC/DC. AC/DC has a song that has bagpipes in it. I forget which one. And I think some of Mark Knopfler's solo material has bagpipes. I think A Night in Summer Long Ago from the album Golden Heart has bagpipes on it. I think.
And also just, I think it's Celtic, Afro-Celtic sound system. They have some amazing bagpipe songs as well. They mix like African, Celtic, and I think electronic music together, and it sounds amazing. Yeah. So like, there's some incredible bagpipe music out there.
I just remembered. I think Border Reaver from the album Get Lucky by Mark Knopfler as well. I'm pretty sure that has bagpipes to start with. But I might be mixing it up with something else. I don't know my instruments that well. Point is, yeah, it's dumb that it's like bagpipes in space, ding. Like, no, it's fine.
So bored walk across the whipping winds of the desert scene that I actually studied Jessica's horribly uncomfortable looking shoes. Have you ever seen a shoe design where the heel doesn't actually support the heel of the foot? Well, now you have, and it's horrible.
It clearly does, because she's walking on it, you idiot. Jesus Christ.
I always thought that the was it, what do they call her, a companion?
Here's the funny thing. Here's the funny thing, though. She's a the funny thing is that design, that heel, that's used in Asian cultures.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to say. She's a what is she? Not concubine, companion. What do they call her in the books?
She is a fuck. It's on the tip of my tongue. Jesus Christ.
Something like that, though, right? But yes. I always got a heavy geisha influence.
Yes,
from that idea.
She's not officially his wife. She's not. She's a. It's like a consort. She's God damn it! Thanks, brain. There are so many words that are specifically cover around that meaning. I said consort.
Oh.
It was concubine. It's concubine. I was right. Okay.
I thought concubine was like another name for, like, not a sex slave, but like someone you.
Like a mistress, yeah. Basically.
Yeah, that's what she is. She is a mistress, basically.
But they refer to her as a concubine, yeah. But she's a concubine of Duke Jared Leto, and
Jared Leto.
But I'm still gonna use that joke. God damn it. But yeah, so they can't. There's a reason why they can't marry. I forget exactly why, or he doesn't. Something like that. But yeah, the very heavy geisha influence, I understood, and those are very similar to like the kind of wooden block shoes that they used to wear, right?
Yeah, here I'm getting a picture of it.
Another
Oh, no,
Texan
not
bull
picture.
got another Texan bull on chat got the AC/DC song. It's a long way to the top if you want to rock and roll. Yes, that's the one with bagpipes in it. Someone else mentioned for those about to rock. I don't believe that one actually has bagpipes. That's the one with the cannons going off. For those about to rock. Yeah.
Yeah, that's those are traditional wood sandals, and
I
they
am
support people's
scared
weights fine.
to copy the link again.
Yeah, I
No,
wouldn't.
I wouldn't do that. In the chat, you can just type in like Asian wood sandals, and you can.
Well,
find
anyone
it.
who's seen Samurai Jack knows exactly what you should be talking about because those are the ones he wears, and he literally refuses to wear anything else.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
for anyone.
it works. This is just what they do. They work. They support your weight fine. And again, the movie literally contradicts him because she's clearly walking.
Yeah.
For anyone in chat who wants a picture, search hot concubines in your area. So.
Anyways.
Horrible.
They see this.
You see what they've been told to see.
Religion.
Yeah,
Jesus
okay.
fucking Christ. Yeah,
Why is that a
okay.
sin? That's showing that the world is explaining why people believe what they do.
Yeah. This is literally the movie doing what it's supposed to do. How is that a sin?
Religion bad. Can't be in movie.
I mean,
It's way beyond. Way beyond religion. It's like a confirmation bias. It's a thing
Yes.
that we all have all the time. We know of a thing, we see it everywhere.
Yep.
You see what they've been told to see.
Religion.
We're good to go.
Fucking go then.
Shield.
They are.
They are. They are leaving.
You literally show a shot of the ornithopter taking off.
Yep. And here's the best part about it is he had to check to make sure that their route was secure. They don't know if the Harkonnens have a spy or saboteurs or anything. The Harkonnens have been their enemies the entire fucking time. Again, this is part of what has been explained in that earlier thing where you said we were just saying goodbye to a planet, you idiot. Oh my god. They need to make sure that they don't die or they aren't intercepted, or there's like a missile, a fucking ground to air missile on somewhere as they're flying over. Good god. Yes, he is desperate, and he's cutting out so much of the movie, and he's desperate. On these other ones, there hasn't been like a valid point here yet. He is just constantly desperate to get his dings in.
And that's the thing too is I don't know about you guys, but I was slightly more optimistic about the Sins video because he sometimes gets a point. He hasn't yet.
Sometimes.
Yeah, sometimes he has a valid point. It's like, yeah, that's a good point.
Where Cinema Wins is just nothing but like trying to. It's just toxic positivity is what you said earlier, and that's the best way to describe it.
Yep.
But this is just pathetic.
Protects the city from the weather and the worms.
Huh. Makes you wonder how they built that wall in the first place if worms were always on the attack. We see later they have no way of fighting the worms, just evasive maneuvers. So how did anyone build this wall?
The way you build anything, in parts.
Yeah, piece by piece. It's the constant repetitive motion. That's what attracts the worms. That's why people can cross the desert with the sand walk, you fucking idiot. If you're constantly being like slam, 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 that draws the worms. But if you go slam, and then maybe an hour later, slam, maybe like 2 hours later, slam, and now you have 3 sections of the wall that you built before and have now dropped into place, yeah, that's fine.
Because you notice too, when flying over the wall, it looks like it's large pieces have been screwed together a long time ago. Maybe not screwed together, but you know what I mean. The pieces have fit
They look
together.
like they've been slotted in.
Yes.
It's like they could have transported huge segments of wall one at a time and eventually made a barrier that the rooms could get through.
Yep.
Makes
and
sense to
that's
me.
exactly how they did it. Anyways, yeah, notice we skipped a bunch of stuff again. So here we go.
Each one of us drinks every day the equivalent of 5 men, 20 palm trees, 100 lives.
Math.
Should we remove?
How is that a sin? He is literally pointing out like how much water is wasted, air quotes, because it's from Paul's perspective, this water is wasted. That's why he asks him here immediately.
I'm gonna put in a rule now. We can only cover cinema sins and cinema wins once per year.
Yeah, I think that for sanity's sake, I think that'd be a good idea.
I understand why he tries to shill wine to people, because that's the only way he can get through to these videos.
Yeah.
Yeah, break out your drinks now, folks. It's not going to get any easier.
Yeah, we'll have to see how he says, like, I think, God, here we go. I have a feeling that we're going to talk about how this is stupid and everything like that, the palm trees existing and them not wanting them because they're sacred. So here we go.
Immediately in chat, thank God, drink time.
Move them to the water. No. These are sacred. Old dream.
Oh, old dreams, eh? Yeah, that really clears up the whole issue of keeping trees alive over people. Super get it. Thanks for clearing that up.
You don't need to delve into it further, but it's obvious if he says that these are sacred, it's an old dream. You don't need to understand beyond that. If the palm trees are sacred to the Fremen people, then they're sacred to the Fremen people. You don't need the explanation. The explanation is that the Fremen dream of Arrakis turning into a paradise when the desert is gone. They dream of walking out beneath the sun without still suits, being able to run across fields of green and everything. That's why they are tapping into the water under the sand. This gets explained in the movie. They even tell you right here in this narration that the Fremen are actually the ones that are trying to bring agriculture and greenery to the planet. They even straight up say all agriculture, all plant life on Arrakis is only thanks to the Fremen. God. Okay. Man, this thing's gonna give me an aneurysm at this point.
Yeah.
It's all fucking shit. He clearly just didn't watch the movie. He just like skimmed it very quickly and was like, bad, joke, bad.
The only one that I can think of that had any weight was the broad effects of spice, which I'm like, okay, yeah, good point. How does that work? Not necessarily a sin, but how does that work? We don't know exactly how that works yet. Hopefully the second movie fills it in. If that doesn't, then that's like the one legitimate point he has. How does the spice work? But everything else, that's like the obvious one.
We get to kind of see it. We kind of get to see it work when he starts having visions. Paul starts having visions while awake with the spice. So we get to see how it functions, sort of.
Well, not
yeah,
just that,
we get that. It's the space travel part that doesn't get explained in the first film.
Well, yeah, which it should get explained when the Spacing Guild shows up.
Sure.
I thought they did give it a brief explanation that it allows them to see where they're going, so they could travel safely.
I think that is the explanation, but they don't actually say that in the movie.
They do say it. It allows them to navigate space safely, is what they say.
So,
hold on one second.
So the part we don't understand is what spice does to the brain to allow them to see, basically, which is like, okay, but how are you going to portray in a movie what meth does to a brain?
I'm not thinking of that commercial. It's like, this is your brain in crack, like smashing the pans and eggs and stuff.
But yeah, during the scene where Paul is listening to the little audio hologram thing, telling him about Arrakis, I'm pretty sure, they mention that is exactly what it's used for, is that, it allows them to travel through space safely.
$5 from Kevin Mays. Thank you. Cinema sends shills for faulty therapy services and proceeds to say things Proceeds to say things that are so dumb that you need therapy. Yep. that was the grift all along. We'll show a therapy service and say things that make you go to therapy. Fucking
Did you watch a
dastard.
CinemaSins video? Are you depressed? Better help.
That would be a better ad for at the end of the video. Now that you've finished watching our garbage, do you feel miserable? Click this link to no longer feel like garbage.
You ever watch a TV episode of anything that has to do with like self-harm and stuff, and then they always have that like call it 1-800 so and so if you're having feelings of so and so. Like they always have that warning at the end.
I've seen
that
parodies of it.
Yeah, I just do that at the end of every CinemaSins video. Having thoughts of self-harm? That's great.
All right, we good to go?
Such?
Oh no, he's dead.
I think he went to go check and make sure that they actually say that.
No, he's dead. That means we get to say shit about lizards. Hippity hoppity, lizards are property. Yeah, he's dead.
Maybe Such was OBS the whole time.
Well, my OBS is still up. So... Oh, welcome back. We weren't talking shit about lizards, I promise.
I doubt it. Hang on, wait. I need Nick Riccati's thing. I doubt it. But no, I have my delivery I literally ordered yesterday that isn't supposed to be here for another 2 days arrived from Amazon. It's like, what the fuck?
Oh.
Yeah, I was like, you're 2 days early? What?
I like when that happens.
Yeah.
Anyways, we good to go?
I've got my CPU and my RAM. I'm waiting for the motherboard to show up and everything. I've got to do this parts build in parts, like hardcore parts.
Oh, so you're upgrading your computer so you can play Elden Ring and watch Dune at the same time.
Yes.
The tabs. Where he's being converted.
Yes. Yes.
No, because it's still going to be one tab on the other screen. I'm not doing Cree. I'm not fucking Cree. I'm not going insane.
It starts with one. It starts with one, and then it grows.
Oh, that's a lot. All right. Let us continue.
Capable of reaching meters in length.
That's 1,312 feet, just in case you were wondering. And no, that's not an attempt to say that imperial measurement is better. It's a jab at the movie for using meters to describe the worm's length, and then feet to describe the bush's deep roots in about 30 seconds.
Stretching more than 450 feet deep.
Okay, so that is not an actual criticism. You know what this is? This is why having multiple different systems of measurement, this kind of fuckery happens. The British know this more because they have different weird measurements that are different. Like some of their measurements are in inches, some of them are in fucking stones.
We kind of have this issue here in Canada too, where
Canada, yeah, Canada would definitely have it because you would have influence from the U.S. and from the Crown. So
yeah, I don't think many people describe thing in stone, but like we have pounds and grams and like miles and feet and centimeters and kilometers. It's like, God.
Kilometers. That's the one I was waiting for. What the fuck is a kilometer?
And here's the thing is that you can use them interchangeably or for different aspects. Like, you might use kilometers for distance in Canada, and then you would use miles for like a different type of measurement for maybe like acreage or something. It happens all the time.
It's just annoying when it comes to like converting from one to the other because the one system is so fucked. Like 3 feet for what is it, a yard or a meter?
3 feet for a yard. Yep.
For a yard, it's like 12 inches for a foot. It's like, what the fuck is this shit?
Yep.
As stupid as our system is in America, stone has got to be the stupidest measurement. So
yes,
yeah, like I
definitely the
it's like 20 pounds. So like, oh, I lost a stone. It's like, Jesus, that's a big measure. That's a big chunk of to measure by.
Yeah.
Why is a stone 20 pounds? If a stone is 20 pounds, then how much is a boulder?
I don't know. I don't even know why a stone is 20 pounds.
Yeah.
Because they also have like a smaller increments. So why bother with stone? I hear people use stone a lot. I'm like, that's such a weird measurement. It's way too big.
Yeah,
it's a big chunk.
It's usually how British people refer to their weight.
Yeah.
Stone. It's like, what the fuck? A stone equals 14 pounds.
Okay, not quite
Oh,
20.
that's even worse.
Wait, yeah, British is weird because they use miles, right? Don't they use miles, but they also use a couple of the metric things, don't they? It's weird. It's weird in Britain.
Yeah, again, like I said, this sort of thing happens. So, yeah, I get the point you're trying to make, but it's... I'll give you a half point on that one, CinemaSins, because this happens in reality.
It was
Like,
probably a very, very sneaky way of basically appeasing to both British and, or not even British, just both Americans and everyone else who speaks English. But yeah, I agree. It is a little silly that they said that they use both systems.
yeah, so there you go. You got your half a point. Because I agree, it is silly that they don't use one standardized measurement, especially this far into the future. But
we're also
this is what happened.
We're also our own distance in the future, and we still do it. So
yeah, exactly.
I don't understand how someone would use this mechanical bug thing to cut through a wall mural, knowing that the sound it makes could tip off the person you're trying to kill. Sure, they don't expect Paul to know that the hunter...
Okay, because Paul... They don't know that anybody could hear this, okay? Paul has already revealed he has incredible hearing by the fact he was paying attention to somebody's stride coming down a hallway and then entering the room. All right? That's not an everyday person kind of thing. Yeah, people will hear things that are exaggerated or really loud, but Paul can hear subtle things. Like, really well.
And that happens for some people.
Yeah, it's the same thing with Duke Leto Atreides spots worm sign without binoculars, without any sort of magnification, and the Imperial oncologist, geologist, sorry, she's geologist in this, Imperial geologist has to literally pull up binoculars and zoom in. He's like, wow, you did see it. You have good eyes. Yeah. There are just people that are like that.
I think it's worth noting, too, there are some people who are born and can't see or hear at all.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, there's variations to how good your sight is, up to including fucking not at all.
There are some people who are born without the ability to think as well. I hear they get jobs writing for CinemaSins.
Yeah. Yeah, it's accurate. We have our evidence right here.
They're also the kind of people who play a game, barely experience its content, that false DMCAs anyone who criticizes them.
Yeah. All right.
For Seeker's visual acuity is based on movement, like T-Rex, but they leave it all to chance. They could have said...
Okay, so the T-Rex thing is wrong? All right, and you know, the reason why we knew it was wrong is because it became basic fucking logic of... Hey, T-Rex is only a scavenger, but its sight is only based on movement. Well, how does that fucking work? If it's a scavenger, the thing it's scavenging from isn't moving, you idiot.
Also, like, just the basic idea of vision based on movement, wouldn't the body of the creature moving also count as movement?
Yes.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it makes no sense.
But here's the best part is human beings actually have visual acuity for things that are moving. You will notice that you will spot the most mundane, tiny thing moving because it's actual motion. But you can still see everything else.
Yeah. That's one of the things I liked from Jimmy Neutron, the show, was because they actually had an episode where, like, you know, they're running away from a T-Rex, and one of them, I think it's Sheen, is like, well, if we don't move, it can't see us. And Jimmy's like yelling out at them, like, that doesn't actually work. They can see you very well. He just starts chasing them.
Well, it actually reminds me of something at work. I still don't want to quite give away where I work, but the product comes down on like a conveyor belt, and it's supposed to slot into a pattern automatically, but sometimes it doesn't quite work out. So you have to grab one of the products and put it in the missing hole. Well, sometimes it's very easy to miss that hole if you're just standing there looking at all the items on the conveyor. What you kind of have to do is move your head around like a fucking idiot, and you'll be able to see the hole easier.
Yep.
They're somewhat tall products, by the way. Like, not super tall, but tall enough where a hole can be obscured. It's not something that's flat. But yeah.
Hello, Creetosis. Hello, guys. Did I miss out on anything really cringe or good stuff? I just got out with Pearl.
You missed however much cringe was in the first 8 minutes and 19 seconds, which is about 18 minutes and 18 minutes and 19 seconds of cringe.
They could have sent this thing out in the open at any time when he was out in the open and avoided tipping him off. No, because again, you've just established that this thing is based off of movement and everything, and so Paul is going to climb into the hologram to confuse the visual sensors and mask any subtle movements he does. And if it's based off of movement, my God, and he's in the open, imagine if it accidentally targets anyone else.
Also, if he was out in the open, he would still be wearing his shield, which would fuck this thing over.
Yes.
Yeah.
Doesn't he glance at his shield on the table or something?
Yes,
yes, he does.
Yeah, he glances over at it and it zooms in on it, emphasizing that he is not currently wearing it and this is a real danger.
Yep.
Yeah.
Since this thing was out in the open, it avoided tipping him off.
The Harkonnen agent was cemented into that hole 6 weeks ago. Ran the hunter-seeker through a water pipe inside the walls.
How did you even find this guy if he was cemented in the walls? If he was running the hunter-seeker through a water pipe, why did it come through the bedroom wall mural instead of Paul's bathroom? If there's someone operating the hunter-seeker from afar, then why did the operator have trouble locating Paul when he stood still behind the hologram and it went to attack the housekeeper instead? I have many questions about this assassin and the hunter-seeker, but now we know some shit's going down, so let's move on.
No, okay. So, the reason they found him is because they were fucking looking for him. And you don't really scan the walls for life signs in your house, okay? They didn't think of like, with a still suit, they're gonna leave a guy in there for God knows how long. There were at least 2 weeks. So, he's been there at least 2 weeks. We can say maybe 3 weeks he's been in that wall. Who the hell is going to think of scanning every fucking wall to find him? When they found him, they then figured out that he put it into the water pipe there, okay? Because they could see the water pipe in the wall with the agent. They know now, he put it in the water pipe. It doesn't mean he had to bring it up in the fucking bathroom. It could have come up anywhere. God damn it.
Yeah, exactly. God. Pay attention, you fucking idiot.
And also, he was in the hologram, so obviously the lights and everything were fucking with the sensors on the drone.
Well, I mean,
that's why Paul climbed into the hologram.
Here's one of the easiest explanations, too. We just saw it cut through the wall, so it could have cut over the water pipe and found a more convenient place to enter.
Yep.
Yeah, why go through an existing hole when you can make your own?
Yep.
God.
God, all right. Also, Hunter Seeker, isn't that like redundant? No, okay. There are different things. It's the same thing with like eyesight. If you have different types of eyesight and eye movement, and one of your eye movements is seeking, and one of them is pursuit. So in seeking, your eye, and it's something that you can't notice yourself, because your brain corrects for it, but your eye is actually jumping small increments through muscle spasms when you're seeking. When you're in pursuit, you have smooth movement because the muscles are now flexing perfectly because your eyes are keeping focused on exactly what you're going for. So you have pursuit movements of your eyeballs. The human body is fascinating.
Also, hunter-seeker, isn't that, like, redundant? It's like calling something an automobile car, or a worker employee.
No, it isn't.
Saying someone is whacking jacking in the water shower.
Why, June?
Stellan Skarsgård. Also,
how is that a sin, you fuck?
Oh
Actor
my
name.
God.
So it's a fact that...
And cut out a ton of stuff before this. You could have literally sent the mutant abomination, and you didn't. You've now skipped all the way past that.
Yeah. But, like... So it's bad that this actor is in the movie. Why? This is a sin.
No,
you said it's a sin, so why?
They didn't say his name. They said Skarsgård because he's flying. Get it? It's a comment. It's a joke. He's in the sky. Get it?
I actually,
It's Stellan Skarsgård. It's Stellan Skarsgård.
Okay, I missed
I know.
that, but
I'm doing this on purpose because
yeah, but
this is how dumb it is.
I'll be right back. I'm getting a call. Hello? Hello? Hi. Alright, I'll be down. Shit, my microphone's...
I will watch like orthopedics explain going through their entire thing. I'll watch doctors do the cranial nerve exam and everything. I'll watch people making shoes. That's how I do it. Cree is too busy for this.
I completely missed the Stellan Skarsgård joke.
Cree, they can still hear you apparently. Chat saying the not mute.
I think he muted after.
Oh, okay.
Like before they started saying that stuff.
Hey, all right, yeah.
Could be.
Yeah, there's a bit of a delay on the stream for them, so.
Yeah, let's see if I can pull back to it to where he gets it.
Stellan Sky.
There you go. See, Stellan Skarsgård.
It was such a bad joke that it didn't even register on my human radar. Just like, okay, just name.
Yeah, I just thought it was the name. I didn't even reference that there was even an attempt at a joke there. I thought it was literally just actor bad.
Yeah. No, yeah. The reason I knew is because I knew it was Stellan Skarsgård. So when he said Skarsgård, I was like, okay, that stood out to me immediately. It's just, this is just fucking brutal. This is brutal. And again, they're not doing Actor Man bad. He's just doing a really shit joke.
Yeah. It is funny to me though that he did skip like the one sin he might have been able to have gotten with this movie, and he fucking skipped it.
Easy mode. What the fuck is that mutant? I don't fucking know. It was just there to be there.
Yeah, it was just there. And like you said, if they had added
like a hair detail or something to it.
Yeah.
And then if Dr. Yue talked about his wife having like beautiful auburn hair with white highlights at the tip, and then we saw it on that mutant freak thing, we'd be like, oh.
Yeah, but they didn't do that, so it's literally just there for no reason. It's just a thing to be there for the sake of being there.
That's an easy sin. You could have dinged that.
Yeah, the one thing he could have dinged that we wouldn't necessarily disagree with, and he fucking skips it.
Yeah, I mean, again, we could have disagreed with it if he had said something dumb about it. But
I mean,
otherwise I would have been like, yeah, no, I agree. It's fucking weird. Why does this exist? I don't know.
Mutant freak thing, like lizards?
Wow.
Yeah, wow.
Wow, speciesist. Damn.
By the way, Stellan Skarsgård is a great actor.
Yes, he is. I think he pulls off Baron Harkonnen very well. He doesn't.
Yeah, he does.
They don't do the thinking as much. I wish they had focused more in on his plots and schemes. They're going to do that more in part 2 because they're already setting up how part 2 goes. Because again, very minor spoilers. What does he tell his idiot nephew Raban? So squeeze for everything, Raban. So he's telling Raban to be brutal, horrible, be more of a dictator than he ever was before, be awful. And as part of the plan, it's so that when he introduces his other nephew will look like a savior to the people of the planet, because the other nephew will kill the butcher. Raban will die, and a new Harkonnen, a kinder, gentler Harkonnen, will take his place and will listen to the people. So work for us. Continue working. Do not rebel. Do not feel sad that the Atreides are gone. Again, it's all part of the plan.
Yeah, and it's so fucked that he would literally just be like, yeah, fuck my nephew. He has to die.
Yeah, again, this is why they're going to get in more into his schemes and manipulations in part 2, because they have to. I mean, they're literally setting up the thing that goes into it.
Man, he is really in that call. Damn.
I'm back.
Yeah.
there we
Oh
go.
wow. Good time.
That was good timing.
Yeah. We good to go?
Yeah.
Yep.
Guys, guard. Roll credits. Spare us the remaining 90 minutes. Wait, 90 minutes?
No, fuck you. It's a good 90 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it
fuck
really is.
off. It's literally just long movie bad. I'm so sick of it. Shut up. We want
And again,
our movies to be longer.
We skipped a ton of substance. We skipped a ton of things in that scene, and now we skipped another ton of substance in this scene.
It's not so much that we want our movies to be longer. We want the time to be used well. We want there to be substance to the time, which this movie has. But not just that. If it's an adaptation of a very long story that can't be condensed down to a 2-hour movie, then yes, we need the proper time to allow all of these aspects room to breathe.
Yeah.
Could you imagine watching the first Breaking Bad episode and it's like, oh, that was great. I'm really excited. Wait, 61 hours left in this show? Skip. Like,
yeah,
it's ridiculous.
Yeah.
It's like reading the first 5 pages of a book and complaining there's 1,000 more.
Yeah.
For something like The Stand, you know?
Okay.
My umbrella, and you can see for yourself.
What? He said he literally said he could show him it. What the fuck? Okay. So he's gonna show him how bad it really is. He's like, no, I could describe to you how bad it is, but you need to see for yourself how bad it is.
Is he complaining that people on a very sort of temperate rainforest climate planet are using parasols in a desert planet? Is that his complaint?
It's like what people don't realize. This is that same thing that Shadiversity had to deal with recently. Okay, Shadiversity made a response video to a god-awful History Channel. The History Channel of just complete bullshit. They don't know anything. They're like, yeah, and medieval knights were so stupid. In the deserts, they would wrap their plate armor in cloth. Wow, talk about heating things up. It's like, no, it actually keeps things colder because you don't have direct sunlight on the fucking metal, you idiot.
Yeah, what the fuck? How do you not understand that? Holy shit, oh my god, that's annoying. Holy fuck.
You should watch the Shadiversity video. It is fucking insanity.
Isn't it like common knowledge in modern times that people who live in deserts fucking bundle themselves up in cloth because it keeps them cool? Because it keeps the sun
off of them? Yeah, your internal heat and the heat outside is going to make you warmer, but it's better than being baked by the rays of the sun.
I think that has to be a misconception because people who don't live in a desert, they might wear a sweater late into the spring or even in the summer, and that kind of fucks them over for heat. But it's like, yeah, you're wearing a sweater. You're not covered head to toe in cloth. There's a difference.
Dude, it's just fucking insane. Chad had a stroke, LOL, and rightfully so. Yeah, that video is really, really bad.
I need to watch that. Holy fuck. Yeah, I didn't know about that. That legitimately angers me. How the fuck can you be that dumb?
$2 super chat from Scoopmeister. Thank you very much. Is this a variation of Long Man Bad? Yes, it is.
Yep.
Yeah.
Because he did the 90 more minutes. Fuck! Yeah, so it's a variation of Long Man Bad. $5 super chat from Scepter Caleb. Thank you very much. I was actually bothers when Mahler complained about Finn taking Poe's jacket in TFA because it would be better sun protection. Yeah. That is actually, like, Mahler, dude, he's using it to keep the sun directly off of his skin. That's what people do in the desert. You do not want to do less. Trust me. You want more between you and the sun. You don't want less. You don't want the sun directly on your skin baking it. All right.
It's a Chris knife. People.
Know what else?
Why do they spell it that way? But oh well. Hey, it doesn't matter.
Also, it looks like he skipped a huge chunk again.
Yeah, he did. He's skipping chunks everywhere. Oh, fuck. Damn it. And I skipped back too far. No, I skipped forward too far. Hate it. All right, there.
Yourself.
It's a Chris knife. It's sacred to his people.
Know what else is sacred to his people? Moisture. But Duncan won't tell you that important bit of information before Stilgar spits and makes everything awkward.
Because it wasn't relevant at the time. The thing that was relevant was the fact that he was carrying a knife, a weapon, and he would refuse to disarm. We deal with the thing that is relevant at the time, and it is not relevant the fact that Stilgar is going to spit. Fucking Duncan Idaho doesn't know Stilgar is going to spit. He doesn't know he's going to show that level of respect to a literal foreign invader as the Fremen see them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then
No.
once it happens, he explains it clearly.
He immediately explains it. The moment it happens, because it took him by surprise. He's like, oh shit, this is what's happening, people. Hold on.
No, I think as soon as they enter, Jason Momoa needs to explain their entire culture right then, right there.
That'd be fucking insanity.
Now, you could argue that they debriefed beforehand. That might be a slight criticism, but
well, they don't know Fremen culture itself. That's why Duncan was out there.
Yeah.
So they don't know Fremen culture that well because the Fremen keep to themselves, and all the Empire at large knows about the Fremen is they constantly attack the spice miners. Yeah, it's holy shit. Okay, here we go. Oh, and then they skip a ton of stuff again. Okay.
That's getting annoying. I realize it's probably better off this way because he's making less shit points, even though he's still making a ton of shit points. But it's less than they would be if he actually did cover the entire movie. But God, he is skipping a lot.
Yeah, he is very much skipping a lot of fucking points.
I must check this.
Dr. Kynes has been here for 20 years. Certainly she knows not to approach someone like this without getting permission first. Asking for
Okay, hang on. I need to see where this is going because no. All right, hold on.
permission and going to do the thing at the same time is not permission. Yes?
No, you're a fucking idiot. Okay. So, Dr. Kynes thinks that, oh, I'm an Imperial thing. They won't suspect me at all or anything like that. I'll just do this. Hey, I'm going to check your still suits and whatever. I haven't had to do this. I am not a person that has had to do this to people. I don't have to take dignitaries out in the fucking desert. But hey, I'm just going to get this done and over with. And then taken back like, oh, yeah, maybe something I just did there was kind of dumb. Oh, dude. She made a mistake, and an understandable one, given the fact that she's not an Imperial, ambassador. She is not, an Imperial security officer. She's an Imperial geologist, for God's sakes. Wait, when did Dr. Kynes become a woman? That was one of the changes they made in this, and only because she's good. She's a good actress in this, too.
I also want to point
fine
out
with that changing if they're a good actor or actress.
I also want to point out that this is a good example of a character being changed that doesn't, fuck with anything. Because when you talk about Lord of the Rings, a common sentiment I've been seeing online more often is people complaining about the people who complain about woke changes. And it's like, okay, you realize there's substance behind their criticisms, though, right? It isn't just like, oh, woke bad. Yep. It's because the woke changes don't just turn a character female or black or whatever. It's changing substantial lore. It's turning the male character stupid or incompetent. Bebop Flicks is a perfect example of that. Jet Black is a cuck. Spike is a loser. Vicious is a loser.
Jet Black is also a cuck, yes. But Vicious is also a cuck.
Vicious is also a cuck. Vicious is a loser. Spike is, incompetent. And then it's Julia that is the mastermind behind everything. She's working
because
the plans.
She's a woman.
Blah, 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 blah,
and they constantly bring up that it's the women that are in control of everything. Like, it's the woman's nightclub and everything that is the power here and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, but again, more of an annoying change that on the surface seems fine is the fact that the Fremen aren't white. And the reason why is but wait, they live in the desert, and people who live in the desert aren't white. We've seen Arabs, stuff like that. It's like, they live on a desert Arrakis. So they're outside, they are never outside in anything but a fully sealed still suit. So there's no sunlight getting to their skin. And when they are out of their still suits, they're underground where there's no sunlight. So they don't have any skin pigmentation in the books. It's explained on that very specifically because they're never in direct sunlight.
Similar to how dwarves are never in direct sunlight, but there's black dwarves now. Well, I shouldn't say never. They're rarely, because they live underground. They live in mines.
Yeah, and that's where they prefer to be. So yeah, it's just a thing. It's one of those consequences of Yeah, because they would never be in direct sunlight, there wouldn't be any skin pigmentation, so they'd be white, they'd be albino, they'd be pale. That's how it is.
Yeah, it's a shame too that so many people are bitching about the people complaining with valid criticism about this, because even again, I love General Sam. I love watching his stuff. He's really funny. But man, when he talks about this shit, it's just so plainly obvious that he has no fucking clue what he's talking about. It's annoying because he literally uses the fucking like him and his friend, him and Poob are like, oh, but it's a fantasy thing. Who cares? It's like, oh, so it's a space wizard movie for children. It's literally that fucking argument, and it's like, oh my god, shut up! You're not even paying attention to the actual fucking criticism.
Yep.
He literally just thinks, oh, it's just a bunch of racists like complaining that, that there's black people in their movie now, and it's like, no, that's not the fucking argument. God.
No, Proteus. Oh, come on. If dwarves are around a furnace or something a lot, they could have a little darker skin.
That's not how that works.
That is not how that works.
You'd have burnt skin, you'd crusted skin, but you wouldn't all of a sudden
gain pigmentation. You don't gain pigmentation.
Yeah.
Also, more importantly, I think it's worth pointing out that a female dwarf queen probably wouldn't be working the forges.
Yes.
Just gonna put that out there.
Yeah.
Yes, I am positive that nobody has gotten a tan from a fire.
Anyways.
Fire aren't known for giving off D vitamins.
We good to go back to the video? Cause
yeah.
Okay, it looks like he's gonna remove a sin for this one, because this is positive. But I guess we'll see, because sometimes he still sins for positive.
No, because I guarantee it's going to be sarcastic.
Oh.
Guarantee it. Because he's talking about how bland and boring this movie is. So, and look at his need more footage of all the desert landscapes. Woohoo! I guarantee it's going to be.
Yeah, maybe you're right.
I was hoping we'd be back inside the Dragonflyer thing. I need more footage of all the desert landscapes. Woohoo!
What would you do if your father went down out here?
You wouldn't want to go down out there.
Paul didn't say he wanted to go down out there. He asked what Dr. Kynes would do if...
Okay. And she's explaining why you would never want to go down out there at all. Like, why this is a bad thing. She is actually answering the question. This isn't one of those fucking people getting asked by a committee and then they dance around the issue. No, she's directly answering the question right now.
$5 from Scepter Caleb. Thank you. Amazon's Lord of the Rings series implies something really dark, considering the skin tones in the time of Tolkien wrote about versus Amazons.
Yes.
Yes. We've already shared some memes on stream.
Yeah, we've made that joke of like, oh, there's so much more diversity before the Third Age. And it's like, so what happened at the end of the Second Age? There's that smug Pepe, only it's a white elf.
I think the most fascinating story to tell is the hobbits committing genocide against the non-white hobbits, because they're such a peaceful people. Why would they do that? Apparently it happened, though, according to Amazon. Oh, God.
There was a hobbit Hitler, apparently.
Yeah, apparently.
And not just that, he was successful.
Yes,
God.
Very, very successful. All of them were. The elven supremacists were successful. The human supremacists were successful. The hobbits were successful. The dwarves were successful. It's like, oh god.
Only twice did all the races unite. Once against the Dark Lord Sauron, and once to purge the
all
unclean.
Non-whites. No, to purge all non-whites.
That is horrifying. Holy shit.
Oh my god, I just realized, the Dark Lord Sauron. We must remove the other dark, the other dark ones as well.
No. Yes, we fought the Dark Lord Sauron. Well, you know what else is dark? His skin complexion. Oh no! Don't do it! No, Adolf Hobbler, no.
Mostly peaceful ethnic cleansing. Yeah. Thank you for this great new lore, Amazon. You've really improved the series.
Yeah.
That's so
Fucking
funny too, because
hell.
it's like, we're gonna make it more diverse. Oh no, you've literally just fucking you've made it the opposite. You literally just made it so that fucking Adolf Hitler, fucking everything, literally every race had an Adolf Hitler, and they were all successful. That's literally what you're injecting into these films because of this, you fucking idiots.
And then immediately after, everything was utopia. It was peaceful and great kingdoms rose, and art and everything happened, and the elves were wonderful and everything. It's like, you have some really horrible implications by what you're doing, Amazon.
Yeah.
Creetosis, don't worry, they just beat the darkness.
Oh god.
Oh no. All right.
Yeah, we need to get back to the video.
If she did go down out.
Aircraft looking for worm sign.
Worm sign?
Yeah, we haven't told you about how any of this works yet, because surviving this planet's most dangerous predator isn't anything to concern yourself with until danger is imminent.
Because you're learning about it.
We are learning about it right now. She's explaining how it works right now. And these people are nobles. They aren't expected to be out here in the fucking mining fields, you idiot.
Yeah, they're never on the ground. They never need to be fucking told about this shit until now, because they might actually have to land at some point. It's like, yeah, now's the time to fucking tell them this shit.
Yep.
Oh.
Also, like, just to give another example, most kings, like of England or of France or wherever else, probably aren't going to know the art of blacksmithing, because that's not their job. They don't need to be aware of how blacksmithing works to wield a sword or to run a country. Maybe some I'm not obviously a historian or anything. Maybe some kings or princes got interested in it as a craft. Doesn't mean that every king is going to know about details like that.
Yeah. You know what this kind of reminds me of? This is the equivalent of, let's take, Leto as a king, and let's even say he is a very heavily, war-like king. Like he engages in battle himself against other humans, and he knows a lot about that. But now, we're dealing with dragons. I don't know shit about dragons, but we're on our way to go fight one. Maybe now should be time to tell me what these things are and how we deal with them and what they do exactly. Yeah, that might be a good time to do that.
Yep.
It's exactly the same thing.
Especially since there isn't an immediate need to know this information yet. It's just asking questions about how the machinery works that you're getting acquainted with for the first time because you just took over the fucking planet.
Imagine if you are the CEO of a company, okay? And one day you're just like, hey, I'm just going to go visit one of the lines. And then you go down there and you don't know how it works. So you ask the people how it works. You're not expected to know how it works. You're the one that's expected to know the payroll, how to pay, where we're going to get our stuff in, to contact other companies to sell your product and everything. Like, again, you are so many rungs above that the rungs that are all the way at the bottom have vanished. You don't know any of this stuff yet because you don't need to know any of this stuff. You don't need to know how the daily operation works on every single line in your factory or wherever you're working or every office cubicle. God, imagine if people thought that every boss had to know every single little thing about how the entire company worked at all times. Oh my God, nothing would ever get done.
Yeah, that's insanity.
Because then you'd be spending your time trying to fix all the problems that the little guy has and not being able to actually run your business of trying to outsource and make contacts throughout the industry, build bridges and set up supply. Oh, dude,
it's literally the reason you hire people to do things so you don't have to, so you can do other things that are more important. Maybe not more important, but important to running the business.
Yeah. Yeah, so again, then they're now being told it because now they have directly asked it, and it is now relevant to them. Again, nobles, it isn't relevant because they will be at Arakeen the entire time. That is the expected place of the nobility and the highborn.
I haven't told you about how any of this works yet, because surviving this planet's most dangerous predator isn't anything to concern yourself with until danger is imminent.
Worm always comes.
Hold on. I need to address that too. They don't typically have to deal with the world's most dangerous predator because they've already told you they live in a walled fucking city that protects them from the worm.
Yeah.
This isn't difficult shit.
Yep. And this isn't, again, like I said, do you think the nobles are working the fucking spice fields, you idiot?
Oh, I know back in slavery times in the U.S., the people who owned cotton fields, they were out there working the fields with the slaves. 100% of the time.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, this was, like, to the point was brought up earlier, this is supposed to be like basically touring the offices. You know, this wasn't supposed to be some life or death situation. This was like, oh, by the way, this is how it works. We have this department, and this is what we do. That was basically all this was supposed to be. It just happened to be, unfortunately, in the middle of an emergency, right before an emergency. So then they had to learn quick.
Yeah.
Yeah, and pretty much, like, imagine if all the shittery with the Harkonnens didn't take place. The Atreides took over and everything ran smoothly. I guarantee you the nobles would be in the desert less than 0.1% of their time there.
Yeah.
Because it's just not necessary.
Yeah, because why would they go in the desert? Why would they go out there sweating and in these stuffy still suits? Why would a noble be like, yeah, that's what I want to do with my day? Welcome to insanity, everybody.
Yep.
Yet, because surviving this planet's most dangerous predator isn't anything to concern yourself with until danger is imminent.
Worm always comes.
Always. They're drawn by rhythmic noises.
My question is, why aren't there worms attacking these harvesters almost immediately if that's the case? There are so many worms out here in what I will admit is a huge desert. How can a harvester spend so much time collecting spice at all? As we go later in the movie, we'll find that almost no one can even walk in the desert without a worm attacking almost immediately. Also,
no, we do not learn
traveling distance, you fuck.
We don't learn that immediately. Okay? They just happen to hit drum sand when they were near a worm. It just happened to be it. Like, Jesus Christ. Come on, dude. This is not hard to realize. Like, you admitted yourself that the desert is huge. Do you think there is a worm literally under every single square inch of the desert? No. And guess what? The carryall, if it drops them off and they start harvesting and they see a worm immediately, the carryall is already there to pick them back up and be like, oh yeah, okay, bye-bye. Nope, clearly that is a no-go zone for now. It's just like, dude, come on, this is not hard to think about. These are not hard concepts to grasp.
Not at all. 6 MYR from Striker.
I think that's Malaysian Florence, if I remember right.
Alright. From Striker 4570, thank you. Hey Satch, quick question. I love Dune. Should I read the book? Or would you recommend be patient and wait for part 2?
I would say read the book. You can, if you want to wait for part 2 to be out, go for it. But I would definitely say, wait. I would definitely say read the book. It's up to you if you want to wait till after part 2 is out. That's your call. But definitely read it.
Because we're probably going to cover part 2, assuming we're still doing the stream by that point. We probably will be.
Yeah,
hopefully. But considering we're going to cover it by then, or when it's released, I'm probably going to hold off on listening to the audiobook until then. So I can go into the movie blind, because Setch is the one who knows the books, and I could go in as the one who's seeing it for the first time through the film.
Yeah, same. I want to wait until then, just so, I'm going in with fresh eyes.
Trust me, I don't want to wait. I really want to listen to that audiobook, but I'm going to for the sake of the stream.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
Attacking almost immediately. Also, this is the point where I ask why they haven't come up with better technologies to divert the worms or evade them. People have been mining here for decades, maybe even longer, and the worms are one of the biggest problems. Finding solutions for that issue would be an engineer's obsession, I would think.
No.
They do have things, though.
No, but This is exactly why. It's Harkonnen philosophy versus Atreides philosophy. Atreides will be the type of house that will try to come up with solutions, long-term solutions, so that the mining can happen in peace. It's House Atreides that is trying to make an alliance with the Fremen. These Fremen who have lived in the desert for hundreds, if not thousands of years, who have mastered the deserts. They know something. They know a trick or two about this desert. So what if we ally with them? Harkonnen don't. Harkonnen believe that brutality, danger, and threat is what builds the man better, is what builds the society better. So they want the desert to be dangerous. That is why they say, as part of it, you are not allowed to abandon the spice crawlers or the harvesters at all, or you will be put to death. They believe in brutality and harshness to make the human being better. That is why the Harkonnens have no care for life. Well, if you were the better man, if you were the better being that was destined to live, you wouldn't have gotten blown up by our barrage. Or you would have survived it. You would have kept fighting. Again, that's why Baron Harkonnen likes Dune so much. It's his Arrakis. It's why he did his whole speech about the planet and everything. Like I said, so yeah, the Atreides just arrived here, all right? They just arrived. They are the type of household and people who would definitely come up with these solutions, these engineering solutions. Harkonnen would not, because they believe that if you died in the desert, then you were too weak to be a Harkonnen. You were too weak to survive in our household. Man, it's almost like if you hadn't cut out all this stuff, the people watching your video would also know that you're full of shit, because they would have heard Baron Vladimir Harkonnen's speech about this.
Makes you wonder
This
if
is.
makes you wonder how many. I wonder what the cross section is of people who've watched this video and people who've actually seen the movies. There's got to be people who do, just to kind of see all the things they missed that are supposedly bad about the films. But you think they'd also recognize, like, hey, wait a second, no, that wasn't a plot hole, or no, I actually watched the movie.
Well,
yeah,
we'll get the natural mix of people where there will be people who will be like, wait, no, CinemaSins is wrong about this. But then you also get the people who are like, I never noticed that before. He's right.
Yeah.
Or they just, on a very, very superficial level, just say, oh, wow, he's pointed out so many things that I never noticed. I guess it wasn't a very good movie.
Yeah, and that's kind of the problem I have with CinemaSins in particular.
Yeah.
I guess I have the same problem with Cinema Wins, but in reverse. But yeah, it's this idea that he just gives us bullshit criticism because he doesn't pay attention to the movies. And then people may walk away from that with, oh, well, that movie was a lot worse than I thought. Or in Cinema Wins' case, that movie was a lot better than I thought.
Yeah, looking at this, just like 23 minutes. Oh my God, Dune is that bad? It's like, no, this is filled with terrible jokes. Most of it is just awful jokes. The only time that that's actually accurate is like if you ever watch Lockpicking Lawyer, when you see like a master lock and you see the video is 40 seconds long, you're like, oh, okay, that's a terrible lock.
Yeah. Dude, Lockpicking Lawyer is fucking great.
Oh, yeah, he's amazing.
And you know it's really bad when he says, so I'm going to take this wave rake, and it's like, oh, okay, it's over.
Yeah, it's over. My favorites are his longer videos. Longer for Lockpicking Lawyer. We're talking about like 5-6 minutes here. And it's like, he just picked that lock in 7 different ways in like 4 minutes. Because, you know, there's a setup, like, hey, here's what this is, what these are typically used for, blah, 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 blah. And then at the end, wrapping up, and here we have it. This is why this lock is garbage.
Yep.
And nothing you own will ever be safe.
$5 super chat from Scepter Caleb. Thank you very much. Harkonnen, we'll build it back better, sacrificing you. Atreides, we'll make this great. Yeah, it's pretty accurate to their philosophy. Ah, God. All right.
It attracts the worms and drives them into a killing frenzy.
Almost sounds like you could create a large perimeter of decoys with shields that would occupy the worms while you harvest that sweet, sweet spice. The big discussion.
Maybe they'll do that now that they're here and they actually have a chance to do that. You fucking idiot.
Yeah,
Again,
why would the Harkonnens
House-
waste the resource to do
shield.
that?
Yeah. When the Harkonnens believe that you have to prove that you should exist. Like, that you deserve the gift of existence in the Harkonnen mind. You need to prove that you're even allowed to be. It's fucking insanity. Bet Trump would be a Harkonnen because he'd build that wall. No, he'd be an Atreides because he'd build that wall. The Atreides would do the shield thing that Cinema Sin is literally talking about right now.
Yeah, exactly.
All right.
Discussion around what Atreides and over the planet is how the Harkonnen sabotage their equipment. I'm not sure if that's the case here, but it seems like you test these things before going out, since the sabotage is such a huge problem.
They don't have time. That was part of the thing that you cut out massively, is they don't have time to test any of these things because they have to fill every single one of these crates, these massive crates that each take a silo. Like, how many silos? Like 20 silos each, and the silos are massive. They have to fill each of those every solar month. And he literally says every 25 solar days, all of these have to be finished and shipped off or we're dead. We don't have time to test our equipment. We've got to move. We've got to move now. We have one crate filled. One.
In fact, that was the whole Sunbrella scene that he referenced the Sunbrella but didn't fucking continue on.
Yeah.
Because it's like, yeah, we have to fill all of these in 25 days.
Yes. We are in trouble here. And again, as part of having a change of the guard, of having an Imperial person to oversee the changing so that this sabotage doesn't happen, is because it is a requirement that all of this spice is filled. That is not something that is, oh, well, if we understand if it takes you a bit to get up and running. No, it is a requirement that all of that must be filled every 25 days.
Yeah.
This is just fucking insanity.
What's the best mention of the sandworm racing towards its prey? Kill the momentum with a long emotional shot of feet on sand. Now you know.
That doesn't kill the momentum. The audience knows the sandworm is coming. In fact, what's heightening the tension is the fact that Paul is suddenly losing focus. He's not being as attentive as he's supposed to be. Oh, dude. God damn.
Yep.
Hey, Hank, you look unwell.
Dude, they had cut out the entirety of why Paul was the one out there. God damn.
Oh my god. What is this shit, dude?
Well, this shit is Cinema Sins, and this is what they're always like.
Yeah.
Oh my god, how do they have any fucking viewers?
Because it's the whole thinking uncritically thing. Oh, I put a criticism video on. Oh, look, it's digging this movie. It must be pretty bad.
Yeah, it's the second monitor thing. The people aren't actually paying attention to what's being said. They're getting that dopamine hit of ding, ding, ding,
Oh, I hate this so much.
Yep. Yeah, and as the angry Danish Viking points out, it's the ticking bomb concept. Apparently CinemaSins don't know what that is. Yeah, so how do you shock the audience? You show a room exploding. How do you terrify the audience and make them feel tension? You show a room filled with people talking and then zoom into a bomb ticking away underneath the table.
Yeah.
God damn.
Yeah, like you're not gonna care about these people on the, well, you're gonna care a little bit. Like obviously you're gonna feel bad if these people die on this thing, but it's a lot more impactful if the main character is in danger.
Yep. All right.
Oh, well, Gabe, I ate Wonders a few weeks ago. Haven't been shitting right since.
What did you see?
Hey.
Okay, so just another dumb juvenile joke that doesn't fucking mean anything.
Yep.
And they skipped out on the most important part.
Yeah,
They
Leto.
skipped out on Leto confronting Dr. Kynes. It was just old. I'm not here to take your part in this. Very important. That is the line, that word right there. I am not here to take your part in this. No, that is exactly why you're here. Unless... Oh. That's when Duke Leto becomes depressed. That's when he questions Lady Jessica. Because he has now realized that Dr. Kynes has given the game up. The Emperor is going to kill them. The Emperor himself has decreed that they must die.
Yeah.
It wasn't just that the Emperor positioned things to start a war between House Atreides and House Harkonnen. No. Now he knows for a fact the Emperor himself is going to kill them. That's what gave the game away. That's why it's important that you show these things. God. All right. Also, the fact that sandworms are totally fine eating harvesters. They've been eating harvesters for thousands of years. Like, clearly they can digest it. You've seen the razor sharp things. I would have preferred the original. This is one of my criticisms of the movie. I prefer the original design of what the sandworms should be, but for whatever reason they just changed them to noodles. But the original design of the sandworms is more like the graboids from Tremors. They have 3 giant beaks on the end of it that slam shut. Well, they have all those teeth like they do there, but they have 3 giant beaks.
Yeah.
Just finished the new EFAP versus Shapiro video. What's happening for FAP? It's pain, misery, suffering.
Yeah.
This is genuinely terrible. All right.
And in a movie with bulky runtimes, make a shocking decision to replay footage we just saw in the previous scene. Is Paul...
Oh my god.
Because he's still experiencing these visions. He's still experiencing all of this. This is part of when his prescience is being awoken.
Yeah, this is actually important to the story. Ugh.
Yep.
But it's making the movie longer. Ugh. Boo fucking who, you fucking moron.
How many donations to change the name from STAG to Furry Fap?
Never.
No,
never.
10 million each. 10 million each.
The reason I wouldn't want to do it is because it's too close to EFAP's name. I don't want...
By $10 million each of us, I don't think we would care at that point. Oh no, we've got to shut it down. Oh no.
Take the money and run.
Yeah, exactly. It's $10 million for each of us, okay?
Yeah. Like, okay, we're changing the name. It's now Furry Fap. Okay, bye. We're never doing any more.
Yeah. Yeah, then I'd just be like, okay, well, Furry Fap died. All right, we're bringing this old show back that we used to do. It's called STAG. Wait, but yeah, we already got $10 million. What do you want?
10 million rubles is easy. That's $3 USD. No.
Damn, no. $10 million is what we said. Dollar.
Yes.
All right.
US dollars. Not fucking Australian dollary dues. Not fucking maple bucks.
Yep. All right, here we go.
Seeing a possible future here? Someone needs to prevent people from wearing flip-flops in the desert. That cannot be comfortable. All those tiny sand particles jabbing into your feet? Maybe the Fremen's feet are especially durable, but it's still not a good idea. Trust me.
Okay, so as someone who's been to a fucking beach before, it's not that big of a deal.
Yeah, it is fine. I mean, Jesus Christ. Dude, go to any beach and wear sandals, wear flip-flops. They're actually really comfortable.
They're easy to clean too, unlike boots or whatever. If you got any dirt or rocks in your boots, they're really difficult. But flip-flops, you just like smack it against the rock and you're clean. You're good again.
See, I've never liked sandals, so I never wear them. So I do have that issue of sand getting in my shoes when I've gone to the beach.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then good fucking luck when that happens.
Flip-flops, I are really annoying on my toes, but sandals with the right support and the right straps that kind of keep your feet, in place. Those are actually pretty comfortable, and you can actually run with them if you want.
Yep.
So, yeah.
All right.
God knew that. I barely know that. It's only been a few weeks.
Well, what can I say? No one knows a woman's body better than her own son.
What?
What? Oh, I need to hold
Oh.
Ah! Yeah, no. Okay. Woo!
Oh.
All right. Yeah, incest jokes. Yeah. The point is the fact that, yeah, he can see the future. Okay? That's the point. That's why Lady Jessica freaks out there. He's like, wait a minute. No, you're actually awakening to seeing the future. Like, you're full on seeing things before they happen now. You know I'm pregnant? That shouldn't be possible at all. $2 super chat from Scepter Caleb. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Cinema Sins doesn't like sand. It's coarse, rough.
And it gets everywhere.
Of course.
I don't know if he was making an incest joke. It might have just been like, oh, well, you know, he was born from her, so...
I don't know.
He was inside of her.
Guess Pagan is not helping.
That is really not
You know what I
helping.
mean. You know what I mean.
I know what you mean.
Yeah, he
the
was all
wording,
inside of her
though.
last week.
Oh.
All right.
This call is full of degenerates. I'm not having it anymore. Hello, chat. Just me now.
That's the stream, guys.
Shut it down. Turn it all off.
All right. All right. Now,
No,
how?
Pagan. No.
All right. How are we going to? How are we going to say that the throat singing in the Sardaukar scene is bad? Let's find out.
Hold on. He's not going to, because he's already cut past that directly to this conversation.
Well, I don't know what part of the conversation. Okay, I guess if he's turned and looked at him already. No, because it could be before they start walking. All right, we gotta see.
Well, no, the scene starts off with the throat singing, and you see
Yeah,
a bit
but I
of...
mean, are they standing up? I can't tell if they're standing up in the background.
Doesn't look like it to me.
Because if they are standing up, then yeah, it's over. If they're not standing up, then no, we could be anywhere in the scene.
Alright, let's see where it goes then.
This whole conversation
Yeah,
is
we're
about
done.
stuff
Okay.
that the Sardaukar general should already know, and none of it matters. It sounds like normal, get you up to date movie dialogue, but
No. He doesn't have to know it, and he also doesn't have to be the general, okay? This could just be the commander of this battalion, all right? That's... You do know... All right, so this is going to get into little rank things. Like, a battalion isn't usually commanded by a general. It's usually commanded by a lieutenant colonel or a colonel. Sometimes a major. It very, very depends. But that's just kind of things that happen. But so again, he doesn't necessarily need to be a general, and he doesn't need to be told about this. He's probably not even focused on this. This could just be the commander of this battalion, and he is now being brought to speed by Piter because the Emperor doesn't want to have direct things like, "Oh, I didn't tell the Sardaukar that. I didn't do that. What are you fucking talking about? I didn't say shit." So again, this could be the backroom way that they're dealing with this. Or if it's a regiment, it could be a captain. Yeah, this could just be a captain. Like, we don't see the entire thing. It says this could just be a regiment, or no, it wouldn't be that. Yeah, or this could be a company even. Yeah, but there you go, chat. It was weird on the word usage of general, but also the fact that the Sardaukar don't actually need to know this already. This literally could be the first time they're hearing about it, and then Piter is the one telling them, like, no, dude, you got to keep this on the down low. This is why this is happening. This is exactly why this is happening, because the other houses will turn against the Emperor if they find out that the Emperor actually commanded this.
Yeah.
And so because the Emperor could have truth speakers everywhere around him at all times in the noble court, because imagine how many other noble houses would be like, ooh, the Emperor has a secret, does he? Tell me, please, my truth seeker. Please find his secret for me.
Well, not just that, it's that any information has to be conveyed for the first time anyways for two groups to know about it.
Yeah.
Like, for stuff like this, where it's like military commands, like, hey, we're working together. We need you to do this for us. It's like, yeah, the initial order or information has to come across at some point. This is probably that point. Rather than just assuming, oh, they should know this already.
Yeah, there's a writing advice. I forgot where I read it, but it was really good actually, because what a lot of stories do is they really just kind of start the story way too early, and so it takes so long to ramp up to the important events. And one of the bits of advice I stuck with me was set your story as close to the end as possible. And that could also be related to a particular plot line thread too. Don't have 5 conversations about the same thing. You know, if there's an action that needs to happen in the story, try to have like in this case we have to learn that the Sardaukar is being sent to attack the Atreides in secret. So the conversation where they tell the Sardaukar that this is what they're doing should also be the scene that they're ready to go to launch. It can be combined into one scene. So like basically don't watch your viewers time.
Yeah.
So yeah, there, and like you said, there has to be a first time for anything. There's a first time for them to learn about this action, this mission they're going on, and why not have it the same time that they're getting ready to go into battle? Why not, right?
Yep.
God,
But again,
knowing
and this is
CinemaSins, he would probably be like, if you did that, where, you know, if he had it his way of, oh, you know, they should have known about this sooner, and we have a scene of them explaining this and then going through all this stuff and getting them prepared, he would have fucking bitched about that. Be like, oh, they're just padding time.
Yeah, and if they had just shown up, he's like, wait a minute, where was the scene of the Sardaukar ever coming into this or anything like that? It's like, yeah, you would have dinged it for that. I know you fucking would have.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is, I guess we'll get into it more. I need to see more about what he'll say about the actual attack itself and everything like that. But there's one change that I understand why they did it from the book. I think the book was smarter about this, though, and why what Duncan said what made more sense in the book than it does here. But the line that Duncan says is, and Sardaukar are here. Are you sure? When you cross blades with Sardaukar, you know it. Well, the people would already know that these are Sardaukar. The people actually under attack would know these are Sardaukar already because they never changed out of their uniform. But that makes sense for an audience perspective, and they already covered that by saying that there are no satellites over Arrakis, and Duke Leto already set it up too that, hey, the Hand of God is playing havoc with our comm systems. So their comms don't work very well, and there's no satellites over Arrakis, so House Atreides will die in the dark. So nobody but the people that were actually at the attack will know that this were the Sardaukars. And it just works better for the audience, the viewing audience, to see the white uniforms to say, oh, those are Sardaukar sneaking up behind those Atreides right there. You know, it's not the black of the Harkonnen that are fighting them head on. It's the Sardaukar that are being like projected down from that drop ship, and they're sneaking in behind the Atreides. But yeah, I don't know if he'll bring up that, but I guess that's one thing I wanted to get into. A difference from the books, because in the books the Sardaukar disguise themselves inside Harkonnen uniforms, so they're all dressed like Harkonnens, and so it makes sense that everyone's like, what do you mean there were Sardaukar there? That doesn't make any sense. And Duncan's like, no, you trust me, you know when you cross blades with the Sardaukar, you know it.
Yeah, they probably just changed that for simplicity's sake, because explaining all that and then
Yeah, and then again, your audience isn't going to know. But hey, those black guys are those guys in black uniform. Are they moving slightly differently than the other ones? Versus, oh hey, look, the white guy uniforms are there. They're coming up behind them. They're going to stab them in the back while the black guys are pulling back. God, it's unfortunate that it's black uniforms and white uniforms here, chat. I'm sorry, it's unfortunate, but there you go.
You're like, wait, are those black guys attacking us? No, they're white. Okay, it's fine.
No, if the white guys are sneaking up behind them and going to attack them. But again, it's for viewing ease. It's ease for the audience. You know the Sardaukar are in the white uniforms, the Harkonnen are in the black uniforms, and the Atreides are in the green and gray uniforms.
And already, even as clear as they made it in the movie, there's probably still people who got lost. So
yes, there are. We unfortunately saw it on the guy's really shit take.
I mean, we're probably watching one right now.
Yeah. So, all right, here we go.
It's just completely unnecessary conversation about the strategy, which was only hinted at earlier. While I enjoy watching the Sardaukar Hell Week, I could have enjoyed it while watching more substantive conversation. This single...
No! Again, you are being shown how brutal the Sardaukar are. They are literally wiping the blood of people they have sacrificed on themselves. Okay? This is supposed to highlight how they are. Okay? Fucking hell. And then this single eyelid blink, it perfectly works for the fact that they are trying to set up the fact that Piter isn't right. He isn't normal. So this subtle single eyelid blink followed by the other one blinking, which is completely unnatural, kind of immediately tells the people watching, ugh, yeah, there's something wrong with him.
To the point, like, this thing exists to a point where it's a trope, where, like, cartoons will make jokes about a retarded, like, frog or person or fucking whatever by having one eye blink than the other.
Yeah. And again, watch Piter closely and you will see he does one eye blinks and the other blinks.
Enjoyed it while watching more substantive conversation. This single eyelid blink. Okay, so if Lee...
They cut out the other part where he did the first eye. He did the other eye first and then he did that eye. But yeah, so yeah, this is all part of it. Alright.
Oh, this one is gonna be bad.
Yeah, I can already do it. Yeah, this is already gonna be fucking off.
Leto doesn't wall and doesn't go outside to investigate what's going on. Then Dr. Yui doesn't get the chance to shoot Leto with this dart. What if he fell
Alright, hold on. Yeah. We'll continue this because it's actually still fitting in this point.
asleep before seeing it or turns to the other side? Sure, the attack on Arrakis still happens, but Yui doesn't get to shoot his dart in private and doesn't get to implant the poison tooth he's prepared for Baron Vladimir.
Okay,
no,
so
the original plan was for him to actually take the medicine and be asleep anyways. That was the original plan.
But yeah, wouldn't Yui's plan be easier if he was just stayed in bed?
Yes, it would be. It'd be way easier.
So that's a
because
stupid point.
He wouldn't have his shield on or anything like that either. It was only because he went out and investigated and then sees the housekeeper dead or dying that he turns his shield on, which is when Yui has to use the thing. Instead, Yui could have literally walked up to him and talked with him like, Duke, what's going on? There's something going on. I think we need to get security. And then, Yui could have knocked him unconscious there or stunned him or anything. Because, again, he obviously knows the body. He knows how he could disable... Leto Atreides. That's why the doctors have Imperial training to prevent this from happening. God. Ugh. Anyways, yeah. He didn't need this to happen. This isn't like a requirement. It is not required for Duke Leto to go out there. It just happened to go out there.
Let's take a hypothetical. Let's say he needed this to happen. So the Harkonnens start their attack. Oh shit, Duke Leto wakes up and goes outside and puts a shield on, and then the doctor hits him. He didn't need to see the light for the situation to still play out.
Yeah. It's just so fucking baffling.
It's very narrow-minded to think that these events had to happen that way. Yeah, there's a million different ways where, especially if he was asleep or vulnerable, that the doctor could have gotten him any other way.
Yeah, and then he could have implanted the tooth and then explained to him, listen, the Harkonnens are coming. I'm the one that set you up. I already replaced your back tooth, and it has poison in it. The Baron is going to get you anyways, so if you time it right, you'll be able to kill the Baron. Okay? And now he already explains this while he's doing the operation. He could have done the operation already and then woken Duke Leto up afterwards. It wasn't a requirement for any of this to happen.
Yeah. And by the way, I do understand where the criticism comes from, because there are a lot of modern movies where characters plan for impossible situations and still manage to get everything right. It's like, you couldn't have known that they would have turned left at that hallway instead of running straight forward, but you just so happen to have whatever trap planned down that hallway you couldn't have known they would have gone down. Yeah. It's like that shit happens in a lot of movies. I know where that criticism criticism comes from. It's just not applicable here.
This is not one of those.
It's almost like he's so used to bad writing where it's like, oh, I knew that would happen. That's why I told so-and-so 3 days ago to plan this. And it's like, oh, well, I knew you were going to talk to so-and-so. So I had actually called him before, paying him twice as much as you paid him so that he would tell you that he was working for you, but he's actually working for me. And it's like, that's that kind of insane movie logic where it's like, oh my God, these people are so smart, but it's really just poor writing.
Yeah.
They wanted to write themselves out of a problem.
Again, there are so many other ways that Dr. Yue could have gotten Duke Leto traits. In fact, the first option was that Leto would have taken the medicine he was supposed to, like Paul does, like Lady Jessica do. And guess what? They're knocked unconscious. Oh, man. This is just painful. And it's only Duke Leto being stubborn and saying, no, I don't want to go to sleep that way. Oh, man.
What good are shields that let a floppy fucking bomb sink slowly downward like this? These stupid goddamn shields, I swear to God. What is it?
You fucking idiot!
Explained at the start of the movie!
Yeah, it shows the fact that the bombs had to slow down. If the bombs had hit the exterior of it, it would have done anything. That's what the point of the shield is. They actually had to do this as a sneak attack on these operations. Guess what happens when an actual missile hits a thing that has a shield? Oh! Duncan Idaho is perfectly fine in his ornithopter because it hit the shield. God, it's almost like you need hyper-specialized technology to get through it. It's also why I don't agree with
It's almost like this guy needs a fucking cocktail of Adderall and Ritalin to get the fuck through this movie to fucking understand what's happening.
Yeah, to pay attention to the things were literally being shown on screen. But guess what? It's also why I get annoyed by Mahler and Fringy talking about the guns. Like, no, the guns don't work. Did you notice how long it takes that dart? If it was a normal gun, it would have stopped immediately. You need a very specialized munition to get through the shield because it has to hit the shield. And then instead of losing all momentum and falling, it then has to continue trying to drill through the shield. It's like, oh God. But yeah, there's my thing of why I'm annoyed with Mahler and Fringy on when they were talking about Dune. It's like, you guys weren't paying attention. Jesus. Oh, and then they also overestimated their ability to actually hit a target, especially like, well, what if I shoot metal in the hand, the foot, the chest, and the head at the same time? Back to back, it's like, good fucking luck. I would love to meet a marksman that good. They are very rare.
They do have a good point about shooting in the back, though, or shooting like maybe a spread ammunition or whatever. That way, it would theoretically
spread ammo. No, because like I said, the munition is so specialized. You need that dart to be exactly that. You couldn't really make a spread ammunition for that kind of dart.
Yeah, it'll just lose momentum and fall to the ground.
Yeah, you need it because again, that's my whole point about why the guns are so specialized. The dart has to hit the shield, and instead of losing all momentum and then falling to the ground, it needs to then stay there and keep drilling, trying to push forward.
Yeah, it has to be this like crazy special thing.
Yeah, the darts were big, so you're not going to be able to fit that many darts into a single tube, or if you do, it's going to be like some ridiculous like bazooka thing. And by that point, why not just use an explosive?
Yeah. Yeah, no, I'm sorry, but they just don't have
like the way guns work. The way guns work would not allow for EFAP's point to actually work.
Yeah, it just wouldn't work.
Like, I understand the back thing, and yeah, that is a good point. Notice that when Duleto got shot in the back, he couldn't get to the dart, and it went in. Yeah.
Yeah, I would see that it would not be nearly as effective as they would probably estimate, but it would be a hell of a lot better than nothing. Like a volley of a bunch of darts, and then, while those are drilling in, and then somebody attacks you, you'd be at a disadvantage because now you'd be like, oh crap, a dart, and there's swords and knives, and also the explosions. Like,
well, you need
did they ever figure out exactly how that worked? Like with the force explosion thing, like, it creates the explosion, the shield stops it, but what about the just sheer force of the explosion? Does that still go through, or?
I believe it does to an extent, because we noticed that there is a bomb that misses and it blows up between two of them, but because it hits the repulsors at the bottom is what caused them to fall.
Yeah, so like shooting the ground. Basically, like shooting like an FPS, like shooting the ground with a rocket would probably be pretty effective.
Yeah. So, but then the thing about the whole like darts thing, we see in the Duncan, Idaho scene, the very scene that Mueller just said he missed, but no, you see the thing, the darts hit the shield and they bounce off because they don't hit it at a perfect angle to get stuck.
Yeah. Also, I just want to bring up the fact of Leto didn't have a weapon with him when he got shot in the back. If you had
If he had a knife or
sword,
anything, he could have popped it away. Yeah.
yeah, he could have stuck it behind him and just flung it off of him just fine. It's literally because he didn't have anything in his hand and got shot in the back, he couldn't reach it. But if you were an armed soldier, who's, fighting, you would have something to deflect it with.
Yep. Yeah, that's why I'm just like, it's one of those like, I don't know. That is requiring too many things, of too much use of highly specialized ammunition and circumstances, and then having the accuracy of a literal god.
Yeah, and I mean, just think about it. You would have to, in order, like, let's say,
maybe a homing dart, but then again, you'd have to hyper specialize the ammunition even more, because you already have to specialize the ammunition to not lose momentum and to drill through the shield slowly.
Yeah, because your thing was like, like if there's multiple people shooting at you and then other people rushing you, it's like, wow, so you're gonna have a multi-squad team to take out one person. What if there's more? What if they have to deal with multiple people? So you're telling me that they have to deal with, they need to get at least 4 guys to shoot at one guy with these darts and then have 2 other guys rush in with swords just to get this one guy. God forbid that guy has a friend with him. It's like, well, your plan just falls apart right there.
If Shad is to believe, a knife would actually be really good in that, because you get really close. Like, this would be very close combat because you're not striking, you're not striking in a traditional sense. You have to get in and then slowly cut through the shield.
Yeah.
So like,
that's why Shad was pointing out when he was talking about the duel scene between Gurney Halleck and Paul Atreides, was that why those are such effective tools and weapons to use.
Yeah, so I'm not saying that I don't even know if I watched the entire argument on EFAP, but there is something there. Explosions, handgun and knife, something like that. There's a way to definitely get an advantage, but even just the explosion fact, like they showed how effective that was. Like, that would be something. I don't believe that they would completely mark projectiles and explosions off of the completely, but it does make for a really cool scene where you see these super advanced, ridiculously 8,000 years into the future advanced societies fighting with melee. It's an interesting concept for sure.
Yeah.
And they make it plausible enough, even if it's not completely bulletproof.
Yeah. It was just so weird because they made such a big point of it. It was like, just don't ever show me a gun. Oh, you showed me a gun, you lose. And it's like, what the fuck?
Yeah, no, that's not how that works.
Yeah. But again, that was also the point where he's like, I was like, why? How would Dr. Yui know how to cripple this? Because the Harkonnens told him, and the Harkonnens built all this. Like, what the fuck? What do you mean? How would he know?
Yeah. And I do like the Traders of Mystery. I mean, whoever's watched Red Dune enough times, they'll know exactly.
They know exactly what it is. Yeah.
But at the same time, like, if it's your first time, experiencing the story, it's a bit of a mystery.
Yeah.
Like, who would do this? Why would they do this?
Especially to this house that we've seen has acted really noble and everything like that. Who would be the traitor to this house to a much more brutal and evil house?
Yeah.
But then it's explained why. And like I said, that fucking spider monster, that's an easy sin right there. Why does the spider monster exist? Just to have a cool effect. So just that's a ding right there.
Yeah, that's the one ding he could have done legitimately, and he didn't do it. What the fuck is this thing, ding?
And it's like book readers and everything is like, I don't fucking know what that thing is either. Like, what the fuck? Again, if they had set it up like, if talking about his wife's hair color and stuff like that, and we saw that creature had that same hair color, ooh, yeah, you would have put 2, 1 + 1 would have made 2 right there. It should have been hinted more that it was his wife, that it was Dr. Yue's wife. That should have been hinted more at. He should have described like something about her or something like that. And then that spider monster had it. Yeah. All right, here we go.
extremely weird these battles is that I know I've seen a full array of projectile weapons being fired, but ground combat always looks like we're still in the early 18th century or some shit.
They explain this at the start of the movie!
Yeah. They have shields.
Christ.
They have shields, for God's sakes. Alright? They explain that they have shields, and it's the slow blade that penetrates the shield. Also, the 18th century...
People...
Dude.
Yeah, they had guns back then.
Yeah,
those guns.
That is
idiots.
when we had lines of battle and gunfire, you idiot.
Yeah, oh my god, you fucking moron.
If you had said 11th century, that would have been more accurate.
So, one of the complaints that we've seen from people, like, I think Angry Joe and some others, they complained, oh, there's too much exposition at the start of the movie. We don't need to know all this stuff. It's clunky that Gurney Halleck tells Paul Atreides slow blade penetrates the shield, because he should already know that. Well, you know why sometimes that exists? Because motherfuckers like this, where it's explained perfectly clearly, where everyone... There's no reason to miss it. There is zero reason to not know this. And he still made the fucking criticism, oh, why are they fighting with swords? This makes no sense.
Even better.
Fucking
okay?
retard.
Here is a real-life example. In the Marine Corps, they will teach you to say your doctrine over and over and over again. Tap, rack, bang. Tap, rack, bang. Tap, rack, bang. And that is to fix a particular type of malfunction that a weapon has. And it's not that, oh, you already knew this, so why are we telling you this again? No, it's because you're literally trying to drill it into their brain forever. Tap, rack, bang. Tap the forward assist, rack the charging handle, pull the trigger.
Is that why they call it a drill sergeant?
No, not in the Marine Corps. If you call him a drill sergeant in the Marine Corps, you're getting an ass chewing.
I just meant a general, but okay.
But yeah, this is why saying, the slow blade penetrates the shield. If you keep telling that to a person over and over and over again, it will be burned into their mind forever. And that's the point of these drills and training and everything. You do it over and over and over again so that they can never forget it and it becomes second nature. Don't forget to reload. Yeah. Yeah, it's just one of those, like, this is just one of those fucking insanity things. Like, yeah. It's why that whole, like, it's so clunky. It's like, no, it's training. He's a 16-year-old kid still. He is still in training. So, of course, they're still going to constantly tell him the adages so that he will keep it ingrained in his memory forever.
Yeah, it does make sense to repeat information like that. The point I was getting at is, this is information that was plainly there, and we still get idiots like fucking CinemaSins who still made the criticism of why are they fighting with swords? The movie already explained it, you fucking idiot.
Yeah.
In fact, he even highlighted that clip in this video.
Yeah. Oh my god. Fucking idiot.
How do you guys talk for 6 hours? Because we get retards who say dumb shit and we have to correct it.
Yep. Alright.
Yeah.
Harkonnen's wife won.
How did the Harkonnens kidnap Dr. Yui's wife without anyone else knowing? Yeah, book lovers, you can allude to the fact that the Baron kidnapped her years ago before Yui even started working for Atreides to turn him against them. But I feel like this movie failed Dr. Yui in some way. Even in the 1984 Dune, he was given more to do and his motives made more sense. Yes, this is a 2.5-hour part one of a movie, but developing his character was essential for this moment. Hell, are you even going to mention that the tattoo on his forehead means Imperial conditioning and why that makes it remarkable that he's even capable of being a traitor? I'm almost giving myself a sin for knowing that, but the movie will do. Oh no, the
Hold up.
Okay.
How does before we even get to that, because I know you're going to go on for a while, I need to say this first. How in the fuck does he know all of that, but doesn't know why swords are being used for fighting?
Yeah, what the fuck?
Exactly. How do you know all the stuff about Imperial conditioning and everything like that if you don't get the concept. And you already talked about the original movie earlier in this as well. How do you not understand why all of this fighting with swords is happening? Dude, come on.
This is pathetic. Like, I knew Cinema Sins is pathetic. It's like watching a Spurgoat of Chris Chan and saying it's pathetic. It's like, yeah, you know going into it it's going to be pathetic. But, like, this is pathetic even for Cinema Sins.
Yep. Dude, and the worst part about this is, like, we don't actually need Dr. Yue's character more set up. You can see that he obviously cares about them. It was the whole scene with, I've asked Dr. Yue to check your vitals, and he's doing it, and he's explaining to him information in Mandarin. He is talking to Paul and trying to pass on information that other people might not know. Oh, dude. So you can tell that Dr. Yue actually cares about them. We don't need to see that Harkonnen has his wife earlier. We can accept the fact of, oh yeah, the brutal guys had kidnapped his wife. Yeah, that actually follows. That tracks. We don't need to know the time frame of when they did it. All right? We just know that they've done it. That's all we needed. We knew that they did it now. The time frame doesn't make a difference.
At this point, I'm looking forward to the Cinema Wins video, but because it can't be this bad. Because that seems to be the thing, is if it's a bad movie, Cinema Sins will be more on point. If it's a good movie, Cinema Wins will be more on point. So this should be an easy win for Cinema Wins. Like,
hopefully, but we're still gonna get some insane takes.
Oh, still gonna get insane takes. But even if his entire video is, "Hey, look, a thing, ding," it'll still be easier to tolerate than this fucking trash.
Yeah.
Yeah.
$2 super chat from Scoopmeister. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm calling it. He's picking and choosing. Absolutely.
Yeah. Yeah, he's cherry picking.
Well,
Oh my god, I saw his next point. Oh, I saw the next thing. That pisses me off because I know he's just gonna overlook it and not pay attention to the fact that. Oh,
I don't even see the next point yet on my screen.
You will in a second.
You will. It was the palm trees burning. So. Wait, how can you make a Cinema Sins and a Cinema Wins video on the same film? It's not the same people doing it.
Yeah, they're different people.
Yep.
I was about to read that comment there too.
All right.
The movie will take. Oh no, the palm trees! Not the secret palm trees!
Why is that a sin?
Yeah, how is it a sin that we're showing that these things that the guy said the Fremen hold sacred, that it's an old dream of theirs, are now burning because the Harkonnens are back? As if to say that all hope is now gone. All dreams are now dead.
Yeah, seeing these burn, I was like, oh man, that's the water of 100 men went into those trees, and now they're just burning. Hopefully, like that was sad.
Oh wait, each of these drink the equivalent of 100 men every day.
Yeah.
So that is how many thousands upon thousands upon thousands of lives of water have now been wasted. Yeah. It's like, good God.
It also confirms that the visions that Paul was seeing came true, meaning that, yes, he can, in fact, see the future. It's confirming this. It's important.
Look at his actual point. I'm going to just play this because I need to hear his stupid fucking self-say.
Also, Paul's vision comes true. We weren't shown the exact way in which the palm trees were lit on fire all at once. What highly specific sequence of events had to take place for them to burn like birthday candles? Why deprive me of this detail? Here's a
Are you fucking kidding?
Do you notice how one of the trees is a lot more on fire than the others? You fucking dipshit.
God damn, man. God damn.
There's
in the middle of a battle.
Yeah, there's fucking bombs falling with giant fiery explosions. These things are dry as fuck in the desert. They go up like fucking tinder. It doesn't take much. Yeah, you drop a bomb near these things. Yeah, they're gonna light on fucking fire.
Yep.
Retard.
Yeah, he's acting like you had to go up to each one of them individually and light them with a lighter. That's
Dude, palm trees aren't the most like robust things in existence either. So yeah.
No, they're literally baking in the sun every day. They're dry. They
Yeah.
go. It's so easy to light them on
These
fire.
would basically be like kindling. Look at how, if we go back to the original scene, look at how patchy and dry their bark looks. Like, it looks like kindling.
Yeah, exactly. Oh my god, dude, this is insane. They literally show a close up of these things earlier. You should understand this.
Yep. All right. No, I just read this one. This is so stupid. Okay, well, I'll explain this one easily.
Confusing moment when Duncan Lee beats a few asses and the remaining troops scamper away rather than rally and destroy their single outnumbered enemy.
Dude, okay, one, it's not confusing movement. It's not a confusing moment because it comes out of the sky. We literally saw him use an anti-grav thing to kill the Sardaukar before this. So we know he has an anti-grav belt. We know this is a fact. So he uses dropping down on top of somebody to his advantage so that he can beat opponents when he is outnumbered. The last three guys see, oh, dude, those three guys that outnumbered him, they just got their asses kicked and he didn't even break a sweat. I'm not that good of a swordsman. Are you that good of a swordsman? No? Okay, I'm just...
And not only that, the fucking commanding tone in his voice. To hell, dogs!
Yeah.
Like, yeah, they're...
He just easily mopped
You don't want to
up
fuck with this guy.
floor. Yeah, he easily mopped up the floor with a group fight already. Do you want to jump in there? If you're not as confident in your skills, I don't think so.
Also, if you have any idea who this guy is, like,
yeah,
if you're aware of who he is within the world you live in, then yeah, it's like, oh, hey, it's that guy. It's this extremely talented fighter. Yeah, maybe not. Maybe not. I'll go guard this other door.
Yeah, when Piter the Mentat says to the Sardaukar, they're the best in the Empire. They're trained by the legendary Gurney Halleck in Duncan, Idaho, and that makes the Sardaukar angry. Okay, they have a reputation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, if a guy wins a 1v3, even if I don't know him, I'm peacing out. Yeah, exactly. How confident are you in your skills? Dude just won a 1v3 without breaking a sweat. And I'd be like, no, you can have it.
Even if you're with two other people, it's like, yeah, no, you can have the flying thing. I'm gonna go guard the storehouse over here. I'm
gonna go over here and tell people that you stole the flying thing, but I'm certainly as hell not gonna deal with you myself.
It also is a nice contrast between the Harkonnens and the Sardaukar, because the Sardaukar don't care; they'll just go after him continually, whereas the Harkonnens are a little bit more cowardly, a little bit more, sneaky.
Yeah, and we even see the Harkonnens were getting their asses kicked by the Atreides right before this. The Atreides, where half of them weren't even in their armor yet, they were slaughtering the Harkonnen. They were getting massacred, and then the Sardaukar dropped in behind the Atreides, and then the Sardaukar massacre the Atreides. They just kill them out immediately. And the Harkonnen then, cowardly have to climb over the bodies that they didn't even help fight. And again, the Atreides were massively outnumbered.
Yeah, I mean, if it was the Atreides versus the Harkonnen in a fair fight, Atreides wins hands down.
Yeah.
But surprise attack, shields lowered, and Harkonnen at their backside, no, not a chance.
Yep.
That's what makes it so frustrating. That also makes it so you side with the Atreides so much more because they were dealt such a rough hand,
Yeah. God. All right.
I've never highborn.
All bad guys are rapists.
No. Literally, no. The movie is full of bad... It's the one person in the movie who, even assuming you're right, it's the one bad guy in the movie that wants to rape anyone.
Yeah.
Are you fucking kidding me?
And he's only thinking about it because he's had to sit here with her this entire time, and his mind is now working. He didn't say, I'm just going to do it right here in the bedroom with her. I was like, no. Jesus Christ.
I'm happy they can sign to each other, but how can you communicate everything in sign language using 3 barely visible fingers while tied up in the dark?
Okay. So, minus the tied up thing, because that doesn't matter to actual visual things. He can clearly see her hand, so that being tied up does not fucking matter at all. But do you notice how Spec Ops people in the modern military can sign to each other in the fucking dark so they don't make a sound? Jesus Christ, man.
Yeah, what? Has this guy never gone outside at night and, like, talked to somebody or anything? Like, you can see when they're, like, a few feet away from you. It's not hard.
Yeah, and it's obviously not pitch darkness. What's all this green? It's clearly not pitch black in here.
Yeah. You would actually be able to see easier in here than you would normally. So what the fuck are you talking about, you absolute moron?
Yeah, how do you think sign language actually works, my dude? Come on.
Yeah.
All right.
Gag.
I know that they know that Jessica can use the voice, and that's why she's gagged, and they don't know that Paul can do it, but seriously, why isn't he gagged?
Because they don't know he can do it, and he fails here. So clearly, he can't do it. That's why he's like, oh, you think you can order us around? Yeah, that's why he tells him, shut up. Because he's not experiencing the mental aspect of the voice. Like, good God, man.
And correct me if I'm wrong, isn't 100% of the Bene Gesserit female?
Yes, all Bene Gesserit are female.
So it'd be stupid. They'd be stupid to assume that Paul could do it.
Yeah.
So,
and again, what's he gonna do? Oh no, he doesn't have a gag on while he's tied up, and we're about to throw him in the desert. Oh no. It doesn't matter. He doesn't need to have a gag on. Like her, it would make sense. Like if she didn't have it on and then she was doing it, yeah, that would be fucking weird.
Yeah, and I agree that the deaf driver is a little silly, but you know that's a I won't say it's impossible, but it's definitely convenient in this case. But
I would say I would understand why they would have maybe the deaf guy is the one that went in first, so that in case she wasn't asleep, she wasn't knocked out, he could just
that could be.
gag her anyways. So yeah, like I said, I can understand why the deaf guy is there.
Yeah. Yeah. It would make sense to be like, yeah, if you're going to send somebody
into the room where,
yeah, to kidnap these people and you know she can do that. Yeah, let's get the one guy we know who literally can't even hear to go in there and do it because he can't be affected by it.
It's like the Avengers. It's like I have the power of the Bene Gesserit. It's like we have a deaf man.
Yeah. Deaf man, smash.
Pretty much.
All right.
Deaf man, rape.
Oh no!
Yeah, well, that's what they're gonna do.
Here in Worry, Paul and his mom.
You skipped out the entire thing there too.
Oh no, we've turned Setch into an animal. He's devolved.
Oh God. I can't believe the amount of stuff they're cutting out. Now we're just here in the desert.
Well, yeah, of course we're just here in the desert. Why not?
Yeah, we're just here, and we have supplies.
Movements and no worms come to attack.
Because it's a matter of distance, you fucking idiots.
Oh my God, you fucking idiot. Yeah, there's not going to be a worm just there because they happen to be there. Why would there be a worm there? You fucking idiots.
Especially when all the rhythmic sounds are happening behind the wall. Do you think the sounds of the explosion in the atmosphere are hitting the sand enough to actually cause the rhythmic vibrations? The fuck is wrong with you?
This is so stupid.
And they do address. Doesn't Paul said? I see him kind of moving in a weird, walking in a weird, unrhythmic way. Doesn't he explain to her?
Not at this point. He explains her later. He explains to her later about the desert walk.
Later.
But it makes sense that if they're just frantically trying to get away, you know, they might not be on their full caution right at the second.
And they have no reason to think that there's a worm nearby.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just so dumb. He just expects there to be a worm literally anywhere the main characters are. Oh, there has to be a worm here because the main characters.
No, that there has to be a worm everywhere at all times, as he said.
Oh, it's so stupid.
Yep.
Man, Bull's head makes more.
Oh, God damn it. All right, well, we skipped a bunch of stuff there again.
Appearances that Dr. Yui in this movie.
Yeah, it's symbolic, you fuck!
Yes. It's the fall of the house of Atreides, okay? Dude. Come on.
Tables. The Barons.
Tables. That's a sin, tables.
The Baron survives this, and you're showing exactly why he survived this. His fucking shield, you idiot.
God.
Yeah, red means...
Man, it'd be a shame if you cut out that entire thing where he leans in and turns his shield on because he's expecting some kind of trickery.
I actually appreciate that people's first reaction is to turn the shield on when they sense danger. I was like, that's a good detail.
Yes.
Because so many times you see in movies where it's like you have something that would prevent this problem or drastically lower your danger, but you don't use it.
And notice that everybody else that didn't turn his shield on is dead.
And even the guy who did turn his shield on is super fucked up over it.
Yeah, super fucking sick.
Yeah.
It's a combination of the shield blocking a lot of the initial blast of the particles because they were moving just too fast to get through, him hovering up to the ceiling to get into thinner air, so, it has to dilute through a bunch of the atmosphere in that room first, and the fact that he's a fat ass
Also,
that actually saved his life.
Also, he still needs medical attention, so it's very possible if he didn't receive that medical attention, he might have died.
Yeah, he would have died had they not come in and got him as soon as they did.
Everyone else died almost immediately. They didn't have a shield on. They couldn't move out of the way and to make it dilute into the air more, and they weren't a massive fat ass. it's seriously, him being fat saved his life.
I want to see big and beautiful commercials with Harkonnen.
Baron Harkonnen, the new plus-size model for our clothes.
Had I not eaten 5 cheeseburgers a meal, I would have died.
Rather small amount of food for an average-sized person.
Yeah. No, I do legitimately believe that the shield did stop a lot of the initial bursts of the gas, because otherwise it wouldn't have mattered if he had held his breath. If he literally would have held his breath when the shield actually got hit, the gas would have already been in his system.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't buy that the shield didn't do anything. I much more believe that the shield stopped a lot of the initial bursts from him breathing out.
It's very visual. It's visually obvious because the shield is invisible until something hits it, then it turns red.
Well, red is when it penetrates. So so it is penetrating, but I don't think that I don't think that he could have held his breath fast enough. Oh shit!
Well, there's some poisons where if you have like a few drops of it, it'll just make you sick and won't outright kill you. But if you get a full dose, it will just fucking kill you pretty much immediately.
Yeah.
That's probably what he's dealing with. Is it's enough to make him really sick, maybe even kill him given enough time. But then he gets healed up.
That's why I said his fat actually saved him, because the fat in his body would have forced all of this to dilute through it. Yeah.
So I'd say it's a combination of all those factors.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying it's all of the factors all at once. He was quick enough to do all of this. He was quick enough to think, oh, hit the shield, shield on, hit the shield, hold breath, jump back, use the anti-gravity to go up to get to where it has to dilute even more. And he's just lucky that he was incredibly fat.
Yeah.
Yeah, alright.
To die or anything, but how is his ship still in the air? Earlier, the Harkonnen shut off Lady Jessica's ship from a remote location, and they saw Duncan jump in his aircraft and fly away. How would they allow it to stay in the air? All this time, I've been wondering how the Baron survived that poison and...
Hold on. Oh. Back up.
Hold on. Oh no.
Terrible choices are made. Waged between
I'm getting not respond. Okay, there we go.
The Baron survives this. It's not that I want Duncan to die or anything, but...
Okay. You're trying to pause for the last point about the ornithopter?
Yeah, I'm just, Harkonnen shut off Lady Jessica's ship for... Oh my god.
What?
No. This is very important. Look, I need to hear what he says here. Hold on, this is very important.
How is his ship still in Harkonnen shut off Lady Jessica's ship from a remote location, and they saw Duncan jump in his aircraft
No, they
and fly
didn't.
away? How would they allow it to stay in the air?
No, they didn't, you fucking idiot! If you go back and watch that scene, what's the first thing the pilot does? He flips a kill switch. Dude. And then the thing asks for Harkonnen identification afterwards, and because they don't have it, it shuts the ship off. Jesus Christ, man, if you were paying attention, you literally watched the pilot flip the kill switch. The camera even zooms in on the fact that he flipped the kill switch. It wasn't a remote location, you moron.
Yeah, what the fuck? Where's he getting the remote location from?
Oh, dude.
What a fucking piece of shit.
And if they had shut it off from a remote location, then they would probably know that Paul and Jessica survived.
And Paul were there.
And
therefore, them running like madmen to get away from the fucking ornithopter makes more sense.
Well, not just that. It's like, oh, hey, these people we're trying to have killed, they survived. Maybe we should go turn on a shield and drop it out of an ornithopter near them.
Yeah.
Or
dude,
something.
This is fucking insanity. Oh, dude. You say being morbidly obese is unhealthy, and yet I survived deadly poison attacks. Curious. I like how Setch knows every scene. Well, I may have watched this movie way too many times.
That'd be a great marketing statistics. Like, being obese proves to be 100% survival rate during deadly Harkonnen attacks.
deadly Atreides gas attacks. Paying attention in CinemaSins. Setch, are you okay? Are you in distress or high? Yeah, I know. CinemaSins can't pay attention, but this is the thing that's so frustrating about people that watch CinemaSins videos and they're like, oh yeah, no, it was a bad movie because here are all these sins. Like, no. Stop. Oh, God. All right.
All this time, how the Baron survived that poison and... So now we know at some point in the future...
How is that a sin?
What? You fucking idiot. We just went over this. And yeah, it should be pretty obvious.
Yeah.
Why that was a good move for him.
You notice how he's like choking and gasping on the ceiling? It's almost like, I don't know, he's sick?
Yeah. Dude.
Yeah.
Oh, dude. All right. And of course, we're skipping more stuff again, so here we go.
Future terrible trade and a battle is waged between two nearly exact-looking forces. Who will come out on top?
Nearly exact-looking forces. The Desert Brown Force versus the White Force. So clearly the Fremen versus the fucking Sardaukar, you idiot. Who will come out on top? God damn. Eggshell or Ivory? Fuck off.
Yeah, I wonder why there was a creative decision to make them lighter here. Aren't the still suits of all the other Fremen we see dark?
Yeah. I think this was so that they could blend in with the desert sands more. So this is camouflage.
Maybe. I guess, yeah.
Yeah.
Avery, stay tuned. I had this dream where I was kicking all this ass, and then in the middle of the battle, I opened up my helmet so that people could see it was me. Hey, is anyone keeping track?
Oh my god.
It was for the audience. It was a vision for the audience, you idiot. Oh, God.
Oh my god, you fucking idiots.
Yep. Yeah, and this is the same video still.
Of all the visions to remember, add a pile of burning bodies to the list.
You did that! Dude, it does. You don't need to keep track of every single vision. You need to understand that he's having multiple of these visions, and one of the most terrifying things ever, as he fully explains and as you cut out, I see a jihad, a raging war across the entire galaxy, across the universe, burning, screaming my name, standing at the altar of my father, drinking from the skull of my father, and he's freaking out more and more and more. Yeah, and then he's asking, please, somebody help me. Yeah, that is kind of gets more into the whole philosophy is he a savior or not? Stay tuned. Yeah. Yeah, Paul is terrified of the jihad. Yes, as any rational person would be. When you see what will be done in your name, in your father's name, the amount of atrocities and horror that are going to be committed across the entire galaxy.
Yeah, that
it's
kind of thing is a bit
understandable.
fucking terrifying.
Yeah, it's understandable why he starts crying and says, "Won't somebody please help me?"
He also lost his father and everybody he knows. So like
Yeah.
on top of everything else, he's like also having these crazy hallucinations, which he's now believes are more than just hallucinations. They come
Yeah.
true. So
Yeah.
not in a good state right now.
Yeah, he's realizing more and more that his visions are becoming more accurate. And now he just saw a vision where he is standing at the head of a massacre. People cheering his name. The banners of House Atreides are waving, drenched in blood, as victims of men, women, and children are being burned alive. Yeah, he's freaking out, rightfully so.
Even take all that away. Just imagine the vision of a massive pile of burning corpses and that being attributed to you. That is terrifying.
Yeah. Yeah, all right, here we go.
Kids.
What?
How is that a sin? He is freaking the hell out right now.
That went by so fast. What did he even say to that?
He said, "Kids." How is that a sin, you fucking idiot? Yeah, he's
it makes
freaking
sense
out.
for him to be freaking out.
What the hell, man? What the hell?
This is so fucking dumb.
I knew today
right.
would be pain.
Nope.
What a massive leap in life.
No. Okay, I'll let him finish. Hold on.
I mean, of course it's Duncan. You can tell by the massive Duncan sign on the side of the Dragicopter that is also pulling a banner across the desert skies that reads, "Hot Boy Here," accompanied by the fanfare.
Shut the fuck
No,
up,
you idiot.
obnoxious
He
cunt.
has visions. He is currently having visions, multiple visions, and we're seeing they're coming true. So suddenly, someone comes on the horizon. That's Duncan. He just knows because, again, he's starting to see things that are happening, and they're actually coming true. It is totally fine. It isn't a massive leap in logic. We literally just saw him experiencing vision.
Yeah, the visions are important. You should actually be paying attention to them, you fucking idiot, instead of ignoring them every 5 seconds and then being surprised when something comes true later.
Yeah,
God.
We don't see Duncan's ornithopter in any of the visions before. However, it is not unreasonable the fact that he's seeing all these visions for him to have like that moment of deja vu, like the rest of us would have, and then realize that this ornithopter didn't start shooting at them immediately.
I don't know, guys. I this might be getting you some deep lore and might be beyond the spoilers and stuff like that here, but you know what? I'm not sure, but I have a theory that Paul Atreides can see the future. I don't know about you guys, but
yeah. Yeah, I don't know. We don't really have much evidence about that. I mean, yeah, there are visions everywhere throughout the entire movie, and they're starting to come true. Yeah, but no, we don't have any evidence that his visions are true.
God,
damn it.
I hate this.
Yep.
I genuinely despise this. This is fucking terrible.
All right, and here we go again, because he thinks worms are everywhere at all times.
Oh no.
And these assholes and a student living with the Fremen and definitely knows better walk and run across the desert full of sound-detecting sandworms without a care in the world.
Because
there's none here.
They're still near the capital. This isn't worm territory. The worms haven't come here because they can't find meals here, ever. Because, guess what? They don't spice mine directly right outside the fucking capital. That shit would have already been gone long ago.
And not just that. He's acting like the worms are going to show up fucking immediately, even if they are running across the desert.
Yeah, which he said that he said that multiple times that they show up immediately, and he said no. There's more evidence that they don't.
In fact, the scene earlier with the harvester, it took several minutes for the worm to reach them from when Duke Leto first saw it.
Yeah, they also now know what worm sign looks like, so they would have somewhat of an early warning. Yeah. Even when Dr. Kynes directly calls a worm, it takes quite a long time for it to come.
Yes.
Yeah. Again, this is literally what insanity looks like, everybody.
God, what a fucking idiot.
Yeah, once per year.
Yeah, it has to be. This is just way too painful.
Do you know what this place is? It's an old ecological testing station.
Not waiting for the other person to respond to the question before continuing with the answer.
Because she's just gonna give them the answer anyways. It doesn't fucking matter.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. If someone said, "Oh yeah, I know,"
And
it's
what
like,
if
okay?
And what if she had turned and looked at him and he shrugged? Like, no, I don't know. Like, Jesus Christ, man. Come on.
They were meant to tame the plant water locked beneath the sands. The work had begun, but then the spice was discovered.
On the very day the spice was discovered, someone snorted that spice and said, "You know what, man, I bet this spice can unlock the key to interstellar travel, man."
That's not how it works. Why do you think it's the same day? You realize terraforming a planet
takes a long time.
We're talking about changing the environment of an entire planet. It's not exactly an instantaneous thing.
Yep. My God, man. My God.
Man, I was right. We know.
No, you're a fucking idiot. Wait. Oh, God. All right, hang on.
Oh, we know! Fremen can turn moisture into drinkable drinkies. We don't need to see people spitting into a machine right now for ritual or mouth rinse. Jesus. Take a sip of water while you're at the ecological station and let's get this movie wrapped up.
No. Again, it was important. Hey, give them coffee service, of course. And it was to show that the Fremen will listen to her. It wasn't just a, hey, can we get still suits for these guys? You know, please? Sure. It was a, hey, also give them coffee service. Of course. Which is what makes him say, who are you to the Fremen? You know what I mean? Like, he realizes the fact that, no, yeah, you are not just the Imperial geologist here. No, you are something to the Fremen. Oh, man, oh, man.
And it's nice to see this. It's world building. We get to see how they fucking do it.
Yeah, and again, it's providing evidence that for the audience. Like, remember what we were told about them, that the spit is sacred to them. Spit is everything to them, and they are currently spitting just to make coffee for these people. So this has to be very fucking important.
Well, it was instantaneous in that one Star Trek movie. Granted, it also exterminated all prior life and such on the planet in the process.
Kind of, because it
of.
also brought Spock back.
Well, fucking spoilers. Pagan has only seen Wrath of Khan.
I didn't know he'd only seen Wrath of Khan, damn it.
We told you we watched it.
I know, but I thought you would watch more.
Why would you just assume we've already watched Star Trek 3? The Search for Spock.
I don't know why I would make that assumption. It is clearly wrong.
You fucked up. You've ruined Christmas.
I did. I ruined Christmas. Pagan will get no presents this year.
I don't think it was in the... Sorry.
No, go ahead. I was just continuing the dumb joke.
Yeah, the dumb joke, yeah. I don't think it was in the book, but there was one line I really liked actually from the 84 version. I forget the exact line, but essentially it's like describing the specifications of the still suit, how it'll make you lose less water per day, and it'll actually recycle X number of milliliters, and then I think it's Paul who says like X number of milliliters, that's barely measurable, and the person says exactly. I thought that was a great line because it showed just how valuable water it is.
Oh shit!
He wasn't here.
That's a miracle. You missed the spoilers, Pagan.
That Spot comes back in the third movie.
Too late, yeah.
I wasn't actually gone. I was just fucking with you.
Oh, you fuck!
Fantastic. Nice.
Wow. You've ruined Christmas too, Pagan. God damn it.
We've been downright bamboozled here.
Yeah. All right. All right. let's continue with this thing. Again, like I said, this is actually a scene that is required. But you know what's even better about this scene? The fact that even while they're doing this, while they have their guard down, they are still so attuned to their surroundings that they immediately know that they're being watched, and they go under cover of the sand.
And also notice how...
and he skips it, of course.
Also notice how this guy is just begging for the movie to end. Like, goddamn.
Yeah.
It just goes back to the thing we already covered. If you make the movie shorter... Like, you can make Dune into a 20-minute story if you want. Guess what? You're going to cut out a lot of fucking important shit in that time.
Yep.
Yeah. He's begging for the movie to end, just like I'm begging him to have a 5-minute ad right now.
Yes, please, God, give us a 5-minute fucking BetterHelp ad.
Yeah. Because, my God, dude. All right.
I know you loved her and lost him in battle. I know you walk in two worlds and are known by many names. I've seen your dream.
Fucking hell. Facebook Meta's data mining operation has officially gone way too far. He's Fremen glancing.
How is that a sin? He sees the future.
Yes, and he is proving the fact that he can see these things. He is proving it right now. No. Pay attention carefully. All right, Cinema Sins, pay attention carefully to how this scene actually plays. All right, here we go.
The shadows and realize they're by the enemy and straight up bury themselves in the sand. So
No. Okay. They were already buried by the time that the guy looks over the edge. Otherwise, the ambush wouldn't have fucking worked.
Because they would have seen them in there already.
Yes. He is that attuned, the Fremen are that attuned that they realize something is off, and they bury themselves immediately. So by the time the camera jumps over to notice the guy starting to lean over the edge, and you can see his shadow, that they're already buried. Just, my God, dude. Like I said, pay attention to how this scene is played out.
Yeah, it's a bit of a time jump, but I never got the idea that he looked over and saw a bunch of people, then they came down and was like, oh, they're all gone.
Yeah.
Like I assume that there was some time that, because you can't just sink into the sand magically.
Yeah, instantaneously. That doesn't happen.
Yeah.
So what?
Especially because look, we see that they dumped the thing in they dumped the coffee and everything. Oh God, man.
Show me something that matters. Fuck you.
But not how the Fremen wriggle below the surface of the sand so expertly. Show me something that matters. Oh look.
Actually, fuck you.
There we go. See? Yeah. Like I said, look, the bug is back to indicate that Duncan's death is looming. Yes, this is exactly why he's saying, and we're going to zoom in on this bug. It's like, yeah, because it's foreshadowing.
Okay, here's an idea. What if Duncan, Idaho, got into multiple fights with the Sardaukar and Harkonnen guards, and this isn't the fight he dies in, it's one in the future.
Yeah, what if the movie showed that? You know, and so the way that they set it up to show you that it's the one where he died was the one where the bug is there.
Or what if that particular vision of Paul's was one of the alternate realities, just like the Fremen guy he talks to that is his friend, who he actually ends up killing?
Yep.
What if he's seeing a different timeline?
Yeah. My God, wouldn't it be a shame, CinemaSins, if they actually showcased the fact that he was in multiple fights with the Sardaukar and the Harkonnen before and survived, you idiot? Oh, God. So, yes, that shot of the bug earlier wasn't just, oh, wow, and I just randomly look at this bug for some reason in my vision. No, it was so the audience knew, hey, that same bug is here. Oh, this is his death. Dude, come on. Jesus Christ, CinemaSins. This is why you should actually pay attention.
We are almost there, though.
If you have to do a follow-up video for this, I have a perfect title. So you did What's in the Box Pain, or whatever the title of this one was?
What's in the cinema things? Pain.
What's in the cinema things? An appalling analysis.
Yeah. Yeah, but look, here's what he says. As if we needed the bug to remind us of this fact. You did! Because how is the audience going to pay attention to the fact that it's just another hallway interior? As much as they're going to pay attention to the fact that this bug that got highlighted is important.
As if we needed the bug to remind us of this fact. As if anyone's going to jab their movie buddies with their elbow and exclaim, the bug, oh shit, it is go time. Duncan races into battle.
You don't know if anyone actually did that or not.
With a strong thrust, but wouldn't that mean that his blade...
No.
Yeah. Did I tell you about the guy that was sitting next to us at the theater? Like, he was literally on his phone during all the slow periods, but as soon as there was like Jason Momoa or something action on the screen, he was like literally rocking back and forth, you know, like almost like he had a problem, like, you know, hugging himself, rocking back and forth with excitement.
That sounds extremely irritating.
Yeah, it was. Yeah. But, you know, who knows? I mean, I could imagine that guy's like, oh, no, if he was paying attention, that is. If he's like, oh, no, it's happening. It's go time.
Yeah. But also, like, again, as we explained, what makes Duncan Idaho a master is that he slows it down right before it hits the shield and it goes through. So he can swing it as fast as he wants. It's only when it makes contact with the shield that it matters.
Also,
as Gurney Halleck showed in the starting thing, even if you do it with enough force, you can actually get the repulsion of the shield to actually affect the person in the shield, because it knocks Paul backward.
Well, not just that. You notice a little something about this criticism here?
Yeah. What's that?
He's talking about the shields.
Well, yeah, the things that he was explaining. Why are they fighting like it's the 18th century, which is fucking 18th century was muskets, flintlocks, lines of battle, you idiot.
Yeah, but like this is retarded beyond belief. Like, why are they fighting with swords? Her. Oh, look, the shields aren't working the way I thought they should be. It's like, make up your fucking mind.
Yeah, it just shows that he's literally just making shit up so he can get his dings in. Yep. That's it. He's just picking and choosing.
All that matters at the end of the day is how many dings you get.
Yeah. All right.
I just imagine, what was it, Chris Hansen, like, you know, leading the Sins But Sins guy Jeremy into a house, and it's like, so I saw some stuff you post online. This is how you get your dings off.
Yeah. Oh God. All right.
It would have bounced off the shield slowly. Basically, this entire battle sequence seems to be the shield shrugging off its duty.
No. Look at that right before that. Look at how he has to change priority targets. Watch the guy in front of him and notice that his first strike bounces off because he had to turn his attention to the guy to his right. Watch carefully.
Bounced off the shield because he's not swinging slowly. Basically, this entire battle sequence seems to be the shield.
Bing! It bounced off the guy in front of him because he realized he had to change priority to the guy beside him because the guy beside him is charging him. Did you notice how the shield was blue on the Sardaukar in front of him that he tried to slash at? Because he fucked up the timing just enough.
Blue is reflection, red is penetration.
Yes. My God, so again, like I said, if you just pay attention to these things, you actually see that they are following the rules.
And like, they obviously color code it for a reason. And if you notice, the guy in front of Duncan Idaho, he doesn't die from a stab wound because he didn't get fucking stabbed there.
Yeah, it didn't go through the shield.
Again, this shit isn't difficult. It shouldn't be this much of a fucking hassle for, like... Oh, God.
Yeah. $5 super chat from Stephen Wright. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hey, guys. Just got out of The Batman. Have y'all seen it? What do y'all think? I really liked it. I have not seen it, so I cannot say anything.
I haven't seen it yet either. I'm going to go see it on Thursday, probably.
Yeah, no spoilers.
I saw it. I had a couple issues with it, but overall, liked it a lot.
Nice.
No spoilers, eh? Well, did you know Batman is in it?
Oh, shit. Well, yeah, wait, we lose. All right, it's over.
Yeah.
Did you know that he is the Batman?
You spoiled the fact that Spock returns in The Search for Spock. So I'm going to spoil something for you, motherfucker. Batman is in Batman.
Hey, another spoiler for you. You ready for it? Ready for it? Second
no.
Batman movie, Batman Returns.
No! Who could have ever seen this coming?
All right. So yeah. So again, they're actually paying attention to the duty. They're actually paying attention to how the shields work. So here we go. And like I said, Duncan Idaho and Gurney Halleck are masters of slowing it down right before it hits the shield. But hey, Duncan Idaho had to change his priorities to the guy literally charging him. So look at that. He changes, so the guy in front of him misses and brings down the other sword on the guy charging him, and it actually goes through the shield because he slowed it down enough to go through.
That actually skipped for me on my screen.
Oh, well, I mean, you can kind of see this here already.
Adeline swings his weapon across his enemy's abdomen with a strong thrust, but wouldn't that mean that his blade would have bounced off the shield because he's not swinging slowly? Basically, this entire battle sequence seems to be the shield shrugging off its duties, as if to say, yeah, this guy's a badass, so let's just allow this attack through. We all know Duncan is all...
Alright, so you can see it there.
Yeah.
Fucking idiot.
Oh god, this next point.
Yeah,
awesome, but these supposed best of the best fighters come to fight him one by one and are taken out like chumps until they finally overwhelm him. There's at least 12
one by one
before...
As they show multiple of them and how Duncan got the thing at his back deflected by the shield.
Yeah, look at that one by one.
Talking about. Yeah.
He's literally fighting two guys directly in front of him while a third is swinging at him from the side.
Yeah.
Yeah, in the back. It's like, what do you mean one by one? He's literally being overwhelmed. The fuck are you talking about? Can you just not see? Do your eyes not fucking work?
Apparently not. But he also misses the fact where these guys are really good soldiers, but they're not the best of the best. Duncan Idaho and Gurney Halleck are best of the best.
Yeah.
The movie literally says that.
Yep.
God, he didn't pay attention.
To finish the job. But guys, you can't show me the laser this close to Paul's leg and see him run for 2 seconds longer without getting hit. But that's what the movie says happens.
What?
You don't know how close it is to his leg there. And he also just turns the corner. Come on, man.
The fuck?
Yeah. And here we go.
I guess we'll just blame the blood loss for Duncan's poor decision-making to announce himself, rather...
No! He's trying to stop the guy cutting through the door, you idiot!
Yeah, what the fuck?
What, you want him to be sneaky, stealthy, and let the guy actually get all the way through? Oh, man. Okay.
Than silent foes from behind.
And then you cut out the entire thing where because Duncan Idaho did that, the laser gets shut off for a second because the dude that's cutting with the laser realizes he's got to protect himself.
Yeah. So, again.
Which allows them to run through the room and escape.
Yep.
Because otherwise they wouldn't be able to because the laser would have cut them in half.
Yep.
Oh my god, you fucking idiot.
Ornithopter won't start, cliche. We think we're about to see Dr.
It's an old machine that's been there for years.
Look how dirty and dusty it was inside that machine. Look at this. Hold on.
I guess we'll just blame the blood loss for Duncan's poor decision-making to announce himself, rather than silently kill his foes from behind.
Look at how dirty this thing looks on the inside. It has clearly been sitting here for a long fucking time.
Also, the fact that it's an older model with less wings.
Yeah, and it only has room for 2 in it.
Yeah, instead of like 4, how many the other one had?
Yeah, and the other one was able to fit like 9 people at once.
Something like that, yeah. It even had a ramp out the back instead of just side doors.
Yeah.
You're missing the point, though, because it's a little known fact that when you create tension in a movie, people generally don't like the movie. They'd rather have everything go right smoothly, everything start up perfectly each time, every plan go off without a hitch, no conflict. Tension really just doesn't make a movie interesting or entertaining at all.
Yep, not at all. Not allowed.
Ornithopter won't start cliche. We think we're about to see Dr. Kynes do something incredibly badass. She's going to ride the sandworm. Instead, because movies have a martyr complex that apparently audiences crave from characters like these, she dies at the hands of these three dipshits.
How is she a martyr?
How she is not a martyr.
No
And
one
she doesn't,
knows
and
about
she
her
doesn't die
dying like this.
Yeah. Guess what? She may be respected with the Fremen, and she may call herself Fremen, but she's not Fremen. Okay? She knows their culture. She knows their customs. She believes in their dreams. She's going to help them. They respect her. They admire her. But she is not a Fremen. She was not born into this lifestyle. Okay? She has gone native. They even say this later. They say this earlier in the movie.
This point gets even worse, Such.
Oh, God. I also want to talk about the nice touch, though, that when she gets stabbed, it's water that shoots out, not blood.
Yeah.
Unlike the plot of Vitaly Versace's masterpiece, Born into Mafia, she was not born into Fremen.
Yeah. She came to this planet as an adult long ago, and notice what they said before, like, she is too old to learn our ways, what they're going to say later when they talked about Lady Jessica, but they don't realize that she's a weirding woman. So...
I love that they in this scene. I love how they did the. You ever seen those experiments where they do a very specific vibration frequency with sand and turns it liquid?
Yes, I have.
Yeah, I love that they did that in this shot. It's very interesting.
And was it Mark Roberts? He turned a jacuzzi into a. He's like, here's a jacuzzi filled with sand. Yeah.
Yeah, super interesting how that works.
And he literally, because of the air going through and everything like that, they got it at such volume that it literally turned into like liquid.
That's so weird.
Fascinating. All right.
Supposed to be this moment where the sandworm swallows her along with the Sardaukar, but it's only 3 soldiers, and there's no movie-enhancing reason for her to die.
She was going to die anyways, and so she took out 3 of the Emperor's elite with her as she literally sacrificed herself to her god. The one thing that she says, I only serve one master. His name is Shai Hulud, which is what they call the sandworms. Oh, dude.
I want a goddamn sandworm, goddammit.
I wanted to see her ride the sandworm, damn it! I wanted to see the thing!
Yeah.
Fucking, oh my god, dude. Literally consumer brain.
Yeah. And again, even if she survives this somehow, she takes out all 3 of these Sardaukar, somehow. Her still suit is fucked. She's dead.
Yeah,
she's literally dead here.
Yeah.
Also, I got the idea that she was impaled. That's why the
Yes.
front of the still suit spurted out water. So
that's why I said if she somehow does this, she's still dead. Even if she somehow beats all 3 Sardaukar, if she somehow survived being impaled, like it didn't like damage her organs or anything like that, and she just got that lucky, her still suit is still fucked. She can't use it. It's no longer keeping the water in her body. She's going to die. She's going to die in the slow and painful way.
Which is why she's actually probably relieved to be fucking eaten by the worm.
Yep.
Yeah. It's why she's like, yeah, fuck it. Like, my god is going to fucking show me mercy and take you with me. So fuck you.
Yeah.
Yep.
Sorry.
20 more minutes of
Go ahead.
He's going on about this martyr moment. Like, it would have been better if she took like 100 soldiers with her. It's like that makes it more of a martyr moment than just taking 3. Right? It's like, you died taking out a huge army rather than just, you died taking out 3 people with you.
The martyr moment doesn't really. I mean, she was already dead. She was
I know, but the point I'm making is, it sounds like he wanted it to be more grand and epic, and doing so would have made it worse for what he was dinging it for.
Yeah, you're right. It would have, because he's literally complaining that it's a martyr moment, but then says that, there should have been more. It's like, but then it really would have been a martyr moment, and you dinged that. So, what is it? Is it good or bad?
It's cinema things where it's whatever they want it to be.
Yeah, exactly. There's no fucking
That doesn't give martyr status. No, I know that. But I'm saying, for his argument, he's talking out both sides of his mouth, basically.
Yeah. He can't be fucking thorough or God, what is the word? Why can't I think of this fucking word? The
consistent.
Yeah, consistent. Yeah, he can't be consistent. That's the problem.
A lot of his arguments just boil down to this thing that was done in this movie was also done in other movies, which good luck trying to make a movie with that.
Yeah.
Oh, this movie has a male character. Ding. This movie has dialogue. Ding.
Literally every single thing has been done before, so good luck on
Absolutely.
creating anything 100% new.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And she wasn't trying to be a martyr. She was actually trying to ride the sandworm, but she was attacked. And in an act of desperation, she figured better to take out 3 Sardaukar with me.
Yeah.
That's all it was.
Yeah, It's literally, this guy just fucking killed me. I'm going to take him with me.
Yeah.
It's simple. Like, what the fuck? It's not a martyr moment. It's literally just her saying, if I'm going to die, the person who killed me is coming with me.
And as much as it is a little bit of a cliche to be suddenly stabbed in the back out of nowhere, she was a little preoccupied. There was a sandworm coming right towards her, so she was.
Yeah,
right.
Which obviously you want to pay attention to, because if you don't pay attention to that shit, you're gonna die.
Yeah, so I don't. That's a good enough excuse for me. She was paying attention to the sandworm charging toward her.
Oh, I hate this. This is so bad.
6 minutes left, guys.
Sitch isn't here.
He isn't?
No, he left for a minute.
I'm gonna have to hop out here pretty soon. I'm just hoping to get to the end. I'm hoping he has a stupid ramble for a while, but I'm trying to get to the end of this, guys.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
All right. Let's do this. Let's go.
Of these 3 dipshits. It's supposed to be this great moment where the sandworm swallows her along with the Sardaukar, but it's only 3 soldiers, and there's no movie-enhancing reason for her to die. And I wanted to see her ride the goddamn sandworm, goddammit. Nobody
Shut the
panic.
fuck up.
We have at least 20 more minutes of spacecraft flying around the sand planet. Paul allows the Thopter to go into a free fall, and it's out of control. Now, the movie cuts to this person playing a palm-sized xylophone. Look, I don't know what it is, and you don't either. Shut the fuck up. Anyway, after this scene, it cuts back to the out-of-control Thopter and Paul basically sleeping. Then an alarm...
As if they've been in there for quite a while. Okay? And it wasn't the alarm that woke him up. He just realized that they're above where they need to be. And he had an entire vision about this, okay? He was hearing the voices literally telling him to let go. That they cannot fight against the process. They must move with the process. Again, he is being told in his visions and by the voices to obey the future. They know what will happen. Just stop. Let it happen.
I want to kick Cinema Sins in the dick right now. The longer he speaks, the more I want to kick him in the dick and just the dick. That is very specific, but I won't hold that against you. I understand your pain.
Yeah.
So I'm imagining that scene from Last of Us 2, only without a not a golf club.
Oh.
Just a leg.
Just a leg.
Yep. All right.
Wakes up.
We're above 5,000 meters.
But how are they above 5,000 meters after falling that far? Do you know that's like...
Do you...
Okay.
Oh my god, you
all right.
fucking
Do you understand...
child.
Do you understand that what makes storms so dangerous is that winds can dramatically shift in different directions throughout a storm? Like, they're not all uniform, like, oh, it's all going to be one way the entire way. That's what makes, like, dangerous sandstorms and shit like this so deadly, is that they go all different directions. There's a uniform direction, sure, because the sandstorm is going in one area, but
no,
the wind is hitting against itself and
Setch.
shifting positions and finding positions to go and move.
Hold on, Setch. It's worse than that. Look how he finishes this. And they've been free-falling. He thinks they've been free-falling the entire time, not that the storm has been holding them in the air.
Yeah.
You fucking idiots.
And they later explain that these are, what, like 80-kilometer-an-hour winds or some shit? These are some very, very strong storms.
Yeah. Hurricanes and tornadoes... particularly hurricanes, have the ability to fucking lift vehicles off the ground. This storm is supposed to be far more powerful than that. Yeah, no fucking shit that they're still going to be in the air. They're not free falling.
Yeah, they're literally riding the currents of the storm itself.
The Sardaukar literally give up the chase because they're like, yeah, no, they're dead. There's no way those storms will rip their ship apart. Like, it's clearly stated that it's strong winds, and they are clearly being thrown around and lifted up.
Yep.
They're not falling. You fucking idiot.
I always got the idea that he just basically turned the ornithopter into a glider, just let the winds take him, and as we know,
that's what he does after.
Wind speed basically creates lift. You know, wings would create lift if they're positioned in the correct place. So I could see that potentially pushing them up and keeping them afloat.
Well, not exactly, not here, because the wings are retracted so that they don't get ripped off.
Oh, I gotcha.
Yeah, so they're basically like they're getting thrown around like a ping pong ball. If you ever had a ping pong ball and you use like a blow dryer or something like that, you can actually get it to hover in the air at angles and stuff.
Yeah.
It's a fascinating phenomena. But yeah, that's basically what they're doing.
Well, actually, when the new Xbox came out, you know, the one that looks like a fridge? There are videos of people who put ping pong balls on the exhaust for that. Or not the exhaust, but the fan. And it was holding the ping pong ball up in the air.
That's pretty funny.
Yeah, I mean, this is a phenomena that happens. So they're literally using the storm to their advantage.
Yeah.
Husheng Raj, with $5 super chat. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
A blessed day with Stag. Long live the tabs. Anyway, love you guys. Oh, well, thank you. That's appreciated.
I don't know if I'd call it a blessed day with fucking cinema sins here. This has been pain.
Yeah, this has been pure fucking pain.
I'm glad that you think our pain and suffering is a blessed day.
Yeah.
Glad you're enjoying it, though.
I did not expect to hate this as much as I do. This is awful. I fucking hate this.
I knew Cinema Sins is bad. I didn't think it would be this bad. This is like one of the worst easily.
Yeah, I didn't expect it to be anywhere near this bad. This is absolutely fuck. This is Acer Thorn levels of shit.
Yeah. It really is, honestly.
Yeah, this is vile.
Like 3 miles in the air, miles up in the air, and they've been free falling. What the shit is going on?
They weren't free falling.
They weren't free falling, and you have no idea how any of this works. You have no idea how physics works, how any idea wind works. At least he wasn't one of those dumb people who says that the dragonfly copters are stupid. I've been like, well, we could talk about something there, but no. Hey, at least avoided that trap.
So far.
The balls.
Didn't survive such a storm.
Yeah, juvenile and stupid.
They're dead.
You missed them. He literally told him how fast the winds were. Oh, God.
I agree, Drax, but you've just fallen victim to the bad guys.
Yeah, okay. So, do you know why? Because he told you how fast the winds were. And guess what? Paul and Jessica would have died if they kept trying to fight the winds. It was when he got the vision, we must move with the process. We cannot resist the process. That he comes to the conclusion that, hang on, turn the winds off, turn the thrusters off, we'll ride the wind itself.
Yeah, because if you're a force going up against a much stronger force, yeah, it's going to destroy you. If you go along with that force, probably going to
it'll
at
carry
least
you,
better for you.
It's the same thing with why, like, if you get caught in a riptide, do not fight it. The riptide is stronger than you are. You will need to ride the riptide out. Just don't go under the water. Ride it out as far as you need to. When it becomes weaker, pull yourself out of the riptide and then start swimming back to shore. If you try to fight it, you will exhaust yourself and you will drown. It's why riptides are fucking scary.
Yeah. That's one of the reasons why I won't go in the ocean.
And just to give an example that most people could probably relate to, you ever been outside on a windy day? You notice how much harder it is walking against the wind or riding a bike against the wind than it is with it?
Yeah.
The winds are so strong in that storm that if they're flying against it, it will literally tear their ship apart.
Yep.
Yeah, they literally lose a wing before they realize, oh, maybe we shouldn't do this.
Yeah.
$2 super chat from Rage versus the Mill. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Blessed, more like cursed because of cinema sins. Yeah, essentially.
Yeah.
Hosheng Raj with $5 super chat. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I live off of your pain. The dark side is a pathway to many abilities some consider to be unnatural. P.S. Just nice hearing you guys while I work.
Yes, the dark side is a pathway to many unnatural abilities, and glad we could help you through your day at work.
All right.
The good guy couldn't possibly be kind of a dick for not keeping some people behind to investigate whether he died or not.
What was there to investigate? It's a massive fucking storm. What?
And you
Yeah, how are they
realize,
supposed
too,
to
it's
find that?
Okay, so what if they did get torn apart and the wreckage was buried under sand? You're probably not going to find that.
Yeah, they're not going to go around digging up the entire desert to try and find this thing. They're not going to do that. It's insane.
And out where sandworms could potentially be, and will come eventually.
What are you talking about? He told us to comb the desert. We're combing it.
Oh, Spaceballs is great.
Spaceballs.
Wasn't there like a Disney show recently that actually had literal desert combers? Was that Mandalorian or Boba Fett?
Yeah, it was Boba Fett.
Yeah.
It's amazing. It's become real.
Spaceballs did it as a fucking joke, and here they're doing it real.
Spaceballs is a more faithful movie to the Star Wars series than anything Disney has produced.
Sadly, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, here's the line right here too. We're about to enter worm territory. We can't walk like regular humans. Oh, when they were running earlier outside of the city. Maybe there was a fucking reason for that.
Yeah.
We're about to enter worm territory. We can't walk like regular humans.
Even though we did so successfully a couple times already.
Did you know that's the fucking line you played in your own video? We are
idiot.
about to enter worm territory. You fuck.
Yeah, the right outside the capital is not worm territory, you fucking idiot.
Yeah. Okay.
What territory? Are there patches of death?
Yeah, they just explained that. Okay. So now you know that there is a difference here. What the fuck is this?
Desert that the worms don't touch? Ooh, are they MS-13 territories? So...
Wow.
What a dated reference.
Yeah, exactly.
Wow.
But, dude, come on. You just got told that there are different territories. So now you know all those other sins you dinged were wrong. You now know that they are wrong. Your whole idea is what makes them not worm territory. They explain that the fucking shield wall keeps the worms away because it just makes them go insane and they can't get a meal there, and they know it.
Imagine the absolute state of the editor of this video, knowing all the mistakes and all the things they get wrong by viewing the footage and putting in these clips and like digging these things. Like, wait, they were digging things about worms before, they weren't in worm territory. Just like, I imagine the editor is just like the doomer face, just like the gaunt,
fucking like dying dead, fucking just like hollow husk.
The depressed Wojak with smoking a cigarette, just hating life.
Yeah.
Are they doing here? I don't think they are. Do you get a...
What? You just saw them stop and change their cadence right there. Oh my...
Isn't worm territory. Are there patches of desert that the worms don't touch? Ooh, are they MS-13 territories? So are they doing the sandwalk here? I don't think they are. Do you get a sandwalk reprieve if you're running up a hill?
It's drum sand.
So Paul knows how to name drum sand and how to confirm drum sand by sound, but he forgets that when you stomp on it, that it attracts nearby sandworms?
He doesn't forget. They've already attracted them. That's why he was just confirming. He already knows they're on their way, you idiot. Because it's drum sand. Oh my god. Come on, man.
Jesus Christ, man. He's doing it on purpose. He's literally just doing this so he can get his dings.
Yep.
Oh, I hate this.
Jeremy, get your dings off some other way. Come on, man.
Yeah.
Are we blaming sun exposure for this horribly dangerous mistake, or are we blaming the writers for forcing tension so we can finally see a sandworm pop out of the earth?
Neither.
Neither. You're
It's a
just
logical
fucking wrong.
progression of things. When he stepped on the sand and he heard it, he realized they were already fucked. Because, guess what? The desert doesn't interact with drum sand very much. So if drum sand goes off, it sends out a massive shockwave that worms can hear. And he knows it. He knows they're already fucked.
Would run to, because this is a pants kind of moment. But couldn't you just simply sandwalk in a different direction?
Do you,
know
forget the part where they said
where it's 400 meters long? Also, did you forget the part, which you cut out a lot of it, where the worm isn't even breached the sand yet, and the sand all around it turned into liquid? You're gonna die, okay? Even if the sandworm misses you, if it goes by, all of that turns into liquid, you sink into the sand and get suffocated.
Yeah, you're fucked.
Yeah, you're gonna die no matter what.
Yeah, oh my god, man.
In a not school of running away from things, the situation? Or do sandworms just have a hammerlock on your back?
No, it's not Prometheus, you dipshit.
Oh my god. If they turn, they're going to run into open desert. They have to get to the rocks. You fucking idiots.
Yeah, and as I said, they can't sandwalk in a different direction. They can't do that because the worm is literally so fucking big, and all the sand around it turns into a liquid.
I hate Prometheus for the fact that how fucking dumb it is in general. Oh, I'm afraid of aliens, but now that I found one, I'm gonna fucking poke at it with my exposed helmet. Or with my exposed head. And then, yeah, I'm gonna run in the direction this giant ship is rolling. I think the worst damage it's had is people making this dumb argument in places where it doesn't make sense. Sometimes running straight is the best fucking option.
Yeah, it's because it's literally their only option. If they turn, they're going to die. At least if they keep running straight, there's a chance they can make it to the rocks.
Yep.
Fuck.
And if you happen to turn, you know what else? The worm isn't an inanimate object that is moving on its own because of other forces. It's a creature that's going to detect, hey, they turn left, I'm going to go left.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Running into the open desert isn't going to help you.
Bearings went mad. The worm stops attacking Paul before we ever hear the thumper. And my question is, why? Did the rock stop the sandworm? Does the worm...
Obviously, yes.
Yes. It can't get underneath them.
Yeah. So it arches up, and it's debating on, because it can no longer see them. It can no longer sense where Paul and Jessica are. It knows
it doesn't have
they're on
eyes.
the rock.
Worm Paul's a messiah? There seems to be this epic exchange between the two, and people are watching in the distance, but no one mentions it in the following scene. So I guess a worm suddenly halting its attack isn't all that impressive. In which case...
It isn't, because they just made it to the rocks. This happened.
It can't see them. It doesn't know where they are. It doesn't know what to do now. It's trying to figure out if it can figure out where they are, but because they aren't walking back into the sand, it can't, so it gives up.
Yeah, and it's debating on if it can put its head down and catch whatever is there, or if it's going to hurt itself.
Yeah, and it decides, yeah, no, potentially hurting myself isn't worth it for what was most likely a very tiny snack.
Yeah.
And not only
And then
that,
the
whatever
thumper
it was
goes
that it
off.
was chasing is probably gone because it just can't detect them anymore. If it ceases to detect them, that seems to imply they don't exist anymore, at least as far as it is concerned.
Yep.
God, this is such basic shit. Oh.
Yeah, okay. As Angry Danish Viking does, we can get into the whole film philosophy of it too. The sandworm rearing up like that is also symbolic as a big fucking eye. Arrakis sees Paul now. His destiny is looming. Yeah, if we're talking about the language of film, yes, this is doing multiple roles, but it also makes logical sense.
I hope Cinema Wins is a lot better than this. He's got an easy job of it. Don't fuck it up. Please.
Case, why a scene?
It's a thumper.
Oh good, that sounds awesome. Why are you fucking making noise? Can't you display your thumper identification skills after the sandworm leaves?
Because it can't hear your voice.
Oh
Yeah.
my god.
It cannot see you. Your voice is not the vibrations that it senses. It's the vibrations in the sand, you idiot.
And your voice isn't nearly powerful enough to make vibrations in the sand.
Yeah, this is so stupid. Oh. And obviously, yeah, because they did the thumpers, that makes it decide, yeah, okay, I'm gonna go find they're over there now. I'm gonna go that way.
It's a bigger meal. It's a way bigger meal because the thumpers make way more noise.
Yeah, or it's that. But it's like, yeah, obviously that's, oh my, it's just so annoying to me that he's like, oh, why did it stop and just rear up and not do anything? It's like, it was debating what it should do, and then literally as it's thinking about it, something else happens that draws its attention. It doesn't even get to finish its fucking thought before it gets drawn away.
It always made sense to me, the way that the worms heard and sensed things, because like there was a movie about this. I think it was an actual technique that was used around colonial times, where you could put your ear to the ground and hear distant horse movements, because the sound travels through the ground as a conduit much further than sound does through the air.
Yeah, because it'll dissipate through the air.
Yeah, it dissipates through the air.
Whereas what happens when it goes into the ground is that particle in the ground is now pushing against another particle, pushing against another particle, pushing against another particle, so it ripples.
Yeah.
There's also a similar thing where voices will carry over water.
Yeah. Like I always thought it was weird. Like there was that scene about that with, what was that? Hunt for the Red October, where they were singing in the submarine, and they knew that it'd get picked up by enemy scopes or whatever, but they just let them sing. But the fact that they were singing inside of this little metal box underwater, it would use the water as it would conduct through the water and get picked up by very sensitive, sonar detectors and stuff. Like that stuff is super interesting, and that's how I always imagined the sandworms just detected basically just vibrations, and so a voice wouldn't really carry that much, but thumping the ground on dense sand would.
Yes, it's the same thing with why old-timey submarines, especially more modern submarines, have a lot of insulation to try to stop the vibrations of the crew going into the water. You can't stop it from all of it. But old-time submarines, like during World War II especially, when they were rigged for running silent, that literally meant like strapping down every utensil, strapping down anything that can rattle around, anything that can move.
It's wild. Yeah.
And then they would actually have to carefully tiptoe around inside the U-boats and everything because the sound would ripple into the water. And they knew the enemy were tracking them with sonar.
And then you get, what was that? It was an adaptation of a video game. It was the Chris Roberts video game series that he adapted to a movie with the guy from She's All That. God, do you remember what I'm talking about?
I do not.
It's Star Citizen, Chris Roberts movie. Anyway, I just remember that movie because it had one of the most ridiculous scenes in the world where they were it was kind of like that, kind of like the Hunter at October, but in space, and they're like, shh, they're using sonar.
Yeah, and it's like, and in space it's like, that doesn't matter. What the fuck? That doesn't matter. Sound does not carry.
I haven't watched it, but I've heard that Star Trek Discovery uses sonar in space twice.
Oh God.
Yeah.
Oh God.
When I was dumb and younger, I thought that the seismic charges in Attack of the Clones was cool, but now I'm like, okay.
Yeah.
I knew it was them back then, but I still thought it was a great sound effect.
So Admiral Tony Dawning says, "Gasp! Such doesn't know an obscure piece of info." Well, you can see that Indigo was also like, "Oh no, he doesn't know. He can't back me up. Shit."
This is an old movie that nobody cared about, so I didn't expect everybody to know.
Yeah, but how many times have I had that like random nugget of information? Like, oh no, I know that.
Yeah, like the thing about hardening trees so the wood is better.
Yes,
and
oh,
why
dude, that is a fascinating. Oh, I love that. That's such a fascinating.
And why the trees in Fallout 3 would absolutely have turned to dust after 200 years of being fucking burned.
Yes. So I guess if we can just dive into a minor tangent, because I do find it fascinating.
No.
So the way that ancient peoples...
You've covered this already in a different stream. No. We need to get on with this!
It's super interesting. I gotta go pretty soon, so I was hoping to try to... it looks like he's close to the end here. Maybe he has a really long outro.
We've got less than 4 minutes.
We'll do this. We'll do this super chat real quick.
All right.
And then when Indigo is gone, I will go into the tree thing.
God damn it.
Because then we'll be at the end of the stream anyways. Because I doubt we're gonna be able to get the second video in.
Oh, we should at least
could try. We could try.
We could do part of it at least.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So $5 super chat from Hashang Yaraj. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
STAG didn't need to suffer through cinema sludge, but they did for us. I'll immortalize you guys as tabs.
Oh, thank you. And yeah, cinema sludge is a great name for them.
Yep. Such doesn't know obscure media. 0 out of 10. Not my Such. Oh, well, you'll hear the true thing later. All right, let's do it.
Jesus, Stilgar to this ledge, and before he could be spotted, quickly reclines into this chill chaise lounge pose. He really thought his entrance through.
It looked like they were already there.
Yeah, the whole point was the fact that he was revealing himself to them. You're like, yeah, it was Paul. Paul was the one that realized they're being watched first, because Paul is becoming more attuned to the desert. He shall know your ways as if born to them. This is one of my criticisms for the movie, by the way. They say a line that they do not say in the books. Relax, he does not know our ways. Well, you immediately destroyed the prophecy there. Damn it. Because what happens in the film, what happens in the book is that, no, he knows their ways. He's fighting as if he's fighting someone with a shield. So he's being slow and intentional and deliberate in his movements. And it looks like he's toying with the poor fucking, Yamis. Looks like he's toying with him.
Well, they weren't entirely convinced that he was the chosen one, right?
Yeah.
So maybe they thought they were just some weird foreigner who didn't know their ways, in which he knew some, but he didn't immediately know everything.
Yeah, it's just the thing I don't like than them saying that line. That's the thing I don't like, because their whole prophecy was, he shall know your ways as if born to them. And it's just like, I do not like that line.
Oh, gotcha.
It would have been better if he had just jumped into the what is he doing, thing, and he would explain, and then they just could have been like, he's never killed anyone before. And then Stilgar would have been like, oh, well, unfortunate, but there is no yielding.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, here we go.
I'm not sure if I'm impressed or he has far too much time on his hands.
But the woman isn't trained and too old to learn.
That's Rebecca Fergusonist, sniffing the Ricardos.
Oh my god,
You have
shut
your own
up.
pistol when you've earned it. Give it to me.
If I'm reading this movie correctly, nobody's ever earned this pistol because I've never seen anyone shoot one.
What? Clearly somebody earned it because Paul took it off the guy. And it's the pistol of the Fremen. It's not the pistol of normal people, you idiot. Okay.
And also...
Are you okay there, Sitch?
No, I seriously feel like I'm about to have an aneurysm. It's like my mentality is like, I feel insanity creeping in.
Yeah,
I like the design of
the
that gun.
longer this goes on, the more I feel like I'm gonna fucking die.
Yeah, I like this. I like the size of the gun too. I actually like the way that it compacted folds up as well.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't notice that. That is pretty cool.
Yeah. It's when actually, if he shows it, we'll find out. Here we go.
Probably not.
Been all point with a sprinkling of hunter seekers, darts, and
There he
lights.
folds that in. Oh, you almost saw it. He was gonna fold the grip in as well and everything. So it literally turns into like a rectangle.
Nice.
Yeah.
It's like a laptop gun, only a pistol instead of an SMG.
I fucking hate disappointed.
GoldenEye fans will get that one, I guess.
Yep. Yeah. Okay. So again, we need to explain. Minor spoilers. Paul is not the one. There you go. There's just one.
Paul Atreides before him is the one. I know he's been training with some very well-regarded Jason Momoas in his lifetime, but Duncan, when talking about fighting one of the Fremen, said,
I've never come so close to dying. There's no finer fighter in the Imperium.
and I think we're...
Yeah, and he didn't die. Yeah, he's talking about how scary it is to fight, but Paul has been trained by Duncan Idaho himself. Paul is younger. Younger people tend to have a lot more energy and a lot more nimble than older people.
But wasn't he being trained by Josh? I forget the character's name now.
No, he's being trained by both. Remember, he said no Duncan Idaho. He said Gurney. So you're the new weapons master. While Duncan is gone, we must make do.
I gotcha. Okay.
Also, I want to point out that CinemaSins is again contradicting his own point. Earlier it was these best of the best Sardaukar are taking on Duncan Idaho one by one, and he's making them look like goofs. And here we are, and I think we're supposed to believe Duncan is the best fighter in the whole Dune universe, especially after he laid waste to nearly 20 Sardaukar in the previous scene.
Yes.
So again, which is it? Are the Sardaukar the best of the best, or is Duncan the best?
Yeah. And
Make
he's
up your
training
fucking mind.
someone else. And he's training somebody to follow in his footsteps. So yeah, I would say it's not unreasonable that Paul, who can also see the future, mind you, would be able to win this fight. Because he would know that when Jamis puts the Chris knife behind his back, he knows exactly what he's going to do, and he knows the move he needs to do to counter it immediately. Because he saw it happen. Ugh.
Supposed to believe the best fighter in the whole Dune universe, especially after he laid waste to nearly 20 Sardaukar in a previous scene. So that Paul survives this seems like some supreme bullshit, even if he maybe has a Sherlock Holmesian way of figuring out his opponent's fighting moves.
Sherlock Holmes cannot
He can see the future!
The future!
Yeah. Paul could see the future. Did you conveniently left out the part where if he did a different maneuver, he gets stabbed, and Jamis then holds his hand as Paul lies dying.
Yes,
Dude.
they literally show this in the fucking scene of him like, yeah, if I do this move, if I don't do this, I die. If I do this, I win.
I win, yeah.
I think that Sherlock Holmes must have discombobulated Jeremy here, because I think he's very confused.
I think he really...
It has to be the BBC Benadryl Cabbage Patch Sherlock, because...
No, I was thinking the
the
American one, because the
Robert
the whole,
Downey Jr. Yeah,
yeah, because you do
seen
that slow motion. You do a slow motion thing where he would like predict the person's move by like doing a whole bunch of calculations and stuff like that. It was interesting.
Yeah. And by doing a technique of taunting and baiting. So that's why he said, wipe sweat, throw it face. He will deflect. He will deflect the thing. Push in, attack, dodge wild haymaker, and stuff like that. Because he's literally setting up the scenario for how it will play out, and he's putting in the pieces that need to be triggered. He is forcing it to happen. He can't just predict what the guy's going to do. He is forcing him to choose a particular action. There is a fighter in Asian kickboxing who his entire thing is he has won like 120 something matches, and he's never been hit a single time. Because he's fucking ridiculous. And when I say like ridiculous, I mean what he does, he'll like lean his head in slightly, which baits people into taking a strike to the head. So then they swing, and he immediately dodges backwards and cuts up under and smacks him right in the chin. Like, dude is fucking nutty. What he's doing is he's not predicting his enemy's movements so much as the fact that he is baiting out specific movements that he can counter.
I've never actually seen Robert Downey Jr. Sherlock, so I'm
I
really
did.
out of the loop on that one.
It's a pretty good movie. There are some goofy things, but it's pretty good.
Yeah, well, I mean, most people know that scene, though, of the fucking, like, you know, wild haymaker, discombobulate, and he fucking hits him in both sides of the head, and...
I like the edits that he just says discombobulate again.
Over and over and over again.
Yeah, and discombobulate, boom. Discombobulate, boom.
There was a guy who did that for Space Station 13 because cooks, if you're a chef at Space Station 13 and you are within the service area of the space station, you get a custom attack set that's called Close Quarters Kitchen Combat. Okay?
Oh.
And it is dangerous. If a chef is within the service area, you do not fight that chef in hand-to-hand combat because they get instant I win moves. And so what he did was he started attacking he started attacking the clown who threw a pie in his face. And he goes, this must not become personal. First, dodge wild haymaker. And he shows him stepping aside as the clown tried to swing at him to hit him with the honking horn. And he said, discombobulate. And then he grabs the clown, knocks over his legs, knocks him on the ground, and he said, discombobulate. And then he punches the clown again, which knocks the wind out of his chest. Discombobulate. He throws the clown up on the counter. Discombobulate. He punches the clown again and sends him into the kitchen.
Talking about close quarters kitchen combat just reminds me of... I just watched Fellowship of the Ring the other day after finishing the audiobook. And it reminds me of the fight in Moria where Sam is just hitting orcs and goblins in the face with his frying pan.
Yeah.
I didn't like his catchphrase, but it made sense. He was a cook, so.
Yeah.
All right, let's suffer through this.
Wait, I just realized I just read what he said. Fucking hell. All right, yeah, this is gonna be so much work.
Of all the Fremen celebrate death this much, I guess.
They don't celebrate death this much. They have rituals and traditions. You do not draw a crysknife unless you are willing to spill blood. A crysknife cannot be put back within its sheath until it has tasted blood, as is the will of Shai Hulud. So, which is why they cut themselves. When they're going to put it back and like, okay, no fight, and then they draw their blood off the back of their palm, and then they put the crysknife back, because now it has drawn blood. Shai Hulud's bloodthirst has been sated. Put it away. When somebody dies, they must take the body because that is valuable water. Why would you waste a couple gallons of water? That'd be ridiculous in this society. Remember, water is sacred to these people. It isn't that death is sacred, it's that water is sacred. Life is sacred. That is why they terraform this planet. That is why they have botanical researchers and everything. That is why they created the still suit, because they believe life is sacred.
Yeah, it's literally the exact opposite of what he's trying to say. It's aggravating. I hate this.
Yeah, that's why you don't draw a crysknife. It's the same thing with you don't point a gun at something unless you are wanting to destroy it. You never point a gun at something.
Yeah, I mean, he's appealing to like people, just teenagers and stuff like that. But like, I wouldn't say that they celebrate really anything. They're just completely indifferent to death. That's just the natural thing that occurs, and you need to make the most out of all resources you have at hand.
Yeah.
A corpse is just now just carbon and water, so they need to recycle that water.
Yep. So that others may live. You take the water so that you and others may live.
It's a very cold but analytical way of looking at things.
Yes.
They have a very weird combination of like you said, tradition and religion, but they also are very, very analytical about things, because otherwise they would die. They need to use all resources at hand.
Yep. It's the same concept in Terry Pratchett's Discworld series. Why death is the good guy. Why death is a great character. It's not because death in and of itself isn't a sad thing, but death carries it out as a duty. It is a duty that must be performed. Things die, and so that new things can take their place, and that the world can move on, and new ideas can come from those new things. The old things must die. So I will carry out this duty, not out of malice, but because I wish to make your death as painless as possible. You will come with me, and you will no longer fear me. You will no longer be beholden to me. You are above that now. God, Terry Pratchett, seriously, read the Discworld series as well. Highly recommend the Discworld book.
I wish we were above pressing the play button, but we aren't.
Yeah. All right. Jesus. All right. Yeah, I'm gonna delay this even longer. No, I'm just kidding. Here.
Sometimes you can just trot across the desert without their trademark sandwalk.
This is only the beginning.
That wasn't the desert, you fucking idiot.
They're on rocks.
They're on rocks, you idiot.
If he maybe has a Sherlock Holmesian way of figuring out his opponent's fighting moves. It's kind of fucked up that the beacon of all that is good on Dune, the Fremen, celebrate death this much. I guess sometimes even the Fremen just trot across the desert without their trademark.
Notice how they're walking on rocks, you idiot. You're literally looking at their feet as they're walking across rocks.
Jesus Christ, man. How are you this fucking dumb? Do you actually have a brain disease? The fuck?
Yep.
I like how it's like nothing specific. It's not like you're retarded, you're schizo, you're fucking whatever. It's like, do you have a brain disease?
Well, there's clearly something wrong with him. Like, he's not normal.
Yeah.
Yeah, they've
All right.
made too much money off these shit videos and they're snorting too much coke.
Yeah, probably.
Beginning.
You, Zendaya, are you threatening me? The ending of this movie is just as I feared.
Thank Christ it's over. God.
No!
Oh,
No!
Oh, every fucking time she shows up is a sin, I guess. Why would you stop with the show? Okay.
Yeah, fuck off.
It's coarse, rough, and irritating, and it gets everywhere.
Oh, of course he would do the fucking joke.
All right,
Of course
good,
he would.
Good. We're done. We're done.
I've never been so happy to
Fuck.
see BetterHelp's logo.
I know.
I'm gonna sign up right now. I swear to God.
Yeah.
We need it.
Oh.
Yeah, just
Ugh.
give me that individual fucking
Give
How
me the
fitting, though. How fitting of an end, like, of a sponsor to have at the end of this fucking thing. Oh.
Yep.
Do you want to kill yourself? Call here.
Yeah. All right. Let's get the next video queued up, and we
Okay.
will let Indigo Gaming out gracefully before the next suffering round begins.
I'm gonna
Yeah.
call BetterHelp and ask them to give their worst therapist, and just like so it ends quick. You know, that's all.
Yes. Oh god.
Yeah, sorry it took so long. This is a long video. I'm surprised we got through it actually. Last time we took on a big video was that weird response video for Skyrim, and it was so dry we got through like 5 minutes. So
Yeah. Oh, dude.
was that the Sorcerer Dave one?
I
yeah,
think
it was
so.
the
Yeah.
Dave response. It was just a dry I was still convinced that it was like a Captivate recording or something like that. Just not edited, not anything. Just so
Because
dry.
he had his fucking mouse on the screen the entire time. Jeez.
Both parts of that video were fucking dog shit. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, they were bad. Oh, I hated that one.
Yeah, the first part wasn't great, but at least it had some level of production value. The second one was just so damn boring.
It got even worse after you left, dude. It got so much worse.
It did.
Oh, yeah.
He was talking about I forget the exact quote, but he was like, well, fans of the older games want nostalgia. Well, there's Dragonborn for you, which shows Soulstime again. It's like there's a difference between nostalgia baiting and appealing to older fans. And he was saying Dragonborn was trying to appeal to older fans. It's like, no, New Vegas is appealing to older fans. Dragonborn having Soulstime is nostalgia bait.
Yeah.
Yeah. That was his videos, the fucking what was his name again? God, he has such a dumb name.
The other guy he's responding to?
No, it was Sorcerer Dave. Sorcerer Dave was the videos where I finally started like telling people to kill themselves.
Yeah.
It is. It's literally the first video where I actually say kill yourself.
Yeah, Sorcerer Dave broke Pagan.
I can't get over how badly they laid their logo out. Did they just cut it out very poorly for the video, or is that literally how their website looks? They cropped off the edges of the BetterHelp logo.
Yeah. And
Oh,
also
God.
look at the fact that the way that the thing doesn't work. At
No,
the very
that-
top, yeah, it's all shaved off. Look, even the leaves are shaved.
That looks
yeah,
like a
that's so
screenshot
bad.
of their site, though, because you have the buttons
Yeah.
for which service you want. Oh, no.
Yeah.
Yeah.
God, I'm morbidly curious. Hang on.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to get that off the screen because we don't need to show their logo any more than we have to. And we already have, so let's just get rid of it.
Yeah, they looks like they've taken that logo off of their page.
Oh, yeah, no, he put that there because
Yeah,
it's
he
up in
did.
the top corner. Yeah, so they put that.
Yeah,
Oh.
very messy job. Like they clearly care about their sponsors.
Yeah, very
Anyway,
high
yeah.
quality.
Thanks for inviting me on. Sorry I had to bolt. I just have like another probably 3 or 4 hours of voiceover to do tonight.
Not so
No,
understandable.
totally fine.
But yeah, thanks so much for having me on. I haven't really done much since we last talked. I think I did a Skyrim podcast since I was last on, with Patrician TV and Zarek Zacharon. So
Yeah, nice.
yeah, it was like a 4 or 5 hour podcast. We basically talked about Skyrim, its influences. Went on a lot of tangents, but it was a good chat. So if that at all interests you, that should be on my queue there. I'm currently working on a big retrospective for a 1990s Japanese RPG developer called Quintet. Did a bunch of games you might have heard of, like Terranigma, Illusion of Gaia, stuff like that. That's currently what I've been working on. Probably be out in a few months. Otherwise, just whatever tickles my fancy. I might do a stopgap video the next month or so, maybe, but we'll see. But yeah, thanks so much for having me on.
Wait a
Yeah,
second.
we always
Wait a
love
second. We
having you
didn't
on.
say you could chill your shit. Okay, now you could chill.
Oh, yeah. we love having you on, though, Indigo. It's always a blast.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. Sorry, I can't be on much longer. I'm like really just spread thin right now. So
Yeah, it's understandable. Thank you
It's
for coming
fine.
on for as long as you did, which 7 hours. So yeah.
Yeah, you were here for a long time, so
I will also bow out for 1 second. I just gotta go to the bathroom. So.
All right.
I need something to eat.
Suicidal tendencies are guaranteed.
yeah.
Got it.
Wow. All right.
All right. I'll see you guys.
Have a good one, man.
See ya.
See ya. Bye.
Oh. Also, I sent the that clip if you want to watch it real quick, Cree, while we do this.
Well, I can't really because I have to interact with chat, so there isn't too much dead air. So you guys go do your thing. I'll keep the stream alive, I guess, until you guys get back.
I'll be right back. In fact, I could just keep talking while I go do it, so it's fine.
Oh,
So,
all right.
Yeah, I could just keep talking while I'm out in the kitchen.
That works, I guess.
Yeah.
So yeah, first time covering Cinema Sins on the show, and that was fucking garbage.
Yeah, I want to kill myself.
Yeah, kinda. The sweet embrace of death is looking pretty fucking sweet right now. That said, we should hopefully be in for an easier time because, as I said earlier, if you're covering a good movie, Cinema Wins tends to come out on top. If you're covering a bad movie, Cinema Sins tends to come out on top. And in the vice versa situations, Cinema Sins has to stretch on a good movie and Cinema Wins has to stretch on a bad movie. So in those cases, their videos tend to be fucking so much worse. Kind of like they were here.
Yeah. Oh. Yeah, this was bad. I can't believe all the shit that he just straight up either didn't pay attention to or straight up just lied about, because he would clearly show later that he knew that he was wrong.
Yeah, there was numerous
but then he would
times
keep
where
it
he
in.
just contradicted himself, which is like, Jesus fucking Christ, man, what are you doing?
Yeah, exactly. Like, what the fuck are you doing?
So, that's very irritating. So, Cree, if you had the choice of Cinema Sins or the whole season of Sherlock BBC America, which would you pick? Probably Cinema Sins because you didn't specify, and I could probably pick their shortest video to cover. Or to watch. Hey, Cree, how's Dark Souls after you're playing Elden Ring? They seem very similar to me so far. But I enjoy them both, and I need to play both of them way more. First stream I've stayed for while it's live. It's been great so far. Glad you're enjoying it. I hope every single one of you is in as much pain as we are. Not in a malicious way, chat. It makes me feel nice when chat is suffering as bad as I am with these shitty videos. Guessing the Dune video is real bad? It was. We've only finished the first video, and we're over 7 hours in at this point. Including internet going out and OBS crashing. Ever play Wasted, a post-apocalyptic pub crawler? No, I haven't. What was that, Pagan?
I said, oh yeah, I forgot that, like, the stream went down twice. I completely forgot about that.
Have you guys seen H Bomber Guy's video on Deus Ex Human Revolution? No, I haven't. I haven't even played that game, though, so I can't really comment on it. The want to kick Jeremy in the dick still's not died. Fucking
Good.
ripperoni. Creetosis, ever played Project Zomboid? No, I haven't.
It's pretty fun.
I mean, the pain of this video tuned out the pain of my workday, so yeah, it's enjoyable. Glad we could help.
And I'm glad we could supper for you. Oh man, I was getting legitimately angry.
You want to get even more angry, Pagan? You want to get even more angry?
No.
Yes, you do. I can't wait for the Stag stream when Cree has to cover game theory, because MatPat made a theory on how Five Nights at Freddy's is connected to Elden Ring somehow.
I'm sorry, what?
That has to be a shitpost. I refuse. I fucking refuse to believe that's real. There's no way in hell.
That has to be a shitpost. There's no way.
It has to be. Lore Hunter. Please tell me you're shitposting. That has to be a ship, because that's shitpost theory. That's the thing, though. He's come up with so many dumb theories that's not outside of the realm of possibility.
I know, that's what I'm afraid of.
It is real. It's likely Okay, there's one way to find this out.
Oh my god, dude, I'm actually getting lightheaded.
It's that bad. So I searched Game Theory Elden Ring. I don't see their channel listed in any of the top videos yet, so I'm gonna guess that that probably was a shitpost.
Thank God.
The very top result is the fucking Markiplier video of playing it, and he has the Squidward handsome face in between the words Elden Ring.
Oh yeah, I saw that.
I've never watched his content, but that is a goddamn hilarious thumbnail.
Yeah, it is. I saw that earlier. I was like, oh, that is fucking hilarious. I posted a video of Darkside Phil talking about how Elden Ring is the worst game ever. I haven't actually watched it. I have not seen a single second of it, but I saw the title and saw who made it, and I was like, oh, and I posted it, so I have no clue what's in it.
Well, I mean, it's Darkside Phil. It's like, okay, whatever. He's just a dumbass.
I'm curious if he even got past the Tree Sentinel. I doubt it. Most of these idiots like him don't. They usually give up on the game, like right outside of the fucking main entrance.
Why give up on the game? You can walk around him. I did.
Exactly. But they're too stupid. They think you have to fight every single boss that appears. Like,
I mean,
then and there.
You can fight every single boss that appears, but from what I've learned, you could just walk around them.
Yeah, you can. You can walk around them, go level up, get some better gear, come back, kick their ass. It's not hard.
And just so everyone in chat knows, we probably won't get through the entire Cinema Wins video. We'll check out at least 5 minutes of it.
Yeah.
It's about a 20-minute video, I believe.
Yeah, if we can't finish it today, we'll finish it in the next stag.
Well, I don't necessarily promise that. We might not need to finish it in the next stag. We just need to... Yeah, this is 22 minutes and 12 seconds, so it's like a minute shorter than the Cinema Sins video. But, like, the fact that it's that long kind of worries me. So he probably is going to do, hey, look, it's a thing, ding. But we could just respond to that with the typical, yeah, it's a thing. Why does that get a ding? That's dumb.
Yeah.
But at least we shouldn't have any take as dumb as fucking Just pretend it's what you wanted and see how you feel.
Ugh.
I exist. Huh?
Welcome back to existing.
Yeah, I know. It sucks.
Yeah, welcome back. I nearly died while you were gone.
Did you? Wow.
Yeah. Because
All
somebody said that...
Someone shitposted in chat, and it was an epic shitpost.
Yeah, somebody said that Matt Pat made a game theory video that Five Nights at Freddy's was somehow connected to Elden Ring.
Oh,
yeah.
God.
And I was like, that can't be real.
And multiple people in chat were saying, yeah, it's real. Yeah, it's real. And we were both like, that has to be a shitpost. I refuse to believe otherwise. So I looked it up, and I didn't see it in the results. So thank God it doesn't. But again, that just goes to show the insanity of fucking game theory and map pads. Like, the fact that we even considered that this might be real is a bad sign.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The fact that we were like, no, please God, don't let this be real. It's like, if you told me that was something Mahler had said, we'd be like, what the fuck are you talking about? There's no way Mahler would say something like that. Because that just makes no sense.
Yeah, we would just instantly write it off. But because it was Matt Pat, there was a chance. There was a chance.
There's a chance it was true.
You have to remember, like, this is the same guy who said Ness from Earthbound is the skeleton in Undertale, Sans. It's like, you fucking what, mate? You fucking what?
Alright, so, we're ready to begin the next video?
Yeah, I said to chat, we probably won't get through this entire video. We'll try to watch at least 5 minutes, maybe more.
Well,
but no matter how bad it is, it'll probably... The fact that it's 20 minutes kind of worries me. But a lot of it is probably just filler, like, oh look, it's a thing, ding, which we can obviously respond to fairly easily.
Yes.
There's no way in hell we're going to get... There's no way in hell we're going to get a take as bad as just pretend it's what you wanted and see how you feel.
Yeah, because Dune itself is a good movie already.
Yeah,
so
and
there's gonna be less stuff like that. There'll be more stuff that was like, yes, and you can expand on it here, here, and here, and that's it. So
yeah,
there'll be less of those like incredibly awful takes.
And that's basically what I said to chat while you were gone. Is Cinema Sins and Cinema Wins tend to do better when they match up with, like, yeah, Cinema Sins is doing a bad movie, so they're going to come out on top, where Cinema Wins has to stretch in that scenario, and vice versa for a good movie. Cinema Wins is going to come out on top, and Cinema Sins is going to have to stretch, like we just saw them stretch for the past fucking 7 hours.
Yeah.
Alright. We ready?
Creepy voiceover and piece of sound design to start your movie. It's got me 100% in. Also, right off the bat, the costuming is bananas and amazing. What are these suits? Complimenting it.
What do you mean? What are those suits? They're clearly desert survival suits.
Yeah.
Like, it's just weird.
And how weird is it to say, what is this? This is a good thing, ding.
Yeah.
If you don't know what something is, like, okay, it's not the movie's fault because it's a desert survival suit, like you said, but if you don't understand it, why are you saying it's a positive?
Yeah. Okay.
And new visual effects isn't totally fair, but they finally nailed getting the sclera blue. Impressive. Denis and Gunn are two opposite ends of the spectrum for impactful directors in the modern age, and they both like Batista. Probably says something.
Why did the...
What?
What? That didn't really say anything. No.
No.
Batista, if he's a good actor.
It's like saying two different directors back in the 80s had Tom Cruise or Arnold Schwarzenegger or Stallone. I forget his first name for some reason. It's like, that doesn't necessarily say something that, like, what does that say? That they're a good actor? Okay.
The Emperor's path, And who will our next oppressors be?
Starting this movie from the perspective of Chani is pretty inspired. Princess Narration sets a different tone, and Paul isn't an underdog yet. Beginning the story with the oppressed rather than some spoiled rich
Okay, we'll continue this thought.
kids is a quick way to win over your audience.
No, it isn't. It's just a different way. It's not a quick way to win over your audience. Like, what do you think? Everybody is oppressed? Are you one of those crazy weirdos?
Of course he is. You could start the movie in either way and still have it be impactful and well told.
Yeah, it's just a different choice. That's all it is. One is not inherently better than the other.
I really hate this fucking false dichotomy that if someone is like an underdog or down on their luck or oppressed, that somehow automatically makes for a better story than here's someone who's in a good position and they still have a story to tell.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fucking dumb. I hate that shit.
Well, we're already getting through this faster than the other video. It took us an hour to get to 1 minute. We're almost at a minute already, so...
Man, I love that title. Horseshoe just rotated part 1. What the crap? That's not on any of the posters? None of the marketing materials. Bold move, and I absolutely love it. Finally, someone got it right. Take your dang time.
It is refreshing to kind of see that take once, but like...
Yeah, it's just a weird way to be like, whoa, that was a bold move, Cotton. It's like,
I guess it was a bold move to make a Fellowship of the Ring, and then Two Towers, and then... I get they filled them all at once, but like...
Yeah, it's just, again, weird way to phrase that, weird take on it. I agree, I'm so happy. Excuse me, I agree, I'm so happy that they're taking their time, they're going to tell the story properly, but I don't know, it just feels like, yeah, it's not a positive or a negative. It's the thing they decided to do. I appreciate it, but it's just weird to ding that.
Also, again, this goes back to the point we made for the other video. It's a thing for the marketing that they didn't talk about it being a part 1. It's not a positive or negative of the movie.
Yeah.
The positive for the movie is that it's taking its time to properly adapt the book, but... Yeah.
To be fair, I'd imagine most about Zendaya. Also, strap in, everyone in this film is stupid hot and it's essentially impossible to ignore. Also, wait a...
What? Okay, no.
No.
Weird. Jesus, keep it in your pants, okay?
Yeah, not once during this movie did I see a character and think, oh god, they're sexy. That just doesn't come up for me.
Yeah,
considering what he just said, I don't like where this next connotation's going.
Oh no!
To cast someone who could actually 16. No offense, Tim, but you're making it work.
Yeah, that's...
Yeah, that's a bit creepy given what he just said.
You might want to consider your words better than that. You might want to leave stuff like that out.
Yeah.
Super creepy.
Or at least separate it by like a lot more than nothing.
Yeah. I wouldn't even include such a thing like that. That is fucking weird.
Yeah, that's oof, my guy. That's don't do that. Don't do that.
All right.
Sick interpretation of the voice, that delayed distortion.
Almost.
I do appreciate the voice being this way because there's no like right way to do the voice.
Yeah.
And the voice from the David Lynch film. Why don't you tell them both who I really am? It's like, okay, not digging it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with this interpretation of the voice. Yeah, 10 out of 10 phrasing. Yeah, very unintended, very unintended consequences to his 2 phrases there back to back.
Yeah, that's the kind of thing you want to listen back to and be like, oh shit. Yeah, I'm gonna cut that out.
Yeah.
And that almost shows you how bonkers powerful the Bene Gesserits actually are.
Known to the Fremen as
yeah, I agree.
Long exposure.
What? Okay, no references. Stop doing the reference things like that and marking it as a ding as a win.
Okay, so is there a band that's named after the worm?
Probably.
And that's what the win is because the movie is referencing the band?
Yeah, the Exhumed Legume, that's what we were getting at. Everyone in this movie is stupid hot, especially the teens. The underage ones. It's like,
Yeah.
It's a bit. He can actually pass a 16.
Should have thought that one through, my guy. Should have thought that one through.
Yep. That's definitely edit your shit. That's you really need to think that one through.
Yeah. I mean, you can mark down edit your shit for the previous video, but you can extra mark it down for that. And also psychic damage for the last video, too.
Yeah. Okay.
Exposure to spice, tribe their characteristic blue eyes, the eyes of Ibad.
It's nice to know that even thousands of years in the future, people will still be watching British documentaries. This feels...
What? No, it's clearly not a documentary thing. He's just trying to learn about the planet he's going to.
How is that a win, though? A British guy is giving information. Ding.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know how that's a win. I will admit...
Even on good movie cinema, wins fucking sucks.
Yeah. But I will admit, even when we watched the film, I did kind of think that, like, oh wow, they still like, even in the future, they still have this like British kind of like, like, oh, and in this culture, we, they do this thing. It's like, oh wow, they still have that.
Out of order? Fuck. Even in the future, nothing works.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah, sorry. The British accent is just good to listen to for like documentaries and information and stuff. It just sounds good.
I just read his next point. Jesus Christ, here we go.
Oh no.
Film's visual spice is the first time I get it. Tell me you wouldn't want to snort that, or is that what they do? Smoke it, move it? Whatever. Point is, it looks magical. Also, don't do drugs, kids.
Okay, so shiny substance in the stand makes you want to do drugs.
So, this is kind of an embarrassing story, but it was me being stupid, because everybody's stupid when they're young.
Pixie stick?
So, what?
Pixie stick.
No. What? Much worse.
I had classmates that did that.
Much worse.
Oh,
I did salt. Yeah, it hurt.
Ours was Altoids.
Oh no.
I don't even know what those are.
They are a breath mint.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah. That was.
I think I'd rather do salt.
That was brutal. And it was just like, have you done it? No, I haven't done it. That sounds dumb. Yeah, it is dumb. It was dumb.
Yeah.
It's like,
that's about how it went for me.
So
I had a friend come over one night. We were watching movies, and we just decided, hey, wouldn't it be really funny? Because we were eating, and we had like our food in front of us, and we had some salt. And we're like, hey, would it be so funny if we snorted salt? Like, oh man, yeah, I could take it and shit like that. And my friend did it, and he's over there like, like fucking dying. I was like, okay, my turn. And I fucking did it. And I'm just like,
Here's the best part. We all did it in sync. We were in German class, and the teacher hadn't arrived yet. And so we got our Altoids out, and we put them on the desk, and we chopped them up like it was if we were doing cocaine, right? And we put them together like, oh, we're all druggies. So I got her like 1, 2, 3, and all three of us went. And it was like, I remember Cody across the way was like, and I looked at him and his nose started bleeding. He was like, I was like, oh god. Herr Mueller walks in the class and he just sees 4 of us going,
Okay, so for the last several years, I didn't think I was that smart as a child, but now I'm starting to realize that maybe things weren't so bad.
Yeah.
Maybe I wasn't as bad as I thought I was as a kid.
Oh, we did all kinds of dumb shit when I was a kid.
See,
Again,
the fact that this is a common story is what fucking... Because both of you have done this, right? I had classmates who did this with pixie sticks, and they were like...
I have never done
we all had pixie sticks for... I forget why, but it doesn't matter. And some of them were like, yeah, we gotta do this, we gotta try it. I'm like, the fuck? Why? That's not gonna turn out well. And they all did it, and it wasn't quite as bad as your 2 stories, but it didn't go well for them either. And I was just there eating my pixie stick like normal, like, you get what you fucking deserve.
Yeah,
well, me and my friends Me and
Again,
my
we
friends,
were.
we grew up with Jackass. We loved
Yeah,
Jackass.
same.
We grew up with it, so we were like, "Oh yeah, we want to be just like them when we grow up. We want to have our own show like that. Like, oh, imagine getting paid for doing that stuff. That'd be so cool." So we
Yeah.
always would try dumb shit. I remember we lit one of my friends on fire. I'm not even joking.
So we had one of my friends was nicknamed Paco, and everyone's like, Paco, okay. They didn't get it because the nickname Paco was short for the apocalypse. Because every time he would do something, things would go way worse and more horrific than any of us ever expected. So like he had a frying pan and he took a thumbtack and he goes, you know what? Watch this be funny. And he put the thumbtack on the desk and he was gonna smash with the frying pan so he could smash the thumbtack into the desk and be like, So
no.
he goes to smash it in and he smashes it and the desk falls apart and breaks.
How the fuck?
Yeah,
and we were like,
we
what the fuck, Paco?
we all wore when I was a kid. We all wore a bunch of brown carpenter jackets. We like we just got them. I don't remember what we did exactly, but we got them, and we sprayed like hairspray all over the back in front of them, and we started a campfire. We got like the sticks and stuff, and we just like would set them so that the tips and stuff would catch on fire, and then we sprayed each other with hairspray all over it. And we would take the sticks and throw them at each other, and we'd have to dodge and like not get caught on fire. And whenever we would hit someone, they would just burst into flames, and then we would kick them into the pond.
Talk about extreme dodgeball, Jesus Christ!
Yeah.
If you could dodge
You can dodge a fireball, you can dodge a ball.
Yeah, I caught on fire, and my other friend caught on fire, and we both got drop kicked into the pond.
Paco, to give you an example of how cursed Paco was, okay? When he was young, he was using a BB gun and he was shooting at tin cans, and he accidentally hit the fence post, and the BB bounced back into his eye. So he now had lost sight in one eye already. And one time he was over jumping on one of those little trampolines, little tiny trampolines that are supposed to be used for exercise. You're supposed to bounce the ball off the trampoline and catch it and then bounce it off the ball off the trampoline. So he was jumping on it, and he jumped on it and went once and went right up into the ceiling fan above him and cracked it. And yeah, dude was a literal walking curse. As Proteus said, he has the Jinx trait from Fallout 1. He really did.
Oh God, you just reminded me. One of my friends shot my other friend in the balls with a pellet gun.
Oh.
Yeah, and it did some damage.
Oh, that's hospital right there. That's hospital right.
It was hospital shit too. It was bad.
Oh,
Pagan, are you
shot him right in the nuts?
Pagan, are you Pyro from Team Fortress 2?
Well, it depends. Hang on a second.
Kind of. When I was a kid, I was kind of a pyro.
Do you hear that in the distance?
I used to do that thing like where you would take a lighter and a can of hairspray and just spray it like a flamethrower. I used to do that.
That actually works?
Yes,
I saw that in like
it
a
works
cartoon.
really well.
I saw that in a cartoon years ago. I was like, there's no fucking way that's real.
Yeah,
it's real.
It works really like scary well.
Good to know in case I ever need a flamethrower. Next
but you
spider
gotta
I find in my
careful.
room is in for a bad time.
You got to be careful though, because there were times where I got lucky because I stuck my finger in front of it, because the flame would sometimes try to suck back into the can.
Yeah.
And it would explode, and yeah, that would probably kill you if it did that. But I would always stick my finger like down over the hole just to keep the flame from going back inside of it whenever I would do that. Yeah, I was a dumb kid. I did a lot of stupid shit when I was a kid.
Well,
Yep.
I'm glad you're still with us today.
Yeah.
I'm glad you're not one of those kids who didn't make it to adulthood. Jesus.
I can't tell you how many times I've burnt off my own eyebrows by accident.
Well, I see. I've never done anything dumb like that before. I've done some dumb things, but nothing like that.
The
Well,
worst.
the Altoids thing was really fucking dumb.
I think the worst thing I ever did was as a kid was we were playing dodgeball once, and someone got me, so I was out, so I had to go to the other side, because you know how it works where there's the center of the base, the gym is for like the main game, but if you get out, you go behind the lines on the other team. So if they miss any balls that comes into your limited area, you could grab it, hit one of them, and get back in. There was a garbage can on each side of the gym, blocking the two back sides from being able to like cross each other. So having just been hit and I have to go out, I thought I could jump over the garbage can, and my foot caught it and knocked it over and made a little bit of a mess that the janitor came and cleaned up and hurt my foot a little. Didn't even really sprain it though. So it was like, that's the worst thing I think I did as a kid.
I'm not going to go into it too much right now, but man, the fights. This will be a discussion for another time, but man, the fights I had in school were insane. Some of the shit we got into.
That's a bit different for me. I was on a bus with a kid that bullied me a lot, and these were the buses that had the seat belts that they slung over the back of the seat, and he was really getting to me one day. So I grabbed the seat belt, just fucking slammed it against his face.
Yeah, that's pretty nice. Oh man, I've gotten into some serious fucking fights, especially when I was in high school, because
holy shit,
people are just so fucking stupid in high school. They just want to like, I don't know what it is. It was weird. They would like walk up to me and ask for a fight, and if I said no, they would force it, and it was the dumbest shit. Or they would, talk about like, oh, you're fucking gay, ho ho ho, you're fucking faggot, and then they would do some dumb shit. And one of them, I remember one of them fucking got so bad with that shit where he would bully me all the fucking time with that shit. And I would just warn him. I was like, dude, you keep going, I'm going to fucking kill you. And he just wouldn't fucking listen. And one day he tried to like, he was talking a bunch of shit for one. And then he tried to steal some shit from me. And he went in the bathroom, and I just went into the fucking bathroom and shut the door. And I just fucking cracked his head into the urinal over and over, and I almost killed him. Yeah, I just came up behind him, kicked him in the back of the knee. He fell down, and I just took his head. I'm just like, whack, 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 whack.
That reminds me, like last year sometime, or maybe it was the year before, Vinny Vinesauce was doing corruptions on a Sopranos game, and one of the, someone else that did the corruptions and just gave him the pre-corrupted files, and one of them was a scene with that where someone was hitting someone's head into the urinal, but the corruption made it speed up super fast. It was just constantly, and then he lost his shit at it. I also want to make chat aware quickly, Pagan has an unlimited F-word pass. It is fine for him to say it.
Yeah, I can say as much as I want.
And we're over 2 hours in, so it's safe on the YouTube side.
Yeah. I fucking Sparta kicked a kid off of the bleachers once, like those big giant steel bleachers. Well, I was sitting there with my friends, and this fucking dickhead kept spinning around and like talking shit to my friends because we were talking, even though they were down there talking even louder than we were. And I'm just like, dude, mind your own fucking business. We're not talking to you. And he just wouldn't shut the fuck up. And then he got up and like walked up to us and was like stancing up like he was going to do something to my friend. And I was like, you're going to back the fuck off is what you're going to do, fucking retard. And he just like looked at me, what are you going to do? I just immediately stood up and Sparta kicked him right off the fucking bleachers. He rolled all the way down. It was fucking hilarious. His head actually got caught in one of the bleacher things, like on the way down. You could just see his body just like whack, just like whiplash. Yeah, it almost broke his neck.
So, Bacon, how does it feel to almost fucking murder someone?
Oh, it felt great, dude. It's fucking great.
God damn, the worst thing I ever did was I stabbed a dude with a mechanical pencil and he was bleeding like a motherfucker.
Oh, yeah, I stabbed a dude with a pin.
Yeah.
I guess we're just airing all our dirty laundry, eh?
Yeah. Dude was being a fucking jackass and everything.
Well, they deserved it. Like,
yeah,
I can't even begin to tell you how fucking bad it was for me in high school. It was terrible.
Yeah.
This has been a fun tangent, but maybe we should get back to the video. And by the way,
I haven't talked about the trees yet.
We started the video already, motherfucker.
Yeah. Oh, wow. All right.
Just to
When
respond,
we get to the palm trees, I will discuss the trees.
just to respond to JD and chat quickly too, guys. This is the mother of all tangents. This is by far not the longest tangent we've gone on. We've gone on a tangent for like at least a half hour before, and this is nowhere near that.
Yeah. All right.
Getting some Endor, man, and I'm not mad about it. This Herbert guy must have
Why are you getting Endor? What? Hold on.
been a Star Wars fan.
He's just being fucking sly that Star Wars was inspired by it. But like
Yeah,
Endor?
I know. Why? Yeah, why Endor? It's clearly more Scottish Highlands. Like that's with their locks and everything like that. It's just like this is just weird. Oh my God! These suits, this score. Well, there you go. Music makes me.
These suits.
Oh hey,
this
I got a
score,
bingo.
That beard on that beautiful man, beautiful beard.
Smile, Gurney.
So things look nice.
Weird.
Ding.
Yeah.
Would he be giving the same criticism if they're intentionally supposed to look like really bad? Like scraps of clothes and like, you know?
We have to see the Harkonnen. When we get to the Harkonnen worlds, that'll be the test.
Well, I mean, this guy is overly positive about every single thing anyway, so I guess maybe.
Yeah.
I am smiling.
Poor Thanos is afflicted with a disease known as angry face, and as a sufferer of sad face, I feel his pain.
What? No, it's his character. His character is that way. Good God. It isn't that he's afflicted with anything. Gurney Halleck is just a serious dude. He has had a hard life. You understand? He came from the fucking slave pits.
This is just one of those dumb joke things. It's, haha, I made a joke, ding.
Yeah, it's just, I don't like it.
I can make a joke too. I want to fucking kill myself because these videos are terrible.
How much will it cost them?
3 guild navigators, a total of 1.46 million.
Little details like that again show us nerds that Denis really put in the time. Also, I tried to see if rolling my eyes back helped me do math. It didn't, but I did burst a blood vessel, so there's that.
You're not funny.
Well, yeah, that was really dumb. Okay, whatever. Next.
I get dinging a positive ding for, hey, he paid attention to the details is nice if what he's referring to is the mentat. I wonder if by the details he's just referring to the math, though. Like, oh yeah, he figured out what the exact cost of this trip would be. You know?
I don't think he would have dinged it for that. I think he would have dinged it for just the details.
Come on.
Of mentat.
Come on.
You're right.
Come
I have
on.
no idea. Well, we don't know for sure, so we'll just go from there.
People in chat are already starting to hate Cinema Wins too. Can I castrate whoever the fuck Cinema Wins is? I can. I do not have the power to grant such permission.
Yeah, but I wouldn't feel sympathy. Well, I guess I'd be like, "Ooh, God, that sucks." But at the same time, I'd be like, "Man, I don't know." All right.
It's done. There's also some pity in the eyes of the Emperor's Herald. Everyone's.
That's not what. No, he doesn't know it's a trap. The Emperor's Herald doesn't know it's a trap.
Why would the Emperor's Herald know this?
Yeah.
Why would you assume the Emperor's Herald would... Like... That's just weird.
Seems a trap. Of course it's freaking Aquaman flying that dope skinny ship.
First off.
How is that a win?
Yeah. What the fuck?
Like, okay, when EFAP covered the Black Widow video several months ago, it was much the same thing. And, like, that's a bad movie, so you have to do, oh, hey, look, it's a thing, ding. But he's doing it here, too. Like, you don't need to do this here. You can point out that, like, hey, they're keeping true to the source material. This is how it happened in the books, ding. Or... they set up this payoff for later, and that really that works out well if you're paying attention. Ding. Not like, hey, look, it's Aquaman. Ding.
Yeah.
This is just as fucking pathetic as the last video.
Not gonna die. Dreams make good stories.
How is that a ding?
What? What was that? Hold on, I need to go back to that. Hold on, what?
That dope skinny shit.
First off, not gonna die. Dreams make good stories.
That is not a thing. What the
Everything
fuck?
important happens when we're awake.
And just like that, Momoa Duncan surpasses all other Duncans that came before, in both how much I know about him and how much I care about him. And like him. Probably screen time, too.
Yeah.
So this character named Duncan is more likable and has more screen time than any other Duncan that's ever existed in media, and that's a win?
Yeah, that's fucking weird.
Yeah, what?
This guy, whose last name is Idaho, has more screen time, and I care about him more than any other character I've ever known named Idaho, which there actually isn't any. This is the first character I know named Idaho. So that's a win. Because... reasons? Huh?
Want some muscle?
I did?
No.
Crap, spoke too soon. No, I love him.
If your answer is
Whoa. God damn. All right, hold on.
This is painful.
Yeah, this is incredibly painful. It's just so fucking weird. He's like, he told a joke. It shows that they have some levity between each other. Ding! Oh, okay.
No, that's not why he dinged it, though. He dinged it because, I spoke too soon. He said something funny. Now I love him.
Yeah.
Okay.
no, will be the only thing I ever needed you to be. My son.
It's early to be crushing me here, you beautifully bearded boy. Julia really...
Okay, so good job missing the point. Like, that is a really good line from,
Duke Leto.
Duke Leto. That, like, it's a very responsible fatherly line to say. It's like, yeah, even if you don't want to be leader of our house, all I need you to be is my son, and I'm still proud of you. Like, that's great character interaction there. But then we get this fucking brain dead, oh, that's great, you beautiful bearded man. Oh, what?
Yeah, you're crushing my... It's too early to be crushing my heart, you beautiful bearded man. It's like, Dude, pay attention to what he's actually saying and why he's such a good father figure. Good God, man. Because again, he explained to him the whole story about why he didn't want the responsibility of being Duke either. He wanted to be a pilot. That was his dream. That was his goals. That was his aspirations in life. He wanted to be a pilot. But he had the responsibility thrust on him, and he had to stand up and be the leader of the house. So yeah.
He wants the backstory on these gravestones. In her mind, there are little elvish creatures living in them, and the real secret of Caladan is that the Atreides family are giants, so...
The fuck?
A white win? And just when I thought...
That...
How? How
what
is your
the
wife having an insanity moment a win for the movie?
Well, that doesn't even happen in the movie, though. She never asks about them. Right?
No, he's saying his wife. His wife. The Cinema Sins' wife, apparently. Cinema Wins' wife.
Oh. Well, I would have...
Yeah.
Okay, so he just expects his audience to know that his wife's name is Julia?
Yeah.
And her having a fucking schizoid theory is a win for the movie?
Yeah.
Like...
Again, because there's no Julia in this. There's no Julia. So it has to be his wife.
What's Duke Leto's wife's name?
Jessica. It's not his wife. It's not his wife. It's his consort, his concubine.
Okay, my bad. Yeah, I got Jessica and Julia or whatever the other name was mixed up.
Yeah.
So, how is it a win for the movie that this guy's wife had a weird theory?
It isn't. It absolutely isn't. He's a fucking weirdo. And now we know his wife is a fucking weirdo, too.
Even more of a weirdo. She thinks little elves live in the graves.
Yeah.
And that normal people are giants.
Yeah.
It's a graveyard. There's fucking corpses in there, you dumb bitch.
I mean, it's made pretty clear that, Grandpa died bullfighting. Oh, look, here's a tomb with a bullfighter on it.
Yeah. Okay. Alright.
Thought I was done with weaponry. I mean, sure.
Wait,
Minecraft blocking this is... A wife win?
What do you say?
And just when I thought I was done buying movie-inspired weaponry. I mean, sure, the Minecraft blockiness of the shields in Lynch's Dune had their own interesting vibe, but these shields are more proof that Denis is making all the right choices. The visuals, the sounds, it's all perfect.
How did you think he was going to do, like, personal shields? Like, what the fuck? There aren't very many ways to do personal shields without making them look goofy as shit. As you saw in the David Lynch film with the Minecraft blockiness.
Yeah, that looked awful. What the fuck? Holy shit.
Yeah, good God.
I remember hearing that they looked like Minecraft characters before seeing it, and I was thinking there's no way it could be that bad. Then I actually saw it several months ago, and I was like, oh.
Yeah, it's that bad.
Oh, that is awful looking. Oh, I hate it.
Alright.
And just to make clear, he did say wife win.
Yes, he did say wife win.
But he still applies that to the movie rather than just
apparently, yeah.
Yeah, he applied it to the movie rather than doing like a separate counter as a joke like, oh, the wife got a win, and putting a ding there.
Yeah.
Actually, hold on. Oh, so
Wait,
that was a win there that he just
the fighting scene, yeah. It was a win.
I do want to go back to the previous point. So I thought my habit of buying movie-inspired weaponry was done. Those don't even look like particularly special blades yet. It's
They
the
aren't.
Chris knife you want to get.
Yes,
not just
the Chris
random,
knife is definitely the one I would be wanting.
Yeah, not random practice swords. This isn't like Longclaw or Ice or Aragon sword or fucking
If there was a sword I could get, if I was allowed to like make a custom sword, I would make the sword Severus from my book series. I would definitely make that sword. Because I don't want to brag, I don't want to boast. All I can say is I like toast. No, it's to me, I think it is a beautiful, beautiful sword. But again, I am highly biased as the one that made it. So
the fight scenes are good. Not gonna lie, yeah, the fight scenes are good. But just like showing a clip out of context and then dinging it without saying anything.
Yeah, he doesn't say like, oh, and their subtle their exchange between them as he looks confident and cocksure, and it's showing that Paul Atreides is getting frustrated and angry or something like that. You know, there was no substance to that ding. There are so many things you could have talked about in that scene, but he just doesn't.
JD Aragorn. I've just always pronounced it as Aragon because, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he could literally just be like, "Oh, look, they're actually showing him training, and you know, he's not just amazing at everything at the start. Like, he has to actually
train and do these things."
Yeah, so if we were doing this style of video and we were to ding that exact clip as a positive, we would say the movie is taking time to show that he's well trained in fighting with these shields, or something to that effect. Not just ding, you know?
Fight scene in movie, ding.
Yeah, because you could be referencing like 1,000 different things from that clip. Is it simply the fact they're fighting? Is it that the effects look good? Because a lot of people just go to effects. It looks nice, so that means it's good. Sound effects or fucking whatever, you know?
Which this guy does kind of do that. He literally said, "Oh, look at the way it looks. Look how it sounds. It's perfect."
Yeah.
Which, that's not a reason to give it a ding.
Yeah.
I feel like we might see that move again later. Like when Paul uses it. But did you notice that it's also very similar to a Matador move? Huh? Bulls, yeah?
And grandfather fought
Wait,
bulls for
what?
sport.
Hold on, he
What?
didn't...
Hold on, backing that up. Wait a second.
I feel like we might see...
That's not a fucking Matador move. He just sidestepped. That's not a... He didn't bait him with a thing. He didn't have it off to the side of his body and bait it off. No, he just sidestepped Paul and then slapped him on the ass and be like, ah, loser.
This is like that one video EFAP covered where a guy was like, a staff is a stick-like weapon. It's just like, no, this is a completely different thing, you idiot.
Yeah. Alright.
See that later. Like when Paul uses it. But did...
No. He's... Okay. All right. Well, Paul is using a similar move, but it isn't because Gurney's the one that taught him to it. He literally saw what he needed to do to win the fight. All right.
Did you notice that it's similar to a Matador move, huh?
No, that's stupid.
Yeah?
Because did you notice that the Matador keeps the thing far off away from his body so he can't be hit behind the thing? He's not jumping out of the way of the thing. He's literally pulling the thing away with his arm. That's how Matadors do it. They don't stand directly behind the damn red cape. All right.
JD, no. Shadowversity was on that EFAP, but Shadowversity also explained why that guy was a fucking idiot. The stick is a good weapon, but saying a sword and a staff are similar weapons is just dumb, which is what the guy EFAP was covering had said. And even Shad was like, yeah, that's dumb.
Yeah, that is insane. That is just completely insane.
The way you wield a staff is different from how you wield a sword or an axe or a mace or fucking anything else. These weapons are designed with very different uses and they're wielded in different ways. A sword master isn't going to be a quarterstaff master or a mace master or an axe master or a warhammer master.
Yep.
Grand goals for sport.
So in Lynch's Dune, we heard all the inner dialogue, but it's amazing what a look can convey. This one is confusion about why Gurney is going so hard. And it's clear from watching the duel that they start out training with what Paul is used to, controlled, quick blocking. But once he says,
Guess I'm not in the mood today.
Gurney starts going nuts to drive the point home.
They're not human, they're brutal.
Cable selling it.
Cable?
He plays Cable in Deadpool too. Yeah, again, you're gonna have to use these references. This is what he does. Gady subprime. No. God damn, what an awful joke. All right.
Subprime, am I right? Yeah, I'm right.
How's that a thing?
The horror? The freaking set design.
You skipped that entire sequence? Why?
Oh god, if we're talking about good things of a movie, there's so many easy wins there. Like, the subtlety of how Baron Harkonnen is trying to teach a stupid nephew what's actually happening without giving away
The plot, yeah. Without giving it away so that all of his servants now know for 100% sure what's all going on.
But all we get is a guy in the fog. Horror? Ding.
Yeah.
I'm gonna need a nice tall glass of fucking cyanide.
Out of this quick 7-second shot and all that.
What?
Paul speaks.
What? Dude, it doesn't matter. It's just a set.
Right?
It's just a set.
The horror? The freaking set design is out of this world. Quick 7-second shot and all that.
What?
He's just saying it looks like it's lived in. So the set designer did their job. Okay.
Yeah, what? You can say this about literally anything. Holy fuck.
Yeah.
Paul speaks Mandarin and sign language. Even if it's a privilege to be offered the opportunity to learn second and third languages, it's not easy and takes hard work, so I started to like this kid.
Okay. But it's way easier for children and younger people to do it. Way easier. Like, it's like our bodies are wired and designed to learn language and everything faster when we're younger, so we can be up to speed. Because yeah, children can learn multiple languages incredibly quickly.
There's no way people think swords and staffs are the same damn thing. There's at least one person who does.
Yeah, there really was.
I think EFAP covered him on EFAP 50? Or was that 100?
It was something like that.
It was one of the anniversary ones.
They specifically wanted to show Shad this insanity.
Yeah.
Kid. Where can I get a huge hood like that? And can we normalize them so I can wear them everywhere? Capes and hoods, let's go!
How is that?
Fucking... Shut the fuck up. Just shut up.
Yeah, when someone earlier said cinema sludge, yeah.
Yeah.
It's very accurate.
Yeah.
At least we're getting through this one a whole lot faster, but still, goddamn, this is pathetic.
Yep.
Yeah, this is really bad.
Pain.
Are you sure it isn't the pain? Again, no inner monologue, but the impact of this.
How?
Stop showing the Lynch film. Jesus Christ. Lynch film has no bearing on this.
Yeah, and how is it a ding that it's like, oh hey, it's not as bad as the other movie? It's like, okay, so is that worth it? Are you going to ding the movie at every point where it's not as bad as the original movie? Because if so, goddamn.
Again, no. Yeah, Harry.
Scene, stare down, the building score.
Goodbye, young human.
The building score. Music.
Weird. That's what I say to Jude when I tuck him in every night. But I mean it.
A path has been laid.
This entire
Wow.
opening.
He has a child. This man is teaching a new generation. Oh no.
Oh no. Please no.
I think I've just embraced Babby nihilism.
Yeah. Alright, well.
30 minutes is just filled with dread. It's clear that what happens is expected from everyone other than Paul. Leto and Jessica fully believe they're going to die. The distance between...
No, they don't. What? They don't believe they're going to die. They're prepared for if they need to fight. They're prepared for tragedy happening. That's what part of being an adult is.
I guess people don't
Paul
realize
is a
this.
kid.
I guess people don't realize this. Literally any aspect of your life that's outside of you living directly could collapse at any moment.
Yeah.
Like in horrifying ways you can never predict. I hate talking about this because it's so tragic, but here in Ontario, there's a car accident last year or the year before where a woman and her 3 daughters were killed by some guy who was going super, super fast. And I think he was on drugs. Point is, he wiped out this entire family. And of course, the husband wasn't in the car. He was somewhere else. He just lost his entire world, pretty much. I don't know any siblings or family he has outside of that. But, like, the people you live with on a daily basis, your wife that you've married, you love, your 3 daughters that you have dreams of them growing up and living long, happy lives, all of that just evaporated in, like, for you, as far as you know, in the blink of an eye, because obviously you weren't there to see it happen. But, like, stuff like that can happen, and you can never fully prepare for it, but there are like instances where you have to prepare for stuff that could potentially happen. Like, you know, you have fire detectors because maybe your house will burn down, maybe it's wired faultily, maybe you forgot the stove on, maybe any number of things that could lead to tragedy. It happens. Why I'm against drug use and drunk driving. Drunk drivers who kill people, I fucking despise.
Yes.
There's numerous stories in my area of... Again, this is a story from several years ago. Drunk driver speeding, killed a grandfather and his 2 grandchildren. So now this mother and father are left without their kids, and one of them lost a parent. Because this miserable fucking little cunt that should be dead and in the fucking ground for what he did, decided to drink and get in a car. And now he's ended the lives of 3 innocent people.
Yeah, just because...
Fuck drunk drivers.
They were so full of themselves. They were so arrogant. And they were so fucking pathetic that they're like, I need to get my drink in, but I'm not going to let anybody else take me or give up the right to my vehicle. No.
Honest to God, there should be the death penalty for people who drunk drive and kill someone. That should be it. You're done.
Yeah, I would tantamount it as first-degree murder.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I
Because
fucking hate that.
I would give it a different
get in the
charge.
vehicle.
I would give it a different charge just so it has a different sentence from actual first-degree murder. You drink and drive and kill someone, you're dead.
That's it. It's over. Fuck drunk drivers.
Yeah, seriously. I think DUI should honestly get like 10 times worse the penalty that it has right now. Oh, you didn't hit anybody yet, but you were driving while under the influence. Go fuck yourself.
I think my dad lost 2 uncles to drunk driving in separate incidents on the same road. Or it might not have been uncles. I don't remember the exact familial connection, but it is there somewhere. He told me a story years ago, and I just don't remember it properly, but yeah.
Between them for this conversation, blurred by fog, illustrating Paul's confusion and Jessica's willingness to keep him in the fog for now, might be a little on the nose, but when you make a space opera, I ain't complaining.
What? She didn't keep him in the fog, though. She told him exactly what's happening. She told him about who the Kwisatz Haderach was.
She couldn't have been more obvious in what she was telling him if she tried.
God damn it. Dude, just say what's actually happening, please.
I lost a girlfriend to drunk driving. I am so sorry to hear, man. No one should have to deal with that because of someone else's fucking stupidity. Again, drunk driving, fucking... Ugh.
Yeah.
Man, this movie is not the same without this score and sound design. It constantly feels otherworldly and foreboding. Like, score this scene with some melancholy music and it's fine. Paul is sad to leave, uncertain about his future, but he's just communing with Anakin about how much he'll hate the sand. With Zimmer's score, he's mourning his home, walking to his death, and nothing can stop him.
He's not walking to his death. Paul has no idea that he's walking towards his death. Dude, are you fucking kidding me? Paul is naive. He thinks that this is just a change of scenery at this point. He's afraid for others dying, not himself.
Remember how he had a vision of Duncan Idaho dying and he didn't have a vision of himself dying?
Yeah. God damn it.
Yeah, I don't know where he's getting that from. The whole, oh, he's gonna die. He's going out there to die. It's like, no, he's not. What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah.
Also, again, with the fucking music makes feels. Like, we get it. Like, yeah, the music is good, but you're putting way too much stock in it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the emotional weight should be there by default and music should enhance it. Not that music fills in for it, which is what a lot of these... a lot of movies and games try to do.
Yep, which is very, very fucking depressing.
Yeah.
Aw, dads and sons. I got a good feeling about this.
How is...
Yeah, it's not... Again, these are just literally nothing points. It's just so fucking weird that it's a win.
Well, we have made it more than 5 minutes in.
Yep. Let's just keep going.
I mean, even the bagpipes make me uncomfortable. And they really...
What?
How is this... You missed the entire mood of this scene. It's not supposed to make you uncomfortable. What the fuck?
Again,
Yeah, what?
there's so many things you could have given genuine wins here, where it's like, oh hey, these people have been indoctrinated to believe that Paul is their chosen savior, and this is a win because fucking whatever. Or, you know, it's properly setting up the plot. Not that, oh man, bagpipes, ding.
I am shocked you didn't talk about Hans Zimmer being the one leading the bagpipe procession.
Yeah.
Shocked. Genuinely shocked. Alright.
Nailed the move. Ornithopter from the books. Insect-like, beating wings, squatting. Overall, they look like dragonflies. Love it. Before Neuralink, I'd have been like, come on, tech bros, get on it. But now I'm all, let's not. How about we just not?
What?
What? So you put in a ding for something you said? No, that's horrifying and creepy. What the fuck? Hold on.
From the books. Insect-like, beating wings, squatting. Overall, they look like dragonflies. Love it. Before Neuralink, I'd have been like, come on, tech bros, get on it. But now I'm all, let's not. How about we just not?
Yeah, so if you don't know, Elon Musk is working on a thing called Neuralink, which will let you link directly in with technology systems.
Can I plug into video games like The Matrix?
That's what the end goal is supposed to be.
Oh,
Yeah.
so I'm going to be able to see all my waifus.
Yeah, that's one of the things they're trying to do with it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's the whole
Still sounds
thing
fucking horrifying.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, after Hugh Hare and his team figured out that squid ink actually works as a perfect link between the human brain's electrical signals that it sends out for nerves into electrical circuits. Hugh Hare and his team have been working on making prosthetics that actually link directly into your nerve system.
Huh.
Yeah. They managed to get a monkey to play Pong with it, with its mind.
See, it's interesting. Like, the very idea of plugging into video games like The Matrix is interesting. It would be cool to truly explore, like, something like Morrowind, where you're actually in the world. But at the same time, it's like, okay, sure, that's neat, but what about all the other horrifying uses this could have?
Yeah, that's what I'm worried about. This thing is going to be horrific. Like, there's all kinds of new shit's going to come about of this. All kinds of new laws and restrictions and all kinds of shit that's just going to fucking ruin us.
Not just that. How could this potentially fuck with people's brains? You know?
Yeah.
Like,
That's
it could potentially be used for good in terms of that. It's like, hey, this person has an incurable mental disorder. We could fix it using this, maybe. It's like, yeah, that's neat. But what about vice versa? Oh, hey, there's this person we want to fuck over. Let's give them a dose of dementia.
Yeah, let's short circuit this thing and then have it like basically fry their brain and kill them.
Yeah. Monkey versus Monkey Pong tournament when? Isn't that VR? We have that already? No, I'm talking about like you're actually in the world, not VR.
Yeah, this actually you plug directly into it. So.
Yeah, it actually links you into it, like you're a part of it. It's basically like Ghost in the Shell.
All right.
I'm sure watching this in theaters was incredible, but watching it with headphones makes me feel like I'm hallucinating. The sound design is always amazing.
Sound design? Shut the fuck up about the sound.
Yes, the sound design is amazing, but why does it make you feel like you're hallucinating? And again, and you got that. Wow, the bagpipes are so unsettling and creepy. It works so well. It's like, but that was not the point of the bagpipes. Oh, dude, it was triumphant. It was House Atreides showing off its strength.
Remember how I said Cinema Sins is like the most bottom tier idiot criticizing film? This is like the most bottom tier idiot praising film. It's just like all this basic bitch shit that is like, okay, but you're missing the point. Okay, but you're missing the okay, but you're missing the point.
Yep. All right.
Getting some vibes.
And getting stuff wrong.
We need to seal the doors.
Space travel? For sure. Still suits that recycle 95% of your body's water? No doubt. Lasers that cut through everything? Why not? Sunglasses? GTFO, you cray. How is
that a win?
That's not a win. Oh my god.
The reason they need to seal the doors is for more than just sunglasses, for more than just your eyes. You simpleton.
The thing is, it's direct sunlight on Arrakis and a desert planet. If you have direct sunlight going into your house, guess what? It heats up your house. Dude, you do not want to be in a fucking oven. Jesus Christ, okay.
Jessica seems so urgent.
By the words being said, it's not hard.
She thinks she's in danger.
Yeah. I guess words being said. I guess the words being signed would be more appropriate, but still, Jesus Christ. Stop.
Shut the fuck up. Shut up. Shut up. Shut the fuck up.
Across desert spaces using the Sandwalk.
Just like Christopher Walken taught us.
Was Christopher Walken in the original? Or is he making fun of the character's voice in the documentary or the information thing?
No, I don't remember Christopher Walken being there. Hold on.
Is he literally just making fun of the name, like walking?
Maybe. It might be something that pathetic. Metal music equals good fills. Yeah, that whole, like, oh, it's the Sandworm name sounds like the name of a metal band, and then randomly playing piece of metal music. Just shut up. Christ.
No, but apparently Christopher Walken made a Dune reference.
He made a Dune reference.
Yeah,
Where? It doesn't matter.
Nope, still none of this.
Oh, it was the thing where Christopher Walken was dancing in a music video, and he did like the goofy movements and everything. And so they're just saying, "Oh yeah, there's like those goofy dance moves that Christopher Walken did." Yeah.
He gave a ding for the Hunter Seeker being right in front of Paul and said, "Nope, none of this." How is that a win?
How? Yep.
It was submitted a whole 6 weeks ago.
Dude, now that's commitment. Look, big bubble of a man floating around and laughing maniacally is pretty great, but
No,
the
it
way
isn't.
Denis designed the Baron for this movie is so much more threatening. Just
Yes,
the sounds from
it
his
is.
floating device make me uneasy. And then there's an actual purpose to it beyond his immobilization. With his cloak touching the ground, it makes him look 15 feet tall, which is something he'd be into. Thufi, you...
What? Something...
What? But he's not. But he only has that when he's in his home. He doesn't have that when he's on Arrakis.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it's symbolism. It's supposed to make him look like a fucking snake. It's
Yeah.
supposed to make him look like a fucking sleaze bag.
And
Even
also,
better, here he cuts out the scene where one of the good scenes of like, "Sir, my honor demands. I don't give a damn about your honor. They tried to kill my son. You want absolution? Go catch some spies."
which is a really good scene, and you could have given it a win for that.
Yep, he really could have.
Hey, Kree, equip the Interrail armor and talk to an Ordinator. You get a bonus reward. I know what you're doing, fucker. I've played enough Morrowind to know what that does.
Yeah.
You are killing it with that parrot.
Hostage.
Wow.
I love it.
Yes.
So this is extra pathetic because there's so many good things you could say about this movie, even in the ding format, and he's just like pointing at random shit like it's fucking revolutionary and amazing and awesome.
Yeah, and we skipped the entire thing of like the guard of the change. We skipped the entire meeting and everything. Like, come on. Okay.
Hostages are he loves and make him laugh. Hugging.
Stop there. Hey! Hey!
And Han Chigurh stops for no man. No.
Oh my god, stop making all these references to other movies, please. He's
Yeah,
not Anton Chigurh in this. He's Stilgar. Stop it.
Remember, I didn't even realize that's the same actor. Holy shit. It's you remember seeing that clip several years ago of Big Bang Theory, where it's literally just a list of references. They're gonna fight like the Power Rangers in the Castle of Grayskull, blah 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 blah. And some guy's like responding to it. That isn't even a joke. You just made a list of fucking references.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, because that's not a joke. That's just, oh hey, thing exists.
Old men, no country. Hey, is that Llewellyn Moss? Also, Javier Bardem's handsome routine. Sorry, Javier Bardem is always a win.
Shut the fuck up, you insufferable cunt.
Yeah.
Hold. Thank you, Stilgar, for the gift of your body's moisture. We accept it in the spirit in which it was given.
I gotta love Leto Hoxalug. Like, he could just spit, but he's a duke. He's classy. Gotta get some phlegm on it.
I must know. That's all I have to say.
How is that a win? How?
I don't know. What the fuck? All right, yeah.
If there was ever a better cast for Stilgar, there isn't.
There are other people that could have done it and likely better, but he did fine. He did great as Stilgar. That doesn't mean there aren't better choices out there, and there wouldn't have been a better casting thing. Like, Jesus Christ, man. Come on. Praise him for doing the thing, but don't say, nobody could have been better. Even when we were talking about the Emperor, we were talking about how great it'd be to have Charles dance. We also mentioned other people that could have been interesting in the role.
Yeah, like Danny DeVito.
He'd definitely be interesting, that's for sure. So, anyways, I started mining. Oh, God.
Yeah, but it's a dry heat, so whatevs.
Dude, I hate when people say dry heat. I fucking hate it.
I hate when people say whatevs. How is that a win?
Yeah.
Again.
If it's a dry heat, trust me, dry heat sucks. Yeah, sure, a muggy sucks as well, but you want that happy in between. You don't want super dry heat. You do not want super dry heat.
So I know I've said it numerous times at this point, but like, how is that a win? How is like, it's a real question because he's just saying stuff and saying it's a win. It's not clear. It's like, why is that necessarily a good thing? Like,
yeah, why are you not actually talking about all the good things that happened before this? Like, you missed out on so much stuff.
Yeah.
Like, you know what? It could have been a great win. Talking about how brutal the Harkonnens are. They still have a chance. He still has a chance to bring that back around because it's one of the things that EFAP missed entirely was. But why? That's a stupid rule. Why would they say that the spice miners can't leave the spice miner when it's going when equipment malfunctions? That's dumb. They're gonna die if they leave. That's stupid. It's like the Harkonnens were brutal. Yeah. It's like, God damn, and we got to see it multiple times, but Jesus Christ, no, don't talk about that. Don't talk about how the fact that, like, Gurney Halleck talks about how brutal they are, and we got to see it earlier in the movie when they bombed their own troop. Well. Nice.
Honestly, it's the way to go. You gonna replace Max von Sydow? Nah, just gender swap.
Your desert boots are fitted.
Why is that a good thing? I'm not saying it's a bad thing, obviously, but why is that a good thing?
Yeah, how is that a win?
This is cancer. We're getting through this a lot faster than Cinema Sins, but I think I actually hate this more.
I think I hate this a lot more, too, yeah.
Because at least Cinema Sins was saying stuff. It was like, hey, such a thing is happening, and this is dumb because such and such. It's like, okay, you're wrong, but at least you're fucking saying something.
Ooh, Mads Mikkelsen would be a good emperor. Ooh. Yeah. Okay, so Charles Dance or Mads Mikkelsen would definitely be the two. Those would be one of my two picks.
Or going back in time and borrowing Christopher Lee for a few weeks.
Yes, Christopher Lee. Sorry, life. I understand your life's protagonist, but we need you in the future.
Slip, because who taught you to do that?
Seemed the right way.
Yeah, Charlemagne has always been ahead of the curve.
No. Okay, again, right here is why. Right here's why. Here's why this is important.
Why is everything they say in Jacobsa so dang poetic?
Okay, so language,
Battery
all
low.
languages have
Battery
a certain
low.
all languages on Earth have a certain poetic and lyrical quality to them. That's how they form. There are just different cadences and styles of it. There are different sets and rhythm to them. But that's how language forms. Again, it's how curse words form because they are harsh. Like, do stuff like frack versus fuck. That harshness is what makes it.
Charging battery.
Charging battery.
If we get a vial of his blood, we can resurrect Sir Christopher Lee as an archlich. Get to it, people. Yeah.
I'm not so sure he'd approve of that, but yeah.
Oh, so that's why they call it Dune. Oh, no, they don't. They call the desert planet after the sand dunes? Oh, no. Oh, surprise.
Oh, that's why they call it Dune. Okay, so this is very
No
likely
shit,
a digital
Cheryl.
shot, but the cinematographer is constantly tricking our minds into thinking we're seeing something real. Just the way the camera operator is trying to follow the spotter and then jumps ahead slightly is a language we understand as real cinema. The DP Greg Fraser avoids the smooth movements of digital environments that have become synonymous with blockbusters, and it keeps us grounded.
I thought that's the point of movies, is that they're trying to make you think what's there is real. It's like Lord of the Rings, they put effort into the makeup and prosthetics to make you think orcs are real. Because That's what gets you immersed in a movie.
Yep. And same thing, like, yeah, that is he has a good point buried in there. The best part about this is the fact that the camera isn't doing perfect, precise movements on the thing it's tracking. It's a little lagged behind, and then it starts speeding up a little bit, and then he accidentally overshoots it some. And it makes it feel more like it's a real thing, like they were trying to track a real thing with a real camera. Because a person, a human being, cannot perfectly track something with a camera. You'll have that moment where you go a little bit too far, and then you got to backtrack a bit.
Yeah, you see this if you watch any sports game for any amount of time. Like hockey, they're following the puck, and then someone will catch the puck as it's going across the ice, and the camera will have to correct because it's going the opposite direction now.
Yep.
I did not know what hatred was until I saw this.
Yeah.
Well, a book and right out of science, since dragonflies really dive like this.
Yes, true.
Wow,
I agree with you. I agree.
He got one.
Yes.
Which means he got one more than fucking Cinema Sins.
Cinema Sins, at least, yeah.
Well, he got half of one more, because you did give Cinema Sins
That's true, yeah.
half
He
point.
did get a half point, yeah.
Yes, sir.
What? How is that a win? Yeah, I liked the shot. It was cool, but explain why that was a yes, sir. Why that was a win. It was highlighting for how big and powerful they are? Yes, there you go. That's all you gotta say. Alright.
A book and right out of science, since dragonflies really dive like this. Yes, sir. Tight callback. He actually does recognize Gurney's footsteps, even on sand.
Tell us you by your footsteps, Gurney Halleck.
No, he's starting to see all the ways. He's starting to see the ways. That's why suddenly Gurney Halleck appears in the midst of his vision. Oh, dude, come on.
The lack of explanations here is killing me. Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
I've ever thought Dune is cool and all, but the idea that the sandworms can swim through sand makes about as much sense as Scrooge McDuck's swimming pool of metal coins. But what Dune 21 does is give a very plausible explanation for how they do it. Massive amounts of vibration that reduce the friction between sand particles. You can even see Paul...
Yeah, but then it also ruins that by it being just a giant tube noodle. Again, if they had kept the vibrations, which they should have done, if they kept the vibrations, which this is absolutely correct, and I love the fact that they did this because sand will liquefy at certain frequencies. I love that effect. But they had kept the original design where it has the 3 bone-headed like maw, so it actually has like some aerodynamic thing, so that sand isn't just constantly going inside the tube mouth.
Yeah.
That'd be real nice.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
I do wish they had kept the original design.
Like I said, it's one of my criticisms for this movie. It is one of my criticisms for it. It's why it's not perfect. But yeah, I don't like that they don't keep the actual design from the books in it. Alright. Bless the maker and his water, bless the coming and going of him. May he keep the world for his people. May his passage cleanse the world. Yep.
...on Gurney because of the vibrations. And if you really don't believe it, take a look at this.
Yes, that is a cool... Again, it is really cool that you can turn sand into a liquid. Okay, it's not actually a liquid, but you see what I mean? The entirety of the sand was basically acting as if it was water because of the vibrations, causing the sand to vibrate against each other, so they were no longer in direct friction with each other, so it was no longer a solid.
Explanation for how they do it. Massive amounts of vibration that reduce the friction between sand particles. You can even see Paul and Gurney sinking because of the vibrations. And if you really don't believe it, take a look at this.
Bless the coming and going of him.
What a shot. What a piece of music. What a number of teeth.
How are those things? And again, music. Shut the fuck up about music.
Yeah, music should be one ding. One ding. They had really good music, and they had different leitmotifs for all the different factions. I agree. Good, right there. Ding.
I feel like
you could talk about why the cinematography works for that shot to explain the sheer size of the sandworm, especially juxtaposed next to Paul and Gurney hanging out of the ramp. And then you see, because you remember visually, hey, Paul was right next to that crawler and he was tiny next to it. And look, the sandworm makes the crawler look tiny. Again, explain these things, man.
I'm a musician and I don't want to hear about music this much. Seriously. Yeah, agreed. I'd say like a good 20% of the points at this point are music or sound.
Yeah.
Like, Christ. That is pathetic.
Cannot take such risks. Yes, sir. You have responsibilities.
I'm sorry, sir. It won't happen again.
Go.
Such an honest interaction. So much of Dune is otherworldly or uses alien languages or deep sci-fi stuff. But right here, it's a dad letting his son know he screwed up and almost got himself killed, and the son knows it.
I know you're pregnant.
No, you most certainly do not. Unless a baby is crowning, you never know.
He can literally see the future, you
He
retard.
can see the future, you idiot.
That's the point of all of this. You dipshit.
What the fuck? How do you miss the point?
Yeah, how did you miss the fact that he's having visions and they're starting to come true more and more often?
Also, you can never know if someone is pregnant before the baby crowns. What about fucking ultrasounds in the modern day?
Yes.
How did you know your wife was pregnant before she had her kid? I don't know. I feel like there's a few signs there than none at all.
Yeah.
My God, what a fucking idiot.
Pro tip, another person. Jokes aside, I like how Paul's prophetic moments are played a little more subtly this time around.
So you know he has prophetic things. So why'd you say no, you can't know? Yes, he can.
Yeah,
You just said why he has prophetic dreams and visions.
I already thought this was worse than CinemaSins video, but now he's just doing straight up the same shit as CinemaSins, where it's like,
yeah.
Oh hey, why are they fighting with swords? Oh, I thought these shields were supposed to stop fast-moving things. Well, now you know why they're fighting with swords, so your point earlier is moot. He just did the same thing back to back, which is far worse, because at least there's space between CinemaSins doing it fucking repeatedly. He just did it immediately after making the criticism.
Yep.
Fuck.
Alright, here we go.
More music.
Military and religion. What a terrifying combination. What could go wrong? Oh, right. Human sacrifices.
Will you protect?
Okay, yeah, because you should dive into that more. I don't know why you cut away from that scene so fast. Or you should dive into that more. The fact that these are a literal fanatic, zealous religion. They are a fanatical, zealous military religion. Okay? Go into the details of that. Why it's so terrifying. Why this scene is so important to showcase that the Sardaukar have no fear. It'll be important later on when we see the Harkonnen trying to fight House Atreides and getting their asses kicked.
I was joking about this video being worse than CinemaSins earlier. It's no longer a joke. Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, even if you can't see the future, the belly gives it away usually. Also, if the baby is alive and healthy, you can feel it kick and move around. Yeah. Even if you don't know a woman is pregnant, if a semi-thin woman looks like she's smuggling a beach ball under her shirt, you can make a pretty decent guess. Yeah.
Yeah.
Nah, if you feel movement in there, she just had a bad batch of brownies.
Yes. Again, but the movie doesn't show that angry. So angry Danish Viking points out from a prison world where survival itself is a mark of worth. Yeah. Think of the most brutal concentration camps, and they pale in comparison to the world that the Sardaukar come from. They have no morality, they have no emotion, but to survive, live, and thrive. And they will do it and through as many violent means as possible. That's why they are chosen as the Emperor's blades, because they show no mercy, no hesitation. If he commands it, they will do it. But again, the movie doesn't show that, and we don't need the movie to show us that their prison planet is a hellhole, that they, are lucky to survive. We don't need that. We see them literally bleeding people and then using the blood to mark themselves. that kind of sets a stage for how they are going to be and how brutal they are.
Yeah.
Doctors.
With my life.
I'm not asking his mother, I'm asking the Bene Gesserit.
Man, you hear that? Those are the Bene Gesserit whispers coming in when Leto mentions them. And then when Jessica reacts as Leto's wife, the Atreides motif overpowers.
She's
So
not his
music
wife.
again.
Again, and she's not his wife. That was the whole thing. You just missed it. I should have married you. That she is not his wife. But again, yeah, it's a nice thing that they did. They showed that she briefly thought about what the Bene Gesserit would want, and then she reverted to the man she loved. She knows him. She knows Duke Leto Atreides. She wants to comfort him. So of course, it changes from the chance of the Bene Gesserit into the Atreides motif. Yeah, good eye. I'm glad you explained that briefly, but come on.
Good ear, you should say.
Yeah, good ear. Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah. And that's like a music point you can actually make, because that is a really neat detail.
Yes. And look, the very first thing
she sound mix.
Thought we'd have more time.
Again, the fact that Leto knows he's gonna die in this incarnation makes it more meaningful and all much more the path is already set, plan inside a plan, yada yada yada.
It doesn't make it so much more meaningful. It's the fact that, again, I wish you had shown it, but Dr. Kynes gave the game away. That's how he figured it out. Yeah, and now you're literally showing the scene. I should have married you. Okay.
So, I didn't remember that scene. I haven't seen the movie since back in November, so it's natural that I would forget that line. Cinema Wins is the guy making this video, so calling her his wife and then showing this scene moments later in your video shows a massive, massive fuck up on your part.
Unless he's going to do the, oh, he didn't marry her. Wow, how terrible. And then take away a point, maybe. We'll see.
Should have married you.
And that anyone but these two absurdly beautiful humans made Timothée Chalamet. But then if...
So yeah,
no,
he called her his wife, knowing that with the information available that they're not married.
Yeah.
You didn't know he was gonna die, you're all, wait, but he's gonna be okay, right? He's Oscar Isaac. He's a pretty good cast for this surprise. Explosions, but you know, it's Denis, so artsy explosions. I mean, genuinely, look at the contrast they create on the foreground objects and characters. Well,
yeah, cinematography is great in this movie. I agree. Like, look how like well shot this whole thing is. Like, and again, it highlights the number of people running, so it doesn't just look like, hey, it's these 5 guys running against the green screen. No, it looks like a genuine, like, massive horde of people are running. Okay. Practical miniature, I don't know. Anyways, back here. Again, skipped out so much stuff about Dr. UA, the traitor, and everything like that, so that's weird. But he can still do the traitor thing because he's got the tooth thing to do, but yeah.
Wait, but he's gonna be okay, right? He's Oscar Isaac. He's a pretty good cast for this surprise. Explosions, but you know, it's Denis, so artsy explosions. I mean, genuinely, look at the contrast they create on the foreground objects and characters. Well, if that ain't a practical miniature, I think it is. The number of weapons that seem to slow down right before...
You know, it could be a 3D render as well.
Yeah, people are getting, when you give people the time and money to do it, people can get really good at that.
There are literally things out there now where you don't even have to do it manually anymore.
Yeah.
There are systems now where you can literally build a model and drop it, and the physics of the program are so realistic that it can simulate it falling apart realistically. Yep.
Cinema Wins is not a good reviewer. He's pretty trash at his job. His points are complete garbage. 100% fucking agree.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is terrible.
Creetosis. Right. So Cinema Sins is normie criticism and Cinema Wins is normie shilling? No. Cinema Sins and Cinema Wins are bottom of the barrel criticism and shilling.
Yeah.
This is what happens when you get a dumb motherfucker who doesn't seem to fucking understand anything, but thinks they're smart, and you get, oh, this is bad because the thing I didn't pay attention to
wasn't explained, even though it was. Ding. And
Yeah.
hey, look, a thing. That makes it good. Ding.
Yeah. Reference! Ding. Oh, God.
The reference
Yeah,
things
and
are
then,
some of the worst.
yeah, and then we're going into this as if... Here we go.
I think it is. The number of weapons that seem to slow down right before impact makes me think the shields are basically useless, but I still understand why they use them.
Yeah. So, again, why was that a ding? That sounded more like a criticism of the thing.
This is the
You're saying that they're useless, but they aren't, because if they didn't have them, they would just use conventional weapons. Guess what? The Harkonnen craft that don't have the shields, they get shot out of the sky by the conventional weapons.
This is actually the same point Cinema Sins made at this part. The shields are useless because these things slow down and go through them. Maybe there's a reason they slow down. Maybe it's because shields stop fast-moving objects, and they needed to design weapons to move slowly.
Yeah, and if they didn't design these, then guess what? They would just punch right through the armor of the ship. It would just be like a normal bombardment. So at least if you force it to where it has to go slow, you have a chance.
Yeah.
Because again, you're most vulnerable on the ground. That's how aircraft have always been. Aircraft are vulnerable, or the most vulnerable when they're on the ground. Ugh.
Talk about leading by example. Gurney, you badass good guy. I like how even in the dark you get an idea of what's happening. Red means bad.
I had no choice. The Harkonnens have my wife, Mana. They take her apart like a doll.
Not totally sure what that means. Pretty sure I don't want to know. That moment
So
when
she
no
is the
Duncan is gonna
spider.
die.
I missed that line. They took her apart like a doll.
They take her apart like a doll. That does not mean that she's the spider.
Wow.
No, it doesn't even infer that she's the spider.
I mean, it's the best reference we've got to it. Like, the best, not reference, but implication.
Like, again, Dr. Yue should have been talking about his wife before, or like, mention, like, or had, like, a little trinket, like, he carried, like, a lock of his wife's hair or something like that, and you saw it was, like, a really weird, like, maybe red with white stripes through it, white streaks through it or something, and then you see the spider would have had the same.
Yeah.
But again, you can understand why if they're literally taking her apart like a doll, like they're popping her legs off and putting different legs on and stuff like that, and they're just doing horrible things like that. And yeah, you understand that she's in horrible suffering.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
But one thing, so you're constantly waiting for it. Oh, cool. Jason Momoa is.
Of course, he was gonna knock it away. Again, that's why these projectiles aren't that effective. Ugh.
After
And
watching
again,
both, I'm slightly concerned for my health. So am I.
Yeah.
Like, again, we're getting through Cinema Wins so much faster, but it's also so much worse.
Yeah, it is, and they're skipping out on so much more stuff that is actually genuinely good that they could be giving wins for.
Yeah.
It's insanity.
Solids, please. See, the point works every time. It's bizarre how often this clip comes up. Again, maybe it was.
What?
No. Again, the point isn't the thing that worked. The thing that worked is the fact that he just killed 3 people right in front of them, like, without breaking a sweat. And the other 3 guys are like, you know what? Nah.
It's not that the point works, it's that you just fucked someone up. And someone who's standing against you, it's like you're next. It's not the point, it's they're directing their anger, or they're targeting you. That's what's working, not pointing at them.
Yep.
Also, I don't even know what that clip is from that he played.
I don't know either, honestly.
Wasn't the initial intention, but holy crap, is it effective?
Wait, what?
I don't...
What? You don't know? You don't tell us what exactly you're indicating.
Again, maybe it wasn't the initial intention, but holy crap, is it effective?
Okay, so what he's actually referring to is that the suit itself doesn't actually allow Baron Harkonnen to fly. That's not how it works. What it does is it actually like locks onto different parts of his body fat and lifts them up, so it undulates unnaturally when people look at him. You just see under his suit, his nice clothing, you just see these like fat folds undulating on their own, and it's very disturbing in the books.
Yeah. But that also would have been a lot easier to understand if he actually explained what he was referring to, rather than just saying, maybe it wasn't intentional, but it's effective. It's like, what are you
It wasn't the initial
to?
intention in the book. It's like, yeah, you don't explain what you're referring to in the scene you're showing. So
Yeah,
I will explain it for you.
Yeah, I had no clue what he was talking about.
And anyone who hasn't read the book wouldn't.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. What the fuck?
Remove her gag.
That's like Quizzy Hizzy Puberty.
Give me the knife.
How was that a win? Quizzy Hizzy Puberty. What the fuck?
Can't say she isn't willing to get her hands dirty. Oh, killer shot. The way the camera chases them up the hill so we experience the shock with them.
You dinged that twice? Oh, killer shot. Ding! The way the camera chases them up the hill so we experience the shock with them. Ding! Dude, it's the same point. Stop that. Ugh. There's something very unnerving about Leto being naked. Yes, I agree.
Yeah, no
That's
shit.
the point. He's supposed to be emasculated, torn down. Oh, man.
There's something about Leto being naked, which is bonkers because it's all we've been hoping for the last 90 minutes.
What the fuck? Dude, you are a fucking weirdo.
Yeah, what the fuck? Don't you have a wife?
Yeah, that's really weird.
Alright.
They just keep adding to his creep factor, rising out of focus in the background.
Sojourner.
I do agree with people that say Piter should have been the one that killed him. That Piter should have been the one that killed Dr. Yue. But, I'm not sad that Baron Harkonnen did it. But yeah, I think Piter should have been the one that killed Dr. Yue, just like he did in the book and in the movie, in the original movie.
Yeah, I can't say.
Also his power factor. Look, he's a smart guy and it's a smart move, but I also love the insinuation that even with Leto incapacitated and on his deathbed, the Baron is afraid of him enough to wear his shield.
Yes!
Finally,
but it isn't...
another, like, the second good point this guy has had.
Yeah. Again, because he knows that the Atreides, they have traded blood for hundreds of years. He knows not to underestimate Duke Leto Atreides. He thinks he's won. He's pretty sure, 99.9%, that there's nothing that Leto Atreides can do. But he's also not a dumb man. So he's like, you know what? What if he's got like a bomb or a tongue spike or something like that? Boop, flip that fucking shield on before I get my face in there towards him. Yeah, holy cow.
Tell the lads right how we were betrayed.
Duncan's alive. Who would have thought?
The Emperor sent
You
us
saw
here to
him
die.
escape.
That's like the main thing Emperors do. It's
No,
Emp 101.
No, it isn't. No, it isn't. That's the point behind why none of this, why House Atreides couldn't stand up against the Harkonnens. House Atreides could beat the Harkonnens every day of the week. The reason they couldn't stand up to it was because the Emperor himself, the Emperor, gave the Harkonnens the advantage.
And they also caught them super unaware.
Yeah.
To go back to the previous point, though, Duncan's alive, ding. You saw him escape, motherfucker.
Yeah, how did you not think he was alive? God, and again, it's not Emperor. This thing isn't just Emperor 101. Again, the way the Emperor is going about this is very cold, very calculated. As the Baron says himself, he is a jealous man, a dangerous jealous man. Just, oh god.
Creepy and bug-like that he's all hunched up on the ceiling. You could say it's Kafkaesque. I wouldn't, because that's gauche, but you could. You can be gauche.
Oh god.
Dude,
another...
stop trying to sound intelligent, man. Come on. Just
Yeah,
say,
well-
yeah, it is creepy that he's up there on the ceiling and the way he's hacking and like... It's like, yeah, it's kind of revealing and showing like he's looking more and more like who he is. He's a very disgusting fat piece of shit.
And also, back to the whole point of stop trying to sound intelligent. It's very obvious at this point, Cinema wins, that you're not intelligent, so just stop.
Yeah.
You're not tricking anyone.
Yo, can't wait to see this version of Muad'Dib.
Well, spoilers, you fucking idiot. Because they don't mention that word anywhere in this. Alright, well, okay.
Well, I still don't know what that is, but...
Good,
That's one of those things where they mention it, and it's going to be something they foreshadow and, like, talk about long before you see it. So it's like, oh, so this thing they're talking about that we're probably going to see, now it's confirmed.
Yeah.
So it's still a spoiler.
Yep.
Pretty much like unquenchable fire.
Well, that's rarely a good thing. Plus your eyes turn blue and your hair gets early 2000s spiky.
A war in my name!
But I like that it terrifies him. Kyle Chandler was way too cucumber cool for this revelation.
It's because they also up-aged Paul Atreides in the original film like crazy. They made him like a 26-year-old, and it's a big difference. He's not a little boy who's growing into a man. He's a young man at that point. Dude, yeah, just food.
Chalamet the way a 16-year-old would. Speaking of versions of Muad'Dib, there's a wipe win. And I love that he takes his name.
What?
So Muad'Dib is the desert rat. That's the name of the desert rat.
Okay.
So yeah, that's why they're like, speaking of versions of the Muad'Dib and the desert rats, this just, yeah, I admit it, they made a really good Muad'Dib on the plane. But again, they don't mention that name or anything like that.
Oh yeah, didn't they do that in the original
Dude, they're
film?
spoilering this too, right here. All right, well, here you go.
Yeah.
It's like finding out that the
I might as well back up a little.
cucumber cool for this revelation. Chalamet responds the way a 16-year-old would. Speaking of versions of Muad'Dib, there's a wipe win. And I love that he takes his name from this little guy. It's like finding out that the most badass warrior of all time was named Hamster. Which, yeah, that would work.
Yeah, he spoiled that. But yeah, I partially remember that from the original of like, that was his name, so they all start using that for their weirding modules, and it makes them super powerful.
Yeah, it's so
like,
dumb.
what the fuck?
Yeah. All right.
There's
no.
Shut the fuck off.
Wow.
I missed that. What happened?
Darude Sandstorm. That's what happened.
Oh.
Something so creepy about the way they float down like this. Cool too.
Something so creepy
Okay, you could have said that during the attack on the palace. You could have said that.
about the way they float down like this. Cool too. Creepy and cool. Duncan is almost too much for this movie.
How is that a win?
Also, notice how he
Explain
skipped
yourself.
the entire fight scene.
Yes.
Duncan, you badass good guy. Self-sacrifice. Man, I love this version of Duncan. He's uncynically important to Paul, like an older brother this time. But even without that, he's so dang cool. Dude kills a bunch of guards single-handedly and then blows up 3 ships and then really kills a bunch of Sardaukar single-handedly while sacrificing himself. Dude even gets stabbed and murks more fools. So much better. Badass good guy. The lighting in this movie is something else. They use the darkness more than summer blockbusters usually do. Those in the know get a fun tease of why she's calling a sandworm and what those ice axe looking things are for, and everyone else gets a fun mystery to ponder.
It becomes obvious that she's going to do something with the sandworm. Like, okay, yeah, you don't know exactly what, but you can kind of put 2 and 2 together. It's like, wait, why is she doing that? Why is she calling a sandworm? Why is she standing there right next to where she's calling the sandworm? You know, you again, these are things you can put together. There.
I really need that glass of cyanide.
Yeah.
One master, His name is Shut.
Fuck you
Don't
in
do it.
advance, by the way. I know where this is going.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
fuck
know
you.
where
That's-
this is
thank you.
Self-sacrifice from a badass.
Oh my god, he didn't do it. He had restraint. Wow, I retract my fuck you.
I don't.
Just for that, because I specified it was for that. So I will retract my fuck you for that.
I'm not retracting it. I refuse.
Alright. Also, this is the thing I always found funny because this thing literally makes the sound of the scanners in Half-Life 2 when they get injured. Listen to the... If he plays it, listen to the sound that the missile makes. Stow! He covered it up. He covered it up with the rude sandstorm. Of fucking course he did.
Oh.
But it really does that. It's like, okay, yeah,
See,
I Half-Life 2.
That's the reason I didn't take my fuck you in advance back, because I knew it would have been useful for something, and there it is.
Yeah, there it is. Yeah, there it is. You get a fuck you for that.
He literally did the same joke twice.
Yeah.
Yep. Alright.
No doubt, it definitely is. But it's also the body saver sometimes.
No, okay,
It's
okay,
referring
listen.
how to fear taking
She's not-
control can fuck you over.
Yeah. Yes. You should listen to fear, but you do not let it control you. You do not let it hold everything. That's why fear is the little death.
I can actually give an example. I was listening to, well, I was watching a video last night, actually, about some people doing this dive in Norway, I believe. It's this tunnel, this underwater cave that leads from a pond to this other cave, and these guys were doing a dive there, and something happened where one of them freaked out, and because at that level of depth, and the mixture of like the oxygen and everything, it kind of fucks up your head, so it can make things go really wrong underwater. 2 people on this dive died because they both freaked out, and fear can absolutely fuck you over.
Basically, they're saying don't let panic take over. Fear is healthy and fine, but you cannot let it take over.
Yeah.
Times line. Yikes. But something of a nod to Lynch's weird oil baths for the Baron?
Oh my God, stop referencing the Lynch movie.
Another frightening delivery from Scars.
No, you missed the substance of that part. It just killed them all. It was, I need income. Squeeze, Robert. Squeeze. That's the important part right there. Oh, God.
A good saying is bravery is not the absence of fear, but acting in spite of it. Yeah. That's like an easy win for any movie that's like, or any story that has fear in it.
Yep.
We're almost there, though. This is almost done.
Guard, but good luck, nerds. If you thought cracking glass and breaking metal wings off was a bit extreme for a sandstorm, don't forget this.
Sandstorms powerful enough to cut through metal.
From inside the Thopter, you can barely...
That's not unbelievable. Yeah, sure. That's fine that the sandstorm is strong enough to cut through metal. It explains why they're so dangerous. But people can obviously realize, hey, the winds are so strong, it's going to rip things down. You just need wind for that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, have you never seen a violent windstorm before? Because, goddamn. I've never even seen a tornado, but I know the havoc they can wreak.
I've seen the after effects of tornadoes, and holy shit, having seen sticks go all the way through fucking cars, yeah, it can they could definitely rip through fucking metal.
Well, I should clarify. I've seen, like, videos of tornado in the aftermath. I haven't seen one in real life.
I have. I've seen the legitimate aftermath of a tornado, and yeah, when you've seen a fucking car turned into a pin cushion from sticks, yeah, it's fucked.
Or a tree. Just seeing a telephone pole would be better.
Oh
and seeing
fucking
bits
God.
of straw stuck into it.
Oh my fucking
Yeah.
God, he mentions the music again.
Of course he does. That's all he talks about.
barely see the world spinning, but I love that their hair stands up and the music goes nuts. Sets the most high anxiety tone and it grounds the sequence again. No real aerial god view to see what's going on. We're in there with them, documentary style. Okay. So, around this part of the book, Jessica starts to realize that her son is growing up, and Paul starts to realize how powerful he is. So that's the only explanation I could think of
Shit, I didn't mean to stop that. I wanted to continue it.
for the looks these two just gave each other, that under literally any other circumstances would be called thirsty. I'm sorry, you...
What?
Why both
you
videos?
fucking retarded?
Why both videos?
Yeah, what the fuck is this?
Yeah, what's with this incest shit? What the fuck? That is not the vibe I got from this scene at all.
Yeah, they both looked more awkward to each other. Like, oh, I gotta get naked in front of you, and so I gotta be like, okay,
Well-
just don't look, please.
Well, clearly this
Because they're miserable. They're not like, this isn't a good time. They aren't happy, excited, or anything like that. They're just miserable. Their life has been turned upside down. They've lost everyone they've known and cared about. They literally only have each other left. Life
Clearly-
sucks for them.
Clearly this fucking weirdo has got his mind in the gutter because since the start of the video, oh, this is a movie full of hot people. Oh, we finally get to see
a good-looking a guy who can actually pull off being a 16-year-old. After I talked about how sexy he was.
I was going. I was going for the whole what's his name being naked part where he's like, oh.
Yeah, Duke Leto, where you wanted to see him naked the whole time. It's like,
Yeah,
no,
it's like,
what the fuck?
Yeah, so of course if his mind is constantly on horny mode for all this other shit, he would see this weird shit that's not actually there.
Sorry, y'all saw it. I don't make the rules. No, we didn't see it. You're the fucking weirdo that saw it.
Yeah, that never crossed my mind once because why the fuck would it?
Yeah, no, the only thing I got from this scene was they're clearly having a very bad time. And two, she clearly sees that he's growing up and that he's already starting to take the place of his father. And it's like, I did not get any weird, horny vibes from it whatsoever. What the fuck?
Yep.
This is the longest stream ever? No, it's not.
Yeah, it is not.
Our longest
It's
is still
not
the
close.
New Vegas retrospective coverage.
Yep.
Yeah.
We are 9 hours here. We still have 3 hours to go, basically.
We
for
are
the
not
New
going
Vegas
for
one.
3 more hours.
We are not. Nope.
No.
You all saw the rules. Not gonna lie though, they look dope. Sub-Zero and Scorpion headed off into the unknown.
Shut
the fuck up.
Yeah, again, that's just stupid. Again, the thing I don't like here is they should have goggles on over the still suit. It just doesn't make any sense. You'd be losing tons of moisture through your eyes and everything. So they should have goggles and everything. It's one, again, like I said, I have a few criticisms of the movie. Why people are so willing to take off parts of their still suit in the open desert is just fucking baffling. Yeah. Gross but cute. Gross or cute. Wow.
That's a win.
Cute. Gross or cute? Gross or cute? Groot.
Jesus Christ.
Hey now, that's Toto's theme from Lynch's Dune, or at the very least it's an homage to it. It's crazy how easy it was.
Is it?
It doesn't fucking matter. Okay.
To make
All right.
Duncan important, just crazy. It's not fair to compare two pieces of media.
What? Yeah, Duncan. So again, more of a criticism from the Lynch film would have been that Duncan wasn't important at all in the Lynch film. Like he was because they just didn't have any time. Okay, they just didn't have time to build up Duncan as being important. So he just gets unceremoniously just shot in the head. And one of those special Sardaukar weapons hits the shield and then drills through it and pops him right in the noggin.
From decades. But holy crap, is this more terrifying than anything that happened in those other ones? The low angle of the shot, the sand exploding in the background, the score.
Well, there are also miniseries and stuff like that that try to retell all this stuff too. So yeah, there you go.
Or yelling at us with an alarm sound. Denis, man. Denis. Terror, just pure terror.
Oh, stop! You dinged that scene like what 4 times? Good God, man.
Yeah,
None
I
of
was
this
kind of
shot was
tuning it out, but it sounded like he was constantly dinging it.
Yeah.
Spoiled in the trailer, but dang, it's so cool. It really just shows you how immense the worms are.
It doesn't. It does. This is a smaller one in comparison to the one that ate the fucking sandcrawler.
Yeah.
Ah!
If
All right.
anything, the shot where it's eating the sandcrawler shows how immense they are.
Exactly. And no, Daniel K., we don't say that.
The closest we have on this planet are whales, and they're not even in the same ballpark, and you know how I feel about them. Bad.
No, I don't.
Why? Why is that a ding? All right. And then they just skip the whole thing of the Thumper calling them off and everything like that. Oh, Jesus. All right.
I guess you could say Jamis is thirsty for them too. Never before have so many attractive people been this close to killing each other.
Shut
What?
the fuck up. Shut the fuck up.
Stop talking about their fucking looks.
Yeah, what
The
is
fuck?
wrong with you? You aggressively horny piece of shit.
Yeah,
I feel
what the
like-
fuck?
I feel like this is an Oxford situation where he's got 200 porn mods installed into the games he plays. And he's so fucked up because of that he can only see everything in the lens of how fuckable are these characters.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ, shut the fuck up.
Denise still doesn't go into total detail here, but I find the idea that the Bene Gesserit essentially go around to different worlds, making civilizations aware of their powers and turning it into a religion, just in case one of their witches ends up there, just so compelling.
But they spell that out. They literally spell that out though for you. It's nice that you feel that it's compelling and everything like that. But yeah, it's just weird because they talk about this exact thing early in the movie as well.
Remember that scene earlier where he skipped the entirety of because all he had to say was, "Hey, bagpipes." Yeah.
Well, even before that, she leaves him in the fog, a bit literally, by given the scene by honk honk. It's like, no, dude, pay attention to what was said. We have done all we can for you on Arrakis, and they are pointing the way, Paul, and stuff like that. It's like, yeah, there's so much that they keep bringing this up about.
I mean, it's for Adonias, but still compelling.
You look like a little boy. You chose the hardest way up.
Right? It's kind of his thing. Still, Johnny Byrne.
I invoke the Amtal.
Can't say for sure what the Amtal is, but when stuff starts getting invoked, it's rarely good news. Even as a person who's read and seen every version of this story, I still didn't quite know where we were headed here. Jodorowsky had some different ideas about Paul's story, and Denis gave us Paul's visions of Jamis. The trick of having this future where Jamis is his mentor or Paul dying keeps us guessing.
Did anybody really think Paul was going to die? I mean, truthfully, honestly, did anybody think Paul was actually going to die?
No, I didn't.
Hey, come on, man.
Also, he's consumed every version of this story, so going back to the point earlier, oh, you can't know she's pregnant. Okay.
Yeah.
Ugh.
God damn it! All right.
Generosity?
Jonas is a good fighter. He won't let you suffer.
Encouragement?
It's not generosity and encouragement. She literally thinks he's going to die. Okay. All right.
Hey, take a beautiful beard win, Stilgar. Call back to his boy Duncan. Pretty solid.
It's not a callback to just Duncan. That's just a salute.
How is having a beard a win?
Yeah.
Salute.
He's toying with him.
I mean, kinda.
No, he's not.
They literally explain that he's not. You fucking idiot. And if he is, how is that a win?
Yeah.
Hey, Jamis, how does it feel to get repeatedly dunked on?
Paul has never killed him.
New England in the 90s.
Yeah. And again, Paul can't bring himself to kill. He can't, but he knows he has to. That's the thing, and that's what Stilgar is realizing, that, wait, he's never killed anyone, but unfortunately, that's how it has to go. The fact that I never killed... Oh, yeah, here we go.
But I gotta say, I'm happy that I grew up in a time and place where the fact that I'd never killed a man by 16 wasn't abnormal. While we're at it, I don't live in a culture where the greatest insult would be not being killed in a duel to the death. Jamis is livid, and it's not because he's about to die.
Yeah, because it's disrespectful to fucking play with your opponent like that.
Yeah, that's why he's angry. But again, notice how Jamis, who is really, really pissed now, notice how immediately he accepts things, and he is grateful because what does Paul do? He kneels down and he takes his hand and he looks him in the eyes, showing that it wasn't hard feelings. He just couldn't bring himself to do it. But he will stand there and he will watch as the life leaves your eyes because you will not die alone. Ugh.
And once the fight is all over, you realize that while maybe Paul's visions were possible eventualities, they also metaphorically come true. Jamis does teach Paul the ways of the desert, and Paul's youth and innocence do die when he's forced to kill Jamis. This really is such a bummer, and
another
it's so
point.
well done. They don't hate him,
Yeah.
it's
And he
just their
managed to do it
way,
without being
but not one of
pretentious.
theirs is dead. Oof. Spider. MJ's all about the Kwisatz Man now. Not this one.
Oh,
Oh,
my
God
gosh,
damn it.
Shut up with the...
Ah!
You just had a legitimate win for yourself. You made a point without sounding like a pretentious fucking cunt. But then you go, oh, Spider-Man. Ding.
Yeah. And look how they're gonna... And wait, you missed the thing that they were showing for the Spider-Man.
Such a bummer, and it's so well done. They don't hate him, it's just their way. But not one of theirs is dead. Oof. Spider. MJ's all about the Kwisatz Man now. Not this one. This one.
Ugh.
Love the Stang score. Love it. I love it.
Stop!
Sick. I love that Denny threw this in. Nobody knew if a part 2 would happen, so at least let us know this is a possibility in part 1.
This is only the beginning.
But yeah, it's called part 1. Who would have thought it would have been a complete story? Man, this final piece feels like the culmination of everything this movie has been telling us through the score. And going back, it's very much a combination of the rock piece we got when Paul was leaving Caladan and a very similar melody but with mostly vocals from when Paul actually steps out into the desert.
Yeah, it's showing progression in musical form, yes.
The two
I agree.
together somehow create a more upbeat ending than I would have expected. Dang it, this movie is so much better than I ever expected. And that was going in with high expectations. And much like
Yeah, again, you going in with high expectations is a huge problem. You should have gone in hopeful, but knowing that this movie was likely going to be shit. And then being surprised when this movie actually turned out to be fucking fantastic. I hate people like this. So
Yeah.
hype is
Yeah.
bad, everybody. Hype is bad. Hype is the mind killer.
Yeah, I was, even when I got Elden Ring and started playing it, I was totally ready to just rip that game apart and say it's absolute dog shit. But I was so glad that I was wrong.
Yeah,
I was
that it is
so
it's a
glad.
true culmination of every lesson From Software has learned in all their games, and I'm so grateful for that.
Yeah.
Even going back to the games that people didn't like, they even went back to Dark Souls 2 and took the good ideas from it. Thank God.
Yeah. Ooh.
Hype is the mood killer.
I was hoping we'd be at the end of it when he reached the end of the movie, but now he's talking more, and
yeah,
all I can think about is the fastest way to kill myself.
Wow. All right.
everyone else, it was a part 1. It's just so well made. The existence of the previous versions actually make this one even better. It's like you can see these arrows pointing to almost identical scenes saying, this is how you do this scene. It's Denis Villeneuve, so you know the visuals and tone will be on point. Beautifully shot, epic landscapes, brutal battles, creepy when it should be, classic over-the-top Denis sound, sometimes almost oppressive. But it pulls back at the right moments. For
But then you also got a lot of the sounds wrong, like the bagpipes weren't creepy, you idiot. Oh.
Yeah.
That is essentially about a big trap. Zimmer's music and the sound design as a whole really add to the claustrophobic, anxiety-filled tone. It's a movie you could watch without any dialogue and still understand what you're supposed to feel. And then the cast is out of this
I'm not
world,
sure
even if
about
Wait, what? Yeah, again, that is advocacy for music makes feels. No. No.
Yeah, that's a huge no. In fact, that's so much of a huge no that it's become a fuck you.
Yeah, exactly. No. Do not teach people that the only thing they need to do is just do the music and people will get the feeling. That's how we get this fucking trite nonsense that we've gotten for so long.
It's the same thing mods are for video games. It should be an addition. It should be what comes last. It should be like mods don't make the game should make them game. It's
yeah.
a topping. It's sprinkles on a cake. It's not the substance of what the cake is.
Criticism from Middle Eastern actors as the Fremen is totally valid.
What?
What? No.
No, it's not.
It isn't
They
valid in the slightest. In fact, they shouldn't have even cast the people they did cast. They should
Yeah, I
cast
was about to say-
albinos for it.
Yeah, they should have been extremely white.
I think that's what he's referring to, though. Oh, wait, no, for not casting. Okay, yeah, fuck that then.
Yeah,
I missed
it's
that
totally
one.
valid. It
they
is not
should have
valid
been.
at all.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not valid whatsoever. In fact, it's a point against the film.
Yeah. Oh, dude. All right.
Still all the talented actors. Babs Alusa-Mokun in particular is fantastic as Jamis. The book spends a little more time with Jamis' indignation with Stilgar, but Babs says everything we need to know with his face and eyes.
Again, it's just difference in an adaptation. You can get a lot more subtleties at it. You don't need to explain what the eyes are doing or anything like that, like you do in a book. So you can just have the actor or do it. So an actor slowly lowering their head, but you notice that their eyes follow the person that they're lowering their head for, you realize that there's something there. It's not natural. That they are forcing themselves to keep staring at the person, so they don't respect them. They're doing whatever like is commanded of them, but then maybe you can see that resentment in them because their eyes are literally locked in a death glare on the person instead. And that's something that would take like a couple not a couple paragraphs, say a paragraph to describe happening. Whereas in a film, you can just see them naturally do that. It's how adaptations work. It's why like the internal monologue thing works in books, because you can clearly denote it. Like maybe you have the entire internal monologue being italicized, so you know that hey, this is internal monologue. But in a movie, like in the David Lynch film, like you just have a guy talking, and then all of a sudden he goes, "Yes, I bet you would," and like a really whispery sound, and that was his internal monologue. It's like, it does not work. Oh no. Ugh.
Yeah, that only works with like Simpsons in the anime, and even then it's like it has to be done well in anime. Also, that last comment from Diaz Vault is fucking cursed. No,
Sweaty.
No, stop. I'm pointing out that it's cursed. I'm not asking you to read it.
I was gonna read the curse.
Also, if you notice the soundtrack in a film, they're doing it wrong. I actually don't agree with that.
I don't agree with that at all.
It's fine if you notice the soundtrack. It's the problem comes in when people mistake the soundtrack
when it's only
for
soundtrack.
the substance. Yeah.
Yeah.
The soundtrack should be there to help. It shouldn't be doing the heavy lifting.
Yes, it should be the icing on the cake. It shouldn't be the substance of the cake. Yeah. Why don't you tell them who I really am? Oh, I can't do the voice because like my throat's all dry out. I need more water. All right.
Everyone got in an acting way. Shang-Chan's Yue gets minimal screen time but does the most with it. Our boy Polka Dot Man has like a total of 3 minutes of screen time and still somehow manages to creep us out. And
a large part of that was definitely the blink, the off-center blink was definitely part of creeping him out. But what also helped is the fact he doesn't have any eyebrows or anything. It's just like, ugh.
Yeah.
All right.
I love Jason Momoa, but I think we were all a little wary of how he'd play Duncan. But he's incredible. He nailed it. He embodied what made Duncan Idaho, a character with the weirdest name in a book filled with weird names, such a beloved fan favorite from said book.
How is Duncan Idaho a weird name?
The fact that it was Idaho.
I still don't see how that's like...
Because you have everyone else like Gurney Halleck and Paul Atreides and Vladimir Harkonnen and stuff like that. So it sounds like that. And then you have Dave, basically. Oh, okay.
And he's obviously the GOAT, but sadly
Charging
Janine must have
battery.
forgotten.
Greatest of all time? Wow, really? No, I admit he's fantastic here, but hold on.
And to have Gurney sing. That's right. In the books, Gurney has a beautiful voice and sings to
Yeah.
raise everyone's spirits.
Yeah, he's a bard. He is literally a bard.
The greatest of all time, eh? So, cinema wins. What do you think of... Why am I forgetting the name when I need it most? Old Boy.
Old Boy.
Old Boy.
Christopher Lee. Charles Dance.
No.
Old Boy. Old Boy.
Father. Oh my god, you don't know about it. The Creed film that was remade in America and really shitty.
Oh no.
Why am I
The film Old Boy.
Yes.
Shit. Holy fuck. I thought you were talking about what do you think about Old Boy, and I'm just like, dude, you gotta understand the way my father would speak to me about films is like that one dude, Old Boy, old guy. That guy, he was in that one thing with that one chick, and I'm like, God, this does not help me, Dad. You do this every time. This does not help. Can you please give me some detail? Yeah, you know, it was in that dude, and he did that thing. Oh God, and they had that one scene that you really liked, and I was like, you are not helping.
But anyways,
I hate when people do that. Oof.
The greatest of all time, and then you have a performance like Old Boy, where it's like, ooh.
Yeah, exactly. Old Boy was the American remake of it was awful. Yeah, exactly. Give me the deets. Well, it'll eventually happen and be like, yeah, I started that one show with that one chick. She was the wanker who was in charge of the police department, and I'm like, charge of the police. Oh, you mean from Downfall or something like that? And it's like, yeah. And then he was playing the detective. It's like, okay, now we're slowly starting to put the pieces together, so I can work this fucking crazy logic train all the way back to the station where we started.
Yeah, I know people who do that as well, and I hate it. I hate it so much. I'm like, you're not helping. You're actively making it harder.
You are not assisting here.
Yeah.
Anyways, 2 minutes. Let's wrap this up.
Then in part 2, the three big guns, Rebecca.
I do hope that they do make him sing in part 2. I don't know if he'd be up for it, but
spoiler. That's a massive spoiler.
No, it isn't, because again, Paul Atreides actually says, why don't you give us a song, Gurney? And it's supposed to be a reference to the fact that he's a singer.
Are you missing what I'm referencing here?
No.
Here's hoping they get it done in part 2.
Well,
so yeah, there's a massive fucking spoiler for us there. Cinema wins, you cunt. Thank you.
Yeah.
You absolute shitbag.
Yeah. Well, congratulations. Oh, yeah.
Ferguson, Oscar Isaac, and Timothy Chalamet don't really need their praises sung. They were all perfectly cast and filled each role better than I could have hoped for. I think it'll be easier to talk themes.
And then you dinged it again. Jesus Christ, come on. This is like the conclusion and wrap-up. Why are you still dinging?
After part 2, but it's not like this movie is empty of a message. There's a lot going on. Environmentalism versus capitalism.
Environmentalism versus capitalism.
What?
No.
Feudalism
and slavery, religion, duty, loyalty, and responsibility. Like, duty, responsibility, sure. Loyalty, yeah, to an extent. Feudalism and slavery. Feudalism, kind of, I guess, in a very, very roundabout way. It's more like inter-house conflict and politics and scheming. Slavery, you're gonna need to run that one by me, Chief. In this movie, slavery, you're gonna need to run that by me.
Yeah, where's slavery in this?
They aren't forcing the Fremen to mine the spice. Like, you're gonna need to say, where's the slavery at? Also, yeah, I agree. The WEF's entire shtick is capitalism in the name of environmentalism. It's not a dichotomy. Yeah, and that's what makes them fucking terrifying. Fucking real-world Illuminati. Jesus Christ.
Capitalism, slavery, religion, duty, loyalty, and responsibility, and somehow all that macro-political stuff happens around a coming-of-age story for Paul. Just on sheer screen time, his mom carries the most significant load, but Duncan and Leto both impart things to him that he takes forward into the story. Lynch's version of Paul came off as a cocky savant at times who was frustrated but also fully embraced his path. Denis and Timothy created a Paul that is unsure, even terrified of what he may have to become. And he learns quickly that he can't trust his visions. It's such a great setup, but at the same
No, he learns quickly that he can trust his visions, because when he obeyed his visions in the Jamis fight, he won.
Yeah,
damn it.
also his vision saved him during the fucking storm.
Yep.
Let it go. Stop resisting. Go with the flow.
Yeah. All right.
Same time coming back to. I don't really have many complaints. It's a bit dark sometimes. I guess some of the whispers were unintelligible without subtitles. And actually, where the crap is Fade Ralpha? Curious if he'll show up in part.
Shut up.
Okay. Yeah. So there you go. You're getting the fact that they're talking about the Baron's other nephew.
Part 2. But much like how many of the wins should actually be pointed at the books, most of the other problems were directly from the book. Goofy lines of dialogue, goofy names. There's just no way to say some of the words in this movie and make it not sound ridiculous. I know all words are made up, but Quizat...
What? I at no point never felt that any of the words couldn't be taken seriously.
Yeah.
Okay, this point on screen is fucking retarded. I know all words are made up, but Quizats Hatterack rhymes with knick-knack paddywhack, and we should all laugh at that. No.
No. That's
What?
You could come up with something stupid like that for anything.
Yeah, what the fuck?
Skyrim
Wow,
sounds like rim. So that means rim job.
Well-
We should all laugh at that.
I know that Duncan Idaho rhymes with he's a hoe, so we should all laugh at that. It's like, what the fuck? No. Jesus Christ, man.
It's Hatterack, Paddywhack, and we should all laugh at that. Looking forward to part 2, and maybe Dune Messiah? Apparently a Dune The Sisterhood series is coming to HBO? Excited to see a property go from unfilmable to 6 seasons in a movie. And honestly, anytime...
Dude, HBO could really screw this up. They're really gonna need to be careful.
Yeah.
Especially fucking Dune Sisterhood. Like, oh no, I am very scared. But, and again,
Yeah.
Dune Messiah, I don't really want to do that. I guess you could do Dune Messiah as a thing. Like, I think Denny said that he wanted to do Dune Messiah in with the next film, and I'm like, I don't think that should be the way to go about it, but okay. I mean, we'll see what happens. All right.
Time a movie book gets big, it gets people reading, which is a net win for society. Next week, we're doing one from last year, so it's still pretty new.
All of the night, all of the night, all of the night.
What the fuck?
All of the night. All of the night.
No.
What the fuck?
What the hell? Yeah.
Yeah, that's cringe.
Yeah.
I'm sorry,
please.
whatever your name is, I forget, but yeah, this is cringe.
Please, just end.
Yeah, it is. It's over.
Yeah.
Oh, thank God. Oh, I hated it. I hated all of this. This was one of the worst ones we've done in such a long time.
Okay, so yeah, I'm cementing this new rule now. Once per year.
Absolutely.
When I say once per year, that means like each for Cinema Sins and Cinema Wins.
Yeah, we're not doing two of them back to back like this again. Nope.
That's not what I was referring to, but okay.
No, I'd rather do. Oh, this year it'll be the Cinema Sins year. Next year it'll be the Cinema Wins year.
No. We can't do that because there will be cases like this where it'll be interesting to cover both for something particular, and I don't want to have that arbitrary limit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
Oh no! I just realized what we're going to be covering next week. Fuck.
Yep.
Damn it!
At least it'll be done and over with, and then never again.
At least we could finally get that over with. Get that fucking part of get that that fucking whole thing out of the way.
Do you guys have anything you want to end on before we wrap this up and go offline for the night?
Nah.
I want to smash these guys' heads against the urinal.
That's pretty fucking brutal, Pagan. Yeah. Hold on a second. I'll put that there. Copy link. Just going to give a little preview to chat. There we go. Have a good one, chat. Have a good night.
Yep.